Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 541. The second day, a killing blow. As the arrows from several knight exalts arced downward, Oscar raised his shield, a powerful ripple shroud altering the course of the hostile spells. A dangerous eye of a fearsome individual piqued his interest, coming from the other side of the battle, where he noticed Gavr leading his men onward. With the timely aid, Philip should be safe for now. But Oscar was not relieved. He was rather irked and frustrated that Gavr's words came true like a prophecy because two new presences made themselves known, nearing his position. They'll split into two main attacks. Depending on the changes during the battle, each can turn into a killing stroke. Remembering Gavr's strategy, Oscar patted Erden and received a deep growl, affirming their goal. The enemy had indeed split themselves into two, and Gavr went along to Philip's end to prevent the worst, leaving Oscar to deal with the second killing blow directed at him. The enemy backed off slightly, and his Black Aegis Order as well. A vacuum existed amid the harsh battle, creating the stage for Oscar's battle. Since time immemorial, duels during the intensity of war between the generals and leaders often occurred, displaying their might to both enemy and ally and severing the head of the opposing commander. Stepping out into the empty stage of air, Oscar unleashed his Ein and raised his fist high in a triumphant pose, garnering the cheers and shouts of his army. While the battles raged on the sides, there was nothing but cheers from his allies behind and silence from his enemies ahead, the observers of this grand battle. Some of the watchful foes could not cover up their shock and fear, slightly shirking away from his lengthy shadow. The sound of thunder drumming on metal boomed, silencing the cheers from his side and invoking war chants from the enemy, as they all raised their hands up and down in a frenzy. The drumming, the pounding, and the clanging of metal grew louder and louder until the enemy soldiers parted, allowing a tall, burly figure to walk into the arena of war. This figure was clad in the simplest plain-looking armor, like flat metal sheets attached to his skin. If it wasn't for the breath of life within the hulk of metal, he could have mistaken this Exalt for a golem. This giant of a man, only 2 inches shorter than himself, carried a large gold shield. It matched the man's height and extended to cover his massive width. With a final beating of his gauntlet on the shield, the crowd silenced, and he spoke in a boisterous voice, "I am Crow, the second wind. Where are the others? I don't believe you're foolish enough to fight me by yourself." Oscar banged on his shield, a counter to Crow's earlier display, and rippled his power through the air, gusts of winds blasting against the shielder's unbending figure. 2 others appeared from the crowds. The most dangerous and intimidating feeling came from the one holding a teal sword, faint currents of air swirling in patterns on the blade, clearly an elemental armament. His Ein was sharp and prickly, practically stabbing softly on Oscar's skin. Approaching closer and standing by Crow, this handsome swordsman with a sharp face of steeled nature and flowing black hair eyed him fiercely. "I am Alphas, the first wind." The third newcomer swayed the strange incense holder, the chains rattling and clinking from his hands. Small bells jingled from the glass lamp at the end of the chain, smoke filled with the bitter scent of burning herbs spreading out in rings like ripples on water. This one dressed in simple robes, similar to the pavilion master, and covered his head with a veil. The veiled man let out a small gasp. At first, his words came out in a raspy whisper, an unsettling slow voice, but somehow Oscar could clear him with great clarity, as if the words were meant only for his ears. Loges, the 8th wind. 3 of the winds had gathered here for the sake of killing him. Oscar was troubled about whether to be angry at drawing the short end of the stick or happy that he became such a highly valued target, meaning the rest of the battlefield would not be troubled by these fearsome opponents. 2 grade 8s, Crow and Alphas, and 1 grade 7, Loges. He expected the worst onto him as Gavr had predicted. "I apologize for the unfair circumstances. I abhor using such underhanded means, but this is the only way we can handle you." Alphas bowed gracefully, his sharp and fierce gaze still fixating on Oscar. "You must be eliminated for the sake of our home and—" Not letting his enemy finish a sentence, Oscar doubled his flames with Erden's, flames erupting from their hands, hooves, and antlers, all collected into a singular hot orb of bright light. The spell, Sunflower. Rumbling on its path across, The sunflower contorted and shrank to the size of a grain seed, gathering the air in a rush before it exploded with the fight of fire and iron. High it rose to the sky, just shy of the upper battles, and wide it spread, engulfing the three winds in scalding punishment. If you wanted to be underhanded, you should have sent more against me. Gavin left me alone and went to help Philip, which was our plan from the start. Do you know why? Oscar said coldly to the pluming black smoke that obscured his enemies. Entering the pseudo-guise, he bared his teeth like a beast, though none could see through his horned helmet. He declared, "It's because I'm more than enough to deal with the three of you. Now come, you say that, but this is still unfavorable to us." Demon whispered from within, always warning and second-guessing his decisions. "I know. Can you hold on until the end, Erden?" Oscar reined in his surging eye, wary of any counters. "That Gavin better succeed," Erden grumbled, then roared outwardly, forcing away the black smoke. The three winds revealed themselves, the great shield of Crow standing tall, unscathed or charred by Oscar's deadly sunflower. The shield lowered to show his head as he made a metallic chuckle. "Arrogance can only be paired with the appropriate despair. With your death, the entire left wing will crumble. Crow loges. It's time to hunt." Alphonse's sword screeched like screams in the wind. His figure dashed to one side while Crow dashed to the other. Loges shook his incense holder 3 times, the bells clattering louder. A mist spilled out and enveloped everything around Oscar, and then it vanished, but he found the battlefield had vanished. Clouds floated everywhere, above, below, on eye level. His friends and soldiers, the enemies, were gone, leaving him alone in this empty world. Was it a prison world similar to the one Cersi had placed him in? Oscar observed and concluded it was not. Having an idea, he activated the Eliran breaker, a purple light circling inside his pupils, and some of the clouds faded away under his sight. Suddenly, more clouds appeared, and his location changed to another part. "You appear to have some means against illusions, but it is useless. You cannot hope to unravel that which is also changing." Loges mocked from the sidelines, coughing as he did. A puzzle that changed its pieces and fought back against the solver. That was the only way Oscar could describe it. He tried again and again to seek out the reality in this illusory world, but the combinations of Ein and the array of clouds ceaselessly churned in different configurations. Calming himself with a clearing of his lungs, Oscar expanded his Ein out, but he detected several identical sources of Ein, too many to count. Erden tried sniffing out the 3 winds to no result. Even the air itself carried multitudes of scents that confounded the high senses of a beast. His sight was useless. His nose held no use, and his ears heard only the rushing winds that streamed through the clouds. With nothing else, Oscar trusted his instincts and waited. Instantly, he turned to the side and raised his shield against a spiraling cyclone that twisted and writhed like a snake. The wind howled by his ears, unable to break through his defense. Oscar's eyes narrowed with a sharp gleam at Alphonse, who closed the distance, or perhaps he was always that close. Oscar cared not and knew he only had to block and counter. The sword and shield nearly collided, and he swung his golden drill out for a fast kill. But shockingly, the sword slipped through his shield as if it phased across and sliced down on his face. Erden acted fast and stretched out the antlers to block the blow. This time, the sword was repelled away. Oscar wanted to finish his plunge. However, Crow appeared from the clouds and charged ahead like a battering ram, intent on attacking Erden's side. Because Erden swayed to defend properly, Oscar's attack missed, so he opted to burst out his flames. At the same time, Crow's golden shield bashed against Erden's wings and antlers, a dark void opening like a maw on its sparkling surface as it roared out a deadly burst into a shockwave of shredding winds. Erden retracted his wings and fused them into his antlers, surrounded Oscar and himself in a metal sphere, and burned it in a flame barrier. Oscar resonated his elemental armament into his indestructible gold, coating Erden's sapphire shield in his spell. When the winds of destruction no longer battered on Erden's defenses, Oscar peered out to find the same landscape of clouds, not an enemy in sight. The sounds of their disapproval at his survival echoed out, and he smirked, taunting them more with a slight chuckle. A fine tactic, making use of your best strengths. But But I'm still standing. Oscar considered using the guys to overwhelm them. After a moment, he discarded the idea. He had no assurance in killing them for now, at least not until he figured out more about their abilities. There was no doubt they already knew about his guys and wouldn't have come here without the proper countermeasures. Besides, this was a war, not just a battle. Oscar gritted his teeth, recalling a horrible memory. He learned his mistakes from when Fred had to suffer while he was unable to fight. Never again would he let that happen. It's only the second day, show me more. Raising his spirits, Oscar clashed endlessly with the shielder and the swordsman, gaining no ground and giving nothing. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 542. The Final Charge. Several hours later, even the illusory world of clouds dimmed to the passing of time. As they fought on and on, Oscar understood more of their strength and abilities. Crow, the shielder focused on great defense, was able to endure Oscar's heavy blows for a good duration. The meld power laid in the beast anima inside the shield, constantly swallowing air until it reached a critical point and unleashed it all in a destructive blow. The swordsman Alphas was the main offense, his swordsmanship on par with Philip's. His meld power allowed his sword to dissipate into thin air and re-emerge, striking behind any layer of defense. It seemed to have a duration before it could be used again, evident in how Erden blocked and repelled the strikes. As for Loges, the illusionist, Oscar had no clue. During the entire battle, he failed to find even a trace of Loges, his Eliran breaker only able to peel away enough for him to counter and fight against Alphas and Crow, who annoyingly shifted back and forth under the cover of the illusions. If only he knew how to find Loges in this mess. Frustrated, Oscar gathered his iron and roared, shaking the illusory world with his ripple shroud. Crow covered his body behind his shield, and Alphas sliced through the quaking shockwave. Placing his hand over his fresh cuts, Oscar scorched them with fire, sweating from his brow and clenching his teeth to mask the pain. His enemies fared no better, clearly weary from the struggle as chests heaved desperately for air. Their pained faces and ragged, bloody clothes weren't enough for Oscar. He wanted to keep going but stopped. His and Erden's Ein nearly spent despite using his Ein awaken as much as possible. One by one, the clouds vanished, and the world distorted and twisted. Suddenly, he was back in the real world, his worry lessening at seeing his friends healthy, wounded, but all right. Oscar glared at the other side, spotted the pesky Loges, and quickly used the little bits of Ein to fire a flaming golden breaker. To his disappointment, the enemy was ready for a surprise attack, and Crow blocked his blow immediately. After a short exchange of hostile stares, Oscar lifted his fist and ordered the retreat, needing time to rest and heal. Tired from an entire day of fighting, Oscar plopped down and rested on the soft grass, tickling the sides of his cheeks after drinking an elixir, bandaging himself up, closing his eyes, and meditating. His core hungrily devoured as much as possible, and he nearly fell asleep if not for the messenger calling for him again. Cursing under his breath, he brushed off the blades of grass and joined Philip and Gavin at the usual meeting spot, his mood turning sour at the lack of food. "Philip, are you all right?" Out of the two, Philip suffered the most grievous wounds that showed underneath the heavy bandages. Oscar worried his newly reunited friend might be on the verge of death and tossed him several healing elixirs. "These wounds are quite deep and teeming with the enemy's Ein. It will take me a few days to recover fully." Philip coughed out blood, paling more and more. His once strong grip shivered on the sword's handle, and his other hand graciously accepted the elixirs. He seemed lively and grinned despite the horrific injuries. "I may be wounded, but at least I killed Hagen. One day was enough for me to see through his sword. Lord Rudenberg arrived in time to save me." To the side, Gavin rubbed the scar along his nose and frowned. He wasn't wearing his usual armor but a robe, and Oscar spotted a wound on his shoulder. He tossed some healing elixirs to Gavin, who rejected them and drank his own. It would have all fallen apart without Margrave Tur fending off the enemy. "The pavilion master made the best choice to send you here. If not, I fear the consequences of what could have been. If only we had a few more grade 8s on our side. Instead, we have two ungrateful fools on our side." Philip's pale face went red, clearly angered to the extreme, something Oscar never witnessed. The two ungrateful ones were undoubtedly Isabella and Aurora, who tagged along with Gilbert to train in the Bloodlands, the main faction of the Primaire in control. It's a miracle we're holding on this far. We also owe it to whoever devised the plans to enhance our airships and weaponry. Despite being outnumbered, our fleet is about equal to the enemy's. Our highest prodigies may have left, but we gained a genius inventor and the powerful Margrave. Gavin cheered, his smile instantly turning into a grimace as he held his wounded shoulder. Enough praise. Let's discuss tomorrow. No one knew that the genius inventor who gave the pavilion the blueprints for many powerful weaponry was himself, other than a few. He intended to keep it that way and brushed the topic aside. Gavin stiffened and turned stern, frowning. Hagen is dead, so his army will be under another's charge. The death of a commander has great effects on the greater whole. The impact will incite anger but also worry. However, Philip's current state stops us from capitalizing on it. Meaning? Oscar asked. They won't make a move. We've injured each other. The battles for the next few days will simply be light clashes until they reorganize and we recover. Gavin spoke over Philip's coughs. The enemy will be the one to start the spark once they're ready. Keep our senses sharp and observe. The key will lie in how we fight when the day comes. Sorry, if I wasn't so injured, we could have attempted something tomorrow. Philip placed the blame on himself, lowering his head in depression. We're all injured. Focus on the final day. Oscar stood up to leave. You look as if you have an idea. Mind telling us? Gavin asked. If I can finish it by whenever the day arrives, I'll kill them all and aid the center army like planned. Oscar wandered back to his campsite. Several of the soldiers and his Black Aegis Order members looked at him, their gaze filled with admiration. His draw against insurmountable odds today had a drastic effect on the morale. Unlike yesterday, many gathered around the fires and chatted with great liveliness, patting each other on the back for a job well done. Cutting in between the groups, he sat down near Fred and Emily, the two already sleeping in each other's embrace, blissfully unaware of the jeers around them. He scoffed and settled himself by the flames, stoking it to let the embers fly out. The increased heat could not replace the warmth he desperately sought. While his skin and hair were dry, it failed to fill in the desire in his heart that cried out in deep yearning, the need to see Avril. The starry night was especially beautiful tonight. He believed Avril was under the same sky, staring up like him. That put his mind at peace for now. The next morning, the army gathered again under Oscar's command and set out for the third day, marching with Gavin's forces. As the remnants of Philip's men and ships hastened their speed, leading from the forefront, he felt what they were doing was wrong and stared intently at Gavin, who merely shrugged as if saying not to blame him. Swallowing his grievances, Oscar held back from moving forward and respected Philip's wishes to use his remaining forces to buy time for the next few days. At the moment, Philip was resting behind, recovering from his injuries. Replacing him was Eleanor, and she seemed quite vicious, strangling several foes in her way akin to Avril's style of fighting. Compared to the previous 2 days, today was relatively quiet, lacking the initiative and drastic actions to control the flow of war. The enemy also sent forth the remnants of Hagen's army, seemingly uncommitted to today. Still, even if it was lackluster, people lost their lives. The unassuming battle continued for several hours as Oscar bitterly watched the dead pile onto the blood swamps below. Hold it in, hold it in, hold it in. Oscar almost lost it and nearly stepped forward before Erden gave him a slight nudge. After a grueling day of watching from the sidelines, the two armies retreated, ending the third day of strife. Eleanor rushed from her army to her and Philip's temporary residence, not bothering to fix her appearance. The stalemate continued for the 4th day, the 5th day, and the 6th day. There were nothing but skirmishes as neither force attempted to fight deeper. On the 7th day, Oscar stood on one of the grounded airships, fixated on the enemies resting on the other side. The breeze was unchanged, lazy as ever, but something felt different. He hadn't fought on the harshest battles to be ignorant of what it meant. Tomorrow was the day. Alec, can you distribute double the food? Oscar ordered. Double? Alec, cooking a large pot of soup, asked in confusion. However, he soon narrowed his eyes and nodded. Understood. Oscar went around with Alec this time, pouring the soup into their bowls himself. He told every single one of the soldiers under his command that they were doing a great job and to fight well tomorrow. Many seemed to realize his meaning and bowed deeply, declaring they would fight to the bitter end. After their meals, everyone readied themselves, sharpening their blades and meditating to hone their eye. It was all he could do for them as their leader. The night went by, and the two sons started their ascent. Finally, it was the 7th day, and already the land was full of the scent of blood. This time, he and Gavir set out with all of their armies and ships, no longer holding back, and prepared for the last confrontation. Oscar rode out to the front to the gazes of the others, and Erden roared, gathering all attention onto him. Facing his soldiers, he raised his shield, beat his chest, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "On me!" Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 543. All in a moment. Right when Oscar rallied his army, the sky quaked with a thunderous roar, arcs of lightning illuminating the dark clouds that formed overhead, deafened only by the shouting behind him. From his friends directly behind him to the crew inside the airships, everyone let loose their eye and joined their voices together in a powerful display. The dark clouds welcomed his army with a wash of rain. As the rain battered his shoulders and clicked erratically on his helmet, Oscar kept his gaze straight, peering through the heavy rain. He was sure the enemy had come in full force, and indeed they did. An army surpassing the amount brought out in previous days forced their way into the ocean of rain, their emerald banners flying arrogantly above the beloved lands of his home. Gripping his shield tightly, Oscar exhaled a cold wisp of white air, raising his fires to burn away the annoying rain, his clothes and helmet drying instantly. Since the enemy was so prideful, he decided to end their running amok and show them to be fearful. Come! His flames burned brighter, revealing himself to the enemy. For the past few days, he held in the rage deep within, and now it was time to unleash it, to hold nothing back and devour anyone who got in his way. With a cursory glance, he saw the enemy flinch and stagger from his nearing presence. Before they could rally themselves back, Erden's frontal charge and dual spell of Golden Drill and Golden Maw broke past their front line and diverted a path into the hostile mass. Erden blasted further into the enemy with a surge of flames from his antlers, and Oscar tore apart the weaker knight Exalts in his way. Careful of any attacks on the flanks, his Black Aegis Order adopted a new formation, having a division split off like tendrils to disrupt any retaliation for the moment and return to join the main charge. He owed it to Alec to keep coming up with the ideas, letting him be unfettered by the happenings behind him and focus solely on the enemy ahead. After severing a foe's head from her body, Oscar halted and darted his eyes around the chaotic scene of rain, blood, and crazed battles, something being amiss. A fog enveloped him, the same cursed power he fought several days ago. Once more, he found himself in an isolated illusion, a lofty world of only clouds plotting the skies above and below. Immediately, his Eliran breaker opened in his pupils, but before he could scan the area, Crow, the shielder, charged from the cover of the clouds, his golden shield opening its maw as the destroying winds expelled from the opening. The blast of wind roared and clashed with his and Erden's fused defenses. Spiking his iron to the fullest, Oscar entered the guise, a state that stumped the shielder for a moment, his movements slowing for a tiny fraction of a second, but he lived up to his title of wind and quickly gathered himself. Crow raised his huge shield and spun it to a blur, winds picking up and swirling around it in a horrific storm. He didn't dip back into the safety of the clouds and charged fearlessly at Oscar, and their gazes behind the dark visors met. Years of experience told him something was wrong. Everything looked to be a distraction, a moment of trickery for which Crow was sacrificing himself, keeping Oscar's attention solely on him. Where was the swordsman, Alphas? The enemy had days to figure out some of his abilities and surely bet everything on this chance. Again, before he could turn his attention elsewhere, and while Erden clashed fiercely to keep Crow's brutish rampage away from Oscar, he felt a dangerous presence emerge, somehow getting so close, around several feet away. His mind raced through several thoughts as the harrowing spear twisted like a snake around his shield and golden drill. The spear gleamed dangerously at the tip from the hot flames flickering around, the sharp end nearing his neck. Time slowed, and a horrible taste of death tinged on his tongue. In the slow second before the spear with a rippling tornado lacing the blade touched his neck, he realized he had screwed up. The days of fighting got him used to the tactics and abilities of Crow, Loges, and Alphas, but not Diamen, the fifth wind. If it were Alphas, even with this surprise attack, he would have been able to dodge or block in time, but not this one. As the tearing winds started to brush against the shroud of his guise and the skin of his neck, Oscar could tell Diamen had poured every bit of strength into this one strike. That was why it so easily pierced through his natural defenses. His heart thumped illogically faster against the slow second passing, images of his past flashing across his eyes. His mother held him lovingly in her arms as a baby. His father taught him how to ride Sherry, the horse. Uncle Carlson and Isabella ate with his family in a nice outing on the fields. His friends gathered around him and laughed together. Finally, Avril rested his head on her lap and hummed lightly, her indigo hair tickling his nose. Everything from the pavilion to Ashen Grove to Schottyrma to this war raced in his mind. No, Oscar roared inwardly. I will not die here. Against the odds, he used every fiber of his being, poured out all the resolve, and moved his arm, the muscles tearing, veins bursting, and bones cracking. The skin twisted and tore apart from the harsh movement. In a fierce shout, he deflected the spear, a shallow cut on his neck bleeding profusely. The wound was deep but not deep enough to kill him. However, the more alarming injury was his arm, or rather, the lack of it. Sinews of muscles hung like threads, showering in the downpour of blood, resting below the exposed shoulder on which the skin was mangled as if a beast had gnawed on it. His arm was gone, from the hand to the base of the shoulder. Not wasting a moment, he surged his iron and leaped off Erden, kicking his friend toward Crow, not wanting any interference during this duel. Diamen widened his eyes and already flew back, picking up winds under his feet to fuel his speed. But Oscar was a step faster, sending out his iron onto a spot above Diamen. The iron focused and formed into a human figure until features settled on the face. It was another Oscar with both arms, but this copy had an indifferent expression and looked around as if it was sentient. In the past few days, he worked hard to improve his duality capabilities. He could already create the copy, but filling it with the necessary power needed work. Thanks to his efforts, the copy replicated around 20% of his power. I told you, it's unfavorable, you wretched idiot. The copy from his duality spoke in Demon's voice, close to his own but devoid of all warmth and emotions. If duality required parallel thinking to control both with one mind, he had the idea of putting Demon's mind into the copy to control it, giving his indifferent alter ego a body to roam around in. Inside the duality body, Demon narrowed his dark eyes at Diamen and lifted his fist. A single iron omnireus burst from his fist, the duality body fading to a slight transparency. You did well to take advantage of a moment of confusion and to ambush me, but the same applies to you. A moment of opening is an Exalt needs to finish off the battle. Oscar dove in with golden drill. Diamen turned and stabbed his spear around, the shockwave blowing him backward to Oscar. His eyes contained a hint of fear, and he struggled to rebalance himself, shaken by the encroaching golden drill. Ruthlessly, Oscar plunged his golden drill into Diamon's heart, shredding the organ into fleshy bits that burst out from his back. As blood splattered on his face from Diamon's bloody shouts, he said, "A moment is everything. I admire your daring plan, and it nearly killed me. But if I die, then everything will crumble. Cannot fall here. Not when everyone is waiting for me. A monster. You must die." Diamen muttered in his last breath, his body hanging like a hanged man from Oscar's golden drill. Oscar undid his spell and gripped the core, pulling it out in a spew of blood. "I did warn you, but you never listen. Now you've lost an arm to who knows where it fell." Demon scolded, patting down his new body and observing his arms. "Enough, let's finish this battle." Oscar clenched his shoulder, stopping the flow of blood. He and Demon joined Erden's battle, much to Crow's terrified cry. The shielder flailed around, defending from attacks on three sides. Oscar, Erden, and Demon let loose, bouncing the turtling Crow around with precise and powerful blows until Erden stabbed his antlers into Crow's back, expanding them to erupt like a bloody tree sprouting from a corpse. The illusion trembled, and Oscar widened his smile, focusing his Eliran breaker on the spot that finally revealed itself. A firm and steady mind was required for an illusionist since any disruptions would impact the illusion. The deaths of the two foremost winds no doubt heavily impacted Loges' mental state, and he finally slipped up. The trio rushed toward Loges before the illusion could resolve itself, and he easily beheaded Loges, taking the core for Erden to consume along with the other two cores. The illusion vanished, and Oscar raised the three heads of Diamen, Loges, and Crow impaled on Erden's antlers. His friends paled at the sight of his missing arm, but the enemy went paler at the three heads, some even dropping their armaments without knowing. He shouted to everyone who witnessed him, "The three winds are dead. Destroy the enemy. No mercy, no quarter." Oscar rushed back into the fray, slaying some more Exalts. His army erupted into thunderous cheers as they followed after him, killing off one dejected foe after the other. The soldiers of Emerald and Herta had no way to retaliate, no leaders to command them in the same way the winds had. On this side of the battle, Oscar, with his one arm, led them into a resounding victory. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 544. Completing the Pincer. Alphas, the first wind and foremost swordsman of his generation, swung his sword, countless winds slicing across the pouring rain, leaving great gaps where the air fell silent, nothing being able to pass inside. As the empowered wind slashes came within a foot, Gavr defended swiftly, using the long shaft of his spear as a shield to repel each strike, darkness writhing like worms along the surface. It had been several minutes since the beginning of the battle, and he gained zero ground. "Are you going to keep fighting away?" Gavr stabbed his spear forward, a powerful ray of darkness expelling from the pitch-black tip. He continued prodding, snapping his spear around, matching the frenzied winds with his piercing, concentrated darkness. A hint of worry crept up in his chest. Unexpectedly, the enemy switched Diamen and Alphas, and while he could endure a fresh opponent, he worried for Oscar, who had to face three. "Once that monster is dead, it'll be your turn. But for now, remain here with me." Alphas flashed his sword, his arms becoming indiscernible to the naked eye. His objective was clear, keeping Gavr away from aiding Oscar on the other side and Philip, who was under attack by 3 grade 7s. The only one who could make a difference right now was him. Spurred by the responsibility, Gavr chased after Alphas, crossing great distances in a dark step. But he failed to catch even the coattails of the speedy foe. If he tried to escape and help the others, he would face several sudden attacks that locked him here. Drenched in the bloody rain that fell from the harsher battle above, he felt his pride as the son of the Volstov family and a member of the Drakiri was tarnished. He only had one foe before him and yet failed to accomplish victory. Lashing out, he spun his spear around and attempted to lay waste to the entire area, engulfing every inch with a powerful, swallowing darkness, a growing void around him to counter Alphas's strange, phased sword. It seemed the gambit worked as Alphas concentrated a powerful slash of wind and sliced down to part the void. The pathway to Alphas had been opened, and Gavr lunged with all his speed to catch him, throwing his spear, darkness expanding from its path. Clapping his free hands together, he created a dark orb and cast it out, forming it into a dense, multi-layered block of darkness. However, the winds parted shockingly and circled to his sides, refusing to let him go like hungering beasts on the prowl. Raising his defenses, Gavr swung blackened fists at the winds, suffering 2 grievous wounds on his chest and back. Horrendous pain spread throughout his body as the winds sought to tear his flesh apart. Luckily, he had enough Ein to repel the persistent winds from his wounds. The sound of Alphas's pained groans didn't relieve him since it meant he failed to finish off his enemy. A few paces away, his accursed foe stood, clutching the side of his body, which bled profusely, a chunk of flesh missing from it and exposing a part of his ribs. The swordsman looked at him with disdain and sneered even when his face began to pale heavily, his lips turning blue. "It's a shame. You came so close to finishing me off. What now, old Drakiri? Shall we keep dancing until my victory?" Several ideas and plans formed in Gavr's mind, yet none came to fruition, carrying no credence to their outcomes based on his injuries. Then, cheers erupted from the other side, an unbelievable shout of triumph that eclipsed any he had heard before. It meant only one thing, victory. But for who? He stared along with Alphas at the other army and smiled, still in disbelief. Seeing his allies cheering to the top of their lungs and overwhelming the enemy enlivened him. A sudden burden lifted from his bloody shoulders. Impossible! Alphas screamed out, gurgling on his own blood. His eyes widened as his pupils shook around, fear filling them to the brim. How can that be? Gavr grunted and pulled on a thread of darkness connected to his falling weapon. His spear halted in place, swerved in the air, and thrust straight into Alphas's back, protruding out the chest. Darkness spread, turning the blood black and corroding him from the inside. Alphas struggled to move his quivering hands, but his fingers, lacking any defensive iron, melted piece by piece, inch by inch, until even the bone melted. The first wind no longer held any pride or display of courage, only his face warping in despair and endless tears falling as if he were a baby, broken down to the core. The warrior was gone, replaced by only the sobbing mess of the defeated. Amateur, you should have been more aware on your end rather than relying solely on the others. Though I can't claim to be different. Gavr yanked the thread, heaving the crying Alphas closer. He ended the despairing noises by cleanly cutting off the head, shutting up the first wind forever. Attaching the head to his waist, Gavr forced and killed a path onto Philip's battlefield despite his heavy injuries. Surprisingly, Oscar's tactician, Alec, also joined the fray, and quickly, the three enemies fell. Gavr drank a healing elixir and addressed Alec. You are the Black Aegis Legion strategist. Did your commander truly win? Greetings to Lord Rudenberg and Lord Raven. The seemingly warm-smiled man bowed gracefully. My captain has killed all three winds and has broken through the enemy. He has sent me here to assist you on this battlefield. He's set to complete the pincer on his own. Lord Rudenberg, our battle is set. Go up with a detachment to the upper battles and aid my grandfather. I'll clean up the remnants here. Philip rushed out without hearing his reply, and Alec followed after him, leaving half his forces with Gavr. Out in the distance, Oscar's forces flew unchallenged by the enemy, soaring into the free air. Gavr bowed slightly to the tall figure at the forefront and rallied his remaining forces to charge up. Spurred by the victory, everyone let out a boisterous shout as they lunged into the enemy's rear, firing their cannons ceaselessly from the airships. The victory was theirs. Os, stay back a little. Let us handle it. Fred stared worryingly at his missing arm. Oscar glanced up at his iron antlers, noting the time remaining. An hour after the fierce fight against the three winds. I can't remain for long in this state. We still have to cross and strike at the enemy before they can retaliate. Trust me, Fred. That's what we have to do. The moment you're in danger, I'm pulling you back. No arguments, Emily said sharply, glaring at his missing arm. Warmed by their worry, he felt apologetic for putting them in that state. Strangely, he didn't feel bothered by the loss of his arm. Missing it was detrimental, but he had prepared himself to lose far more during this war, and he did lose more important things long ago. What was an arm compared to winning this crucial battle? What compared to prevent further loss? His two friends fell silent at his apology, sticking close to him, a nice gesture. Beyond the enemy's army were the open plains and a clear passageway across the mountains to the central plains where Ant Ward led the main central army. From the start of this battle, the plan was to push back one of the enemy's side armies and flank the central army. Since the right army's location was too narrow and lacked safe passages across the beast-infested mountains until farther back, to which a surprise flank was meaningless because of its proximity to Delvar Fort, the focus and responsibility rested on the left army. Turning his army to the right, they entered a divide between mountains, wary of and alert at the hostile gazes of the beasts lurking nearby. Oscar took a crystal from his space pocket and allowed some of its seeping iron to waft to the mountains, stirring the beasts into falling back. With this, the beasts held onto their mountains and refused to pounce on them. A few minutes later, his fleet exited the narrow path, a vast battlefield waiting before them. Countless ships fired upon each other, blasts of flame and iron creating an air so hot the rain no longer fell upon them. A great distance away, Aunt Ward was locked in fierce combat with someone he recognized from a long time ago outside Ashen Grove before it opened the first storm, Ran Cyclos. The old man commanded storms to his aid, his terrifying Ein forcing everyone to spread away from the epicenter of his power. Aunt Ward wielded 2 glaives in each hand, 10 more extending from her back in a circular pattern. She charged fearlessly into the storm and scattered the harsh winds into slight breezes that barely swayed her rosy hair. "Everyone!" Oscar shouted for his army and pointed his remaining arm. His shield latched tightly onto his elbow. His target was the enemy's excrusier, and for that, he gathered several vorpalaires, the finest piercing ships. "This battle ends today. We're all tired, but fight as if there is no tomorrow." He rushed out in a tight formation, protecting the vorpalaires. As a piece of his antler cracked off, he tightened his grip and bashed his shield into the enemy's ranks, skewering them on Erden's antlers. Both sides stared at his coming in shock, but Aunt Ward was quick on the response, commanding, "Left flank, push on to join the pincer." "You!" His allies rallied themselves, taking advantage of the opening he created. A great fire had been lit under their feet, and they greatly swelled in morale and spirit. Despite his lost arm, Oscar was relentless, destroying ship after ship and casting body after body upon the blood-drenched plains. Sounds of chanting rose, all calling out his name. The enemy was helpless before the pincer as all the martial exalts were locked in combat. "This is all because of you. For the future, I must kill you." Ran's enraged roar erupted as the chants fell to silence as Aunt Ward was blasted away for the moment, a key moment that allowed Ran to move. His old figure swept across, his beard and long hair spreading wildly from the winds. Rand came before him, a great pressure locking him and Erden in place, and lashed his hand down. "Die!" Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 545. A resounding victory. Facing the daunting hand of the powerful greater martial exalt, Oscar could see no way out, the pressure from the encroaching fingers constricting him like a rat caught by a snake. Cuts scraped across his clothes and bare skin. The hand was far away, yet the horrifying Ein around it reached farther out, and he would be consumed by the storms soon, only an inch away. Unable to move and speak, he watched powerlessly as the storms converged, forming a gigantic hand resembling the hand of Cersi, the Ancient of Wind, with clouds and twisting dark winds foaming on the surface. Despite the harrowing spell about to clench on him, Oscar felt no fear, staring dead into the aged and drooping eyes of Ran Cyclos. As the old exalt snarled at him, presumably offended by his lack of reaction to the impending doom, he glanced to the side and sighed in relief. An even more terrifying yet comforting presence made itself known, and Rand snapped his head to the side, twisting and ducking his frail-looking body to dodge several unseen attacks. A sudden pained expression broke out on Rand's face, 2 sharp glints protruding from his right shoulder before they severed his arm. Above, 3 glaives swung down and severed the giant hand of Tempest, including Rand's left hand. The old exalt howled, the deep wrinkles along every inch of his face deepening further. He used his Ein and formed an arm and hand of winds, replacing the ones he lost. Taking down a greater martial exalt was far more troublesome than he thought. Oscar retreated far away with his troops to avoid the climactic battle as Aunt Ward suddenly appeared behind Rand. "Finally, you show an opening. Die, you old relic." Aunt Ward's cold stare signified the end of Rand's life. Her 2 hands, which gripped the glaive tightly to the point of drawing blood from her fingers, swung down with an unbelievable amount of Ein. The other glaives locked Rand into place like a prison of blades, similar to how he locked down Oscar with the Ein from his Tempest hands. Rand strained and writhed around, veins popping on his thin neck. His efforts proved futile, only making him seem more unsightly when the glaive sliced down diagonally from the shoulder. Rand's shocked gasps soon fell silent, his shaky gaze turning bloodshot at the sight of his bisected body. Aunt Ward was especially cruel, slashing down a second time on the crown of Rand's head, splitting him so cleanly Oscar could see the insides of Rand's brain, fluids taking a moment before spilling out. Relieved by the save, he almost accidentally released his guise and forcibly halted the process. Although the supreme commander of the enemy's armies was dead, the job was not over. Aunt Ward had already gone over to assist the other martial exalts before they could reform the army in the head's absence. Everyone, reform our ranks. We're heading on forward. Due to Ran's interruption, their formations were a wreck. After everyone reformed with Oscar at the helm, he resumed the charge and caught a second wind, the enemy also losing their wits and cohesion due to losing their leader. Flames gathered under Erden's hooves as he trampled over them, and Oscar's shield crushed their bodies like pebbles on the mountainside. Behind, the Vorpalair stayed intact, partly thanks to the meager resistance of the dejected foes. Moments later, they breached the enemy lines and arrived before the Excrucier, the enemy's headquarters. The city-wide fortress airship with countless guns and thick barriers resisted the small groups that passed through the enemy's defenses. Several large railguns hummed, shaking the air with their tremendous power. Several beams of dense iron fired from their muzzles, piercing burning holes into their airships. Oscar split his forces into 4 directions, taking a page from Willett's book, and assaulted the Excrucier on 4 sides. The other detachments seemed to understand the importance of his strike and fought to their limits to keep the railguns from targeting his troops. Raising his iron, Oscar punched the steel hull of an airship, the metal plates caving in and cracking apart from the inside as his iron omnireus imploded the entire structure. His Vorpalair reached the Excrucier, screeching while it drilled into the city rank barrier. It was a shame the plans for the improved Vorpalairs from GOL4's notes could be built by improving an older model. But it still worked perfectly fine. The Vorpalair pierced into the Excrucier barrier, iron rippling and contorting like curtains in the air. At this time, Aunt Ward finally arrived with the remainder of the martial exalts and ordered them to board the Excrucier and take control. The rest of the battlefield raised their voices as they hunted down the stragglers and commandeered enemy ships. Seeing no need for him to continue, Oscar leaned back, raising his eyes to the murky sky, unable to enjoy the victory when the view was naught but full of smog and dark clouds overhead, a most unlively sight. Well done. I believed in you most of anyone in the left wing. Aunt Ward floated to his side and bowed slightly. As the Grand Commander, I cannot express enough gratitude to you. It's all right, Aunt Ward. It was your plan that led us to this. Oscar smiled. Why did that old Exalt think he was safe enough to attack me? Aunt Ward scoffed, clearly looking at the bisected head stuck on her glaive in derision. He thought he knew my range well, but he only knew what I wanted him to know. The trouble was finding an opening. That's why your arrival was very... Her eyes wandered to his right side and trembled, her calm voice turning shaky as she clasped his shoulders, not too tight. Your arm. What happened to your arm? Oscar tapped her hands, indicating for her to let him go. After being freed from her worrying grasp, he held the shoulder, passing his fingers where the arm should have been attached. It's gone, fallen to God knows where, but it had to happen, or there would be no victory. Both master and disciple, causing me no end of worries. Aunt Ward seemed tired, her youthful face wrinkling in distress. Take your soldiers and rest on my Excrucier, the Iron Maiden. Leave the rest of the battle to us. Her stern gaze forced down any retorts before he could speak them, and he willingly agreed and ordered his troops to retreat. On the Excrucier, the Iron Maiden, he and his soldiers landed on one of the stone courtyards and immediately plopped down, many sleeping and snoring without care on the floor. Leaning his head on the smooth, cool stone, Oscar felt several thuds by his side and saw Emily and Fred in good rest, flanking him on both sides. Erden yawned and rested his large head on Oscar's lap. Sandwiched by his best friends, Oscar chuckled and felt his worries fly away with the coming breeze, the 2 suns revealing their light onto the wide plains as the clouds moved away. Basking in the warmth, he yawned, stricken by sudden drowsiness, and allowed himself to sleep peacefully for the first time since the start of this week-long battle. Outside, the cheers continued like a soothing chorus declaring the end. The next morning, Oscar woke up to the smell of fresh soup and saw Alec cooking a hearty breakfast. His strategist turned and greeted him with the usual welcoming smile, pouring out a bowl for him to drink. Hungry and parched, Oscar graciously accepted the soup and sipped, fulfilled in both thirst and hunger, his stomach grumbling for more. Fred and Emily hadn't woken up yet, still sleeping beside him. Letting them sleep more, He squeezed his way out of their pincer and sat closer to the boiling pot. Colors of green, yellow, orange, and brown mellowed out by the white stew. "Morning, Captain. There's no need to wake up so early. You should rest more." Alex sipped some of the soup, licking his lips. He sprinkled some more spices in it and stirred. The enemy has been driven out from all 3 planes. Grand Commander had split her army to assist the right wing, freeing Great Elder Robert to push onwards. "You want me to sleep, but you can't help from giving me a status report. So what's our job?" Oscar wanted to reach out to fill up his bowl again but felt odd. He remembered his arm was gone and consciously moved his left hand. It would take time for him to get used to missing an arm. An ear was bad enough, but now it was an arm. Grunting, he sipped the fresh bowl of soup, tasting the new spices Alec added, and nodded in approval. "No job. As I said, the battle is ours. Congratulations on having the greatest achievement. I dare say you'll be invited to another awards ceremony." Alec joked, laughing mildly. While drinking the soup, he listened to Alec's update on the current events. Ant Ward already led the armies to counterattack and decimated the enemy's reserves that were in the back, retaking the lands right before Arcanine City. Ordinarily, the enemy should have flanked and supported from the east, but unsurprisingly, his master held back the many martial exalts, killing a few more. 5 of their winds have been killed. The first storm, Ran Cyclos, is dead. The wardens slaughtered the second storm. Altogether, the enemy lost 370,000 soldiers out of 400,000 and 1,200 ships. It's a devastating blow. It will take years for the Emerald Hydra Empire to reorganize and recoup after this loss. We have bought years of peace for this part of the borders. Alec lowered the flames by spreading the charcoal around and rested down nearby. It's not the end of the war, but it's a good start. Oscar placed a bowl on the ground for Erden to eat. Stroking his friend's head, he turned his gaze outward. Far away, a large wall linked one end of the mountain to the other, riddled with holes full of rubble, some of which he could make out the view on the other side. Greatly, this wall, otherwise known as Arcanine City, suffered, half of it having collapsed to bits. The Excrucier and the rest of the surviving fleet arrived before Arcanine City. The city was built inside the Titanic wall, almost like a scaled-up alleyway with castles and towers built along the wall sides. Trumpets and drums blared their tunes and beats, cheers raining over the air in the songs of victory. His soldiers woke up and complained about the loud noise before shutting up once they realized it was for them. Placing his helmet on, Oscar mounted Erden and led them down to Arcanine City, landing on a clean spot between piles of rubble. Crowds converged on him and the others. From the wrecked houses and towers, the civilians lowered banners of blue and gold, and others cheered on the streets, waving flags and raising their arms high. The look on their faces said enough. The tears flowing down their cheeks past their shouting mouths revealed the extent of their suffering. Erden slowly walked through the parting crowds. He could tell Erden was holding back from lashing at everyone touching his fur. "Sorry, Erden, but let them have this moment," Oscar apologized. "It's all right. Just give me more cores later." Erden grunted. "Deal." Oscar reached up and grabbed a falling flower. Soon, a rain of flowers and petals showered on them, thrown by the crowd. The children gawked in awe, darting their eyes sideways at Erden's majestic figure and up and down at his own towering height. The adults hugged and cheered. The woman blew kisses at them, and many came up to Oscar, gifting him a flower and ribbon, their intent clear as day in their enamored eyes and flushed cheeks. Rejecting their advances, he brushed petals off Erden's head and continued his march, allowing the crowds to enjoy the victory parade after a week of occupation. He noticed a child lurking nearby and chuckled, entertaining a sudden idea. Picking up the child, he allowed him to sit on Erden and waved to the crowd, who cheered louder. The child laughed wildly and bounced up and down, flailing his arms around. "Captain, a word." Alec pushed his way to Oscar's side. "Right now," Oscar grumbled, patting the boy's head before letting him down. "Grand Commander Ward summons you to the temporary command post. She says it's urgent." "What now?" Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 546. To the Fallen. Leaving behind Fred, Emily, and the others, Oscar and Erden floated upward to the shocked gasps of the crowds. their cheers rising higher as they waved their hands at his retreating figure. The temporary command center was put up in the ruined castle. Half of it was toppled over in a mess of rubble, the tip of a spire sticking out like a sore thumb, charred black from presumably intense flames. Old soldiers were already at work, moving the rubble away one brick at a time, a menial task designated to the apprentice Exalts. His presence attracted their attention, and they all stopped, dropping the rubble loudly on the ground and bowing in deep respect. Past the ruined arches and avoiding piles of rubble, he navigated a course to the intact part of the castle, though barely as seen in the widespread cracks and caved-in walls. The guards by the doors didn't stop him, stepping to the sides the instant they saw him coming. Oscar nodded to the guards for a job well done and unmounted Erden to walk the remainder of the way. Entering a large terrace, he stared silently at the ruins, where statues of honorable warriors of olden days broke apart on the ground. Judging from how the rest of the terrace was relatively clean, Oscar clicked his tongue, insulted that the enemy purposely destroyed artifacts of their past. In the center of the terrace, Aunt Ward, Abraham Raven, Great Elder Robert, and the rest of the commanders, including Philip and Gaver, assembled. Surrounded by the admiration gleaming from their gazes, Oscar softly raised his palm to greet them. Aunt Ward cleared her throat and addressed the gathering. Everyone is here. First, I thank everyone here for their efforts in this war. The victory here has crippled the enemy and broken their resolve. For now, we have established peace in this section of the empire. Hurrah! The commanders cheered once. But we have lost much to get this far. Several others should have been here to bask in this victory, but they offered themselves to pave the way. A moment of silence for our fallen. For our dear brothers and sisters. Aunt Ward rested her fist over her chest, directly on the heart, and lowered her head as if bowing to the ghosts. While in deep thought, Oscar remembered the faces of everyone he lost, the soldiers who died from their injuries in the camp and the ones who fell during battle. After a few minutes of this solemn wake, Aunt Ward stuck her glaive in the stone, a dangerous eye rising from her body, a burning anger glaring from her eyes. I'm sure everyone wants to rest and celebrate, but look here. We have found this. Aunt Ward gestured to the empty plot of stone and snapped her fingers, the air distorting and twisting as if a veil had been lifted. A large wooden scaffold revealed itself, the gallows, on which several lifeless bodies were hung down, swaying around to the breeze. There were about 50 of them, all dressed in the uniforms of the pavilion and empire. Losing his breath, Oscar wandered from the gathering, and others soon moved closer, their steps slow and heavy. Balling his hands in fists, he slowed his steps and stopped right before one of the hanged, the unfortunate person who had been dead for a long time. He knew him. Oscar cut down the rather short yet stocky man, seeing the distinguishable blonde hair and plump cheeks. Eric, you idiot, why are you here? Oscar closed Eric's eyes, carrying him in his arms. The cheerful and loud Eric was cold and silent. Bringing him over to the side, several Exalts went to work and carefully wrapped Eric up in cloth. Slowly, they handled Eric with great care, and Oscar remembered their shared past, from when they met during the Colosseum and the free duels to the brutal battles in Ashen Grove. Did you know this man? Gaver held his hands together in respect for the fallen, clasped by his stomach. He was a good friend and a good Exalt. We fought up the great tree and delved into the deep city. This isn't the way he should have gone. He deserved better than to die in this way. Oscar took out a few rations, all of them being meat. Before they could fully enclose Eric in the cloth, he rested the rations on Eric's body and placed his palm on Eric's forehead, sending in a warm eye to bring color back to the pale face. Oscar grunted, a snack for your journey beyond and a warmth to keep you company. Farewell, my old friend. Somehow, he could swear he saw Eric's face smile for the briefest of moments. It must have been a trick of the eyes. Oscar kept his gaze unblinking on Eric's body as the others carried his friend over. Soon, the dead would find their way home and be put to rest. Remember that this is not the end, that horrors like this happen to the defeated, to those we left behind. Remember what we are fighting for and never be drunk on the victory had here. Aunt Ward finished her statement and dispersed the others to roam freely. Oscar, shall we share a drink? Philip asked. Our three armies fought together for the past week. It would be a shame not to celebrate together. Gavin went in between and wrapped his arms around them. We'll pour out some drinks for those who will be missed. Oscar sighed and said, Today does seem like the day to drink. The festivities continued long into the night. Torches and lanterns dotted Arcanine City, bringing life to the wasteland of rubble and death. Oscar no longer cared and drank away, clinking cups with everyone who came to congratulate him. The citizens put on great shows to entertain the soldiers, putting on great performances and plays of old stories. He clapped and laughed along the songs. Compared to the stiff summer gala, this festival was more to his liking, a place where everyone laughed and cheered their hearts out. Seeing Emily wrangle Fred around, stopping him from drinking more, Oscar laughed the most. Having a moment of clarity, he stood up, attracting the attention of everyone, and raised his mug high, a bit of a slur in his words as he spoke. It has been a long week. Lift our cups high to all those who gave their lives and paved the way. For their victory in life and death, may they watch proudly over us. For them, everyone raised their cups, mugs, and bottles and drank before cheering. Their lively celebrations never ceased until the break of dawn. Resting his flushed and hot cheeks on the cold stone, he nearly gagged, the morning breeze helping him a little. The sounds of groans and pained grunts showed how hard everyone had partied last night. Shaking his head, he roused his men up, all remaining 70 members of the Black Aegis Order. Well trained as they were, some could not contain the grumbles and complaints, which Oscar allowed for now since they were all hung over. Where are we heading, OS? Fred yawned, rubbing his eyes. Aunt Ward says a ship will pick us up to return to the pavilion, so we can all rest on the ship. Understood, Oscar shouted, his men weakly agreeing. At the designated location, an airship closed in, an ordinary-looking vessel for simple transport, but the one person riding it was anything but ordinary. Smiling at the old man resting on his reclined chair, Oscar waved over and stumbled on the decks. Elder Saul, what brings you here? Picking you up, isn't that obvious? Elder Saul yawned and waved his wrinkled hand. After Oscar settled his men in the airship, most sleeping in their quarters, Elder Saul tossed some fruit over to him, Emily, and Fred. What, no dry biscuits this time? Oscar bit into the fruit, the sweet, refreshing taste washing away the heavy hangover. Ungrateful brat, my own hands make those biscuits, Elder Saul scoffed. I'm here to ensure no surprises happen. With me here, the new dawn won't try anything. Fighting them won't break the Primaire's decree. Thank you, I can sleep easily now. Oscar finished his fruit and rubbed his shoulder. Fred and Emily stared with worry, something he didn't like to see on them. Elder Saul moved from his reclined chair and crouched, eyeing the missing arm. Why did you lose an arm? I lost it, but we won. Can you fix it? Oscar held hope that Elder Saul would have the solution. He always did. It's hard to get a grade 5 elixir for that. It was simply a droplet when I gave you one to regrow your missing ear. We'll need a full vial to do so. Elder Saul rummaged in his space pocket, shaking his head. I don't have more. Rather, I never needed one, and getting a droplet was hard enough. To make a fresh one for you now will take several years. Years? Oscar gripped his shoulder and frowned. He didn't realize a grade 5 elixir would take that long. We don't lack the materials, but the process will take around 6 years. I can start it, but you'll still need a way to fight without an arm. Elder Saul rubbed his wrinkly chin, squirming his lips. One arm is a huge detriment to your power, especially as a Reese user. It'll be fine. There is one other way. Erden had an answer and transmitted the information to Oscar. His face brightened up, and he nearly smacked himself for forgetting. One of the most crucial experimental blueprints from GOL4's notes, one that had never been realized into reality. Right, he could make an arm. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 547. The New Arm. Oscar, with his access to the Abyss prison granted by his master, fanned the flames of the furnace until they blazed out in roaring streams. Inside the forge room of the depths, the heat emanating from the furnace rippled across the layers of ash and soot, breaking their fragile gatherings apart into their baser specks. Oscar leaned his right shoulder, confused for a moment before realizing he once again tried to use his missing arm. His involuntary actions alarmed him. A useless movement could be his death sentence during battle. I'll need to hurry up and forge the arm? But can it be done? Oscar slammed his hammer on the anvil to blow away the dust and reveal the fine steel underneath. He took out the last remaining piece of diamond ore, the spectacular diamonds within gleaming brightly from the flames, sparkling like the stars. Once the ore was placed inside the furnace, the flames barely glanced on its surface as if the ore rejected the flames. An elemental ore of higher grades required a fine amount of time for the temperatures to rise. Resting on his chair, Oscar watched the ore slowly glow. A faint memory flickered in his mind, and he scratched his head, recalling what Joel mentioned. Years ago, in Ashen Grove, he wiped the drool from his lips, gulping hungrily at the huge bird creature roasting above the fire pit. Rain poured endlessly outside the cave, filling the air like an ocean, puddles pooling together to flood the entrance. Luckily, he carved out a moat and elevated his dwelling to avoid the hassle of getting wet. The nice fur around his body and the fires provided good warmth and comfort from the chilling air as he leaned against Erden in peaceful rest. In any case, the idea of creating replacement limbs for people was thrown out the window. Joel finished his rambling, resting by the fire. He made a mechanical grunt and sighed. What a terrible waste of potential. Grade 5 elixirs are hard enough to make, and not everyone can have them. Imagine Exalts having artificial limbs. Some can create their own out of spells and ein, but only temporarily. It makes my non-existent heart dance to think of the possibilities. Let me guess, you want me to perfect it and find a way for them to be usable. With everything else you've put me to do, what makes you think I have the time? Oscar tossed in several dry logs, and the fires crackled along the fibers, burning larger. My war may have gone far differently if all the injured Exalts had replacements for their unfortunate missing appendages. I'm sure you'll put the other designs to good work. But at the end of the day, the key factor is in the Exalts themselves. Joel 4's loud chattering tipped him over and rolled him into the flames. Oscar quickly retrieved him and stuck him on a pile of gravel. So, what was the problem? Oscar asked, readjusting Joel into the gravel to hold him in place. A bunch of problems. At first, I wanted to use an artificial core like a golem, which causes severe complications with the Xianxia core inside a person. The constant rejections between the two made me scrap that idea. Next, I tried to create an armament as a limb, but the formations inside clashed with the Xianxia. Then, I used the Xianxia core as the artificial limbs control function. The idea was good on paper, but nothing ever worked. Joel spat out some gravel, tossing it along the small slope. In my findings, I realized two things. One, the ore used needs to be an elemental or corresponding to the elemental spark of the person. That is easy enough, but the latter stumped me. Oh, what was the latter? Oscar asked. Stop interrupting me, Joel complained, making the mechanical sigh again. Since the Xianxia would act as the artificial core and the formation for the limb to function, the question came to what material suited it. No known beast part was compatible with the person, so the limbs never worked. If I used the person's bones as the material, it could work, but the fabricator and alchemist guilds frown upon such heretical means. But even if I was allowed, the amount of bones needed to craft a good limb might as kill the poor soul. Joel, you're a madman. What am I supposed to do about that? Oscar tore off the bird's leg, around as large as a cow's flank, and tossed it to Erden to eat. He cut out his own and started to devour the succulent meat, oil dripping down his lips. Find a way. Maybe you could grow someone's bones. Joel cackled. Sure, might as well try for your sake. Oscar smiled. The diamond ore reached the critical heating point, a bright red glow all over its surface, obscuring the diamond sparkle. Oscar retrieved the hot ore and clenched tightly on his hammer, still not used to using his left arm. Like the tolls of a bell, the sounds of his hammer striking the ore rang across the forge, a fanfare of sparks flying around. The ore began transforming with each strike, blackened portions cascading off like rust off a sword. The many sessions of practice creating armaments for his soldiers paid off well. In a short time, the diamond ore had been processed to the highest degree of purity, far surpassing his previous work in Greenwich City. The refined ore was placed inside a large crucible to be used later. Oscar turned to Erden and lovingly rubbed the top of his friend's head. He spoke lowly, almost like a whisper. saddened by his selfish request. "I'm sorry, old friend. This might be the only way it can work. Say no more. We are bound, you and I. It's only natural I do this for you." Erden grunted and bared his teeth, groaning in exertion until a pained gasp escaped his clenched teeth. The antlers on his head protruded until they snapped off like a pair of twigs, followed by a heart-wrenching cry from Erden, who breathed erratically but continued his agonizing self-torture. Oscar hugged Erden with one arm, feeling the body tensing from the pain, and he held tighter to reassure his companion. Whimpering, Erden released a tearful roar, and the antler wings on his back landed on the floor, thudding loudly. "You believe my antlers will work?" Erden panted, nudging Oscar away, and plopped on the floor, uncaring of the soot painting his fur black. "The blood transmutation between you and me made us share our physical qualities. Your antlers are pretty much like my own. If this doesn't work, then we wait for 6 years. Elder Saul's elixir will be done in that time." Oscar carefully carried the antlers as if they were precious children. "Bastard, it'll take me time to regrow my antlers." Erden bobbed his head around, seemingly confused by the lack of antlers, the same way Oscar was with his arm. Oscar heeded the precious antlers of the Prialapos. The moment arrived, and Oscar grunted on each strike, pouring his emotions into his hammer. Gratitude, sadness, anger, and all sorts of emotions traced the veins of his heart. His own mistake cost him the arm, leading to this. He could not tolerate failure in producing a magnificent work. He owed it to Erden and Gol to succeed. Oddly, the antlers provided zero resistance to his hammer strikes. Perhaps Erden's will lingering in the antlers allowed him to destroy it freely. Once the antlers were ground into fine dust from his powerful hammer, they were gathered into a sack and slowly poured into the kiln, teal flames bursting from each handful thrown in. Erden breathed out his flames to keep the fires going. He emptied the rest of the sack into the kiln and waited patiently until the flames naturally lowered to below the kiln's opening, settling down. He found some good grade 3 quenching oil, the Articus oil, grateful to his faraway master, and doused the kiln, smoke pluming from the opening like a chimney. Retrieving all the pellets of Erden's refined antlers, Oscar melted them down in the crucible, joining the beast material with the ore into a singular mixture. Now it came down to the reese forging. He could not allow his new arm to be lacking in its conduction of reese. Slowly, he dripped the mixture onto the anvil, all held inside a mold. Layer after layer, bolt after bolt, failure after failure, and hour after hour, he persisted, reigniting the flames in the furnace for the 10th time. "So complicated," Oscar grumbled, bringing his hammer to the layered ingot as Erden helped him twist it slightly each time, coiling it to resemble the muscle fibers in a person. He measured out his arm and noted how long it needed to be, stretching the coiled product to match. The designs did not require an artificial formation but to be separated into many pieces. Looking at Gol4's notes, he followed each instruction, pounding out individual plates and parts for the new arm. Little metal stubs formed the fingers, the curved plates outlined the shape of the arms, and the round orbs acted as joints for the knuckles, wrist, and elbow. Each part was meticulously shaped and latched into each other easily, clicking into place. Oscar blew off the ash and soot off each part, wanting his new arm to be clean on the inside. The arm was nearly finished, and he performed the final process, heating it once more in the furnace and quenching it in the oil, the parts coming together into a single whole. "Looks nice, very nice," Erden praised, his appearance still odd to Oscar, who had grown used to the large antlers. Now there was only a bed of white fur with small stubs where the antlers used to be. Erden growled, making Oscar chuckle. "Does it work? Only one way to find out. I believe in Gol4. Oscar brought the artificial arm to his shoulder, the hollowed-out space inside perfectly fitting his shoulder, all to the exact measurements. With a single click of a knob on the side, tiny needles stabbed into his skin, reaching his nerves, and he screamed out in pain, gripping his shoulder. The pain was far worse than he imagined. The needles acted as the entryway for his Xianxia core to exert its ein and control over the intricate points inside the arm. The ein glowed blue under the teal plating, and Oscar felt a connection form between him and the artificial arm. Nervously, he sought to calm his lungs and tried to move his arm like he had always done. The artificial arm lifted up, invoking a surprised chuckle from Oscar. He brought the arm close to his face. The fingers moved accordingly, the wrist rolled to the perfect degrees, and the grip was stronger than his normal physical power. It worked! Oscar swung his arm around, completely in control. Stomping his foot, he surged iron into it and threw out a shattering wave, its potency not lacking compared to his usual self. Lifting his arm high, he proclaimed to the heavens, "Hey, it worked!" Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 548. The Current Outlook. The sand landed on his face, pinching wherever it met his exposed skin, the scent of old blood and salt contained within each grain. Oscar shook his artificial arm, beating it against the air, satisfied at the sight of zero sand dropping from within, meaning nothing, not even the tiniest grains of sand, entered his artificial arm. A fine piece of craftsmanship, Oscar lamented in silence. If only Gol was alive to witness the wonders he recreated for the old one's sake. Readying himself again, Oscar clenched and thrust out a fist, parting the sands and showering in the dry squall of earth. His artificial arm was functioning perfectly to the finest control. The reese and iron conducted well through the reese-forged material, and the timing from his mind to the arm's movements was the same as if it were a real arm. To test it further, he charged a fistful of iron and competed in a test of strength with Erden, the teal arm bashing against the teal hooves, a loud crashing wake resulting from their collision, blasting the sands onto the arena walls. Not bad. It's well made, as expected from the nagging head. Erden shook his body, spraying the sand stuck on his fur. The downside is the usage of iron to keep it working. At a certain point, the arm will not obey your will. Your Adamus rays also doesn't spread into it. It's made of your antlers and Dubond Oregon. It's enough for it to match up. Oscar's eyes glinted with great interest. Maybe I can modify the arm for other purposes. The arena entrance opened, and a prison guard rushed inside and bowed, subservient to his master and, therefore, to him. With his master away on the front lines, he held control over the Abyss prison as the temporary warden. The prison guard rose and relayed a message. The pavilion master requests your presence in Triton Hold. Is that all? Oscar relaxed, his artificial arm limping down the side. According to a book he read, the limping might have consequences on his shoulder, a worrisome problem. Frowning, he took out some cloth and bound the arm as if it were broken, letting it rest along his chest, strapped to the shoulder to hang in a better position. The prison guard had not replied yet, so he asked again, "Is that everything to the message?" "Yes. I'm afraid no further details have been provided," the prison guard said shortly, well trained to be direct and proper in his master's elegant ways. "Very well. Erden, let's go." Oscar, in his blue soldier uniform, draped his black cloak of his black Aegis order over his back, slightly covering his seemingly broken arm. He mounted Erden and soared into the sky, bursting from the lake's water in a forceful push that sent high tides to the shores. The divine essence flower cast its shadow over him, a sickly sweet scent wafting over from the blooming rainbow petals, motes of pollen floating about in a gathering of small lights. The air, the Ain, and the land itself were different from when he first stepped foot here a year ago. The divine essence was taller than before. Undoubtedly, it was maturing at an alarming rate, bringing more divine changes to its surroundings. Oscar snapped out of the pleasurable trance brought on by the scent and overflowing Ain. Erden rushed ahead to Triton Hold. Riding past the saluting guards, Oscar trotted into the pavilion master's quarters and leaped off, noticing Gavr resting on the couch nearby. The future head of the Drakiri waved his hand in greetings with a bright smile, dressed in casual wear of a blue tunic, brown belt, and white pants. Why was Gavr here? Oscar felt the meeting might be about more trouble since it involved him and the Drakiri. Holding back his sigh, he bowed and greeted the two. "Oscar Tur has answered your summons, Grandmaster. Greetings to fellow Commander Gavr." Remulus smiled warmly and gestured for Oscar to sit down. Speaking once, Oscar rested comfortably on the chair. His voice old and soothing as ever, "Welcome, my grand disciple. You and Gavr have carried out great feats during the defense of Delvar Fort. I am pleased to have the younger generation be so capable. I barely had a role. I failed miserably, Gavin scoffed, insulting himself. Philip fought against 3 adversaries while Oscar fought against even more outrageous odds. All I did was get dragged around, playing chicken with that bastard. Fighting directly, I may fight against 2 of them, but scurrying around like a rat is infuriating. Most of the strategy was your doing. Even if there were variations, your plan panned out well. Oscar tried to reassure Gavin, who was grumbling about his own weakness. You have the insight and the eye for strategy that none of us did, except for Alec, perhaps. What's the use if I can't deliver on my own? The battle still cost you your arm. If I had dealt with that coward sooner and on my own, I could have helped you. Gavin pointed at Oscar's arm and then raised an eyebrow, clearly confused as he rose and squinted his eyes. Wasn't your arm cut off? Did you recover it? No, I made one. I'll tell you later. Oscar changed topics and turned to the pavilion master. Why are we here? I wanted Philip to be here as well, but Maggie wanted him to stay and oversee the rebuilding of Arcanum with Abraham. What a shame. Remulus cleared his throat and continued. First, your rewards for this success will be sent later. A massive amount of elixirs and precious materials. Second, I must update you too on the current state of the war. The table was cleared of all documents and scrolls from a wave of Remulus's hand, and he placed a large map over it, a detailed map of the continent. Strange, considering the previous times were maps of only the currently defended territory. Oscar waited for the pavilion master to explain. Ein swirled around the aged hands and swept across the map, creating lines along the map and dotting areas with 4 colors: blue, red, green, and black. In a tired tone, as if about to fall asleep, the pavilion master groaned and said, "Thanks to our resounding victory against the Emerald Hydra Empire, our borders are still unchanged. The difference now is the enemy retreating further into their occupied territories. The green dots along the southwestern border of Arcanum City retreated several lines away. Can we rush in and destroy them? Open up the southwest for us to pincer the rest of the southern borders or creep up to the western border?" Oscar asked. No, vexing as it is, we are still stuck. We move in, and the enemy can easily flank us and start a counteroffensive off our losses. Gavin tapped the green dots and red dots. It's a perfect killing zone for them to bait us into. That matters not. The Emerald Hydra Empire will take years to recover from the damage. We can relax parts of the southwestern borders to help out in the other regions. Our attention must turn to the rest of the southern borders, where the main offense of the Scarlet Griffin Empire and the Undying Flame Sect are concentrated. Remulus knocked away the green dots and flared up the red ones. And the Emerald Hydra Empire cannot move their reserves. Some coalition. They're hopelessly wary of each other. Oscar understood some principles of alliances and occupancy. The invading forces needed reserves in their conquered territories to prevent rebellions and insurgency. Also, they needed an army to prevent the other empires from claiming what they rightfully conquered. Oscar hated the seesaw game between these empires, preferring the ways of the Burning Valley where everything was risked in one, no looking back. It's not each other they're mostly wary of. It's the outside forces. Remulus snapped his fingers, the army dots outlining the continent. The Primaire of the Bloodlands, by the law of the Primal Council, decreed this war valid in this continent but did not forbid others from joining. The other 3 empires have to keep parts of their forces on their borders in case of any outside factions taking the chance to invade. Will be much easier if they join in now. It seems no one wants to involve themselves in this war, Oscar said, grumbling in curses. Their presence alone is enough to help us. It is our luck to have a grade 9 be born in our empire. Remulus chuckled lowly, clearly depressed, dark lines crossing his wrinkly brow as his eyes dropped. Having to rely on the younger generation leaves this old one sad on the sidelines. Why does Gilbert's existence warrant such behavior? Oscar was curious. Say they do aid the other empires and destroy us. But what if Gilbert wins and gains the favor of the Primaire? By decree, he cannot declare vengeance against the 3 empires that will be protected by the law of the Primal Council that extends to however long the empires exist as long as the Primar of the Bloodlands exists to uphold it. Rules are rules. Remulus rubbed his sweaty, hairless head. Still, he has the freedom to pursue any who assisted them. And even worse, if Gilbert manages to become a primaire himself, he may inherit the position of the primaire of the Bloodlands. Again, the rules grant immunity to the three empires should they win but not the others. The what-ifs are so vast and some far into the future, but for a grade 9, they might as well be the reality before your eyes. That is the power of such talent and potential. So they'll either charge in if the empires show an opening and a clear way for them to cinch a victory, thereby gaining Gilbert's favor, or just stay back and do nothing. Oscar gripped his hands. Frustrated, the grade 9 still seemed so far away. And rightly so. Grade 9s are just that big of a trump card. Gavin shook his head. Their gazes met for a second, and they exchanged wordless agreement about the matter, sharing in their frustration. Enough about Gilbert. His battle, his war is elsewhere. Everyone else has their roles to play. Remulus stamped the map, circling his finger along the southern border to the east. Draven will be recalled from the rest of the south and sent to the eastern borders. Oscar, Gavin, the two of you will lead your forces south to hold back the red tide. I have already sent for a competent commander to take charge of you both. Who? Oscar and Gavin asked in unison. Come in, Remulus smirked. The door was kicked off, a long leg with steel-plated heels extending out. Stomping her way inside, Celestina smiled cheerfully, her emerald eyes shining brightly along the glinting sunlight from the window. The silver hair flowed down her shoulders, light cascading down each strand, giving her a divine appearance. In her battle dress, she crossed her arms and clicked her steel heels together. Princess, Gavin quickly bowed deeply. Hey, Celestina, it's been a while. Oscar waved with his left hand. 6 months is nothing compared to 20 years. In any case, we'll be heading south soon, so... She stopped her words and stared unblinkingly at the wrapped right arm. Her worry was obvious in the trembling of her voice as she shouted, What happened to your arm? Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 549. The Strange Delay. After a few hours, he finally put Celestina's worry to rest and showed that his artificial arm was functioning well enough not to be a bother. If she reacted in this big of a reaction, then he surely had to keep this a secret from Avril, knowing how his wife would react more severely to his lost arm. Luckily, Elder Saul was working on the elixir, so he only needed to wait for the years to go by. With Celestina's long inquiry put to rest, they moved on to the appointment. The pavilion master blessed them to set out to the southern border. Days later, Oscar wandered to the edge of the airship. As the two suns peeked over the horizon, a sudden heaviness weighed on his heart as his face fell, weary at the sight of his village, his former home and farm, down below. He closed his eyes, unable to stomach the sight of his parents' graves, though so far and faint but still glaringly clear to him. They might as well be right in front of him, looming the shadows of their tombstones over him. I should buy back the farm when I return here with Avril. Oscar planned out the next course of his life after the war. What else would be more comforting in this world? Settling down here with his wife, starting a family, and living near his master and friends all seemed pleasing to him. A sudden breeze froze over, and he felt a jolt, a staggering amount of iron lingering in the air. His nose sniffed several times, irritated by the choking scent of burning sulfur and blood. Fred and Emily joined him on the airship deck, their cheeks slightly flushed and their strides carrying a hint of a jump or a skip to their merry steps. Enjoyed the sleep? Oscar knew that sort of idiotic look, seeing it many times on Avril and himself in the mirror after a restless and passionate night. I hope you didn't wake anyone with the sounds you made. Like hell. Just wait until you bring your wife over. I'll enjoy teasing you both until your ears fall off from how red they become, Emily quipped with a wide grin. Fred groaned and palmed his face, either from the shame of showing his face after last night or embarrassment from Emily's attitude. Nevertheless, he exhaled deeply and asked in a serious tone, Are we arrived? Can't you smell or feel it? Oscar peered out to the open expanse through the horizon. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the heavy air that stifled and choked out the air out of his lungs, carrying the weight of mountains pressuring down on his shoulders, was anything but ordinary. The crushing feeling like someone was gripping his heart could only be the pressure that permeated the battlefield. It took a second for Oscar to spot the structure in the distance, located perfectly in the center of one of the rising suns, appearing as nothing but a faint dot. The closer the airship traveled, the clearer the view became. The blurred and mixed colors settled and separated into more distinct ones of varying characteristics. The environment of countless murky brown rivers spread out like spider webs, linked in a vast network, bordering patches of ancient green woods and grasslands. The leaves so thick, nothing could be seen underneath. Oscar murmured the name of this vast wilderness. So that's the Gyre Wildlands. I never expected to return here after so long. It's where Emily and I went the first time you were imprisoned. How nostalgic. Fred chuckled, resting his head on the ship's rails. Want me to cut your hair off like before? Emily snipped her 2 fingers, acting with a pair of imaginary scissors over Fred's hair. He brushed her off and grumbled incoherently, which only deepened the smile on her face, clearly enlivened by Fred's reactions. She mimicked Fred, resting her head beside his on the rails, and tapped her fingers around, hints of nervousness rippling on the steel hull for Oscar to pick up. Don't worry, just follow me. Oscar patted her head. Fight behind me. That's right. Emily has nothing to worry about. Fred joined Oscar in rubbing her head, ruining her tidy hair. She gripped both their heads and tugged on their hair with a harsh pull. Some things never changed even after 20-some years. Oscar calmed his nerves while his hair was still being pulled by Emily's retaliation. Smoke bellowed up from the enlarging dot that revealed itself as the headquarters of this part of the southern borders. Many were its watchtowers, so many that it formed the base for other towers to rest on top of. Layers of towers grouped and built on each other clumped them into a single large tower overlooking the entire Gyre Wildlands, known as Orbus, the Watchful City. His airship descended on the second layer of Orbus, and he led his black Aegis order outside. A quick search found no civilians roaming around, leaving only the soldiers and watchmen. He wondered if the rumors of how people lived inside Orbus were true. Eager to find out, he wore his helmet and waited for his soldiers to be ready before setting out. The instant he entered inside, he was greeted by the most astounding sight. The first tower after the port was a busy marketplace, tents, stalls, and shops circling all the tower levels, from the ground to the top, outlining the walls, leaving the centers exposed for anyone to see directly to the very top. Stairs directed the clamoring crowds to travel from one level to the other, some stopping to stare at his troops, pointing at him from above. Hurriedly, they all parted to create a path for him and his forces to travel through. The marketplace consisted of 5 towers, all spacious and tall, and he traveled to the upper levels, avoiding the residential areas. Stopping before the entrance to the next tower marked by 2 swords and a cross, the mark of a military ward, Oscar waited for the 2 guards posted there to confirm his identity. After clearing his name, the guards bowed deeply to their knees, resting their weapons on the floor. Margrave Tur, the rest of the War Council is assembling on the 5th level. Your soldiers may rest in the other towers. Oscar agreed and left his soldiers behind. Inside the council room of the 5th level, the highest floor for the higher authorities of the army, he saw Celestina and Robert Raven in their seats. Strangely, there was no one else in the room. Was he early? Where were the other commanders? The time on the clock revealed the answer. He was too early. Oscar greeted the 2 and took a seat at the table to wait. Who else are we waiting for? I know Gavr should be here, Oscar asked, studying the map of the Gyre Wildlands on the table. They're all here. I hear them coming. Celestina passed Oscar a cup of tea, which he gratefully accepted. Robert grumbled about something, but he didn't hear the exact words. The doors swung open and Charles stepped inside, followed by Gavr and several other commanders at the Martial Exalt and Greater Knight Exalt realms. They all lowered themselves to the princess, many staring at Oscar with the same expression he saw on many faces, a mix of awe and questioning. The strongest of the newcomers, the Greater Martial Exalt, was one of the generals of the main army, General Kraus, a man of reputable fame and leadership. As ordered, we have gathered here according to your call, my princess, General Kraus. The 2nd Division is yours to command, as is the Drakiri, Gavr added on. Naturally, the Black Aegis Order will follow. Oscar followed proper etiquette and declared his allegiance. Celestina smiled before her brows tensed, and her smile fell flat. She placed her hand on the map and knocked her rapier on Orbus and the surrounding marshes. The pavilion master believes the enemy will double their efforts here since Arcanon City has been retaken. Our mission is to hole up and counter their offensive front. If we can shatter the enemy here, we'll have basically won this war. Cheers resounded across the room from the other commanders, but Oscar did not cheer, nor did Robert, Charles, Gaver, and General Kraus. There was no chance the enemy would let this go easily since their entire existence was on the line. Celestina also seemed not to tolerate this preemptive cheer of victory by shouting over them to quiet down. The armies will be organized to the various stations over these marshes. Now listen carefully to my instructions. We can't let any of them through, she said sternly, and everyone who cheered shut their mouths and put on a similar serious expression. A long time later, Oscar fought against the enemy forces over his station in the Gyre wildlands. It's the monster! Brace yourselves! The soldiers of Red and Flame barked out, but none could stand up to his and Erden's combined charge. Oscar flung several of them away, thundering shockwaves booming from his golden drill, carrying flames of wrath to rack horrendous pain upon his enemies, casting their burning bodies to cool down in the marshes. Their defenses were sturdy like iron, but iron was useless against his might. Us, don't go in too far. There's another trap, Fred shouted behind him, deflecting several attacks with a blast of wind. Damn it, wave after wave they just poke around without truly committing. When are they going to try something drastic? Oscar was angered, clenching his teeth and hands to the fullest. It had been 5 years since his arrival in Orbus, and so far the war was at a standstill, the enemy offering nothing for him to take advantage of. What are they up to? They're the ones on a time limit. 2 years remained until the Primanomici finished, and Gilbert would return in triumph or defeat. Either way, it would be the return of a grade 9 Exaltia, not the best conclusion for the enemy. Exhaling a puff of heat, he grabbed the axe of a soldier, the blade scraping sparks along his artificial arm. As the soldier's eyes widened in shock, they paled and dulled from Erden's antlers, impaling the chest, carving out the organs like fruit on branches. Something still felt extremely off. Oscar couldn't figure it out, but he knew from the depths of his experience and tenure that the enemy wasn't mindlessly attacking. There was a hidden directive. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 550, Orbus's Fall. What was it? Oscar stayed put in the mess of the battle, peering beyond the scope of his tiny section of the battlefield to the others. Behind him, his soldiers acted fast and shouted to protect him, rushing past him and throwing their bodies and spells against the enemy. It was the same as usual, the same skirmishes that came in wave after wave, the enemy's strategy ineffective like tides on a cliff. His forces, currently split into multiple platoons, met against the enemy, with no ground gained and none lost. If you're going to stand there staring like an idiot, then retreat. A mental message resounded in his mind, and Demon, in his duality body, brushed past him, cleaving off the head of a lower knight Exalt with a single swipe of his hand. Demon reignited the onslaught and led the frontal charge to break the enemy division, and they scampered away into the marshes, unable to muster resistance against Oscar's main forces. Though concerned about the strange tactics, he had no time to keep wasting as the two suns descended, nearly enveloped by the murky horizon. The night was nearing. His worries would have to wait until tomorrow. Oscar quickly called for the retreat, the drums beating fiercely over the battlefield, and everyone halted. He gave a stern look to those eager to continue fighting, accursed battle maniacs, and they reined themselves in and gathered to his position. As his army regrouped, Oscar brought up the rear in case of an ambush, eyeing the marshes one last time before returning to his base. "Alec, how's the rations?" Oscar unmounted Erden and headed to his tent, the large white one with 2 guards flanking the entrance. "A new shipment of rations and elixirs arrived yesterday, but they're lacking. I'll have to lower everyone's shares." His usual calm smile fell, and Alec sighed heavily, scratching his temple, but the wrinkles along his brow stuck on. "The decision to abandon the outer regions has bitten us in the rear. We gave up so much of our farmlands. Hunting is viable, but we can't feed everyone. And the elixirs?" Oscar didn't enjoy receiving bad news, especially about their supplies. "At least those are consistent. Our supply of fresh elixirs for meditation and healing has not dwindled in the past 5 years. But elixirs can't feed an army. Sure, everyone will be fine in Ein, but their stomachs will not. Alec carried over a crate and wrenched it open with his hands, showing the preserved meat, pickled vegetables in jars, and boxes of crackers. After some calculations, Oscar received a tiny strip of jerky, 2 crackers, and a small pile of pickled vegetables on the crackers. Really, Oscar couldn't believe it. Everything fit neatly in his hand, barely filling his palm, and he had to call it dinner. Alec merely shrugged and started to divide up the rations, garnering the ire and complaints of the others. Oscar ate everything in one bite and retreated to his tent, resting his head on the small boulder he placed inside, the cold feeling of the stone relaxing his tense neck. "Excuse me, Margrave, may I come in?" A stranger's voice called out from the tent. His guard entered inside and said it was a messenger from Orbus. Holding in his grievances, Oscar hissed out a hateful sigh. He could never get a good rest. He ordered the guard to let her in, and the messenger swept in, quickly bowing while lifting a scroll sealed by wax. "This comes from the pavilion master. Thank you. If you wish to rest here, let my guard know, and we will accommodate you. Now leave me to read this message." Oscar waited for the messenger to leave before cracking open the wax seal and unfurling the scroll. Its contents were, as usual, the updates on the other borders. Every place so far was at a standstill. His Grandmaster detailed the resurgence of the Emerald Hydra Empire and that they may soon be ready to enter the war again. It sounded alarming, but Arcanine City had already been rebuilt and fortified to withstand a large-scale invasion. The rest of the report had nothing noteworthy until his eyes crossed the last section. Written in black ink, the paragraph spoke in great enthusiasm of the new generation of Exalts, born and developed under the blessing of the divine essence. The Grandmaster believed they would certainly turn the tide of war and help outlast the last few years until Gilbert's return. Weird, Oscar could get a good read of the enemy's intentions. Surely they also knew about the new generations of Exalts being born and trained in the pavilion. So why were they not rushing to settle the war beforehand? It couldn't be the politics or natural wariness of their allies. This war concerned their very existence and continued history. Oscar racked his head for an answer and found none. The enemy was too quiet, and the new dawn had been missing for so long. An insidious seed of discomfort was wriggling around the veins of his brain, an anxious tick that hammered in his skull. What are they waiting for? Oscar went back to study the map on his round table. Erden kept the flames on the brazier while Oscar brooded over the possibilities. The next morning, Alec burst into his tent, and Oscar opened his eyes from his meditation, not having slept the entire time. Before he could ask what was happening, his strategist, covered in sweat, shouted, "Orbus is under attack by all enemy forces. All of them." Oscar rose to his feet, nodding for Erden to follow. "What happened to the enemy forces along this riverway?" "All gone. Scouts report the enemy encampments are all abandoned. Every single ship and Exalt is sieging Orbus. Similar reports have come from the other stations." Alec responded hastily. "Black Aegis order." At his shout, everyone turned to him, and he banged his shield once. "Get the ships airborne. Orbus requires our aid." Every second counted, and his troops understood the severity of the situation, quickly dousing out the campfires and rallying themselves into formation. He joined up with Fred and Emily, soaring into the sky at the helm of his flagship. Glancing around, he saw everyone had formed up. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Move out." Orbus was not far from the station, only a few hours' journey at top speed. Since the siege had just begun, he should be able to make it in time to join the other armies to free Orbus. As the fleet traveled in haste, Oscar felt the same discomfort as last night, the one that kept him up the entire time. Why now? Why would the enemy attempt a siege on Orbus now of all the times after 5 years? Tapping his chair, Oscar yearned for the answer, knowing that it was the key to this battle. Yet, everything the enemy had done seemed nonsensical and contrary to good strategy. "We've arrived," Emily shouted. Outside the window, the enemy fleet blanketed the sky, firing heavy bolts of Ein onto Orbus. A shimmering barrier flared and rippled from the ensuing explosions, appearing like water yet as hard as the walls of the pavilion. A sizable fleet spread around Orbus, tackling and ramming the enemy ships to prevent them from getting closer. The sky was clear as day, but the thunderous noises and rising flames kicked up a storm on the ground. Look, the Drakiri have arrived with their fleet. So have the others. Fred unsheathed his twin blades, ready to battle. A message from General Kraus. Orbus is holding for now, but we need to attack now. Alec relayed another message. Then we have no time to play around. Black Aegis order, follow me outside. The rest of you stay within the ships and rain fire on the invaders. Oscar leaped down one of the ship's hatches and flew along the steel hull, surging far ahead. His black Aegis order dove down and followed him into the thick of battle. Erden transformed into his meld form, and Demon appeared next to him in the duality body, carrying 40% of his strength. Their eints resonated with each other and combined into a full frontal attack. As he neared the enemy's wall, a sudden shiver ran down his spine, and it wasn't only him. The sky suddenly turned dark, and everything turned cold. Oscar stopped and looked up at the stormy clouds that appeared out of nowhere. Was it the enemy's work? Oscar turned to the front. No, even the enemies were gawking at the sudden change in the sky. It was the perfect chance to cull the enemy while they were dumbfounded. But as he prepped to move again, a screech tore across the battlefield, his ears pounding and aching from the horrific scream. The sounds of roars and more screeches enveloped the air, and everyone looked around for the source. From the storm clouds, under the flash of lighting, several shadowy figures dove down, their wings trailing dark smoke. Beasts! Someone cried out. A ship blew up instantly as a winged creature burst from the burning wreckage. It carved out a bloody path, clutching many exalts in its sharp talons and breaking their bodies with its beak. The wings sliced through several more ships until someone finally responded. However, it was not alone. Hundreds, thousands, an uncountable number of beasts descended from the storm clouds and even more stampeded on the ground. Form up! Oscar didn't know why these beasts suddenly made a move, but staying here was suicide. Retreat to the airships, protect as many as we can. Fall back to Orbus. The only way to survive was to retreat into the barrier around Orbus. Chaos erupted as both enemies and allies alike were torn apart by the beasts, all manners of resistance failing to counterattack successfully. Oscar let loose a shattering wave to blow open a clean path through the chaos, but his heart sank as a beast revealed itself, hovering over the battlefield. It had 6 legs as thick as tree trunks, sharp and single-jointed. A hard shell or carapace surrounded every inch of his creature in the shape of an egg. 6 eyes blinked, glowing purple, an ominous sign with the dark clouds behind it. Its dark color only heightened the menacing presence. The mandibles eerily clicked until it fell silent, and everyone fell silent at its presence, even the beasts stopping their rampage. Then its mouth opened wide, revealing a row of sharp, drooling teeth, and Ein gathered inside the gaping void. "Run!" General Kraus shouted from his flagship. A high-pitched scream deafened out all other noise, a rippling distortion expanding from the creature's maw. Everywhere this distortion traveled, destruction followed. Ships caved into itself as if sinking into a black hole and exploded violently. Beasts and exalts caught in it popped like balloons, fireworks of blood spraying in the air. Oscar and the others who were not in its direct line of fire couldn't rest easy as the emanations from the distortion spread around, a hurricane of Ein and wind laying waste to everything else. "Get out!" Oscar shouted, bringing Erden and Demon with him. The ships lost control, spiraling wildly, and rammed into each other, cracking open their steel hulls. He reached out for Fred and Emily, but the winds overwhelmed them. Direction was meaningless. Thoughts were lost in the raging storm, and his body could not resist the flow. He saw towers falling, the same towers that built up the mighty Orbus. From the very top to the bottom, everything tumbled down in a landslide of rubble, an avalanche of stone and dust. It was his first to see a great city fall like a bundle of sticks. What kind of madness befell Orbus? That was Oscar's last thought before he blacked out. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 551. Fallen to Hell. What happened? Oscar blinked. The hectic storms, the bloody massacre of beasts and humans, and the fleets were gone. replaced by darkness. Everything was deathly still as the air choked him, a stifling mess of dust and dirt exiting his pained lungs in dry coughs. Soon, the pain spread over his body, or rather, he had begun to regain his senses, starting with his touch. It was like someone had driven a hammer to pound on all of his bones, the most unpleasant of lingering agony that refused to subside. Reaching his heavy hands out, he felt a sturdy stone wall. The dark haze over his eyes lifted, a veil of obscurity returning to bright clarity. Bright might not have been the fitting word. Rows of bricks and stone welcomed him, tossing dust upon his face. From what he could tell, he was underneath a piece of a rampart, a closer inspection revealing its architecture of the same make as the towers of Orbus. He tried to remember what had happened, but his memory was blank after the blackout. "I'm right here. Sometimes, I wonder if you're purposely ignoring my existence," Demon whispered in his thoughts. "Where am I? What happened?" Time was running short. Grunting, he pulled his legs together and crouched underneath the fallen rampart. He turned to see Erden resting by his side, battered and riddled with cuts and gashes. To his relief, his friend's breathing rose and fell like soft waves, calm and serene. Though Erden was not in danger of dying, his injuries needed tending to. "Once the strange insect attacked, you lost consciousness. I had to cancel the duality and take over, but the storms crashed us somewhere among the ruins. Your injuries were too severe, so I found the spot underneath the rubble, tucked yourself in, and drank the healing elixirs." As Demon recounted yesterday's events, Oscar checked the contents of his space pocket. Only a few elixirs remained, but only a single grade 3 healing elixir. Oscar poured the elixir into Erden's mouth, clamping it shut to have him forcibly swallow. It was not enough to clear away all the injuries. However, it covered up a good amount for him to be satisfied. "Thanks." Oscar placed his hands over Erden's white fur and stroked it gently. "Orbus is in ruins now. The defenses are gone. Luckily, the beasts are hostile to all humans. The enemy can't pass through Orbus so easily," Demon said without any regard for the fallen allies, just like the same cruel and cold person he always was. "What's the plan?" "Rest for now." Oscar gripped his artificial arm. In a forceful grip, he poured out his strength. The metal plating on his arm, which had dents, grooves, and was misshapen, screeched and groaned, clicking into place, back into the familiar shape of a limb. It suffered heavy damage from the storm, and Oscar felt gratitude toward GOL for the ingenious designs that kept the arm functioning in its current state. Then, Demon asked, strangely talkative. He didn't need to ask, and neither did Oscar, as their thoughts and memories shared a link from which they could learn everything. Still, perhaps Demon also wished to talk and converse during these dreary moments. Even though they were polar opposites, they shared a few tendencies. Realizing this, Oscar chuckled and said, "Thanks for keeping me company. It's the only way to ensure you don't go mad. I suggest we abandon this battle and retreat to the pavilion," Demon said. "You already know without looking into my thoughts what my answer is." Faced with Demon's silence, an act of consent, Oscar crawled out of the small opening on the side where Demon first took him through. Outside, the dark clouds brooded over the sky, not letting a single hint of sunlight seep through. Arcs of lightning crackled slowly along the storm, writhing around like serpents. Thanks to them and the fires blazing along the ground, Oscar could make out his surroundings but frowned at the destruction. Barely intact towers toppled on each other like dominoes. Wreckages of demolished buildings rested on the land, many holding some semblance of their former shape. Scattered remains of airships, both great and small, had crashed as well, most burning in bright flames while others hummed quietly as their turbines spun slowly. Orbus had fallen, no longer standing tall over the marshes, and fallen into a forsaken wreck of a town. "Is this Orbus?" Erden woke up and joined Oscar outside, gazing deeply at the ruins. "What remains of it, yes. Are you healthy enough to fight?" Oscar said, turning to observe the rest of the wreckage. "I'm wide awake. Where do we begin looking for your friends?" Erden asked, licking the blood off his leg. Oscar replied, "Flying above may be the best option, but I'm not sure about—" A screech forced his words back into his lungs, and Oscar glanced up at the stormy clouds, shaken to the core at the gathering of thousands of beasts flying overhead. He rushed into another wrecked building, hiding in a corner where the roof wasn't caved in. The beasts, winged or not, hovered over, gliding just below the clouds. They seemed to have no intention of attacking but no intention of leaving either, simply circling their area. "Are they patrolling?" Oscar murmured. The patterns of the beasts stayed uniform, the movements and directions cycling consistently similar to patrolling guards. Situating his body deeper into the corner, he cursed under his breath as flying was no longer an option. While he believed in his power, it mattered little against an entire horde. Oscar tiptoed out of the building and roamed from one safe spot to another, navigating through the ruins. Faint growls and cheerful yelps slowed his steps. 4 or perhaps 5 beasts lurked ahead, brazenly being noisy as if drunk on their victory. Oscar floated slightly up, keeping his feet above the delicate rocks. Mentally, he told Erden to circle to the other side while he observed. Erden silently floated away, weaving between the rubble and out of sight. The beasts' chatters grew louder, and Oscar thought they had found him, but no reaction came toward his end. Holding his breath, he floated up a wall and poked his head out, quickly stopping himself from clacking his teeth in anger. Down below, several beasts, a pack of red saber hyenas, gnawed their drool-ridden fangs into a corpse, one wearing the coat of blue with a cloak of black, a comrade and one of his own. Oscar bit his lips, careful not to draw blood by accident, and balled his hands into fists, also careful not to dig his nails into his palm. The seconds felt like an eternity. He watched as the beasts tore apart the limbs, ripped into the flesh and organs, a sprinkle of blood spewing with each bite. The instant Erden was ready, Oscar pounced on the beasts, silencing 2 in an instant with his golden maw and golden drill to the heads, with very little resistance to his iron. Before the other 3 could shout, Erden swept in and punctured their throats with his antlers, burning their windpipes into ashes. It all happened in a split second. Oscar punched into their chests and pulled out red cores, tossing 4 to Erden and 1 for himself. Oscar gulped down the core and knelt before whatever was left of the fallen comrade. It was impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman. He yanked out the tag around the neck and the medallion of his order and stored them in his space pocket. At the very least, the person's identity can be known through this if it was any solace to the deceased. He placed the person into one of the infernos, letting them fly above as embers to the stars and rest as ashes among the ground, a better fate than resting as a mangled corpse. "I'm sorry, I failed you. I promised you that we would fight in the deepest perils, in the most daunting tasks. You deserve to die as a brethren and as a solider or live on into the new age. Not a dog's death like this." The black cloak burned away until the Aegis symbol remained momentarily longer. Oscar poured out some wine he took from Fred. "May you rest now. Dying by beasts is a dog's death?" Erden raised an eyebrow. "You know what I mean. Master always said one should fight for oneself in one's last moments. This one did not have that chance. They were eaten while broken down." Oscar sipped some of the wine and dripped some into Erden's mouth. "Now, enough of your jokes. We need to find everyone, however many we can." "Are you sure?" A feminine voice called out from above, carrying a certain charm to each word, laced with a provocation. This voice was familiar. However, why would she be here? And why now, after 5 years? Oscar jolted and turned with his pseudo-guise already clad around his arms and legs. Above, on the wall he scaled earlier, Cersi Valten hung and rocked her legs playfully, her short black skirt fluttering around to her kicking, barely hiding the rest of her enticing figure. The deep blonde hair freely flowed down her exposed shoulders, thanks to her black shoulderless and sleeveless shirt, a healthy, rosy red complexion glowing on the supple skin. Cersi grinned, her violet eyes narrowing and deepening, reflecting his figure clearly by the flames. She leaped down, holding her skirt down, and floated, her short, black heels an inch away from the ground. A warning came from her red lips. "This place is far too dangerous for you to stay. I can't have the future father of my child die here. It'll be a tragedy. By the way, what do you think?" She twirled slightly. "Wore this specifically for you. How does it feel to have the jewel of the Valtens dress up for you?" Oscar clenched his fist, driven by the desire to kill her, but thought better of it. Only fools would fight in this place unless they wished to be torn apart by a horde of beasts. Cersi herself was also a concern, her powers and limits still unknown to her, while she certainly knew everything about his prowess. Focused, he turned away, confident she had no intent to attack, and he floated away. I have a duty to find my men. Ha! Cersi sighed, then smiled. Saying things like that is what makes you the perfect choice. If you want to find them, the pretty princess has gathered survivors to the west. Is that a lie? Oscar perked up, meeting her gaze. Believe it if you want to. First step is to gain your trust. Well then, regroup and leave this place. Cersi waved goodbye and disappeared into the rubble. West, Erden scoffed. I don't like it any more than you do, but it's our only lead. Oscar looked at his compass and pointed westward. Demon, go scout out first. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 552. My burdens live here. Amid the crackles of lightning and the sea of beasts above, Oscar floated silently, ever careful of his surroundings, relying on Erden's extra vision and senses to make out the way. The fresh scent of blood came from the carcasses of beasts strung along the path west, painting a red carpet on the rubble for him to follow. Despite having 50% of his power, Demon had no issues culling down all the beasts without a single peep or sound alerting the hordes above. He wondered how far the ruins reached. It seemed endless, perhaps due to how slow he was moving, sneaking across from one safe spot to the next. Some beasts approached, attracted by the enticing scent of fresh meat, and feasted with high-pitched growls. Oscar aimed and fired several golden breakers, landing them right onto their throats, and Erden swooped in, slashing his antler wings like blades, beheading them. Quickly, Oscar and Erden cradled the fallen heads and gently placed them down. Just how much further west? The blood path was still fresh, his vision jumping to demons and finding only a horizon of rubble before his alter ego. A crash from behind snapped his focus back to himself, and he turned at great speed, relaxing at the crumbling wall that fell apart, kicking up clouds of dust and forming a mound of brick. Safe for now, Oscar ate the cores, sharing some with Erden, and continued westward, darting his eyes at every crevice and hole. Surely some others like him, or rather Demon, had the idea of hiding deep inside a safe spot. Regrettably, he found no one. His heart sank at the lack of survivors. The worst was the reality seen in the ocean of corpses, not just beasts, but humans from both sides. Their lifeless bodies filled every nook and cranny of this part of the ruins. Oscar averted his eyes away from the hollow stares of the few that still had their heads. The others seemed to have their heads bitten off or their whole bodies squashed underneath the weight of Orbus, nothing but their feet sticking out. He recovered as many tags as he could, whispering his apologies to those he could not get to. The path was still far ahead, and there was no time to canvass and search every corpse. Erden nudged him in the usual comforting manner. Oscar patted Erden's head and nodded. Right, they were still alive. Speeding slightly, they turned around pillars and swooped through roofless halls, doors leading to nowhere but more ruins and the dark stormy clouds overhead. Demon had been very busy, and Oscar grew concerned, knowing the duality would reach its limits at this pace. Spending the night was not favorable for him and the survivors. 20 minutes later, Demon finally relayed good news. I found them. You have? Oscar looked through Demon's eyes, seeing empty ruins of a great building that he recognized as one of the large military wards in Orbus. The roof was caved in, and the walls lacked the sturdiness and sense of security it once emanated. Faint shadows moved inside, their figures trying to avoid revealing themselves in the windows, but the small traces of their shadows gave them away. Near the main entrance, where one half of the door was missing, a flag stretched its emblem to the fullest, its pole driving deep into the ground. It stood defiantly as a beacon of hope against the storms. The royal emblem. Cersi was right. Oscar could not mistake the golden dragon enveloped in royal blue. He cancelled his duality and sprinted toward the flag. As he neared the fallen military ward, he sensed a hostile intent against him, the figures growing clearer in the windows, the flashes of light from the endlessly churning lightning reflecting the deep blue of their uniforms and armor clearly. Once they got a closer look, they fell back, and a man in battered dragon armor stepped out of the entrance. A wing was chipped off on one side of his helmet, and dents and cuts dulled the armor's golden luster. "You're alive. Of course you would be." Gavin chuckled under his helmet before removing it, a fresh scar extending from his forehead to cheek, crossing his eyes. "Come inside. It's not safe to talk here." Oscar settled himself inside the military ward, surrounded by the stares of the remnants, the survivors, each one injured in one way or another, not a single one unmarred by the sudden onslaught. One by one, bow by bow, these soldiers focused their gazes on him, deep reverence glinting in their pupils and a hint of expectance, their faces brightening as he stepped past them. Did they believe he could overturn this crisis? Oscar held back his sigh. His position of hero, together with the tales of his victories, had its uses in keeping up morale and holding their hopes high, but now they felt like shackles binding him to their burdens. His feet slowed to nearly dragging their toes. His arms hung lower, limping as if dragged down by weights, and his face fell, hiding his expression under the cover of the dim lights. He knew no answer to give them, no words of hope this time. This time they truly lost, and there was no victory in this hell. Turning the corner, he roamed past the hallway, lined by dozens of doors, reaching the other end where a familiar and comforting sight welcomed him. "Oscar!" Celestina rushed in and clasped his hands. She had seen better days in the past. Her silver hair had several strands out of place. Spots of dirt dirted her armor, and her emerald eyes lost much of their luster, flaring for a moment at his return. Her shaky grip refused to let him go, and she said in a weary tone as if she aged dozens of years, "Thank goodness you're alive. Thank goodness. I'm glad to see you alive as well. Is there anything I can do to help?" Oscar comforted her by patting her hand. "It's more than enough that you're alive. You should rest for now. I still have to assess the current crisis." Celestina's gaze hardened, and she removed her hands, returning to her spot by the block of rubble she used as a table. "Is this everyone?" Oscar saw only Gavin, Celestina, and himself in this room, and counting the ones outside, only a few hundred. If this truly was the remainder of their forces, then the losses were too much to handle. Staring at Celestina, he grieved for her. She always regarded her people as her priority, her empire as her home to protect. But in one cruel massacre, this small group remained under her charge. Celestina slightly clenched her hands, and he knew she was trying to hold back the tears. Her eyes scrunching and trembling, she shuddered out, "That is still undetermined. I have absolute faith in the others. They must be hiding out in outposts like this one. They must be. Nothing else would make sense. I see. Gavin, are there any of my soldiers here?" Oscar shifted away from Celestina before his careless words might bring her further down. Gavin sighed and shook his head. "So far, I have only 10% of my Drakiri accounted for, a few remnants from other divisions, and a portion of the princess's guard. I'm sorry, Oscar. We've had no news of your men." The words stabbed into his heart, nailing and sticking into his chest. Oscar refused to accept it and briskly turned away, marching toward the exit. Gavin clasped his shoulder, an empathic look on his face, but Oscar swiped the hand away. Right before exiting, he faced the two, staring at Celestina. "Gather the men and get out of here. I'll go out and gather whoever I can find and follow after you. Through the hordes ravaging our lands and sky, Oscar, we must retreat," Celestina pleaded, biting her lips. "Time after time, I've had to leave my people to be buried in who know where. Not everyone can be saved. I try and try, but it's impossible. We must secure what we have now and retreat to safer lands. And that is what you should do as the princess. I can't begin to imagine your burdens, but this is mine. I am the leader of the Black Aegis Order and a friend. My burdens are in these ruins." Oscar walked away, and Celestina said no more. It was a cruel thing to say to her since she was also someone important to him, but just as she had her priorities, he had his own, his men, soldiers, Fred and Emily. He floated away and traveled down south, searching for any other survivors. Anyone. You are one stressful person to think about. Do you ever stop to consider how careless you are? Unsurprisingly, Cersi sidestepped from behind one of the pillars, garbed in her scanty skirt and shirt. She brushed her blonde hair, a pair of violet eyes glaring deeply into his own. "I can imagine the worries your wife must go through. What do you want?" You have no wish to fight me. Are you here to convince me away? A faint breeze flew between the two, their eyes sharpening quietly along their skin, and they both readied themselves for battle. Cersi giggled and relaxed her stance, throwing up her arms in surrender. Geez, you are stubbornly loyal. Can't even let a chance go if your people are still out there. I truly can't have a child with anyone other than you. If it's a boy, what shall we name him? Enough of your prattling, you vixen. Oscar raised his shield. You do find me attractive. Cersi lightly clapped her hands, turning his insult into a compliment. What do you want? Oscar said, tired of this conversation. Cersi floated closer, stopping when Oscar gave her a piercing stare. She rested her index finger on her lips seductively, smiling as her eyes glinted with desire, unblinking at him. What if you can stop this? Clear up the sky and free the land from the beasts. Trickery. Do you believe I'm a fool? Oscar pointed at the sky. That strange insect beast destroyed 2 armies and fleets in one attack. What can I do against that? Oscar, let's just kill her. I've had enough of her insulting your wife with her antics. Erden growled. I forgot. Your beast companion will also make a fine protector for our child. Cersi smirked, ignored Erden's deepening growl, and said sternly, that insect beast is an experiment of the new dawn. What? Oscar nearly lost himself in his anger, almost lashing out. Gnashing his teeth, he growled similarly to Erden's. What have you people done? Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 553. An unwanted ally. Not me and not the Voltens. This horde has nothing to do with Reese. My hands are clean of it. Cersi shrugged. The New Dawn has other areas of interest besides Reese for the sake of creating stronger and better humans. Fusing elements into people? Oscar recalled the young Quinn from the Burning Valley, an elemental human created from ash and dirt. Oh, you know about it? Cersi eyed him. Elements is one route that is researched. The cause of all of the mayhem yesterday is the beastification experiment. Are they turning people into beasts? Oscar growled. I can only imagine the foul experiments you people must be doing. I said before, don't lump me in their lot. Even if you are in my good graces, it won't save you from a beating. Cersi frowned, finding a place to sit among the rubble. The soul bond between human and beast is a unique connection between the cores, placing their lives on the same scales. But who wants that weakness and wishes to risk the absurdly low chance of forming the blood transmutation like you? Falling silent, Cersi brightened with a smile and patted the seat beside her, seemingly inviting him to sit beside her, but Oscar remained still, pouting. She crossed her legs and swayed her body softly to the breeze. There is a laboratory under Orbus where the beastification experiments were conducted. The Gyre wildlands provide an ample amount of beasts and lost exalts. The large insect that destroyed everyone is a released experiment, part of the deal made to the Undying Flame sect. A deal? They wanted to slaughter their fleet. Oscar couldn't believe they would sacrifice thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Not exactly. The deal was to destroy Orbus, not safeguard their soldiers and fleet. Technically, the New Dawn held up their end of the promise. Cersi scoffed, mumbling about how idiotic the other side was. She leaped off her seat and floated closer, her short skirt fluttering, tempting glimpses of more enticing views, barely hidden. Oscar didn't trust her. He raised his shield as a wall before her and dug his feet into the rubble, clenching his toes to explode with the fiercest Reese. Erden lowered his antlers, pointing the sharp ends directly at her, and slowly scrapped his hooves on the ground, prepared to buck forward. Cersi sighed and stopped a few inches away from his shield, her gaze devoid of fear, shining with great clarity and will. Cersi cleared her throat and crossed her right hand over her heart, bowing slightly. I offer you my help. Help? Why should I trust you? How do I know this isn't a trap? Oscar accused. Geez, why are you stubborn? I hope our child can be more open-minded, Cersi said, descending to reach his eye level. She leaned forward, almost snarling. I said nothing but the truth when we fought 5 years ago. Do you believe you can find your friends and soldiers in this heaping mess? All while the beasts hound you at every corner? Follow me and you can stop it. Then your search can go uninterrupted. She sounded very convincing, each of her words stoking the images of his friends to flare up in his mind. He bit his tongue, drawing small hints of blood that tasted foul. He could reject her now and search on his own. But what would that achieve? Oscar felt his stomach churn at the decision he had reached. It was the only way to save as many as possible. Lowering his shield, he backed off several steps and silently nodded. Cersi made a silent cheer, lifting her arms high with a giddy smile. An enemy's joy hardly appealed to him. Losing patience, he rushed his sentence out, hot breaths of anger between each forceful word. What is your plan? We have to travel to the center of Orbus. The tunnel way down exists in one of the rooms. I have confidence it is still there. Cersi pointed toward the center, a small group of towers still standing tall. The new dawn evacuated before the hordes arrived, but they left behind the control for the insect. By the way, its name is Velfin. If we can get to the control, I can shut down Velfin, and the hordes will either go away or eat each other. I assume there are other factors? Oscar mounted Erden and ignored Cersi's outstretched hand, her intention clear in wanting to join him on Erden's back. Cersi retracted her hand, clicking her tongue. She floated higher to keep speaking at eye level. There are the beasts in your way. However, I'm afraid the situation is worse inside the laboratory. The other experiments might be roaming inside its walls. Don't underestimate them, they're powerful hybrids. She twirled to Oscar's front, avoiding Erden's antlers, smirking with an amused stare. I'll help you fight through the obstacles and shut down Velfin. In exchange, I get to deepen our relationship. Isn't this a win-win for both of us? Lead the way. Oscar avoided eye contact and talking any more than needed. Short words and lack of attention would cut down any attempts for her to engage in conversation. He turned and found she had gone missing, disappeared right before him. A horrifying action. Somehow, she escaped his and Erden's joined area of vision and senses without making a noise and right in front of him. He had seen many slippery exalts, mainly assassins, but none came close to her. Don't run off. I'm here. Behind a wall, Cersi leaped over, joining his side. During the short time she went missing, she had changed her clothes, no longer as skimpy as before. Long black pants replaced the short black skirt, and the shoulderless shirt switched out for a black formal coat, the long coattails stretching to her boots. She met his gaze and showed off her clothes, twiddling her fingers on the coattail. Do you prefer this look? If you ever feel like you want it, then let me know. Lead the way, he said again, more annoyed than before at her foolish antics. Oscar kept a certain distance away, and Cersi obliged, leading from the front, which was an odd move, exposing her back to him as her calm and steady pace in the air showed no signs of anxiety. Did she hold a great deal of confidence in her strength? Or did she believe he would not attack her at this crucial moment? Oscar considered attacking her right now, but one look above held him back, the sea of beasts in the sky halting his fist. While Cersi was a terrifying enemy and a potential danger to Avril with that obsession, he could not cut down the only option to clear away this hell. Something moved in the shadows, the slight sounds of stones cracking reaching his ears. Oscar jolted from the surprise and raised his shield, Erden's antler wings extending to cover his back. The faint clattering of rubble ceased. He didn't let his guard down and turned to the front, shocked again to find Cersi gone. Once again, he lost track of her, the slippery woman confounding his senses again. Then, he felt her presence return, flaring from the left, so he retreated right, wary of her ambushes. There were some beasts in our surroundings. I took care of them. No need to thank me. Cersi's hands were bloodied, fiddling with some blood-covered orbs in her palm. She wiped her hands clean and scrubbed the oars, removing the blood to reveal bright cores. Cersi tossed the cores to Oscar, and he gazed at them intently, unsure of any insidious elements, and stored them away for later testing. A slight, disgruntled sigh escaped Cersi's lips as she passed him to lead the way from the front. They walked the shattered paths, onto the streets of ruins, and past the fallen bridges. Underneath the shadows, they wandered far yet at a slow pace, still a great distance away from the center of Orbus's remains. Cersi studied the sky and slowed to a stop, wandering her gaze around sideways and settling in a direction. She entered a broken chunk of a former building, a corner of the roof with a window that acted as the entrance. Confused, Oscar followed her inside, then was stunned at the spread of dead bodies dressed in ordinary clothing. Civilians. It's getting late. We should rest and enter the laboratory tomorrow. Cersi had no problems gathering the bodies into a pile in a corner, layering them on top of each other. Afterward, she rested her back flat on the floor and yawned deeply. If you ever change your mind, I'm right here. I welcome your embrace at any moment. Oscar grunted in response and rested in another corner, sitting beside Erden with his arms wrapped around his knees, the shield in his hand ready and waiting. Cersi turned over to lay on her side, resting her head on her palm as her violet eyes locked onto him, an inviting and suggestive pose. He grew tired of her stare, and the silence was discomforting. He felt like a mouse trapped in a corner by a cat who only stared at him hungrily without acting. Perhaps talking might help. The discomfort of Cersi's silent stare was too unsettling, so he thought of something to bring up. There was one mystery he had wondered about ever since learning about the Voltens from Sevon, and this self-proclaimed jewel of the Voltens might know. He whispered, "Why are you so obsessed with the perfect Reese user?" "Why?" Cersi rose from the floor, dusted off her back and side, and sat down, facing him directly, her gaze no longer provoking but serious and straightforward. She pursed her lips and crossed her arms, tilting her head while closing her eyes, clearly struggling with something. She grumbled, "You are an outsider." She seemed conflicted, but she shrugged and laughed. "Geez, since you're the future father of my child, you have a right to know." While her reasoning was flawed, Oscar didn't retort like usual, wanting to keep her talking. "I find it odd. After thousands of years, after the countless deaths and lack of progress, your clan still keeps trying. With so many dead ends, why do you all persist?" Cersi was silent for a minute, then began speaking. "You say thousands of years, but in reality, we don't know how long the legacy goes back. Our blood goes back to even the savage ancient times before the Primal Council. There is a story passed down in the main line." Her voice went soft like the breeze and came out as a hum. "From the blood of Talos, the one arose. Upon his shoulders was placed the hopes of all. But calamity fell, and Talos broke. The one's resolve shattered and turned to dust. Time flowed, and ages moved on. But we endured, ready to bring out the one. With its coming, salvation will arrive, driving away the calamities of old, and Talos will sing once more." "A prophecy? That is what binds you all to pursue this path?" Oscar asked. "If you believe it to be foolhardy, that is your right. It is the dream of the Voltens. We are the descendants of the One, and we shall bring forth his second coming." Cersi smiled. "So why not try to have a child with me? I'm certain they will have the perfect Reese body. If the prophecy is true, the child will be the savior of Talos. If not, you'll have a child of your own." "Ridiculous. If you believe in the prophecy, then why do all this?" Oscar chided. "Why experiment, mutilate, deceive, and murder? If your so-called prophecy is true, it will happen when it should, not forced by your actions. How can a prophecy be realized if people do not work wholeheartedly for it?" Cersi argued back, glaring at him. "Prophecy is progress. Idleness is stagnation." They argued back and forth but found no consensus. Oscar tucked in and went to sleep after hours of talking, Demon staying ready to take over at any time. Once morning struck, he exited the shelter and followed Cersi, who was frowning, still angered by yesterday's arguments. After a few hours, they stopped, surrounded by a few intact towers, the rest being toppled over on their sides, barely retaining their shape. There was no sign of life in these ruins. Oscar hoped there would be people in these standing towers, yet only corpses welcomed him inside. "Here it is. Pull this hatch open." Inside one of the towers, Cersi went down to the cellar, removing the brick floor. A metal hatch became clear under the removed bricks, and Oscar pulled hard, the hinges groaning until the lid was opened. Cersi took the lead and delved down the hole, floating until she landed on hard ground. She stepped aside, and Oscar landed with Erden, greeted by a dimly lit corridor lined by dozens of doors. "Beastification Research Laboratory. Designation Orbus," Cersi said. A loud howl shook the corridor, dust flying from the gaps between the bricks. Oscar clenched his shield as Cersi wore her gauntlets. Water, fire, and gold came to their aid, and in the dimmed halls, several large figures stomped slowly toward them, faint sounds of dripping drool echoing, their eyes burning bright red with ravenous hunger. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 554. The hybrids. What were they? Oscar's eyes slowly widened, and he sent out a flare, engulfing them in bright flames that drove away the darkness and lit up the corridor. Part of him wished he had never come here. The foul creatures seemed undisturbed by the fires, steam hissing from the drool leaking out of their mouths. The heads looked like an odd fusion of a wolf and a human. One ear was a human's ear, whilst the other was long and furred like a wolf's. Fangs extended from their lips, but rows of human-like teeth showed in between, and their faces had splotches of deep gray fur while the other spots held bare skin. Their bodies of fur and skin, claw and hand, claw and feet, stepped forward, not a single burn on any strand of fur. Parts of their limbs were larger, and others were skinny, much like a person's. Their mouths parted, showing off two tongues, one round and short and another flat and long. They howled and wailed, two voices combining into a discord of primal cries, the wolf's beastly roar intertwining with the lamentations of a human whimper. Oscar nearly retched, disgusted by the horrific hybrids wandering closer. One suddenly blurred ahead, crossing the great distance in a single leap from its malformed legs, its nails and claws digging into the stone. The large bear-like claw scraped on his shield, the sheer weight behind its single blow almost forcing Oscar off his feet. But he held on and stomped ahead, thrusting a fiery golden drill. He sought to end the creature's suffering, unable to bear hearing the wailing behind each howl, the screams of the tortured soul within. Shocked, he found his golden drill could not reach further, gripped by the hybrid's claw and hand, its palms sizzling from the scalding heat on the gold. Oscar gritted his teeth and unleashed a shattering wave, flames erupting forth. The creature lost its grip and was blown away, but shockingly, it glared back with a drooling smile, its disgusting body still holding its shape as cuts and tears formed along its flesh, bleeding black globs of slimy blood, a foul stench of putrid rot filling up the corridor. I didn't expect their experiments to have reached this much progress. They're far tougher and stronger than the human and beast they came from. Cersi, likewise, fought her own and kicked it back with a torrential shattering wave, the waters similarly cutting all over the hybrid's flesh, but no significant damage to its life. To his right, Erden engulfed his foe in a ball of pulsing white fire, so condensed, nothing should remain in its path. But the wolf-human hybrid merely retreated, ignoring the charred state of its body, the red eyes fixated on them. Your new dawn deserves to die. How many people have you sacrificed to reach this so-called progress? What are they? Oscar asked as the hybrid spread out, the corridor more than wide enough for them to attack from many angles. He solidified his stance and walked forward slowly with the shield in front. These are failed experiments for creating lichens, proto-lichens. They attempted to fuse wolf-type Exalt beasts with humans of wolf-type Onimus since they had inherent compatibility. These things are the result of that. I'm shocked that they're so resilient. Their blows are quite heavy as well. Cersi expressed her shock and matched paces with Oscar, standing side by side, keeping a slight distance. It's not a use of Reese, so your strange technique won't work. They're simply fast, strong, and tough. Letting these loose in a fort might bring it down. The proto-lichens howled and wailed, dropping to the floor in a quadrupedal stance, dark iron gathering into their claws, hands, and feet as cracks formed in the ground under the weight of their grip, spreading wildly around them. The flames burst away and flickered out of existence, and the winds rushed behind Oscar. A wall of proto-lichens descended on them, a mass of ravenous fangs and grotesque, black-bloodied flesh about a foot away. Oscar had already prepared for a sudden, quick attack, but Cersi moved first, her gauntlets already enlarged with a sapphire coating, tiny maelstroms swirling on the knuckles. Her left hand punched out, and the maelstrom on her knuckles churned, releasing a great amount of water that collected into a wall between them and the proto-lichens. It did not behave like liquid water. The proto-lichens delved into her barrier, which rippled as the water contorted and stretched but did not let the proto-lichens through. Rather than water, Oscar felt it was similar to honey or jelly. As the water contracted, The proto-lichens slipped to the sides, rolling through the water's surface until they ejected to the other end of the corridor behind Oscar, crashing into the walls, banging their bodies around, yet not a scratch on the sturdy walls. Cersi exhaled deeply, a bead of sweat dripping on her forehead, clearly tired from the exertion. However, her powers merely redirected the proto-lichens away, and they slumped up, shaking their heads until their feet settled down. These hybrids possessed a toughness beyond any Oscar encountered. I only redirected their attacks. My left hand can impart softness and slipperiness to my water spells. It's good for defending, especially with Vis empowerment, but your strange technique from when we fought nearly broke past it. Geez, I never suffered so badly when using my meld until that time. It hurt my pride, so take responsibility. Cersi still had the energy to joke around. Still, the information he obtained was crucial. He suspected she was hiding more abilities, but he could only wait for the opportune time. The proto-lichens leaped forward again. Oscar noticed the sluggish movements, their speed being fast yet discernibly slower than before. Did they not feel pain? Erden spread his antlers around, bombarding the proto-lichens with blasts of flames blooming like flowers from every branch of his antlers. Oscar stepped forward and focused the iron and the flames to a fine point, driving the golden drill into one of them. Even with a burning drill in its stomach, the proto-lichen swung its mighty claw, and Oscar bore the entire weight of its blow, his head shaking, but his mind remained clear. Wah-wah-wah, wah-wah. The proto-lichen's red eyes dimmed, and its body hung limply on his drill. The two-tongued voice began to shift, the howling of the beast lessening to nothing as the human voice whimpered loudly and cried a baby's cry. Wiping the black, slimy blood from his face, Oscar retracted his hand, a sullen look on his depressed face. Dark lines crossed his brow. His heart thumped loudly, heat welling from his chest to the fingers, and he almost made a beastly growl behind his clenched teeth. Bastards! You bastards! Oscar snarled, turned, and stomped to the next proto-lichen, clamping his golden maw on it, the dragon's teeth grinding and stabbing into the flesh. He heard the maw crunching on the bones, audible cracks that shut up the proto-lichen's howl and wails as the teeth punctured the ribs and into the lungs. Enraged, Oscar massacred the rest of the proto-lichens with Cersi's assistance, her sharp waters cutting them down limb by limb. He desired not even to see their bodies and burned the entire corridor, not letting a speck of their black blood remain. Masking his intent in the fires, he fired a golden breaker aimed for Cersi's head. She whipped her head around and sidestepped his killing blow, covering herself in soft water as the ball of gold shattered, spraying hot and sharp fragments at incredible speeds. She removed the water like a cape and shook the golden pieces off. Her sigh came soon, and she said, "Why do you feel pity for them? People die all the time. I've seen you fight. You cull your enemies down like blades of grass. You treat them as inhumanely as the researchers here. I have no words to say to you. Just lead the way." Oscar stood a distance away, letting her go in front. He noted the speed of her reaction and her movements. Her guard wasn't down a single bit during any moment. He couldn't let her roam free, needing every piece of information he could glean from her. Nodding to Erden, who understood his plan, they delved deeper into the laboratory, going from door to door. Cold stone altars with bindings attached to them for test subjects were in some rooms. Others looked to be rest areas with tables and chairs, and the rest were prisons, dry blood covering the floors and cells as white scrapes of frantic scratching filled the steel walls, signs of the test subjects' agony. More proto-lichens blocked their way. Other strange hybrids of horrific fusion of humans with winged beasts, serpents, and fish started to creep closer before flailing around in a maddened charge. Every hybrid spoke in two tongues, one of the beast and one of the human. Oscar made sure to burn each one down, leaving no traces for anyone to see in the future. It was enough for him to gaze upon the horror, no one else. We've wasted a lot of time. There was no need to clear out every room. But I guess that's how you are. Cersi watched him burn away the last of the corpses before he scavenged around the tables and cabinets. There's nothing here. They took all the research notes and documents with them before abandoning this place. Oscar tossed aside a box, frustrated that nothing remained. The laboratory was designed in a circular form, the entrance from the cellar being the starting point until it circled back while descending to a point directly below the entrance. Light flickered, blinking in and out from the open door. Something was here. Oscar felt his skin crawl, and the air became heavy. Stepping out onto the railing, he found himself in a square room, a set of stairs leading down to the floor below. Cersi observed the room and said, "The control for Velfen should be somewhere in." A loud roar shook the railings until they fell apart. Oscar, Cersi, and Erden floated above and landed. The room shook, and a loud stomping thud pounded in his ears. From the large prison at the side, the stomping continued until the metal bars broke apart, and a terrifying hybrid stepped through the hole it created. For the first time, Oscar saw Cersi pale, a hint of fear shaking her eyes. It was understandable. The creature was a greater knight Exalt but emanated a horrifying power, but not as terrifying as its appearance. 3 heads rested on its long snake-like neck. The left head was human and crying endless tears. The right head screeched and cawed, licking its red beak with its long tongue, and the center head croaked and blinked its bulging green eyes, puffing up its slimy cheeks. The hybrid's body had the legs of a frog with the talons of an eagle, wings extended from its slime-ridden back, and 2 human hands extended from the feathery chest. "What is that monstrosity?" Oscar asked. "It doesn't matter. Fight it and kill it," Cersi urged, her trembling voice betraying her anxiety. It seemed even she was caught off guard by this creature. Cried, cawed, and croaked. The 3 sets of eyes locked onto them, crazed, soulless, and blank, creepy smiles extending from their mouths. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 555. A perverse creation. The moment their smiles stretched from end to end, they opened their mouths, gaping wide to an unsettling oval shape. The frog's head puckered its lips, and Oscar dodged the incoming attack. A long green tongue, about as thick as his arm, stuck into the ground. The tongue wriggled and rolled back into the frog's mouth, which croaked loudly and shot out again, this time at Cersi. The saliva-ridden tongue stuck out and pulled back so fast that Oscar thought the frog had 100 tongues shooting out simultaneously. "Watch out!" Cersi shouted. The creature used its frog legs, stretching out its bird head, the sharp beak tearing through the air of its leap. She reacted quickly and diverted the direction of the blow with a wall of soft and slippery water. As it crashed into the wall, Oscar retreated with the others, watching the creature fumble around. She let out a heavy breath and said, "Geez, what were those researchers doing? Leaving this thing here?" "What is it?" Oscar asked. "A fusion of 3 creatures, as you can see. I heard rumors that they were experimenting with more variants, but this one is beyond what I heard." She frowned at the creature's frantic noises, the mix of cries, caws, and croaks. "Use ranged spells for now. Test out its weaknesses." At his command, the iron separated out into hundreds of golden rods, burning with flames. Erden charged up a small sun in his antlers, spinning it until it began to hum. Cersi raised her waters and condensed them into spears, vortexes swirling along their heads. They bombarded the creature with all of their gathered might. However, it was futile. The frog's tongue ate the vortex spears, the wings wrapped around its body and withstood the burning golden rods, the flames dying within the thick feathers and wisping away as trails of smoke, and the bird's beak countered Erden's sunbeam with a screeching caw, winds bursting from its mouth, exceptionally powerful like a typhoon. Oscar considered using the guise, but with Cersi right nearby, he could not afford to lose control of his body for a whole day. He flared his iron and sent it out, clenching his fists, molding it into a human form. Another him appeared out of thin air, and Demon soon entered inside, taking control of the duality body. His alter ego ran in without fear, dodging the frog's tongue. The closer he got, the more intense the tongue lashed until it could no longer be seen with the naked eye. Using his prinstick, he cracked through parts of the beast's eidolon, relaying the course of its attacks to Demon. Oscar rode on Erden and joined the fray, Cersi following up from the side. Demon got the closest, and a wing slashed him, shattering gold flakes from his indestructible gold everywhere. The accursed hybrid seemed to realize it was surrounded and spread its wings, feathers flying out with great precision, twisting and turning at all 4 of them. They avoided Oscar's shield, some hints of intelligence guiding each feather, and glinted their sharp edges toward his body. Surrounded, Oscar combined ripple shroud and shattering wave. He was safe for now. The others handled the feathers in their own way. The hybrid did not let up, the human face crying harder as the bird's beak opened up, winds spiraling out. Small as it was, a faint gust, it grew faster and wider, a tornado, until there was no escaping its reach. A green tongue slithered and rode the winds. Oscar gathered Demon and Erden, letting Cersi handle herself. Sheens of gold coated their bodies, and 3 flaming barriers blazed brightly around them. His defenses held strong, not bothered by the winds, which were oddly weak, his wariness growing. The frog opened its mouth wider, so wide, the other heads retracted away, the human's cry muffled and meek. An icy drop of fear chilled his heart, stopping it for a beat, and Oscar soon knew the source. The tongue that had spread all over, thanks to the cover and speed of the winds, instantly closed in, squeezing into his flame barriers. His fires slowly flickered and waned as they swam in the overflowing saliva. Tossing in more iron, Oscar prevented the foul-stenched saliva from dousing his fire. "It's trying to eat us," Erden warned. In a split second, before the tongue could return to the frog's gaping mouth, Oscar combined his powers with Demon and Erden, resonating all of their power together. His golden maw expanded out, the metal becoming molten from the triple layering of their flames. The melting dragon's head chomped on a part of the tongue, pulling it back to create a gap. Erden stomped and bolted through the created gap, his antler wings burning away the saliva on their branches. 3 sets of eyes locked onto him, and Oscar shivered, for he was right before the hybrid, a few feet away from the heads. If he had been any slower, he would have been swallowed. However, this was still the perfect chance for him. They separated and each targeted a head. Demon went for the frog, Erden targeted the bird, and Oscar put it upon himself to end the poor human's life. The human's eyes blinked several times, his golden drilling reflecting in those pools of clarity. "They're clear? Wait." Oscar gazed into its eyes and reconfirmed it. But the realization made him shudder. It wasn't only intelligence. It had a will and ego within its warped mind. The other hybrids showed no signs of having such, only beastly instincts guiding their moves. But this one, this insult to all that was natural, held reason and thought. Oscar urged time to go faster, his golden drill only a few inches away. A gigantic serpent of tempests hissed and constricted around the hybrid's body, holding down its wings from interrupting his assault. Cersi somehow managed to escape the tongue prison and sent in her aid. He didn't want to thank her, but it was a timely move, and his golden drill was an inch away. The human face contorted, clanking its teeth repeatedly, and shook around. A green tongue whipped on his drill and flung him away, the air escaping his lungs as he crashed into the bed of rubble, his back cracking several times in pain. "Oscar!" Cersi pulled him out of the rubble and took him away. "Let go of him." Erden drove his antlers toward her, separating her from Oscar, and allowed him to lean on his side. "Are you all right?" "Never better." Oscar coughed out dust, gripping tightly on Erden's neck. His eyes shone brightly, reflecting the light from above. He pointed at the hybrid and said, "Did you see it?" "What happened?" Cersi asked. "Geez, you need to explain. Your new dawn has done some work. It thinks for itself. A mind is inside that disgraceful form." The hybrid huddled itself into a defensive position. Oscar kept his eyes on the frog's head, a clean, bloody hole on its forehead that did not exist before. The frog's head gargled and hung its tongue partly out of its mouth, twitching erratically. When the tongue extended out, he saw from Demon's vision that it ignored the attack completely to defend the human head from him. He said with a smile, "It has a weakness. The control for everything is the mind in the human's head. If we destroy it, the chances are high it will fall." Quite unexpected. I don't believe the researchers here knew about it. This would have been a great step forward for their progress. Too bad I'm not on good terms with them. Feel free to burn it down later. Cersi clenched her gloves and pounded them together, a fierce smile of Voltens at the height of battle stretching across her lips. "I'll hold it down. It's up to you to break through what remains and cut off its head." Her iron rose, and she formed 2 water serpents, imparting her softness and slipperiness to them. The hybrid screeched and beat its wings once, a devastating shockwave quaking the room. Her serpents splashed and squished into varying forms under pressure, but they slipped through and coiled around the wings and legs. Cersi leaped forward, her right hand clenched tight as the iron around it reached immense levels. The hybrid broke free a talon and clasped it onto her. 3 large cuts formed, 2 on the floor and 1 on the ceiling, matching the angles of the talon. Cersi's fist swirled with a maelstrom and clashed against the talon, quaking the room once again, and she could not withstand the force of their attacks. Her short gasp sounded as she crashed into the wall, but the hybrid lost its balance and fell, cracks spreading crazily until the floor caved in. Its physical power was astounding, but Cersi's was quite incredible. Oscar suspected it had to do with her right hand, some kind of amplification. He dove in on the opening and aimed for the human head, the wailing growing worse as he, Demon, and Erden rushed toward it. The frog stretched out its tongue, but Erden formed a blade with his antlers, scorching the edges red with incredible heat. In a single strike, he cut off the tongue right as it lunged into his body and sent him flying to crash into the ceiling. Demon wrapped around the bird's beak and solidified himself, using indestructible gold and eduricegladd. It was merely a duality body, so it didn't matter if it was destroyed. The human face wailed harder, a look of pleading reaching Oscar, but that only spurred him on. His golden drill fell, driven into the dome of the human's head, eviscerating every brain matter into a pulpy mess that seeped out in white foam. The screech assaulted his ears, and he winced, closing his eyes for a brief moment. A large wing, freed from Cersi's bindings, rammed into him, nothing but feathers in his sight. Disorientated, Oscar bounced from the ceiling to the floor, forming a trail of gold plating until he crashed full force into the wall. His artificial arm creaked but could not move. He had used it to shield himself from the blow for a final measure in case his other defenses failed. He felt relieved he did that, or else he would have ended up like Demon, reduced to nothing. The creature cawed and croaked, but no more cries came from the human head split down the middle. It crashed into the walls, shaking the foundations of this laboratory, writhing until it stopped, the other 2 sets of eyes closing for good. Erden burned intense flames into the hybrid until the flames finally caught on and ate away at the corpse. "We did it," Cersi said in triumph. "Nicely done. Where is the control for Velfen?" Oscar didn't share her cheers of victory. There was no victory here or anywhere. The existence of these foul hybrids was not a victory, for the new dawn was still out there. There was no victory after Velfen was stopped, only a safe path to retreat from a lost battle. "It's past this door. Notice how it didn't break at all during this fight." Cersi tapped the door. Oscar gathered the remains of his Ein and focused. "Open it." Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 556. Cersi's plot. Cersi tapped certain spots on the door, Ein glowing on her fingers, and a loud click of a latch loosening sounded out once she removed her hand. A series of other clicks and metal grinding noises reverberated from the door, and it smoothly opened, retreating into the walls to create an open passage inside. A sudden bright light flickered from within. Cersi dusted off her fingers with a blow from her lips and leaped inside, Oscar sprinting not to let her out of his sight, ever careful of her sneakiness that eluded him multiple times. "That door requires an identical fingerprint and an Ein that is permitted to enter. You're lucky to have me today." Cersi wagged her finger around and smirked. She spread an arm to the room, letting Oscar take in the full view as she proclaimed, "Welcome to the incubation chamber. This is where Velfen was born." The circular room was pure white, illuminated by bright crystals that spanned the entire border of the room. At the center, an incubation tube of enclosed glass stood like a pillar supporting the room, various tubes and pipes connecting to the base and top as they shook in intervals and hissed out puffs of smoke. Walking over the pipes, Oscar stared at the object inside the glass chamber. An egg the size of his head, cleanly broken in 2 with a few fragments of shell lying around, rested on the steel podium, deeply black and empty. Yes, it was empty, not a soul resting inside. This was Velfen's egg. Quite astonishing, isn't it, that the beast you saw outside came out of this tiny egg? Cersi gazed at the egg on the opposite side of the glass tube. However, it is still a failure. Not a hint of intelligence remaining inside it. I thought the work here was to create hybrids for your beastification. Why is there an egg? Oscar asked. The other hybrids appeared as mutilated bodies sewn together. But this Velfin had its own homogeneous form and came from an egg. It all seemed off. Cersi went silent and frowned, scrunching her brow until she said, "Sometimes, it's better not to know the answer. Are you sure you want to know?" She looked at him and grumbled, pursing her lips and telling him not to blame her. "One look at you is enough to know." Fine. The experiments on fusing two grown individuals failed, so what did they do next? What if they could birth a hybrid rather than forcibly fusing one into existence? The key research was to combine a human's blood with a beast's blood and incubate a newborn. There were many failures, so many stillborns and dead eggs. All disposed of. Oscar clenched his hands, his hostility leaking as the raging sparks of Ein surged from his body. Erden joined in, growling at Cersi, who put on a face as if to say his reaction was expected. Still, she had more to say, and Oscar withdrew his Ein, glaring at the abominable woman who spoke without a hint of remorse at the horrific words coming from her mouth. Velfin was the first success, his life forming in the egg, much to the researcher's shock. But he exhibited no sign of rational thought or even an instinct to move. He breathed but was more or less a hollow shell, so they implanted a controlling spell into his nerves. And here is the center of it all. Cersi tapped her fingers again on a tile on the floor, and it slid open as a block rose, lines of yellow Ein intertwining in patterns along the silver surface. The control. Velfin showed a certain aspect that allowed him to control other beasts like a queen over its bees. The control spell connected to this station contains a kill command. Do it. And once this is done, never show yourself in front of me. Oscar stepped forward, observing Cersi's movements on the lines of Ein, linking them and detaching a few others. Her hands stopped, and she said, "I'm sure in the future you'll come around to it. It is something that has been set since the primordial days. I'm certain you and I are meant to bring it about. Now, I'll kill Velfin, and you can go home and prepare for the war's end." She placed her right hand, the lines of Ein collecting on each fingertip, and dragged her fingers together, bringing them all into a singular point. Sparks spewed from the control as it brightened up, nearly engulfing Oscar and Cersi in its light. After a few seconds, the lines of Ein died out, the control sending out a ripple of crackling lightning that fizzled on the soles of his shoes. "It's done." Cersi sighed and dropped to her knees, her shoulders slumping. His long wait was over. The entire time he traveled with Cersi, he wondered how exactly he could kill her since she left him no openings or let her guard down even after the damage she suffered from the three-headed hybrid. In his experience, there was only a single unifying moment when someone let their guard down, when they felt the most safe, the moment of relief and rest at the end of a long journey. Erden's antlers plunged straight ahead, and his golden drill gleamed sharply under the intense light, aimed for her exposed back. He fully acknowledged how powerful this woman was. Her strength of Reese and iron, the unique abilities of her meld, and the backing behind her made her a frightening foe, a great danger to him and especially Avril. Nothing could save her now. Oscar was sure of it. But Cersi slipped underneath. Her body lowered down, which should not have mattered as long as she stayed inside the path of his blow. But she slid to the left, nearly vanishing from his eyes. Like sliding on slippery ice, she escaped his attack and leaped into a backward somersault, landing on her feet. Looking closely, he noticed faint water droplets on the floor that formed a trail to her feet. He knew her meld gave her left gauntlet the power to apply softness and slipperiness onto her water spells, but he didn't see any hint of her using a spell or maintaining one in his prinstick. He pondered and said, "Did you lie about your gauntlets? Does it apply to ordinary water as well?" "Nice guess. You're right. It's not just my spells, but also ordinary water." She lifted her right leg, showing the soles of her boot. "My boots contain some water that can be released at any moment. With that and my meld, I bounce off the softness and propel myself along the slipperiness." She took a deep breath and held it for a few seconds before exhaling heavily. "Geez, you put everything into that attack. If you want a battle for real, I'm welcome to a duel, but your focus should be on gathering your survivors." The beast horde should be dispersing or killing themselves. Oscar glared coldly at Cersi, her eyes deepening with a ferocious glint, the pupils shrinking with hostility. Was he supposed to leave her alone? While he wished to kill her and put this threat down, he couldn't ignore the survivors on the surface. Checking his artificial arm, he sighed at its broken state, unable to lift even a finger. In this state, he had little chance of defeating her. She seemed to understand his intent and quieted her bloodlust, serenity returning to the turbulent air. Erden, burn everything down. Leave no traces of this foul place. Oscar turned and left, his and Erden's feet blazing with flames that spread and painted the white room in fire. He sought to ensure even if this facility remained, nothing of what it had done would be known. Without looking back, he flew out, spreading the flames to all corners of the laboratory along his path. Cersi watched Oscar leave through the door, the flames unable to reach past her cocoon of water. She sighed and tapped another part of the laboratory, opening a secret passageway. There were many things she had omitted from telling Oscar, including this one. In the end, a teleportation formation was engraved into the floor, and she gave it a gift of her Ein. Nodes flickered on, and the lines shone, flashing for a second. "Welcome back, my lady. How was your date?" A short girl sporting freckles along her cheeks smiled adorably. Her twin tails shook up and down as she bowed. "Horrible Grenda. What a shame. Sometimes he's too boneheaded to understand. I wonder how I can open his eyes." Cersi removed her black coat and fanned her white shirt underneath. Today's ordeals were too tiring even for her stamina, constantly being on guard against someone she wished to have as an ally. After all the favors I had to sell to have this opportunity, it only worsened our relationship. When she first found out about the plan to unleash Velfin onto Orbus, she knew Oscar was stationed there as well. A few favors sold and debt gained later, she convinced the researchers to leave the control for Velfin inside the research laboratory and unleash the hybrids to roam freely. The normal protocol suggested utter destruction of the facility. Still, Cersi saw an opportunity to gain Oscar's favor by saving the remnants of his army and going on an adventure together to stoke goodwill. She knew where Oscar landed from observing the battle from afar and waited to approach, first testing him by asking him to leave. And he didn't disappoint by wanting to stay to find survivors. Fiercely loyal and protective, characteristics needed in the father of her future child. It was all set up by her, taking advantage of the destruction. But it all failed. Maybe if you give him his arm back, it would elevate your status in his eyes. Grenda carefully folded her dropped coat and followed with her tiny strides. "Geez, he'll reject it and maybe try to burn it if he sees it in my hands. He already replaced it anyway. That new arm is quite a marvel. I'm curious how he made it. As for the old one, his old one serves better to appease the desires of the others and divert their attention away for the time being." Cersi groaned and leaned her head back while walking. "I'm doing so much to keep him safe. I wonder when I'll be rewarded with open arms and a child." "You can do it, my lady." Grenda cheered her on. "No one can reject the jewel of the Voltens for long. He'll understand your charms soon enough. But why go through all this trouble for a child? There are easier ways, because he's also worth it. The child will need his power and protection when the time comes. I can't stop those greedy fools forever." Cersi rubbed Grenda's head, stroking it like a puppy. "Is there any information on who his wife is? The executives might know, but they're very tight-lipped. Has my little Grenda found something?" "I did, my lady. By tracking his movements, we found his trail leading back to Convicia City, the place we lost years ago." Grenda pulled out a piece of paper and presented it to her while kneeling. "Lord Aldrich gave this list to his closest retainers, not letting anyone else take his mission from him, but I got it. It's a list of visitors to Convicia City during that time." Cersi glanced over the paper and stopped on Oscar's name, her eyes perking up at the name next to it. She mumbled, "Avril Terham. Are there any traces of her? Eyewitnesses say she went to the southern portal. Shall I investigate?" Grenda grinned. "Go ahead. Though, I don't know what to do once we find her. There are so many options." Cersi tossed the paper back to Grenda and pondered deeply. What should she do once she found Avril? Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 557. The Survivors. Putting on his helmet, Oscar watched the flames burning behind him, slowly but surely reducing any traces of the foul beings that lurked within into nothing more, forever to stay as a memory. Seeing his work done, he flew up the shaft and destroyed the cellar door, returning to the basement. For good measure, his shattering wave destroyed the entrance and sent down a rush of rubble to fill in the shaft. It was done. Now his attention turned to the outside world. What had become of the beasts? He did not trust Cersi's words, all laced with her own strange motives, and went outside, beholding the faintest glimmer of hope ever since the beasts first arrived. The dark storms that rumbled with crackles of lightning and roars of beasts parted slowly, beams of light seeping through the cracks, rays of brilliant warmth touching the cold ground. The ravenous hordes that soared overhead had vanished, not a single one lingering in the clouds, nothing but a silent sky greeting him. Still, no beat of victory pounded in his heart, no liveliness in his eyes as they gazed upon the wasteland. The bothersome sun merely revealed more of the terrible result, and he faced the true terror of all that had been lost. Each brick tossed to the side was a home lost, and each body seen in the distance was a life lost. And there were so many, countless numbers now known to him as the two suns gained in presence, more light suffusing the ground, taunting him with a new reveal of a body in a crevice. We lost, Oscar thought. He rubbed his face, gripping over his eyelids, tired of it all. Groaning loudly, he exhaled and let go. Staying here was not good. He had to keep on moving. But where? Currently, he stood in the center of the ruined Orbus. If anyone survived this ordeal, it made sense they would head north to retreat to the safer cities deeper in the empire. Without the beasts at every corner, the survivors should easily cross the ruins and reach north. Oscar, look over here, Erden called out, losing his breath. Oscar could use their shared vision, but he walked over to Erden to see with his own eyes. Slowly, his gaze widened at the titanic corpse of an insect creature, egg-shaped with 6 legs and purple pupils that resembled fine glasswork. Its large mandibles limped down on its maw of sharp teeth. Velfin, the creature born from unnatural experiments on human and beast blood, met its end in the city it devastated. Green blood streamed from the top where cracks spread as if someone tried to crack it like an egg, oddly fitting for its shape. Moving over, Oscar touched the creature and studied it. A piece of its carapace stuck out, and he grasped it, tugging strongly until the crack along the base extended farther, splitting it off from the rest of the body. His eyes and hands did not deceive him. This carapace held strong toughness, well suited for a shield. It would have to wait until he became a martial Exalt, but at least the material was prepared in advance. Exposed, the insides of green fleshy veins oozed out white brain matter and green blood. Oscar and Erden forced their flames into the opening, intent on burning away everything inside. Its body jolted, its legs skittering in the air while its teeth clicked eerily. Green smoke hissed and steamed out of the gaps as the veins popped, squirting fiery blood everywhere. Bubbles started to foam on the surface in a repeated struggle against his flames until every last bit of flesh and blood turned to ash. "Do we just leave the shell?" Erden asked, tapping his crystal hoof against the charred carapace, clear sounds indicating it remained as sturdy as before the flames. Oscar cracked off what few pieces seemed easy to pick. A few fangs, a piece of the mandible, and more fragments of its egg-like shell. Something stirred nearby. A quick breathing sound reached his ears, seemingly a disturbed gasp of worry. Now that the beasts were gone and the skies no longer quaked, he could hear more intricate noises hidden deep in the earth. Oscar didn't know who it was, but if it was a survivor, he had to save them. The noise came from below, one of the wrecked buildings to the east. The breathing quickly hushed and stopped when he stepped nearby, a cautious response to his arrival. Someone's here. Not wanting to alarm the survivors, he held in his cheers and wandered through the building, letting his steps become more audible and clear to reach everywhere in the ruined halls. Passing by multiple rooms, he halted near a partly fallen door that leaned on the side. Gently, he lifted it off and went inside, eager to see the survivors. Faint sounds of shuffling and muffled groans filled the quiet, sunlit room, the ceiling surprisingly intact. However, the state of the room was not important. What was important was that the voice was quite young, perhaps a child. "Excuse me, are you there?" Oscar spoke toward the small dresser that walled off a corner of the room. He could feel two breathing humans behind it. They stirred slightly at his voice, noticing a small hole through which an eye peeped at him, fright clear as day in those shaky, blue pupils. He had never been in a standoff like this one, quite an awkward encounter, and he realized the helmet might have been too frightening for children. Slowly, he removed his helmet and knelt, lowering himself to their level. He spoke in the gentlest voice, one he used to soothe Avril during her outbursts from time to time. "Be not afraid, children. I am Oscar Tur. They call me a hero, and I have come to save you. Can you tell me yours?" Two small heads poked out from behind the dresser. One seemed quite close to the other, as if they were being held, and indeed they were. A small boy climbed up and down from the dresser onto Oscar's side, carrying a small girl in his arms. The boy hugged the girl and brought her close to his chest, an admirable act of protection. He sniffled and said in a near-trembling voice, "I'm Ren. She is my sister, Gloria. Ren and Gloria. It's nice to meet you." "How old are you?" Oscar asked. "I'm 5, and she's 3, Ren answered quickly before asking, "Are you really him? Are you really the hero?" Oscar smiled bitterly at both the ages and the boy's question. They should never have suffered so much at such tender young ages, and he should not be called a hero. "According to the Emperor, I am a hero. Are you here to save us?" the boy asked. "I am." "Then why didn't you save our parents? Why didn't you save our home?" "For such a young age," Ren scowled, turning red and sobbing, plopping to his knees as his sister also cried loudly. "Aren't you a hero?" No words existed that could satisfy them. They suffered the most out of all others in the war, too young and weak to fight, only able to stay inside and hope for the best. War was often a horrible affair, the main reason why he sought to end his conquest of the Burning Valley quickly and left the grim affairs of the deceased and survivors on both sides to Fenu. Now he had to face these children and their grievances, their dashed hopes, by himself. Lifting the two children, he placed them in his arms, cradling the tiny ones. I'm sorry. He carried the sobbing children with him outside, Erden waiting from above. While Oscar canvassed the building for these two, Erden roamed further to sense other survivors, but the bitter shake of his head meant he found none. Mounting Erden, Oscar settled the children in the front, wrapping his arm around them as they took off. Ren held back his tears, sniffling his snotty nose. "Where are we going?" "Safety. I will protect you." Oscar patted their heads. He took out a communication bead from his space pocket and placed it in his ear, unable to use it before due to the strange interferences all over the ruins. It didn't work, still a static noise droning in his ears. Frustrated, Oscar threw it back inside and flew slowly over the ruins, heading north. "I can't see," Ren shouted, his sister oddly quiet in comparison to her brother. "You don't need to see below. Trust me." Oscar kept his hands over the siblings' eyes. Nothing remained for them to see below other than the sea of corpses strung along the bricks. He quickened his pace, worried others might be waiting for him and lingering in these blasted wastelands for too long. His eye formed a protective barrier around the children, shielding them from the rushing winds. Then, his eyes sharpened, focusing on faint figures in the sky, more propping into view the closer he went. Seeing the cloaks of black and blue uniforms, he knew they were his troops. His gaze turned heated as a relieved warmth threatened to expel hot tears to obscure his sight. Shouting to the top of his lungs, he called out to the two, one of orange hair and the other of green, "Fred, Emily, you're alive." The two turned, and everyone else followed after, all attention on him. Fred surged the wind from his feet, propelling his flight into a bolting charge, and hugged Oscar. "You damned bastard. When the storm blasted you away from the rest of us, I couldn't get a wink of sleep. You're telling me? What do you think I've been through for the past few days? Every time I found a mangled corpse, I worried, thinking the worst." Oscar shook Fred and laughed. Emily joined in the struggle, hugging the two, and shouted out her relief, her face sunken in and hair lacking its luster. Remembering the two children who probably felt uncomfortable in the middle, Oscar separated from his friends, smiling slightly. "Where did you pick these two up?" "We tried to look for any civilians, but they were all." Before Fred could finish, Emily punched him in the side, forcing him to stagger and groan, cutting off his words. She smiled sweetly to Ren and Gloria before giving them some sweet cookies in his space pocket, her emergency rations that she refused to share in the past. It's a blessing to have these two with us. Emily stoked their heads. I'll tell you about it on the way. For now, how many of us have gathered? Oscar looked around at the mixed group of survivors. It's good to see you, Captain. I can answer that. From a small group of Black Aegis Order in which he saw Susan and Urine, Alec coughed. A part of his scalp caved in from a presumably heavy blow. Still, he maintained his usual warm smile and gave his usual report. So far, we have 15 Black Aegis Order soldiers, 20 Drakiri, and a mix of 30 soldiers from other divisions. We fought a ragged group of Undying Flame sect members who were desperately charging south. A battle might start in the line between north and south. Our stragglers will attempt to go north while theirs go south. What do you recommend? Oscar trusted Alec's insight. Since the sky is now clear and the beasts are gone, the enemy has a clear path through Orbus. But they may have already sent forces to the roundabout routes we were supposed to hold. If we don't act fast, we may be cut off from the next safe city in Greenwich. We have to retreat. And what of the others who may be rushing north right now? We can wait for no more than a day. That should be enough for anyone to reach the northern edges. Alec's smile deepened, and he shook his head in resignation. Then set up camp at the northern edges. I want patrols and scouts out to receive any of our allies. Alec, you take inventory of all of our resources. I want everyone to be well fed for the next few days. At the break of dawn, we set out for Greenwich City, Oscar ordered, and everyone gave a rousing shout in response. He gritted his teeth, cursing that the battle would be moved to Greenwich City. His old farm was in a village nearby, his parents' graves rested in the dirt nearby, and, more importantly, Uncle Carlson lived nearby. He wanted nothing more than to rush immediately and take his close uncle to safety, but he had one last duty here. Please stay alive, Uncle Carlson. I'll come pick you up right after we're done here, Oscar promised in his heart. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 558. Everything burns. When was the last time he had a moment of peace? The past few days in the wastelands of Orbus felt like several years had gone by. The embers from the fire pit rose and mingled with the stars above, flickering until vanishing into the night. A clear starry sky welcomed his gaze, but he turned away, twisting a branch into half and tossing the pieces to fuel the fires. A low sigh escaped his cracked lips. He leaned his head against a stone and watched the two children, Ren and Gloria, fast asleep in comfortable fur patches, their slight snores shaking the flames. Sensing someone approaching, Oscar warned, "They're sleeping." The steps slowed and landed on the ground softly, barely audible even in the silent night. Alec revealed himself and entered the illuminated area, brushing off his hair. He formed a small smile at the two children and bowed to Oscar. We scavenged what we could from the wrecked Excrucier. The beasts ravaged its supplies, and the crew is all dead. I have people canvassing for anything else. However, there's been nothing so far. For good measure, I ordered to disable most of its functions. The enemy won't be able to get it operational so easily. Good. It's a few days' journey to Greenwich City. The princess and her group must have already pulled out. At dawn, we make haste due north. Since there's no telling what may await us, divide the rest of the rations to the survivors. Oscar stoked the flames. A burst of smoke and embers blew upward as the flames intensified. Amid the crackling of the firewood, Oscar spoke clearly. We lost in this battle, but the war isn't over yet. We still have a chance, understand? I do. Alec rose to his feet and turned away, stopping near the children. It'll be dangerous for them. Should I let them? Hold your tongue, strategist. Oscar cut off Alec before he could finish speaking out the vile suggestion. His feet bashed against the stone rubble, crushing them under their soles. A shadow loomed over Alec, the flames burning behind Oscar's towering figure as he glared deeply down at the strategist. The two children remained asleep. Good that they were so tired so as not to witness his terror. Suggest it again, and I will cut you down myself. I understand. I do. Alec didn't flinch at all. War orphans rarely live well enough to make their survival worthwhile. After a brief exchange between their eyes, Alec backed down and sighed while leaving. I will get updates from our patrols. Rest well. Oscar retracted his anger and sat down, detaching his artificial arm. The damage reached beyond his means to fix at this moment. The strength of the three-headed hybrid truly horrifying and shone in the devastated plating, nearly squashed. He needed a proper forge and more materials. But there was no time, and Erden needed all of his strength. Putting it away in his space pocket, Oscar leaned his head against the large rubble, finding no peace in the starry scenery. The next morning saw the arrival of two suns finally starting their course, unobscured by dark clouds, a path of blue sky beckoning them onward. Oscar carried the drowsy children and mounted Erden, resting them in front to lean their little heads against him. At his call, the full force of the survivors gathered around him. 30 Black Aegis Legion soldiers formed the left wing, including Emily, Fred, Alec, Urin, Susan, and Esther. When they found Esther earlier, Susan and Urin refused to let go of her, which brought laughter to the dreary air. 20 Drakiri and 10 members of General Krause's personal troops acted as his right wing. Behind him, the rest, around 40 strong of several different groups, acted as the rearguard. Disappointed, he had hoped to find more, but none of the ground troops of elite Exalts and below seemed to have survived, and time was not on their side. Enemies could be anywhere, already encircling them. As Alec predicted, Oscar reached the front, acting as the spearhead of the arrow formation, and addressed everyone. Everyone, we lost here. We failed in Orbus, but redemption awaits us all. The next battle is just ahead. Harden yourselves and never falter. No rest until we reach the city. Our loss here will be avenged. Fred raised his sword and shouted. Emily did the same with her staff. One by one, all of the survivors shouted out in rousing chants, beating their chests and holding their weapons to the heavens. Oscar gave the order, and 100 Knight Exalts set out for Greenwich City, their numbers a mere pebble before the enemy's might. Still, their courage and vigor surpassed the likes of 1,000, and that was enough for Oscar. The children woke up and began to bawl. Flustered, Oscar explained they were heading to safety and to wait patiently. Ren glared at Oscar and hugged Gloria tightly while clenching Erden's fur, causing a slight minor discomfort to his friend. Oscar was serious when he said there would be no rest. Day passed to night, and night bent over for the dawn. Oscar fed the children regularly for the few days, keeping their spirits high by reciting some stories he had read, and Fred joined in with some jokes to brighten their mood. For days later, Alec moved up to the front to speak. We just passed through the Lumen River. Greenwich City will be within a few hours. Suddenly, he saw smoke rising from the nearby regions. He identified it immediately as smoke from a fire, the sheer volume suggesting he was gazing at the great inferno. Oscar clenched his teeth, his face paling to an icy white, and a chill swallowed his heart. That direction. He knew that direction, having committed everything in this region to his memory so he would never lose track and forget. A comforting hand clasped him, and in two, they gripped. Fred and Emily were by his side, shoulder to shoulder. Take the children and run to Greenwich City. I have to go. Oscar removed their hands, but they stopped him. We're coming with you. It's just a little detour. Fred grimaced. There was no time to argue, so he let them follow. Tears already spilled from his eyes, rolling down his cheeks in droves before he reached his former home. No matter how many times he tried to wipe them, more poured out, and his mind froze as Erden halted. The once great fields of golden grains now became a hellish field of magma, growing nothing but plumes of smoke and ash. Trees screamed in crackles of wood as fires erupted from inside their bark, the same ones he enjoyed venturing around when he lived here long ago. The same hill where he loved to read his book with the approaching dawn was now nowhere, sunken to the magma. And his home, the roof caved in as the support beams burned to a crisp, unable to hold up the ceiling. Flames hissed and then roared in a crash of dust and rubble, removing every last trace of his former house, not even a part of the creaky old floor. Oscar got off Erden and rushed down, hovering over the burning plains. Oscar pounded his fist on the burning plains, his flames swallowing everything. Finding no target to set his enraged flames on, he roared to the sky and unleashed the fire to rise above, aimed at the two suns. A cracked, Charred land rested where his home once was. Nothing could be saved because there was nothing to save. Nothing remained in the wake of all this destruction. Uncle Carlson, Oscar shouted, flying with all his might. In a few seconds, he reached the Thorn family's farm and stammered out an incoherent sob at the burning fields. His uncle had to be alive. Holding onto that hope, Oscar rushed to the house and swallowed the flames. A body lay on the floor, one he immediately recognized. He cried out, "Uncle Carlson!" Gently, through tear-ridden eyes, he turned the body. Uncle Carlson wheezed and coughed out blood, his eyes, which were dimming, suddenly gaining a bit of clarity, wobbly as they focused on him. The old man with the ragged beard and gray hair gasped, "Oh, Oscar, why are you here? Don't talk, Uncle Carlson. I got you. I can save you." Oscar rummaged inside his space pocket for an elixir, but Uncle Carlson grabbed his wrist, a pair of wrinkly hands grabbing his face. Their gentle warmth matched the smile on the elder's face. More tears streamed from his eyes, flowing endlessly along Uncle Carlson's hands. "I can save you. We have a healer. She can heal this." His uncle suffered grievous wounds. The stomach had been cut and split open, intestines crawling out and bleeding out rivers of blood. At a certain point, not even elixirs or spells could heal the wounded who knew no future other than death. "There's not much left of me to save." Uncle Carlson breathed weakly in his arm. He called out in almost a delirious chant, "Oscar, Oscar, Oscar, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." Oscar responded to each one. "Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for coming back alive. I thought I was alone. Thank you." Uncle Carlson shuddered, hyperventilating. Oscar clutched his uncle's hands, trying to rouse an ounce of strength from the old body. The weight was akin to the child, Ren's. Since when did Uncle Carlson become so weak and so skinny? Oscar hugged him tightly, careful not to aggravate the pain. Uncle Carlson whispered in short, ragged breaths, "I wish I could have seen Isabella one last time." The body finally gave in and succumbed to death's call. His hands slipped down Oscar's face and dropped to the floor, covered in his tears. Oscar rested his uncle's body on the floor before setting it ablaze, turning it into ashes instantly. He gathered them all into a small sack and stored it away. Oscar wanted to stop crying, but the tears, they wouldn't listen. Closing his eyes, he failed to block them as the tears wrenched open his eyelids like a flood through a weak dam. It hurt so much. It hurt to the point he wished he no longer had a heart that forced him to feel such agony. He pounded on the floor, his knuckles breaking apart the old floor he used to wander around in his childhood, with Isabella under Uncle Carlson's smiling gaze. Screaming to the top of his lungs, he hammered down until the house collapsed on top of him. He made another heart-wrenching cry, blasting the wreckage away, sobbing uncontrollably. Oscar placed his helmet on his head, masking his tears, which still flowed endlessly. Labored breathing grunted out of the helmet. Clenching his fists, he stared toward the direction of Greenwich City. "They'll pay for this. All of them will pay." Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 559. Siege of Greenwich City. Oscar returned to the survivors in silence, some slowly backing away from the terrifying presence that contained all of his anger, sorrow, and hatred. Behind the helmet, tears still flowed without pause, dripping from the edges of the dark metal onto his shirt. No one, not even Fred and Emily, his two closest friends, approached him, looking worried yet hesitant to move. He said nothing to them and mounted Erden, leaving without a word. The rest followed in silent compliance. Oscar led them from the burning fields to the forests north, then soon arrived near Greenwich City. Immediately, the stench of the battlefield of chaotic Ein, burning fumes of cannons, and blood choked out the air, but none of it compared to how Uncle Carlson's blood smelled on his hand. Peace was not the word to describe Greenwich City. An enemy fleet bearing red flags of the Undying Flame sect bombarded the city, endless cannon fire ringing across the region. He counted perhaps 200 enemy ships, a small number compared to the rest of the humongous battles of the past, but enough. "Hold on, don't let them take Greenwich City," Celestina's voice shouted. Within the chaos of the swell of spells, armaments, and more, she fought against 2 enemy martial exalts, leading the city's defense. A small fleet of 50 ships resisted the enemy's advances, but slowly, one by one, their ships fell, the wreckages sliding down the city's barrier like an avalanche of metal and wood. She flew with great wings of pure radiant light, flashing between her opponents and blasting them away. The battle seemed dire. The city's barrier already groaned a grumble of iron, distortions rippling where the weapons fired, intensifying in its waxing and waning like small ebbs turning into great tides as it slowly lost shape and thinning. Time was running out and he needed to do something. Silently, he raised his one arm and pointed at the red fleet sieging the city. In a short breath, he growled out, "Kill! Kill!" The others shouted. Oscar went in first, leading the charge at the forefront as he had done in every exchange for the past 6 years of this wretched war. His small force bolted from the forest like arrows loosened from a bow, formed in the arrow formation, one of the best for breaking through enemy lines. The enemy's lack of response to their charge spurred him onward faster as the anger in him boiled over, his face heating up from his enraged breaths. Leaping over the great divide between him and the enemy's forces, he gripped his shield tightly and roared a mighty war cry from the top of his lungs, piercing his golden drill straight through an enemy's back. Metal drew blood. A violent, fiery, shattering wave eviscerated and then burned the bodies. His rage could not be quenched. He rode in deeper, scattering the broken formations of the enemy. An airship burst apart as his charge plunged deep into its hull, setting everything inside ablaze. One by one, he devastated the airships in his way and tore apart the exalts until nothing of them remained. From his roar, the enemy scampered away, the looks of fear making them seem like terrified rats. "Don't you dare run!" Oscar had his golden maw chomp down on a couple fleeing exalts, then crunched its teeth into an airship until the entire structure collapsed under its heavy bite. The burning fields of his home, Uncle Carlson's dead body, and the devastated wasteland of Orbus all flared the flames of his vengeance. They had no right to run away. They had no right to leave without facing the consequences. He was almost at the halfway point. The ambush on the enemy's rear proved successful, allowing him to delve this deep. "Stop right there, you monster!" A group of powerful exalts stepped in, bringing their forces to plug in the gap and block off the way through. "Your head will be a worthy trophy for the Scarlet Griffin Empire to behold." A grade 8 and 2 grade 7s led the defense against his assault, melding their animus into their armaments, clearly focused on defense. Their tactic was obvious. Stopping his momentum and halting his advance for even a moment would allow the scattered soldiers to regroup and flank them from the sides and rear. His forces fought off the few exalts that attempted to break their formation from the sides, but the more they lingered, the more dangerous their predicament. A part of his anger left him as the circumstances grew more dire, and he patted the heads of the children and comforted them. "It will be all right, Ren and Gloria. These idiots pose no threat to us. We are not alone here. Isn't that right, Gaver?" He raised his voice, and an explosion of darkness boomed behind the blockade. The second wind had started. Oscar shouted and gave the order to resume the charge. Erden roared and stomped on the empty air, his antler wings tearing through the winds with blazing beats. Spiking his eye, he formed the duality body, and Demon entered it. Like the crashing wave, he tore through the soldiers and ships before reaching the leaders. He punched out at the grade 8 exalt, who diverted away the force of his blows with a strange flag meld. Demon leaped away and wrestled down one of the grade 7s, who only attempted to delay for more time. Emily and Fred detached from the formation and did their best to defeat the other. Motes of his eye hardened into gold and burned with great fire, raining down in swords and staffs. The flag absorbed them, the clean red cloth now containing depictions of his spells. The grade 8 exalt snarled and shouted, waving the flag again. His flames and gold spells rebounded onto him, flying from the tapestry. A third element glimmered strongly like pearls within the red flames. Somehow, this flag meld imparted the user's light element into the stolen spells, and since it was a grade 8 anima, the power was uplifted into a greater potency. The light made them faster and sharper than before. But so what? Oscar weaved through stolen spells and punched out with shattering wave again. The flag trembled, shaking under the weight of his blow, a look of shock crossing the user's face. But still, the flag absorbed his attack, and Oscar ducked below the rebounded force. Erden swung his wings like blades, forcing the grade 8 Exalt back further for Oscar to attack without pause. It was troublesome to fight with 2 children to protect, having to dodge everything rather than shield himself with indestructible gold. Oscar sighed and said, "You're late, Gaver." A spear of gold with a black blade protruded from the grade 8 Exalt's chest, passing through like a knife through butter. Darkness corroded the insides and spread to the man's throat, rendering his pained cries mute until he fell from the sky. A thread of shadows tightened near Oscar, and the spear followed its path back to its owner, who had grievous wounds on his body, blood seeping from under the broken armor. But his figure stood tall and stoic as his dragon's helmet gazed at Oscar. There was no time to talk. Gaver shouted in a gargled voice, "Hurry! We don't have long." Oscar led his forces down the path Gaver had carved through the enemy's lines before the gaps closed. A row of blue soldiers parted slightly for Gaver and Oscar to enter, retreating to the safety inside their formations. Wheezing and bleeding, Gaver downed an entire elixir, coughing out mixtures of blood and elixir. After a few moments, his breathing recovered. "Well done, well done. You managed to lead a good number out." Gaver gripped his spear, the shaky fingers betraying the lack of composure. "Where did this fleet come from?" Oscar asked, looking at the enemy fleet. 60 airships were placed in the back by Greenwich City as a reserve. The enemy slipped through the narrow passages after the collapse of our front lines. Thanks to your interference, the pressure was lessened on our side. Gaver laughed. "So unlucky. The princess ordered me to fight my way to you, so I couldn't take the chance to relax. There is no time for jokes. The enemy should be heading past Orbus and reaching Greenwich soon," Oscar said. Gaver seemed shaken and asked, "With the beasts around, I assumed the enemy would need time to route their forces around. I took care of the beast problem. I won't explain, but Orbus is now open for them to travel through. Nothing will obstruct them." He regretted what he had done, but it was his only option to find his friends. In a resigned whisper, he said, "I will atone by fighting harder in the future. You must warn everyone and come to a decision. Retreat or keep fighting." Gaver relayed Oscar's words to Celestina through a communication bead, and after a few exchanges of words, he took off his communication bead and handed it to Oscar. "She wants to speak to you." Oscar warily placed the bead in his ear and said, "This is Oscar." A relieved sigh numbed his ears. Celestina's voice rang out loud and clear. "What took you so long? Is Emily and Fred with you?" "They are, and I found 2 children as well. They're safe with me." Oscar patted the children's heads. "Truly?" Celestina exclaimed in a delighted tone, her voice trembling with joy. "Thank you, thank you." Her repeated cries of gratitude spilled continuously. He glanced at the battle overhead, noticing she was still combating other martial exalts, stabbing one cleanly in the chest but unable to finish her off. He found it quite impressive for her to talk so normally in the heat of battle. "I'm afraid I can't retreat without properly evacuating the civilians." "Thought so. That's just how you are." Oscar chuckled. He guessed he was in for a long battle. "How long do we have?" "The closest reinforcements will need another 30 minutes to reach us. I'm sorry that I have to keep relying on you, but please defend Greenwich City," Celestina asked. "If it gets too dangerous, then—" "Understood. Leave it to me." Oscar cut off the conversation before she could say more and returned the bead to Gaver. To fight with his all, he handed Ren and Gloria to him and asked, "Taken them inside to safety and join me in the battle later." "Quite young. This one is as old as my son." Gaver rocked the children in his arms, cradling them tenderly as if the bloodthirsty Drakiri was nowhere to be seen. Ever since his child was born, whenever they gathered, he had never stopped mentioning him to Oscar for the past 5 years. Oscar had enough details to practically know the child without ever meeting him. But Gaver was the best to handle the children for now. "I'm taking temporary command of the Drakiri. The rest of you, follow me back into hell." Oscar rushed out. 30 minutes against this outnumbering force would be a daunting task. They were placing a foe 4 times their size, and all the power he had could not turn the tide of this battle. There was no great stratagem to guide him, no trump card to overturn the siege. With his shield in hand, Oscar re-entered the fray, defending with all his heart and power. "Hold the line," he shouted. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 560. On their last legs. Second by second, minute by minute, the time ticked down. The armies came in droves, surpassing his paltry numbers like a tide crashing onto the sandy shore. Fatigue racked his weary body as his muscles groaned in exhaustion. Oscar focused entirely on the enemy before him, casting aside the ever-increasing numbness of his failing stamina. The damage he suffered from fighting the three-headed hybrid had healed. However, from the depths of his bones, a faint, dull pain pulsed, coming straight from the marrow. His training in Reese had strengthened his skin, muscles, and organs. For the past few years, he survived on the gifts it brought him, uplifted by the power it granted. However, the pain from his bones showed the weakness that even he, a perfect Reese user, could not surpass. A way to strengthen the bones never existed. The body was forged to a frightening degree, able to withstand brutal attacks, but the bones still carried the weakness of his former self. Normally, he would have been fine, but the one attack from the beast sent his bones ringing despite all the defensive spells and techniques he used in advance. He had asked Sevon and Adam long ago about this particular weakness, only to be disappointed by their answer that there was no way to forge the bones like the muscles for Adamus rays. His body was exhausted and bruised within, and his heart still ached at the passing of Uncle Carlson. Shouting, he forced out the pain to his voice, and the enemy soldiers trembled. His shield, radiant and hard, bashed into the head of another, breaking through their wooden barrier. How much time had passed? He had not a clue. As the pain strained his bones, his joints creaked, and he found his arm slowly slipping, losing its target. Oscar gritted his teeth and poured more power into each blow to make up for the lack of control. After reaching 3 paces into the enemy lines, he backed away and went over to a new target marked by Alec, who communicated his instructions from a distance, watching over the battlefield to note down the key points for Oscar to attack. So far, it was working. Each place noted by Alec was in critical danger, the brave soldiers of the Empire nearly folding under the enemy's overwhelming assault. He broke the enemy's cohesion, killing several and bringing relief and time to regroup for the disorganized allies. When the enemy could react, he pulled out and flew ahead to the other while the reinvigorated allies retaliated, empowered by his coming. The losses were piling. These 30 minutes felt like an eternity as, one by one, their forces dwindled. Soon enough, they would simply be overwhelmed by their numbers. "Captain, urgent news!" Alec's voice shouted in his ear, and Oscar winced, squinting a part of his eye. "What is it?" Oscar asked, stepping around with invisible Reese movements and killing off 3 Exalts. Fred swooped him and chopped off the head of another, always watching his back. Erden bombarded the area with fire along with Emily's spinning earthen cores. Everyone else did their jobs properly. It all seemed fine, so why was Alec so flustered? "I see enemy reinforcements approaching. Damn, there's no hope now." Alec cursed as Oscar fell back for the others to hold the line. "It's a vast fleet, and I see several golems flying amongst them. We're not equipped to deal with them right now." "How long until our reinforcements arrive?" Oscar asked. Finally, he got a look at the fleet, his eyes widening inside the helmet. Nothing was held back. 3 Excrusiers, a dozen Vorpalaires with their sharp tips gleaming from the sunlight, 1,000 support ships from low to high class with their guns pointed straight ahead, and battalions of golems dotted the sky like a flock of birds. A massive force. He wondered how exactly they gathered so much. The thick hulls of the ships gathered the clouds underneath, dyeing them red and black, rumbling with thunder like an incoming storm about to hit Greenwich City. The golems floated by the ships. A dangerous few reached 100 feet tall, the red mechanical eyes shifting around until they locked forward. Their mighty humanoid figures encased in the thickest armor aimed their eints at the battlefield. The worst had occurred. Fear struck the soldiers, their weapons halting for a moment as they stared blankly into the vastness of the enemy, and they lost ground rapidly, culled down like wheat to the sickle. 10 minutes. But even if they did make it now, I don't see how we can hold on. It's regrettable, but retreat is the answer, Alec urged. Oscar turned to Celestina, who glared hatefully at the enemy fleet. Blood dripped from her bitten lips and tightened grip, a few droplets slipping down to the end of her rapier. The decision was up to her. Whether they retreated or not was her choice. The rest of the martial exalts, Robert Raven, General Kraus, Charles, and more, grouped around her in a defensive stance. Deep in his heart, he understood her grief since retreating meant abandoning more civilians, something she opposed in the early days of the war. "Captain," Alec called out. "Captain, we need to fall back." "It's up to her. For now, we do what we can to save as many as possible. Have our lines retreat several paces. Let the remaining ships fire upon the gaps to stall the enemy until we reach a better position," Oscar ordered, and Alec, despite the worried tone, agreed. "All force," Celestina shouted. "Retray." Her words were cut off by the sound of 100 cannons non-stop, all corners of the battlefield hearing the explosive bursts. Surprisingly, it came not from the enemy fleet but from behind. He already knew the rhythmic sound of the gunfire and turned toward Greenwich City. Beyond the barrier, from the inner regions of the Empire, a small black sun rotated, constantly lit up by red flares of gunfire down its spherical form. Countless ships had been connected into the single structure Goel foreloved, the Garantulum. This one had far superior ships than the one he used years ago to breach the enemy's blockade, so its potency was without question. The endless bombardment crashed into the enemy fleet. Fire erupted from the steel hulls, fanned by the flames of others. In groups, they burned and engulfed the ships, leaving the charred remains to fall. Everyone cheered. Celestina shed tears and confidently gave a new order. "Fight on, you Oik." Now, the enemy held the fear that once infected them. Still, there was only one Garantulum against the vast fleet. The enemy quickly regained their bearings and fought back. Despite the overwhelming difference, even with Garantulum's arrival, Oscar smiled, for there was a presence that made itself known. He hadn't felt this presence in such a long time, but whenever it appeared, he knew he was safe, a deep relief washing over his tired bones. "You're here, Master?" Oscar chuckled. Standing above the battlefield, Draven, his master, hovered with his hands behind his back, the elegant stance he always used. His helmet covered his face, but Oscar could tell there was nothing but contempt and anger spilling from the dark visors. Their gazes met. Draven thumped his chest, and Oscar did the same. Yes, his master was here. All would be well now. That was the message he got from his master's greeting. Draven released the Kraken anima and descended onto the battle of the martial exalts. The enemy reacted quickly and desperately retreated, uncaring of the forces they left behind. However, a few could not escape his master's wrath, and Oscar shuddered at how his master reduced them into sagging piles of meat hanging from the bones. Draven dove straight into the high-class fortress airship, puncturing through its barrier as his Kraken split it apart easily, the spatial element devouring everything in the tentacle's path. Oscar gripped his shield, excited to leap into the battle with his master. He readied himself to charge in when more reinforcements arrived from Garantulum. These reinforcements took him by surprise, and he welled up in delight. Rows of golems floated in formation, raising their hands as Ein released into a shockwave that decimated the enemy's front lines. The unit of golems then charged into the fray. It took a long time, Oscar, and a lot of resources, but these golems were worth it, Aunt Rosette said, floating down. Her pink hair ignored the breeze, staying fixed in place, and her smile put him at ease. Those blueprints were so complicated. Did you know your master pushed Garantulum himself to make it go faster? I swear that maniac. A hint of pride came out in her tone near the end. Aunt Rosette, thank you for forging them, and give my thanks to the Cauldron Lord. Now we can hold Greenwich City. Oscar bowed. The barrier is quite weak, but a few good repairs should have it up and ready. Oscar, we're not holding here. Aunt Rosette grimaced, her scarred cheeks twisting slightly. Not holding here? Oscar stuttered. But about the regions around Greenwich? What about the enemy right at our doorsteps? His home was burned down, but his parents' graves were still there. He could not leave them to the enemy. Focus on the battle for now. I'll tell you later. Aunt Rosette sighed, slumping her shoulders. Seeing her dejected state, he held back his words and joined the golems in battle. After 10 minutes, the rest of the reinforcements arrived. 2 other garantulums and hundreds of ships. The day was won. Oscar watched the enemy slip away to their fleet, which held its position, not moving an inch forward. He flew over to Garantulum and entered the main ship in the center, an excrusier. A war council was scheduled within the fortress in the center, and Oscar, one of the main captains, had to attend. He nodded to his master, who approached his side and silently clasped his shoulder. Comfort warmed his body, and he stood back to watch the proceedings by his master's side. I heard about the downfall of Orbus and how you wrangled up the survivors. Well done, Draven praised in whispers. I am proud of you, my disciple. Thank you, master, but we still lost Orbus. Do you know what is going on? Oscar asked, wondering if his master knew the answer. A loud bang shook the floor. Celestina stomped her feet, clearly angered, and pounded the table, splitting it in two. She panted, clear beads of sweat dripping down her wrinkled forehead. Whatever news she received was certainly an unpleasant one. She shouted out at Aunt Rosette, who remained calm. How the hell did we lose our borders? The reports mention the same as Orbus. A vast tide of beasts led by unknown insects broke apart our defenses at 3 key locations, including Orbus. The enemy also suffered losses, but once the beasts cleared away, they all rushed into our inner regions. Aunt Rosette sighed. We lost several territories and cities already. Your father has ordered a complete retreat. That woman! Oscar screamed internally. Cersi never mentioned there was more than one Velfin and that the other borders suffered the same fate. Are we truly at dire straits? Celestina clenched her hair. We lost Arcanon City and Delvar Fort, and the renewed Thousand Storm Palace and Emerald Hydra Empire are ravaging the lands. The same goes for the Baleriac Mountains. The Earth Core Academy and Black Tortoise Empire broke through Frostvale City and delved deeper inside. Aunt Rosette took out a blue envelope with a red wax seal of an impaled dragon. It's time, Wormer, Celestina said in a heavy tone. If we lost that, we're truly lost. She stared around the room and ordered, everyone gather your soldiers and rations, and help the civilians into Garantulum and the airships. We're heading for Wormer. Yes, everyone bowed except for Draven. Oscar only knew one thing about Wormer, the oldest and last line of defense. Only 2 years until the end of the Primanomicy. He wondered if they could survive until then. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 561. An awkward dinner. Passing through the soot-ridden halls of the foundry, Oscar marveled at how everything could fit inside the excrusier, though it shouldn't be much of a surprise. The excrusier was a small floating city capable of housing hundreds of thousands of troops, far surpassing the likes of the highest fortress-class airships. This foundry was but a small part. Duel for once described his insane idea, which never came onto paper even for the genius, remaining as a figment of his imagination, to lift an entire country on an airship. I miss having him around. Oscar stroked Erden's head, recalling the times Duel for perched on top. At his coming, several fabricators, who had just exited their workshops, halted and bowed deeply. It's an honor. Welcome, Margrave Tur. Their respectful words passed by as he walked through them, sensing their gazes on his back even after not saying a word. Quickening his pace, he turned a corner, escaping their fervent stares behind those helmets. He ignored more fabricators who expressed their admiration, only replying with a cursory wave. Why did it have to be so far away? After skipping various steel doors caked in black ashes and turning several more corners, he felt the heat intensifying, coming from the heat source of his destination. He opened the door, shaking off the soot, and allowed himself inside. The central furnace, shaped like a kraken, spewed out flame and smoke from the maw on its bulging head, the tentacles acting as stairs for one to ascend to the top to look down on the fires. His master certainly had strange tastes. If it were up to him, he would use a simple furnace. But this excrusier was his master's, so all decisions were up to him. Oscar sat down and clenched tightly on his shoulder, grunting as the needles retracted, clicking back into the artificial arm. The shredded pieces of the bandages that supported the arm burned when cast down onto the smoldering ground. The damage required the arm to be heated to shape and mold back into its former form. Oscar dropped the artificial arm into the kraken furnace. With nothing to do, he wandered the large forge room, finding another chamber. Aunt Rosette. Oscar looked at the beautiful forge master of the pavilion, who was pounding her hammer on several curved plates, seemingly hot from how they glowed. Oscar, hold on, I need to make the repairs. Aunt Rosette lifted the plates with her eye and carefully adjusted them onto several roughed-up golems, smoke hissing and wafting from where she put them. She pounded her hammer several times to adjust perfectly to the golem and fasten them into place. Her voice came out in wonderment. How amazing are these things you've brought us? They are the works of the greatest genius the world has ever known. Well, in terms of golems, Oscar was proud of his good friend and tapped the golems, the sentinels. They had similar blue glass eyes like GOL, 4, hiding behind a bucket helmet. Their bodies were taller than him, reaching 8 feet tall, and they resembled stalwart warriors with thick blue armor covering them from head to toe. They had no weapons, but their variety of combat and combinations made them a deadly force. No other ordinary golems comparable to their prowess. In the Battle of Greenwich City, these sentinels had decimated the enemy with their combined strikes, reading the situation to counter any assaults. Oscar coughed and spoke out to the sentinels. Awaken. Their blue eyes flickered until a deep glow exuded from the mechanical lens within. 100 sentinels jerked their heads up as the gears rotated, clicking like the second hand of a clock. They bowed and dropped their heavy knees to the floor, metal hitting metal akin to the fall of a hammer. Acknowledged. Master Oscar to awaiting orders. They seemed fixed and ready. Sentinels, shut off. Oscar saw none of them having issues, not a hair off in their uniform movements. The sentinels stood in exactly the same position and pose. Their blue eyes dimmed as the gears stopped ticking. He faced Aunt Rosette and smiled warmly. Master has invited me to have dinner, but I can't quite leave out my good aunt. Will you come? Of course. There's nothing better to do until we return home. That darned Maggie will be fuming. Ha ha ha. Aunt Rosette hummed and hugged Oscar, thanking him for giving her many chances to make it right with his master. She departed quickly, presumably to prepare for tonight's dinner. Oscar chuckled and went to work on his artificial arm. He fished out the red-hot arm, created from Erden's antlers, and studied it on the anvil. Erden entered the meld stage and cradled the arm, separating it into its individual components, from the plating to the joints. One by one, Oscar repaired the cracks, pounded the dents back into shape, and put it back together. The arm latched into his shoulder, and there was a brief surge of pain as the nerves connected, inducing several groans. Testing it, he clenched his fist and used a backhanded shattering wave, finding no issues with the repairs. After wrapping it in bandages to hang it from his shoulder, Oscar looked at the time and was startled to see it was almost up. He rushed back to the nearby shower in the foundry, washed up, and wore his black Aegis Legion uniform, a spare in his space pocket. Luckily, there was still time. His master would surely punish him if he were late. The fortress, no, the entire city of the Excrucier, sparkled with bright light. Soldiers rested and cheered in the streets, clamoring to the top of their drunken voices. Did they try to drink away the gloom that enveloped the empire? Or were they happy the war would soon end in 2 years? Oscar wondered if Rymir was enough. Shaking his head, he tossed aside his worries and ventured into the fortress, barging through the door. I'm here, master. Wait, why is everyone here? Oscar saw Fred, Emily, Celestina, Charles, Robert Raven, Gavin, and Aunt Rosette seated at the round table. A delectable feast of whole birds, roasted boars, and plentiful dishes of steaks and vegetables, both slow-cooked and roasted, filled the table, nearly overflowing to the point the dishes were so compactly arranged. What's wrong with me being here? As the princess and a good friend, I have the right. Celestina grinned, hiding her laughter behind her hand, a welcoming change from her depressed and angered state. As a Drakiri, I must stay by Her Majesty's side. It is our duty, Gavin said stoically, but the faint smile told a different motive. I'm here with my sister, and I'm hurt you didn't bother to tell me. Charles clicked his tongue, a fake sullen look exaggerating his cheeks. I was hungry and found this place. A hearty meal is best after a long battle. Robert Raven grunted, his claymore still sheathed behind his back. As a true raven, he never let go of his blade. Emily and I let ourselves in. Fred waved over to the empty seat next to him. You invited me. Aunt Rosette wore a beautiful pink dress that complemented her hair and 2 hoop earrings that dazzled with her deep yellow eyes. Staring at his master, he knew immediately that the brutal master was not in the best mood. The warden stayed silent, but that silence alone unnerved him. It didn't require any pressure, presence, or eyne to intimidate, just the silence. Only the cold void between the visors that neither approved nor disapproved of him. Chuckling weakly, he sat beside Fred and his master, letting the food distract him and uplift his spirits. The instant the succulent meat melted in his mouth, carrying deep flavors of roasted spices and juices, his mood improved. His master didn't take a single bite. Heck, he never touched the silverware, staring blankly forward. Sometimes, the hints of madness that lurked in Draven were utterly terrifying to behold, as Oscar could never figure out what might happen next. The next moment, the table might be pounded into dust. Deep into the dinner, Fred asked, Ois, what will happen to the kids you picked up? Oscar stopped his fork and set it down. They will be taken into my estate. Really? Celestina perked up, her emerald eyes softening. That's good for the children. I received a large mansion and servants. The servants will do better to care for the children than an absent master. It'll give them more fulfilling work. After all, they're orphans. It'll be hard for them otherwise. Oscar noticed his master shuffling slightly, a small twitch that broke the golem-like behavior. He downed a cup of wine and saw Aunt Rosette staring at his master, worry dripping down her forehead in beads of sweat and worry crossing his brow in deep lines. Something is wrong. Oscar passed down a plate of food to Erden. Do you know anything about your master? Erden asked, munching on his plate. Oscar tried to recall any noteworthy details. He only met his master in the Abyss prison after being sent down there for killing a fellow student. For him, his master also seemed quite enigmatic, no one truly knowing of his past or withholding it. His eyes widened, and he dropped his fork, which clattered loudly on his plate, grabbing everyone's attention. He coughed and shrugged to play it off. He had remembered the brief interaction between the pavilion master and his master. He was an orphan that the pavilion master raised. That was why his master reacted to the idea of orphans. The rest of the meals went on in light conversations, Fred ending up drunk and getting scolded by Emily, enlivening the air in laughter. But his master never stirred again, staying silent. Finishing his scrumptious chocolate cake, Oscar wiped his mouth and said farewell to Draven before chasing after Aunt Rosette. She sighed and wandered off to a balcony, a soft moonlight glancing through the glass doors until she opened it to let them beam directly onto the floor. She sat down on a bench and rested her hair down the back, the lunar beams peeking through the strands of vibrant pink hair. She looked like a goddess, but a somber one that seemed tired. Aunt Rosette. Oscar stepped into the moonlight. He sat down next to her, watching as she listlessly gazed into the starry night, her face downcast and depressed. Orphans, Aunt Rosette chuckled, running her hands through her hair. I'm glad you decided to take them in. Children need all the love and care, especially after these traumatizing days. Like my master? Oscar assumed. Aunt Rosette sighed. Yes, just like Draven. I never asked him what his past was like and why he ended up as he did. I guess a part of me was afraid of what I might find out. Does that make a bad student? Oscar said. No, it shows you care for Draven. His past is his business. But I can tell you what I know if you want. Aunt Rosette stroked his head. Please, Oscar wanted to know. It's not the complete story, but I'll tell you everything from my point of view. Aunt Rosette returned to gaze at the moon and started her tale. One that encompassed the past between her, Draven, and others. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 562. Draven's Past. Decades ago, before the opening of Ashen Grove and the war, when the 4 empires still had some relations with each other, the pavilion welcomed its new students, the generation that eventually grew up to become the pillars of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Rosette Evergold, the proud daughter of the Evergold family, entered the pavilion with the highest expectations. Her looks enthralled the gazes of many boys, becoming the first love in most of their hearts. But she scoffed at their advances and sought to become a fabricator, owing to her anima and talent. Among her peers were Margaret Ward, the future Grand Commander and the other genius from the smaller Ward family. Robert Levitt, the future Grand Elder and the talented prodigy of the Levitt family of scholars and ministers akin to the Jones family. Austell Jones, Robert's rival and future director of the Record Hall, and Isaac Weiss, the future Cauldron Lord and prodigy of the Weiss family of alchemists. Everyone came from a prominent background and believed to be their generation's leaders, a position they competed against each other for. However, one person shattered their pride and left their ego in the dirt. A student of an unknown background who always wore a helmet that covered his face. His name was Draven Kieran, master of the mythical Kraken Anima and the legendary space elemental Spark, which shocked everyone when it awoke in his elite Exalt realm. Rosette first met him sitting idly in the plains, his expression indescribable underneath the helmet. At that time, no one knew he was the adopted son of the pavilion master. So, Draven was subjected to many prying stares, envy thrown from the nobles who could not match up to the assumed commoner, interest from the ones who sought to entice him into their cliques, and admiration from the ones who looked up to him. But as if the world didn't concern him, he lived each day unfettered from the trouble kicking up near his feet. Rosette's second encounter came much later. They fought each other in the clash of metal, the test of fabricators during the grand gathering at year's end. At that time, they were merely apprentice exalts, but for the first time in her life, she experienced a crushing defeat. The purity of his refinement and the quality of his armament made hers look like a pauper's belongings. The way the light cascaded along the grooved edges, shining in an arc of light, and the eye pulsing like a heartbeat from the hilt. She could only describe it as an exquisite work of art. Quickly, she killed her admiration and felt one emotion rising in her heart: frustration. Her anger at her loss couldn't be directed at herself, not with the immaturity of youth, so it all became directed at Draven. But she never had the chance for the rematch next year since Draven attended the grand gathering. In that battle, he overpowered Margaret in a brutal combat that placed him as the #1 enemy of all her admirers. In the finals, he crushed Robert and claimed first place in the pavilion. That was when all the stares at Draven turned to fear. But Rosette never feared him, only seeking him out for revenge. She challenged him constantly, hammering in the forges alongside him and comparing their wares. But every time she would be frustrated at her loss. Sometimes they would compete multiple times per day. Every single one ended up in her defeat. It was only a matter of time before all of that rivalry and anger turned into a budding attraction and love. Draven took up her armament every time she lost and praised it for the work while pointing out the flaws. His words came not from a high place or arrogance but a genuine attempt to help her, an act that struck her heart like an arrow. She found herself staring at him many times during their daily contests, entranced by his form and concentration. Somehow, he had completely captured her heart and attention during all these contests. He was completely different from the rumors. He was gentle and kind even though his fighting was brutal beyond compare. Even though his helmet hid his expressions, she sometimes understood the clear gaze hidden in the shadow of the visor. She had admitted she was initially conflicted by her emotions, but those contests soon turned into partnering sessions to create armaments together. Those days in the past were the most memorable and precious memories to her when Draven used to be sane and forged by her side. However, she wasn't the only one. Margaret Ward also sought to surpass Draven, often inviting him to go on missions together, which Rosette hated, first because it took her rival and enemy away, but now because it took away parts of her precious time with Draven. That led to countless spats between the two as they argued endlessly like the love-struck fools they were. Though she loved him, she knew little about who he was and where he came from. All the efforts to get him to talk about his parentage, ancestry, and home were shrugged off with a change in topic or pretending not to hear. What an insensitive man. Still, she loved him and yearned to see past his helmet, and was rejected each time with a stern voice. They were close, but a wall divided them. The only information she gathered was that he was an orphan. Bringing up the topic of his childhood and being an orphan over and over again started to shut him down, and he became less responsive to her, so she stopped pursuing his past. Over the years, Draven won more competitions and entered the Legacy Hall, which accepted the most prodigal talents who entered the Knight Exalt realm before the age limit of 24. Naturally, Rosette and the other leaders of the young generation entered the Legacy Hall without issue. But no matter what, There remained a chasm between them and Draven, his talent and battle prowess far surpassing them. During that time, they participated in the competition between the four empires, and it was here that the intrusive Diane grew attracted to Draven, another rival for their mini-war for his affection. It was quite strange that Diane chased after Dravina after the latter punched her severely in the face, but they seemed to have an encounter in the small realm excursion. Suddenly, he withdrew from the public eye. He still went on missions with the others and forged in the foundry, but he seldom stepped out into competitions and public events. As it turned out, Draven had gotten close to a woman who just made it to the inner hall, a move that shocked the elders and his peers. Rosette felt her heart in agony at seeing the two close. The woman was Tasha, a simple commoner and a mere grade 4 Exaltia. Everyone feared him. Everyone felt inadequate compared to him. But no one expected him to fall for such an ordinary woman, disregarding all the others in his generation. Rosette and Margaret grew closer during that time, sharing in their sorrows of having lost, but their lingering emotions wouldn't let them quit. However, Draven seemed to be different around her, something he never showed to them. That was when the tragedy struck. To be so powerful meant drawing people's fears, awe, and hatred. One of their generation, a man named Heron, descended from the noble Williams family, grew jealous of Draven's success and sought to keep him under his control. But since Draven had no known family and everyone around him were other prodigies of famous families he could not touch, he had no way to force Draven. His chance arrived when Tasha's existence became known. What followed was the darkest day in their generation. Heron gathered his followers and departed toward where Tasha was on a mission. He kidnapped her, threatened Draven to come over, and ordered him to obey or else. Draven stood there alone against 50. Was it an accident or not? Who broke the stalemate first? No one knows except for Draven, who massacred everyone and returned with Tasha's body, covered in days-old blood. He angered so many noble families, and everyone pointed fingers at him, calling out for his execution. Rosette went to the trial for Draven's massacre of other students, but the story had been twisted into him killing everyone, including Tasha. Then, the pavilion master finally appeared and said Draven was his adopted son. However, that only abetted the nobles' cries for execution as they pivoted toward a lighter sentence of imprisonment in the Abyss prison. The pavilion master controlled everything, but in those times the nobles had a good sway in some affairs. The lack of evidence and witnesses, except for the few recordings of Draven brutally slaughtering the others, only cemented his fate of imprisonment. Letting him go after such an act would be the downfall of their justice system and seen as nepotism by the pavilion master. Thus, with a heavy heart, the pavilion master sentenced Draven to be imprisoned. Rosette never forgot the look he gave his adopted father, a seething hatred buried in those dark visors. When that happened, Margaret, Robert, and Rosette vowed to change the system, and they made great progress since then. The nobles' sway on the pavilion loosened as they treated everyone the same as a student. Then, inside the Abyss prison, he somehow learned the ways of Reese and escaped his bindings, and the pavilion master ordered him to bring victory to the pavilion in the next meeting of the four empires. But what happened there should have never been. Draven slaughtered nearly everyone there, rivers of blood flowing under his feet, causing an outcry from the other three empires who wished for his head. The pavilion master had to pay severe compensation to each empire. He hastily promoted Draven to the warden of the Abyss prison to work for the pavilion and remain a prisoner in its waters. Then, he lived there for decades, never coming out until he met you. Aunt Rosette's voice trailed off, clearly drained after retelling the accounts of the past. Coughing, she sighed. I never knew the exact details about how Draven and Tasha met and why he blamed the pavilion master not just for the betrayal but also for her death. He shouted out during the trial that the pavilion master was equally responsible for her death and that he would kill him as well. You can imagine how well that went for his case. Is that something only the pavilion master and master knows? Oscar asked. Most likely. Aunt Rosette chuckled weakly, then broke out into laughter, faint tears spilling from the corners of her eyes. A truly saddened laugh. She seemed very tired, listlessly staring as the moon reflected off her pupils. I thought perhaps after Tasha died that I could take the spot by his side, but he only delved into further madness. Until you came. Why me? Oscar always wondered. She tenderly stroked his head. I think it's because you're like him and Tasha. Thrown into prison for fighting for your friends like him and a grade 4 Xianxia like her. Maybe it was on a whim he took you in, but something in him stirred while training you. Oscar wanted to speak more, but a terrifying voice called out, "Get out!" Draven strode into the balcony and said coldly, "Return to your quarters." Now, his stance showed how prepared he was to fight. Indeed, not a single hint of gentleness existed between him and Aunt Rosette. Her face fell darker from his response, and she left without saying a word, a lonely trek out that made Oscar want to go out and accompany her. But a look from his master froze his steps. "Disciple." "Yes, master." A deep silence fell between the two. A slight breeze filled the gap between them. Draven clasped his shoulder and said, "Don't be like me. Don't ever be like me. Live freely and live happily." With those last few words, his master disappeared, vanishing into empty space. Oscar stared in the spot where his master once stood and bowed as the two suns began to ascend, lighting up the dark balcony. As a disciple, he wanted his master to be proud and happy, but the heart seemed to have died out a long time ago, resigned to its fate of madness and perpetual grief. What could he do for him? His thoughts had to be tossed aside. Horns sounded in the halls of the fortress, and a voice boomed over the entire excrucier. "We have arrived. Wormer is approaching." Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 563, Wormer. On the balcony, Oscar decided to remain and gazed out from the edge, gripping the stone ledge. When the two suns poked their smooth, radiant heads over where the lands met the sky, surrounded by streams of clouds, the ground trembled, the rivers shook, and an immense amount of iron burst out into great auroras. A great shadow rose, the sunlight blocked by its tall reaches, barely hopping over the top in thin arcs of weak light. Oscar stepped back and held his breath, speechless at the legend that had only been depicted in the history books, a sight that had never been seen in hundreds of years. It was Wormer, the Great and Last Gate. Its walls extended high like the spires of Dragonheart. Every few hundred feet apart rested a dragon's skull, mature dragons with open gaping maws that bared their fangs, as if to deter intruders, and large horns that gave them their awe-inspiring presence. The walkway atop the great wall seemed carved out from a dragon's spine, ivory bones comprising the steps along the long trek across the path. Rib-like protrusions stuck and hooked out from the spine, being the spokes along the ledges. Every inch of this great wall, Wormer, contained a dense iron, presumably from the bones of the mythical dragons they were created from. The legends described Wormer as the dragon's lair since the beasts were well known for protecting their hoards of treasures, and in this case, Wormer protected the last bastion of the Empire. No mere siege could breach these defenses, and no fleet could fly across without facing the wrath of the dragons. While it is displeasing to see the other mythical beasts reduced to this, mere bones and ghosts, it is quite a sight. Erden stomped his hooves and strutted in the air, expanding his wings out fully and bellowing a mighty roar to Wormer. It was a sign of respect and honor between the two, a Prialapos and a dragon. A response came unexpectedly. A groan sounded out from nowhere, but a trace of powerful iron washed over. They said Wormer had a weak consciousness lurking inside, a dormant mind that acted as an involuntary guardian. It is a splendid view, but it is not the beacon of hope people wish it to be, Oscar said, realizing he was trembling. Your words are true and hard to hear. Celestina walked over to his side. She grinned and teased him. How can the beloved hero have such negative thoughts? That's quite the treason against the royal family. Against her joke, Oscar found no response and simply smiled, letting her have a brief respite to behave freely during these daunting times. She understood just as well as him, or perhaps even more due to her royal status, having the closest ties to Wormer. Indeed, it was a barrier against the worst, but also became a cage for everyone inside. For the dragon never lets go of its hoard, not allowing a single gold piece to leave. To use it meant the Empire was on its last legs, barely able to stand against the encroaching end. Peering over to his right, he saw the princess lean forward on the ledge, the breeze running across her disheveled silver hair that hid her emerald eyes and cast a shadow over her fair face. He could not see her expression, but he knew she was biting her lips and lowering her eyes in tiredness and resignation. The long war had forced the brilliant and confident princess to keep up the facade despite losing ground after ground and leaving civilians and cities behind. Now it came down to the last barrier. A dozen cities rested in the small pocket of land, a terrible reminder of everything they lost. Remembering all the times she had comforted him during their student days, Oscar rested his hand over her head and caressed it gently as she did long ago. It took him back to the long times they talked and read in the library. With the gentlest voice he could muster, he said, "It'll be all right." Her hair shuffled under his palm. She tucked her hair beside her ear, her lips curling up slightly. "Are you a prophet? How can you be so sure everything will turn out all right?" "Just a feeling, the same kind I had when I stole away the divine essence," Oscar said, glad to see her mood improving, and joked. Celestina widened her eyes and clenched her hands on his shoulders. Her raised voice stunned him, a rushed tone of anxiety spilling from her words. "That's not all right. You died that time. Do you believe you will have that chance again? Look at your arm. Why do you always do the most outlandish things?" "I'm sorry, I was being insensitive." Oscar apologized multiple times before Celestina finally calmed down. Once her rushed breaths calmed, he watched the excrucier begin to cross the great wormer. An intense pressure passed over him, his bones shivering to the marrow while his skin chilled to a pale frost. The wormer emanated a powerful ine. Little wonder why it was the last and greatest defense. "Oscar." Celestina relaxed slightly after crossing the border and turned to him, locking gazes. "If the war is about to be lost, run, run, run away and go to your wife. You have a place outside this empire. I will recommend the same to the others," Celestina said, her voice quite regal and overbearing as if giving a command. "And what about you? What will you do if the war is almost lost?" Oscar crossed his arms, a stern look on his face. Celestina smiled weakly, visibly tired by the second. Her cheeks were noticeably sunk in. She chuckled hoarsely while resting her hand on her rapier. "That's why I rejected you. As the princess, I will fight until death, until my bones are dust and blood is empty. That is my duty. The Dragner will rise and fall with the empire. That's an admirable belief. But I have to say you're the one who's quite a doomsayer now. I wanted to ask if I could relinquish my titles and estates after the war ends. I'd prefer to live quietly on my parents' farm with Avril." Oscar looked at her, smiling widely. "Didn't I say it before? It'll be all right. You're a stubborn fool. How can you say it'll be all right?" Celestina asked, desperately pleading for an answer. Perhaps she lost her confidence after the breaking of the inner regions. Her fists pounded on his chest, one powerful blow after another, which felt like simple punches onto his steely body. Yet, each blow twisted his heart. Seeing her so agitated, falling into the depths of despair that contorted her features and dimmed her pupils, was saddening and painful. "You are afraid, terrified of what will happen. Death will not ease your suffering because you know the aftermath of what is to come. The empire will fall, and the people will suffer past your death. There will be nothing but endless regrets even as you pass on," Oscar said. He moved his artificial arm out of the bandages and glanced over the metallic plating. "I know. I saw nothing but regrets when it almost claimed me. Then, how can you stand here and be fearless?" Celestina asked. "Because I have to fight. I have to defend my home. I have to survive," Oscar stated strongly. He stepped forward, towering over her. "It's not that I'm fearless, but thinking about the regrets and what might happen will get me nowhere. I am afraid. I am terrified. That's why I cling to the smallest hope. You know best out of everyone that is what we've been doing the entire war. Tell me, why do you despair now? We've been believing in a faint hope from the start." Celestina went silent, her mouth gaping slightly open as if she had experienced a shock. After a few minutes of awkward silence, she lifted her hands slowly and slapped herself, causing Oscar to wince at the horrific sound of pain. Her cheeks red, she stomped her foot on the ground and exhaled loudly, the sharpness returning to her gaze. "You're right. You're absolutely correct. I nearly lost myself after leaving Greenwich City. Thank you, Oscar. I can't imagine the burdens you bear, having to think of every civilian and soldier, But that's why we're all here for you, Oscar said. We're going to win, right? Of course. That's the only path we can take. So we must win, Celestina said, regaining the former vigor she once lost. Smiling widely, she opened her arms and embraced him, pounding her fist on his back. It wasn't the hug between lovers he had with Avril nor the usual casual embraces between friends, but one between warriors out of respect and camaraderie. He tapped his fist on her back and completed the interaction, and the two separated, giving each other a salute. Good fortune to you, Margrave Tur. Let's win this war, Celestina said, lowering her hand from her chest. If anyone saw her red cheeks, which resulted from her slaps, they could have severe misunderstandings about what transpired here. And to you, my princess, may our empire be blessed. Oscar relaxed and patted Erden's head, who kept quiet the entire time. The two shared the balcony, standing tall side by side during the Excrucier's journey deeper inside Wormer's region. Across the far distance, as they grew closer, a great city came into focus, one of the last bastions of their empire, Carthage City. Oscar floated away with Erden and Celestina for a closer look. The blue flags flew freely and widely over the sky. Massive crowds of civilians, the refugees who entered before Rymir enclosed the area, underwent an exodus toward the city like moths to a flame. What? Celestina shouted into the air, listening to the communication bead in her ear. What are you saying? Is something wrong? Oscar asked, but his answer arrived soon after. The ground began to quake, chasms forming in the earth. What was going on? The refugees wailed, their cries rising to the Excrucier as many fell into the darkness of the chasms, which soon turned red from the magma leaking to the surface. Pure chaos. That was the only way it could be described. The magma spread over, forcing everyone to scamper away like mice. But the unfortunate ones let out blood-curdling screams, an unsettling sound that sent shivers down his spine. Everyone, depart and protect the civilians, Celestina shouted, flying into action immediately. Oscar flew off the Excrucier and met with the remnants of his Black Aegis Order. Their angered faces were understandable. This region inside Wormer should have been the last holdout, but there was no peace even here. Hurriedly, he commanded them to commence immediate rescue and evacuation. As they delved down from the Excrucier, something nagged at him. Why did the ground suddenly erupt? Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 564. The New Intruders. The ground turned black, charred by the scalding smoke pluming from the cracks that spread along the bulging hills that stood where there were none before. Magma erupted, imploding the hills into calderas of deep red lakes, and rained down hellfire onto the land. Next to Oscar, Susan acted fast and sent forth a tide of water, aided by the other water users, extinguishing the falling flames. He swooped in with Emily and the other heavy hitters, destroying the smoldering chunks of land before they could do more harm. Fred led the fastest of their men and evacuated civilians one by one, carrying them onto the Excrucier. The devastation never ceased. Great pillars of molten earth and raging fire roared to the sky, ashes clouding the beautiful dawn into a dreary sight, a gloomy shadow spreading over the Hell's Cape. Oscar had Erden enlarged to the biggest size of 100 feet and spread his wings to shield everyone from the blasts. It was strange. In each molten chunk that he bashed apart, in every searing flame that fizzled out from the waters, he felt hints of incredible iron in every flickering ember and flake of charred dirt. It was no ordinary disaster. Astonished, Oscar held a large piece of burning obsidian, using his flames to keep his hands safe. It gave him a familiar feeling, something he experienced long ago. But what was it? The pressing question gnawed into his head, waves of discomfort scrunching his stomach. He knew this iron or an iron similar to it. Crushing the obsidian, he tossed the question aside to the back of his thoughts and focused on the civilians. Fred and the others did well, sweeping in and out to pluck the civilians from the encroaching waves of magma. The entire army surrounded the disaster, holding back much of the flames with their spells. "Look out!" someone shouted. The lakes of magma bubbled and churned, and a great bellow released from the depths, the immense iron rippling through the air in great quakes. Even the Excrucier groaned, tilting under the pressure of the power. Every lake erupted from the arrival of strange monsters as they rode the rising pillars of magma and pounced down onto the ground, some flying straight ahead for the soldiers. They resembled no beasts or man. Their forms were of pure flames, some blazing blue, others burning red, a few softly emitting an orange-yellow glow. Equally varying, their limbs, though divided into legs and arms, were not uniform in number. The burning heads resembled the flames atop torches, and strange glowing orbs floated evenly in the fires, darting around like eyes. These flame humanoids raised another great bellow, charging into the surrounding army. Oscar shielded himself from a forceful burst of flames and countered the creature, plunging his golden drill into where a heart might be. The creature ignored the golden drill in its chest and extended its forearms. It wanted to grab his limbs. Erden rushed in, swung his antlers, which transformed into sharp blades, and cut off the red arms of living fire. The severed arms dissipated into motes of embers, and they streamed back to the creature, healing it back to its original form. It shrieked a shockwave of Ein and clawed back at Oscar. Slightly irked by the Ein the creature released, Oscar gathered iron into his drill and emitted his shattering wave, instantly blowing the creature apart and snuffing out the flames. Everyone, put out the flames and they won't regenerate. Spread the word to the others. He relayed to his forces. Wiping his bloody nose, Oscar raised his shield and blocked several explosive flames. These strange creatures had different roles, separated by durability, melee, and range abilities. He soared across, dodging the flames thrown by the ranged types, strange, skinny flame humanoids that gathered and spun the fires into devastating attacks. As explosions boomed behind him, he reached the ranged fighters and chopped them into the tiniest fragments with a shower of golden rods in flaming swords. Sure enough, breaking them apart until they could no longer regenerate it worked. But the lakes erupted again, and a fresh wave of flame humanoids reinforced their brethren. He ordered his Black Aegis Legion into formation. Erden swung his mighty wings, forcing as many of the flame humanoids in the middle. Leading from the front, he charged across the narrow passageway, flanked by Erden's enlarged wings that crystallized into burning sapphire ramparts. Susan and Alec doused much of the inferno created by the clump of enemies, and the Black Aegis Order set themselves onto the living flames. One by one, they cleared them away. But the endless waves continued to rage onward. The martial exalts could not help the others, fighting against more significantly powerful flame humanoids that rivaled them in power. Even lesser living flames rushed out to the ground troops of apprentice, elite, and ordinary soldiers, a great war between humans and fire. The soldiers from Carthage City also joined the fight, their skills displayed to the fullest. Erden, are you all right? Oscar asked. I'm fine. My wings are slightly burnt. These things are strange. What are they? Erden groaned, enduring a heavy bombardment of fiery attacks. He swung his antlers, beaming a hot flare, preemptively discharging many attacks before they landed. Well, this is quite the sight. A voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield, a polite yet unsettling clear tone that caught their attention. Flying high above the martial exalts, a man in a long white coat that swayed with the violent winds gazed down on them, his white eyes curling in delight behind the glasses. Strangely, he wore a pair of sandals and a black shirt and pants. The intruder lifted his hands and clapped, a strange gathering of cloaked individuals behind him. I never expected so many flame elementals. That man was in the Rurin jails, Fred exclaimed, pointing his short sword at the man. He's the one who created the sweeper, the one you mentioned before? Oscar reported it immediately to the other leaders. Relaxed as if on a casual stroll, the man bowed and introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I am Faust Valten. Nice to meet you all. His politeness won only further caution from the others. Pardon the sudden interruption, and I apologize for the mess we caused. You created this disaster? Celestina shouted, slashing 1,000 beams of light at Faust. I said I apologize. Faust's white eyes sharpened, and he flicked his finger, a powerful shattering wave breaking apart the beams. Not a scratch on him. He was a greater martial exalt, far stronger than Celestina. This disaster is but a consequence, but it still factors into our plan. He turned to a group behind him and nodded. The black cloaks nodded and dove straight for the caldera into the center, disappearing under the molten surface. Oscar, Gavin, follow them now, Celestina ordered through the communication bead. They were all at the Night Exalt realm. I'm afraid I can't follow you. She stared down another black cloak that matched her power. And on the other side, a powerful flame elemental surged over, lashing out great claws of dripping magma at both of them. Oscar fastened his shield and mounted Erden, raising his artificial arm to the others. Black Aegis order, move out. We follow the enemy into the heart of the flames. They didn't care about killing the elementals, crushing them enough only to create a path through their lines. Peering to his right, he nodded to Gavin, who saluted back, and they delved into the molten depths, his iron shroud protecting him from the magma. But it would be dangerous soon since the flames continually ate away at his defenses. At the very bottom was a large hole. Oscar signaled to his soldiers and rushed into the cavern. Whatever the New Dawn wanted here, he could not allow them to achieve it, not after all the deaths they caused. Fuming hotter than the magma, he burst across the long tunnel, a golden drill already gleaming brightly on his right arm. How optimistic to send out a small force. But that is all within the parameters. Faust smirked, lifting his glasses with his fingers. Draven flashed right behind him, tearing the space beneath his soles. Faust reacted quicker than he had expected and scurried away from his killing blow, space collapsing within itself before the path of his fist. Disappointed, Draven summoned his Kraken anima and swatted away every elemental, lashing them with fanged tentacles. His spatial deconstruction spell ravaged through their bodies, dissipating many into nothingness. A few tougher ones resisted with their powerful aints. Oh, it's you. I have to say, you're quite the unique case as well, but your disciple is far more of a treasure, Faust said, twisting his wrists. I forgot. I have to thank you for the many years of donating your flesh and blood. I made good use of them, better than you ever did to your own body. I remember now. You're the guard who chopped at my body every day. Draven felt the monstrous thoughts attempting to override his rational mind. He held them at bay, but the anger from recalling the many days of being helpless under this man's knife was unrelenting. He growled, "What a fool you are. I will tear you limb by limb. There's no doubt about that. Vexing as it may be, you are strangely more powerful than me, a son of the Volten bloodline. We should be the masters of Reese. But you and your disciple have torn that notion upside down." Faust smiled. "That's why I can't be your opponent." He is, a large man around 12 feet tall, approached. A black cloak covered him from his head to his chest, like an executioner's mask. His hands were cuffed, great steel bands linked by heavy chains that rattled around unsettlingly with the snarl behind the cloak. Faust snapped his fingers, and the chains broke apart. The large man tore off his black cloak, revealing his face. Goo! Rows of sharp, bloodied teeth revealed themselves from the lipless mouth. Metal spikes protruded from its shoulders. The bottom half of its head was mangled and burnt to a twisted mess of flesh. A helmet covered the upper half of its head, but its soulless, dark eyes glared strongly at Draven. Drool leaked from its teeth as its body expanded to a height of 15 feet, the muscles bulging to a shocking degree. Draven was unimpressed by the creature's display but was concerned about the strange mix of Ein in the creature. Somehow it carried all of them? He stepped forward and let out a ripple shroud to clear the air from the inelegant snarls of the beast. There was no mistaking that Ein or Eints. Why does that thing have my Ein? More importantly, why does it have Oscar's? Ah, I forgot my manners. Let me introduce you. This is the Sweeper, my finest creation. Faust gazed pridefully at the abomination. At first, it was quite a challenge, even with all the flesh and blood you graciously gave to me. But once it tasted your disciple's blood, it surpassed my expectations. Unbelievable. He cackled, losing the pretenses of a polite and gentle man. The only way to defeat it would be to use your meld or even your integration. But you won't use it, will you? Draven remained silent as Faust continued. Your power is certainly great, but once you enter the meld or integration, the amount of Reese you generate will overwork your heart, and you will die after the battle. I couldn't believe it when I saw what you had done to yourself. No wonder you are known as a madman. Shut up, you lowlife scum. This thing is nothing. If it is your pride, I will break it and drag you to my prison to be tortured for centuries. Draven cracked his knuckles. He neared the sweeper and stopped a few feet away. All right then, this will be valuable data. Sweeper, go kill him, Faust cackled. Goo! The sweeper charged, and Draven silently clashed against the beast, their fists meeting in the center and drowning out all other sounds. Nothing else to hear from the crashing thunder of their knuckles colliding. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 565. The Hidden Splendor of Fire. How far does this tunnel go? Oscar blinked under the cover of his Ein shroud. A simple layer of Ein protected him from nature's consuming fire. Warily, he looked around, finding no signs of the intruders, the cavern's walls smooth as if something had dug cleanly through. There was no spot or area for an enemy to hide and ambush them. But Oscar remained vigilant, knowing this place was the perfect kill spot to disrupt one's concentration. Break their Ein shroud, and let them drown in flames. Erden nudged him from below, his beastly senses catching the coattails of their enemy. Oscar signaled to the others to pick up speed, delving deeper into the smooth, unnatural cavern. Strangely, none of the fire elementals had shown themselves, but he recalled none ever emerged from the center caldera. With the new dawn directly intervening for this passageway, there definitely was something amiss. The cavern curved upward. A few minutes later, they neared the exit. Oscar surged his iron, already in the state of pseudo-guise, and emerged from the surface, shaking off excess magma from his Ein shroud. Gavver and their combined forces joined him above the bubbling magma pool and bore witness to the same unique landscape. A molten wonderland was what he could call it. Magma flowed like waterfalls, splashing onto great searing lakes, a few rivers intricately connected and streaming forth from the lakes. Oscar landed on the charred ground, his feet sizzling as faint wisps of white smoke trailed up from the webbed cracks that shone with molten flare. Not only that, the Ein within this place was dense, far stronger than the norm in the outside world. For martial exalts, who held the elemental spark of fire, it would be a paradise, full of natural fiery Ein and resources. Red flowers that bloomed flames grew along the shores, perfect ingredients for elixirs, and he, as a fabricator, could tell that the glowing red rocks with countless rubies embedded in them were flame elemental ores. This place is a miracle. How have we missed it for hundreds of years? Gavver whispered, barely in earshot of Oscar, removing his helmet as his eyes widened, taking in the full splendor of the molten reaches. If we had found it, we could have cultivated powerful generations of flame exalts. Oscar couldn't respond because another voice, so clear and sharp that anyone from a mile away could hear clearly, replied to Gavver's question. But you did not. It is the folly of your ancestors to miss this sacred site. Did they never question why so many dragons roost here long ago? Even before your paltry empire came to be, the powers before remained ignorant, all led astray by dragons but forgetting that dragons always safeguard a treasure. Several black-robed New Dawn members appeared out of thin air, close to the largest lake, the mouth from where all the magma flowed to the other pools and lesser lakes. The one in the front, carrying the most dangerous presence, removed his hood and cast off the cloak, wearing fine red clothing. He was certainly handsome, his eyes sharp and gleaming with white pupils rivaling the full moon. His red hair had faint orange and yellow streaks, resembling a beautiful flame. 2 swords hung down from his waist, sheathed, yet staring at them gave off an unsettling feeling as if he was already slicing them in two. Patting his chest, the swordsman bowed and said in his sharp, cutting tone, I am Aiden Volten. It's a pleasure to meet the famed Oscar Tur, a Volten. You all come crawling out of your holes only to scamper away. What treasure rests in this place? Oscar said, surging his Ein, the iron roaring along his arms and legs. Erden roared and melded with his anima, already ready to battle. Gavver and the others all prepared themselves for the battle. Follow me and find out. I wonder if you'll stay here and fight alongside your friends or let me run amok, Aiden said, unsheathing his 2 swords. The craftsmanship was admirable. Fiery patterns adorned the blade in great artistry. Almost alive, the light catching on the edges granted it a molten glow. He slashed his swords together, crossing them into a great fiery intersecting attack. The glow from the strike burned brighter than the magma around them. Squinting his eyes, Oscar focused the iron and countered with a flaming golden drill, the ground underneath breaking in half as magma flowed to fill in the new chasm. His golden drill broke into 4 parts, cleaved so easily by Aiden's slash, which continued until his artificial arm was blown back. His sense of danger intensified. Aiden flashed a smile at him and twirled his swords arrogantly in the air. "OS, Oscar!" Fred and Emily shouted. Oscar placated his friend's worries and shook off the flames on his exposed artificial arm, faint molten scratches lining the plating. That attack showed him everything he needed to know. Aiden was a dangerous enemy. Fighting in this place with his allies all around, he had no confidence in stopping Aiden from killing a few others as collateral damage. The others behind him seemed anxious, staring back and forth between him and Aiden. The other black-robed men nodded to Aiden, and he flew with one strangely shaped black-robed figure, nearing the center of the Great Lake, the heart of the molten cavern. Oscar didn't hesitate despite the danger, ordering everyone to charge. The other black-robed men rushed toward them, iron emanating from their figures. Altogether, Oscar and Gavin had 60 men while the New Dawn had 30, but with their mastery of Reese and iron, they required at least 2 to defeat. Fred and Emily veered away and fought against a powerful Reese user. His worry deepening, Oscar wanted to turn and help, but Aiden stood above the lake, hands clenching the 2 swords. A single moment was all the swordsman needed to cleave some of his friends and allies while he would busy himself with the others. Every fiber of his mind told him it was a trap, an invitation to follow their plan. Why else would they ignore him, creating a clear path for him to reach Aiden? "Bastard," Oscar cursed inwardly. "Fine, if this is your plan, I'll follow along for now. You could slaughter the rest of their forces and attack him all out with the survivors," Demon said coldly, his opinion as cruel and callous as usual. "Shut up. Be ready to fight with duality." Oscar flew across the smoldering ground, blowing away the white smoke of sulfur and ash, and stopped above the Great Lake. He inspected Aiden, the Prince-Dict and Eliran Breaker gleaming through his vision, prepared for any and all outcomes. A glance at the strange figure next to him revealed it was a beast, since a beast's eidolon shadowed and obscured the figure. A Volten well-trained in Reese and a beast companion. Oscar thought the battle would be hard before, but now it became clear that it would be costly. Even against the 3 winds during the Battle of Delvar Fort, he never felt this suffocating pressure until the very end when he lost his arm. "Why didn't you go massacre the others and fight me with superior numbers?" Aiden asked, his swords relaxed by his sides, an open stance that welcomed any attacks to approach. "Even I would be forced to retreat from your combined might. Would an organization like yours be so daft to have nothing prepared for that possibility?" Oscar glared and raised his fists. Erden expanded his wings and roared at the beast opposite him. Aiden grinned and chuckled. "It's as she described. You're a strange one." Of course, Oscar rolled his eyes. "Obviously, you know that wench. Quite an insult to the jewel of the Voltens. I can imagine those words enraging many of the lessers in our bloodline. Hapless fools who think they deserve her attention," Aiden said, pointing one sword at Oscar. "Did she ever tell you there are 2 gems, one being her and the other is me? If we follow tradition, I'd be the one by her side and siring children." "Am I in your way?" Oscar said, paying attention to the battle behind him. So far, they were locked in a stalemate. "No. In fact, I'm also curious if the true Volten will emerge from the 2 of you. Whether it's you or me, I don't care what happens as long as our long-awaited wish comes true." Aiden raised his swords and entered pseudo-guise, leaning a knee forward into an offensive stance. He smiled widely and said, "For now, what I desire most is to fight you. As one of the 2 jewels of the Voltens, I wonder how I will match against a perfect Reese user." His face cooled, not a speck of emotion left, only a devastating stare that burned with great fervor. The beast beside him roared and showed itself. 2 white wings stretched out, the feathers tinged red at the ends. It snorted out flames from its nostrils and tapped its hooves together in clear sounds, stomping as a fire burned from its head down its spines and to the end of its tail. 2 horns extended from its head, one short and right between the eyes and the other long and directly above the smaller horn, resting in the middle of the forehead. These two white horns spiraled from the base to a fine, sharp point. Its imposing figure matched Erden's. The identity of the beast became clear. None other than the Lord of Horses, the first of the stallion kind, matched the majesty and mythical presence it imposed, the Exalt. Erden roared back at its mythical rival, and the two beasts locked horns, the cavern quaking from their power. Oscar tried to rouse Erden but was overwhelmed by the instinct taking over his friend. The Exalt and the Prialapos have a rivalry deep in their blood, stemming from the primordial days of Talos. To see this ancient battle recreated by their descendants is quite a sight. Aiden exhaled and glared at Oscar, gripping his swords tightly. Now it's our turn. Don't disappoint me. Oscar summoned demon in the duality body, and Aiden shifted his stance, spreading his swords. There were no other options. The iron engulfed his body and demon's body. Blue antlers of pure iron extended out from their foreheads, and the guys took hold. Bursting with incredible speed, he flashed behind Aiden and swung his golden drill. There will be no grave for you. Burn in the flames. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 566. Can I learn that? Rosette gripped her hammer and crushed the head of a flame elemental, resisting the searing flames that threatened to burn the skin off her flesh. The living flame staggered for a moment before the flames from its neck burned upward, shaping back into a head. Its regeneration was incredible. Never before had she faced an unrelenting creature such as this one. It retaliated, roaring a wave of fire blazing from its mouth like a dragon's breath. This damned flame! She grimaced, her heart thumped. She charged her eye into her hammer, deepening the scarlet sheen on its head, which began to rotate to her will. In a single motion, she threw the hammer, its direction straight and true, aimed at the burning ray of fire. The winds carried a wave of intense heat from a clasp of her hands. The chaotic and heated wind wave buffeted the elemental flame, squashing its flames. Her hammer split apart the squished flames and rammed right into its chest, which already caved in before the metal could touch the fire, and the elemental fell apart, flickers of dying embers spraying all over. It was dead for good now. She could not enjoy the victory as more elementals emerged from the fiery pits, a fresh martial Exalt elemental already heading toward her. These creatures were relentless. Behind her, the fleet and Garantulum fired everything they could onto the calderas. A good and somewhat successful attempt in reducing the numbers that spawn, but not enough to quell the tides. Forge Master, the sentinels are ready to deploy. A message reached her from the Excruiser. One of her subordinates had been busy with recharging the golems and relayed the good news. Sentinels, awaken and hold back the elementals. Don't let any reach the ships and civilians. Rosette spoke through her communication bead, letting her voice reach the sleeping sentinels. Oscar had given her authority over these golems, and they answered her. From the Excruiser, an orderly group of armored golems, the sentinels zoomed below her, their blue glass eyes darting around until they locked onto their targets. They truly were a marvel. In unison, they tore apart several flame elementals, cooperating to a shocking degree in taking down a foe. The steely hulls of their armor and bodies ignored the melting flames as they held the line, ripping apart another elemental limb by limb, piece by piece until it faded away. Compared to the burning, rampant figures of fire and lava, the sentinels remained stoic and steadfast in their bodies of iron, like boulders meeting a stream of water. All forces, hold your positions and bombard the elementals with ranged spells. Close combat exalts will wait for any stragglers that get through. Leave the sentinels to their own directives. Rosette ordered the rest of the army, mindful of the heavy usage of Ein on their side. Even with Ein awaken, facing an enemy as relentless as these elementals would be taxing. All ships continue firing on the calderas. A threefold defensive line was the best she could do right now. The flame elementals would suffer a lot before reaching the sentinels and melee combatants. Her worry never ceased. Rosette peered at the battle undergoing high in the sky. Draven was fighting against that strange monster they brought and the man who called himself Faust. Raising her hand, she suppressed an explosive flaming orb and extended a large hand-shaped inferno, crushing it into a puff of black smoke. Rosette lowered her gaze to the center caldera, where Oscar and the others dove into. It wasn't a pleasant feeling to have more to worry about. She was bleary-eyed from fatigue as more flame elementals roared out their arrival under the heavy bombardment of the airships. Her feet stomped in the air. Her hammer swung with crushing heat onto her new foe. Damn it, I can only hope Oscar is all right. Rosette glared strongly at the two flame elementals standing before her, one already healing from her strike. She snapped, "Get out of my way!" Two red streaks formed across the air, one aimed at Demon and the other at himself. Oscar never blinked, watching the sword reach him faster than his golden breaker could ever travel. He almost considered blocking it but thought better of it. Mixing golden propulsion and inferno rush, he propelled himself away and ducked under the expanding slash. It split even the air as the winds rushed back to fill the gap and exploded into great gales, further knocking him back. Oscar raised his right hand and observed the golden drill. The tip was cut cleanly off. He had tested it against the slash while it passed over and even used Shattering Wave, but even that resulted in his spell being overwhelmed by Aiden's. Dangerous. He could imagine even indestructible gold, created with iron, would not help against this powerful slash. There had to be something, a weakness he needed to find. Close range is too dangerous for now. Switch to ranged. Oscar relayed to Demon, who also avoided the killing slash. On the other side, Aiden was in the state of guise, a burning red iron coursing over his body like a flame. Strange, large red ears of iron extended from the guise. Unlike Cersi, who played around, Aiden seemed completely serious, subtly raising his swords, and Oscar closed his shield on his chest, watchful of every move. "I made a mistake. I should have done this sooner," Aiden said, pointing a sword at where Erden was fighting his mythical rival, the Accusimus. A loud neigh filled the chamber, and a red horse strutted around, the burning hairs along its back swaying freely in wondrous flickers of bright flame. The horse anima bolted and entered the Accusimus, a familiar scene of an anima melding into a beast unfolding. Unlike Erden, who was wrapped in sapphire armor, the Accusimus remained bare, but red markings of fire spread all over its white fur and coiled around its two horns. Every feather on its wings bore the mark of a flame. "Now, our beasts can have a more even match." Violent flames erupted from his swords. Oscar moved, his hand raised high and spread iron all over. A gathering of golden rods wreathed in blazing blades pointed at Aiden and flew out at tremendous speed. Demon, behind Aiden, used the same fusion of spells, and they surrounded Aiden in a storm of gold and flame. Constantly shifting his position, Oscar observed Aiden and waited for his next move. Aiden tapped his swords together, fire sprouting from them. The red flames molded themselves like clay into fine red swords that glinted scarlet light along their clean edges that could cut down any man. They were the same blazing blade spell he used, but the shape, how did the flames become comparable to fine metal? They looked to be made from the finest tempered blade rather than fire. Fewer in number, they moved gracefully and cut through Oscar's spells, melting through the golden rods. The air cleared again. Nothing remained after the clash. Oscar fired a golden breaker mixed with an explosive flame. Aiden's mastery of fire and spells surpassed Oscar's as a flame barrier, once again comparable to metal or crystal in its structure. He deflected his golden breaker and endured the explosion, not a scratch on its scarlet metallic surface. Scary, isn't it? For so many years now, you've fought alongside your beast, further enhanced by the gift of Reese. Little wonder you massacred scores of enemies. But now your beast is preoccupied, and you face a grade 8 Exalt with Reese. Where you had advantages before, there is now none. Aiden spoke not in mockery. The forward gaze and sternness showed how much of a warrior Aiden was. He only spoke truthfully, not to insult, as if eager to see how Oscar would respond. "Then I'll have to make my own." "Still 2 against 1, Oscar said. "If you wish to drag it out until I reach the limits of my imperfectness, then you're grasping at straws." Aiden led a blazing trail, instantly appearing before Oscar. He swung once, blocked by Oscar's shield, but to his shock, a cut formed along his shoulder. The blood already burnt away as the wound seared shut in fiery pain. The cut was very thorough, slicing through to the back of his shoulder. If he had his shield a tiny bit lower, his shoulder would have been chopped off by its roots. Demon ambushed from behind and unleashed a shattering wave from a close distance. The air between them erupted into violent winds, Aiden's shattering wave matching Demon's. A red sword brushed past the tearing gales and threatened to pierce Demon in the neck. Oscar kicked with a golden drill on his foot. Swerving his kick, he weaved his foot past Aiden's sharp sword, which tried to counter him, and forced Aiden into an awkward stance to block using the pommel of his sword. Their shattering waves blasted each other apart, and Demon resumed his onslaught on the blown-away Aiden. Oscar halted himself in the air and bounced back. However, fire streamed from Aiden's feet and traveled behind him and Demon. Two flaming figures, so clearly defined as if wearing scarlet armor, leaped from the fires and slashed down with reddened blades. Oscar spun underneath its slash and stabbed through its chest. Even after all that, you can still move your double so well. I'm truly impressed. Aiden had tried many times to cut Demon apart during the diversion created by the flaming figures, yet Demon avoided nearly everything quite cleanly. Demon's figure rested a distance away, one arm missing from the base. He turned to Oscar and gave a piercing stare. Our beasts are quite even for now, but with the blood transmutation, your beast naturally has the edge. I'll end this now. His body burned and hurled toward him like a meteor. For several minutes, Oscar and Demon coordinated to stop Aiden from completing a killing slash, interrupting him before he could fully do a downward stroke. He weaved and bashed his shield up. Metal hit metal. The shield spewed sparks against the pommel. Aiden spun the sword masterfully with one hand and stabbed downward. Demon rammed him from the side, the golden drill halting against the flaming barrier. The attack was stopped, but enough for Oscar to avoid the stab and reposition himself. Oscar only had a single thought. How would one become this masterful in their spells? Aiden's fire spells all became metallic or crystalline, as if the fires were condensed, shaped, and sharpened. Suffering another cruel searing cut on his arm, Oscar focused and pondered, his instincts and efforts keeping all injuries down to a thread. Was it iron? Oscar didn't want to risk it against a higher grade, but he spread his iron around and created the dead zone, dissipating all iron, including his own. The scarlet swords turned into burning flames that loosely resembled blades. The flaming barrier became a vortex of hot-spewing fire. The flaming figures lost their shape, swinging what seemed to be long torches rather than blades. Indeed, it was iron holding it all together. What struck him the most was that the burning slash that cut through all his defenses and golden drill, as if they were made from sand, turned into nothing but flames that erupted in all directions. He had never believed so much fire could be crammed into a thin slash. So that's it. Before Aiden could retaliate, Oscar withdrew his dead zone. Counter-impact released from his hands, all of the iron from Aiden's and his attacks crashing over to the other side of the cavern. Oddly, the lake's surface remained undisturbed. Oscar stared at the defensive Aiden, who avoided the strike, his eyes glinting in deep desire. Can I learn that too? Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 567, Aiden's Shock. Bright wisps of dense fire flared on the many ends of Erden's branched antlers. Like the ripe fruits of a tree, they fell and gathered in the center between the antlers and surged out in radiant solar flames. His opponent, who introduced himself as Borin, neighed loudly, puffing up his broad chest and kicking his front legs in the air. The two horns of the Exalt shone, dyeing the red glow of the air away into white. Flames arced and coiled along the spiraling structure of the ivory horns. In a single motion from his horns, the air trembled, the cavern's ceiling quaked, and the Ain became a chaotic mess, waves of heat emanating from the beast. A streak of immensely white-hot fire spiraled like an extension of his horns. The red flames of the Prialapos met the white flare of the Exalt. The primal roar filled the chamber as if the flames spoke to one another. They imploded until the last trails of their blazing heat converged, tiny motes of white and red struggling to devour each other. In the last moment of their passing, the flames screamed a final cry, shock waves of inferno crashing and burning everything in their path. Erden rushed past the encroaching fire, his body tinged and smoldering yet unharmed. His ancient rival, Borin, similarly passed through. Their gazes locked onto each other. Erden's blood grew hotter. His heart thunderously thumped like the drums of war, and so his war cry erupted from the deepest breath of his lungs. Drawing closer, Erden transformed his antlers into a fine sapphire blade, carrying a burning fire along the edges. He knocked his head back and stomped on the air, slashing across to Borin. Borin responded in a war cry of his own, his hind legs kicking off as his radiant wings swung once, stretching to the back in a terrifying dash. His horns, glowing white-hot and focusing an immense amount of iron, plunged directly into Erden's blade, the horn and antlers screeching as the fire spread behind them to rush away from the epicenter of their clash. Transforming his antlers back to normal, Erden locked the branches onto the horns and brushed them to the side, an opening finally showing. His hoof rammed into Borin's cheek before the Exalt could react. His front hoof barely lifted to defend. Somehow, Erden felt the horns retract, and Borin spun away in retreat. Not bad, Prialapos, not bad at all. Borin's right cheek was maimed, blood seeping from the cracks in the flesh and burned away by the heat of his own flames. Smacking his lips around, he spat out a mouthful of blood and continued in faint neighs of beast tongue. Fate must have brought us here together, two of firstborns and blessed by fire. You are a mythical beast, one of the firstborns, as you say. Then why do you serve such a vile master? Erden snarled, expanding his wings, sounds of creaking branches eerily clear. Do you not know what his people have done to beasts? I have seen their foul experiments firsthand, sickening hybrids that deserve only the peace of death. Vile affronts to Talos. You see merely the surface. You have not begun to recall the memories within our blood, the ones engraved by Talos. I cannot help the unworthy and the unprepared to see the truth. There is a greater purpose here, and I dare say if you knew, you would join me. Borin chuckled. However, I do hate your kind. Erden scoffed. Even if I knew, I would never serve them as you do. The blood transmutation may have given you the edge over me, but it has addled your mind. You deny the blood flowing inside you. Forget it. Perhaps what happens here will let you see the truth. Now, on this stage prepared for us by the threads of fate, by Talos, let us fight. The flame markings on his feathers glowed, raising the fires around him until they warped his figure into an avatar of fire. Deep, glowing eyes glinted behind the shrouds of flames that waxed and waned to the heart's beating. Erden realized this battle may take longer than he had thought. He could only hope Oscar and Demon were enough of a match to last longer until he was finished. A flicker of shock narrowed his eyes as they focused on Oscar's figure in the distance. What was the maniac doing now? Strange. Aiden wondered what the perfect Reese user was doing. Two prisons of golden locks latched onto his arms and hands. Masterfully, he twirled his swords along his fingers, slicing through the bindings, swerving through the falling golden scraps. Faint melted surfaces on the new ends formed from his burning slash. Aiden blazed a trail, invisible Reese directing his course toward Oscar. His sword changed angles and slashed upward. Oscar's double flashed in from the side and stopped his sword. Again, he could not complete a full swing, and without a full swing, his concentrated shattering wave would not release properly. Holding in the Reese from escaping his sword, Aiden turned to the double and slashed cleanly where its head should be. But the wily duplicate avoided him again, even though Oscar was occupied by three of his flaming visages. He's aiming for something. Suspicion rose in his slanted eyebrows. The long years of brutal training and real combat since his birth forced a familiar feeling to creep into his stalwart heart. It irked him. Something seemed familiar, and an answer intruded into his mind. Anxiousness. He thought he had purged this uncomfortable congestion a long time ago. He gripped his swords tightly and sliced many times, splitting his concentrated shattering wave into multiple strikes. For good measure, he showered the double and Oscar in burning blades, scarlet swords piercing across to meet their targets. Again, an unsettling feeling shivered his fingertips, but it was unknown. He had not a clue as to what this strange emotion was. Oscar and the double locked their backs together, pulling and pushing each other out of the barrage and into the clear air, cuts and burns coating their figures. Yet, Oscar's onyx eyes remained unwavering, unblinking, and peering straight at him. What do you see? What are you trying to do? Aiden said, noting the time limit of his guise was still acceptable. His attention turned to Oscar, the strange, perfect Reese user. "Are you nervous?" Oscar said, brushing off the charred burns and scabs. "I have none of the advantages you speak of. But you're hesitating? For what? Is the self-proclaimed jewel of the Voltens a coward? What a futile attempt at provocation." Aiden shook his head. He wanted this feeling to be nothing, but Oscar's towering figure seemed more imposing. Smirking, he raised his swords and rushed in for another round. Sparks flew between the clash of his swords and Oscar's shield, the faint cuts he had made before now becoming more distinct and deep. Oscar's Reese was truly formidable. He could not deny that. Out of all the Voltens, none compared to the sheer force behind Oscar's blows, and none met equally against the time limit of the guise, supposedly mind-numbingly long. Aiden was disgruntled that Oscar was not born into the Volten lineage. However, perhaps Oscar would never have become such a powerful Reese user if he were. This double is too good. He must be well trained in separating his thoughts. The shocking coordination between Oscar and the duplicate stumped Aiden. Every move he made would be met with a series of counters. He lost count of how often his swords could not complete a slash, and his back was always in trouble. It felt like fighting two people rather than one. The degree of perfection in controlling the two bodies lay in a realm beyond his understanding. "I thought I was good at using my swords separately, but he's further than me." Aiden bashed the pommels of his swords together and spun them around as if they were connected. He leaped into the air and sent arcs of sharp flame in all directions. Many reached the lake, unable to disrupt the surface, and many more surrounded Oscar and the double. Again, despite enduring the slashing fire and being covered in countless burns, barely avoiding a limb being cut off, Oscar continued to watch him, a sudden vibrancy welling up in those dark pupils. "I see. So it's like this?" A strange phrase from Oscar. Confused, Aiden sharpened his gaze, having his swords at the ready. Oscar retracted his golden drill and punched forward, a weird action considering he was far away. "It can't be." Aiden crossed his swords and swung, his concentrated shattering wave, small as two threads intersecting, slashed down. Vast amounts of iron, burst from the air between him and Oscar, the lake's surface wavering slightly from the immense force of the gigantic explosion. Oscar's look of awe and slight chuckle deepened the unsettling blockage in his chest. The man really did it. He actually accomplished it. Aiden's voice trailed off. Oscar spoke louder against him. "I didn't expect to see this much power behind it, but thanks for giving me time to figure it out. As a gift, here." He raised his hand, and Aiden stared blankly at the scarlet swords, the same metallic sheen coating the corporeal blades. But within the edges, faint golden streaks glinted. Gold and red, metal and fire. Not only did this maniac somehow figure out how to elevate his spells to the next level, but he fused the elements further. Aiden refused to believe it. How could Oscar so easily learn one of the core techniques of the Voltens given to the highest science? He had to fight tooth and nail to obtain the techniques. "Are you really not coming with us? Your presence is needed for the plan to succeed." He recalled a conversation he had before enacting this invasion. "Geez, you are annoying, Aiden. I can't drag my image deeper into the mud. It'll ruin the future." Cersi's annoyed voice reverbed in his thoughts. "Where else will we find a rivaling Reese user? Don't be selfish. You know what that means to our people. Isn't there one already there? The reports say Oscar is heading toward the southern gate. It's perfect timing. Accomplish the task with his help." "Geez, you two are such troublesome men. I've seen him in battle. While I am eager to face a perfect Reese user, he is not my match. He cannot resonate." "Ha ha ha ha. What's so funny? Idiot. Do you think my eyes are blind? I didn't choose him only because he simply has a perfect Reese body. His tendency to protect others is one, but the other main reason is that he's far more talented at Reese than us." "Are you joking? We are the culmination of the Volten blood and efforts. You say he, a person of no noteworthy birth, has more potential than us. Geez, do you want me to repeat myself? It's quite depressing. But it's a shame he wasn't born a Volten. Go and fight him. I'm sure he'll surprise you and even defeat you." Cersi's mocking smile stretched across his mind. Cersi was right. She was right all along. Aiden couldn't remember when he last felt this rush in his blood. He placed his hand over his chest, each pulsing heartbeat rippling into his palm. At long last, he knew the name of this feeling, something long since foreign to him and thus cast aside as unsettling. But once it became known, he reveled in it. Excitement. Excitement electrified his brain, burned his blood, and stretched a wide smile from cheek to cheek. Facing the golden-edged scarlet blades, Aiden prepared himself, raised his red burning swords, and shouted, "Come on, Act 3, Empires Stand." Chapter 568. Final Concept. A few minutes prior, Oscar's shield blocked most of Aiden's deadly strikes, leaving a few clean, burned cuts on the outlines of his body. For the briefest of moments, he swerved his body, adjusted the position of his limbs, and minimized his exposed areas to dodge the excess of the slashes. But Aiden's swords were unrelenting, and his best efforts still amounted to numerous cuts and burns scattered around his figure. At least the damage was minimal. He had the means to keep fighting. Show me more," Oscar carefully observed, glimpsing into Aiden's movements, not a single hair escaping his gaze. From the counter-impact, he knew the secret to the powerful spells was hidden in Reese and Iron. Escaping certain death thanks to Demon's interference, Oscar backed away, an intense stare directed at the wondrous flames. When it came to Reese, it always ended up in steps. Adamus Reyes, Omnarius, and others all started from one step to the next until completion. Oscar wondered as he danced around the battlefield, sidestepping the flame apparitions, their fast blades brushing past the ends of his hair, scorching them slightly. He kicked one, driving a golden lance into its chest, and rebounded to the second, a single bash from his shield reducing it into a dying ember. Quickly, he fired a golden breaker and tore a hole into the head of the third. His gaze never left Aiden. The Prinstict observed and relayed the movement of Ein before it obscured into Iron. Sevon once mentioned and lamented having no chance to learn the secret techniques of Reese and Iron meant for only the core members of the Volten blood. Even though he was to marry into the family, he had no right due to his blood. In all of the battles against the New Dawn, Oscar never witnessed the powerful mastery of Iron and spells Aiden showed. Blood splurted from the fresh cuts, sizzling into a blackened char as they barely traveled down his skin. Flames rode through the gaps in the cuts like rivers between shores and seared them up. Yet his head remained surprisingly clear. Beyond the pain of his flesh burning and sharp blades slicing his tendons, clarity let him see truly, and excitement numbed the worst. How long had it been? How long since he last delved into the depths of Reese? Adam and Sevon taught him well, but not much beyond what he already knew. This was new. All the questions and curious inquires were brushed aside, his mind honing on only to observe the enemy. "What did you see?" His master's favorite phrase echoed in his ears. Indeed, what did he see? Oscar smiled, unable to contain his excitement, even during the strife and horror on the surface right now. He mulled on that single question, and it seemed Aiden had enough, a flicker of emotion shaking that stoic expression. As Aiden shouted out, unnerved by his actions, Oscar provoked further to stir his foe's Ein, a more distinct picture drawing in the Prinstict world of distortion. Back to back with Demon, he endured the rain of deadly arcs of flame, darting his sight over every infernal blade. A sudden understanding dawned on him. Reese came in steps. In Adamus Reyes, it was step by step to reach full completion. Then the pseudo-guys, then the guys. The steps for Aiden's strange power entered the spotlight in his mind. The first step was Reese enhancing spells externally, a simple coating over the already formed spell. The second step was to invoke spells using Iron, resulting in a spell many times more powerful than the norm. Aiden's power must be the third and perhaps final step. Oscar tugged on Demon's arm, pulling his alter ego out of a killing blow, and likewise, Demon pushed them away from another. "That's the trick. Interesting. I was the first to discover the Iron for us, so I'll leave this to you." Demon stopped Aiden's sword in its place and countered, only to be saved by Oscar's quick kick, Aiden unable to fully counter any of them. Still, the wounds piled on. Oscar held in the groan of pain rising from his tired lungs, the heavy, hot air not helping to ease the suffering. "Feel it," Oscar felt time slow as each cut formed on his body. Learning through the pain and feeling of the blow was the way ingrained in him by his master. The iron inside the flaming slashes that cut into his body held the secret, and the iron's movements before they merged into iron ignited the spark. His body paid the price, but his life clung to his mind as it unraveled the mystery. Aiden's iron started as tendrils. No, lines would be the more appropriate. These lines of iron, already divided, fused with Reese, but the concentrated weight that sliced the surface of his shield expressed only a single line. His wounds gave the final piece to the puzzle. The feeling of countless lines coiled and condensed into a singular line embedded into his very skin. I see. So it's like this? Oscar dragged his weary body away and formed a golden drill, his artificial arm clenching tightly within the metal. His seared lungs drew in a deep breath, and his iron, divided into the thinnest lines, fused with his Reese into iron, and the iron moved akin to strings weaved into a loom, the end of his drill. Some of the iron transformed into fine lines of fire. He gritted his teeth against the immense rejection of countless lines of iron and fire fighting and repelling every other line. They refused to become a single line. Weave, at long last, the line responded to his will. They coiled and combined, a single line becoming infinitely smaller down to a point on the tip of his drill. Oscar thrust forward, his shattering wave not erupting in a wild blow that filled half the chamber but firing in a single path, a line. Widened eyes greeted his blow as Aiden crossed his swords and canceled the shattering wave. It's not there yet. Oscar stared at his hands and raised his voice against Aiden's, bringing his arm up, eager to witness the fruits of his pained efforts. Lines of iron turned to lines of iron that further transformed into lines of metal and fire. The concentration and limit of his capacity solved the mystery of why Aiden created fewer of these blades. The sheer weight of containing the power and the mental drain of control were taxing. The lines devoured each other until a few remained, 6 in total, and they invoked the combination of blazing blades and golden rods. Scarlet swords floated around him, golden edges gleaming brightly as the magma glowed from underneath. Drenched in cold sweat, Oscar glanced at Aiden, who smiled widely for the first time during their battle. "Come on," Aiden shouted, raising his red blades. Oscar did not disappoint him and sent the 6 scarlet gold swords out, the sharp metal whistling across as the flames roared in the burning trails of their path. Aiden swung his blades faster than ever and cut each of Oscar's swords cleanly in half. For a final touch, he sent forth another cross slash, containing so much iron that the guys flickered out momentarily. The chamber trembled, and the magma lake swayed. Oscar stomped forward. His golden drill combined flawlessly with another fire spell, completely different from before. Sparkles of gold flashed across the dense ruby-like surface of the drill. He created the fine line for a concentrated omnireus, the air distorting from the emanations of his iron. He willed his strength, targeting the cross slash, and met the blow head-on. The magma lake churned, tides of flames ending the once peaceful surface. His body was knocked back, and so was Aiden. The lake caved in the center, a crater deepening into the depths. Oscar smiled. The drill was still cut slightly from the tip, but it withstood Aiden's sword to near perfection. Oscar chuckled and reformed the drill back to normal. He spoke calmly, "Thank you for teaching me the next step." Aiden's brow twitched, and a moment of silence fell between the two. Then he broke out in heavy laughter, his arms still ready to defend. "Cersi was right. You discovered one of the secret Reese techniques simply by observing me. Your talent for Reese is unbelievable. No wonder she's so desperate to be on your good side. If it were the old times before Kais, the Voltens would have welcomed you with all the fine luxuries. Perhaps I would have accepted the offer of the old Voltens, but not any of you. By the way, what is this technique called?" Oscar asked. "It's not a technique. It's been known as the final concept of vis, a principle of a true Reese user," Aiden said. He suddenly veered left and blocked Demon's surprise attack. Smiling wider, he dodged Demon's kick and retreated further away. "More surprises. You reformed the double with the final concept. I admit it. You are now a worthy opponent." His surprise attack had failed. The so-called final concept worked wonders for his duality, pure lines of iron merging into a single brilliant line that formed the body. Demon's power surpassed the limits of duality, which should only have been limited to half his strength. Oscar recalled Demon to retreat to his side since the other battle was nearly settled. A faint neigh, gargled by blood, filled the quiet chamber, and Boren tumbled over, stopping when Aiden caught him. Severe punctures into the accusamus' stalwart flesh, bled sizzling blood, half of the face being caved in by a brutal blow. Aiden lifted up his steed and grimaced at the arrival of Erden, who fared better than his mythical rival. But the shattered plating around the sapphire armor and a broken antler wing were not the injuries to brush off. "Are you okay, Erden?" Oscar called out. "Never felt better, but you're worse than I thought." Erden brushed his nose against Oscar's wounds and licked off some charred scabs. The three of them, Oscar, Erden, and Demon, glared at Aiden, who tended to Boren. The final concept of iron boosted his strength, but Aiden's power could not be measured. Aiden rose and patted Boren's head with a slight smile. "We're done here." Stunned, Oscar blurted out, "Done? Do you believe we are finished here? After the destruction you've wrought? Oh, how insignificant your worries are for what is insignificant. My duty is now finished." A font of iron poured out from the hole in the magma lake, incredibly dense and horrifying. Oscar could not believe something so powerful could rest below his home. Aiden entered the rising pillar of iron and relaxed, a peaceful expression resting on the warrior's face. "It is done. Thank you, Oscar, for living up to your reputation." "What have you done?" Oscar charged toward the font, but even a powerful, concentrated Omnireus failed to break through the dense barrier around it. "What we should have done thousands of years ago." Aiden stretched out his hand. "I am Aiden Valten. The blood in my veins calls you home." Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 569. The Heart of Fire. Oscar assaulted the barrier, all manners of his techniques and spells barraging the dense film of transparent iron. Erden and Demon joined their attacks, surrounding the font of flowing iron. Nothing worked. The barrier seemed impervious, nigh impregnable. Desperate, he clung to it, digging his fingers until the nails cracked and bled down his knuckles. Metal screeched as his golden drill spun fiercely, scraps of gold peeling off until his artificial arm touched the barrier. "Don't waste your efforts. Your blood is not allowed inside this holy sanctum," Aiden said, sheathing his swords and feeding Boren an elixir, the wounds caused by Erden visibly healing, closing to allow dense white fur to regrow. His words gave Oscar pause before his next attack could land, now still in mid-motion. Aiden peered down at the shining pit in the red lake, a glimmer of reverence gleaming from his white pupils. In midair, he knelt alongside Boren and lowered his head, presumably to whatever lurked inside. Oscar found no other option than to talk. At the very least, he needed to gather information, even if this was their loss. He retreated from the font of iron and healed his and Erden's wounds through multiple elixirs, recalling Demon back to him as the duality ceased. "What is this place? Who are you waiting for?" Aiden lifted his head, gesturing for Oscar to come closer, but he refused. Chuckling, the Valten said earlier, "I said you and the others who dwelled on these lands had wasted their time, ignorant for hundreds if not thousands of years. If the Primaire of the Bloodlands understood what existed here, he would have done everything to claim it, but it does not belong to him." "Then who does it belong to?" Oscar asked. "You all believed the dragons themselves were the treasure, using them to build your great wall. Dragons guard their treasures, not themselves. They used their very bones and souls to hide away the true treasure. Your empire repurposed their bones and souls into Wormer after gaining the dragon's knowledge. Yet the wily dragons kept the true purpose hidden even from their own memories." Aiden shook his head and sighed, creases of disappointment cracking his brow. With the raising of Wormer dragging their corpses above the ground, the seal loosened, letting us finally break it. "The purpose you lot involved yourselves was all for this place?" Oscar gnashed his teeth, fury burning from his heart. The countless corpses on the bloodied battlefields, the destroyed cities and homes, the burning of his farm, everything happened for this damned place. He wished to break into the wellspring of iron and cut off Aiden's head, but he could only curse and pound his fist on the barrier, loud thuds sounding from each hit. His enraged shouts soon drowned them out. "You released your beasts and killed countless people. You forced many more to leave their homes. I said it before. Insignificant worries for what is insignificant. What rests here is far more important than the lives of people who would have passed away sooner or later. Aiden lowered his head, staring deeply downward. The blood of the firstborns, the mythical beasts, the blood and presence of the Volten progenitor, and the sparks of flame are the three keys. But to turn the keys is the clash of Reese. At first, I considered you unworthy to be my counterpart, but you improved and resonated with me. That final clash between you and I finally stirred it. Oscar remained silent, realizing everyone in the war had been played for fools, all controlled by the new dawn. Fierce light, akin to sunlight, surged stronger, the font of Ein pulsating in increasing increments, rippling vast amounts of Ein to all corners of the chamber. Everyone stopped their battle behind him and stared in amazement. In the center of the maelstrom, from the deep pit, something started to rise. This presence, Oscar thought, feeling the ancient Ein wash over his body. Couldn't be. It felt too similar to when he dove into the pools of ascension, the tears of Esther's, the ancient of nature. Immediately, his mind turned to the great figures of Okines, Zers, and Maturs, the ancients of water, wind, and metal. He snapped his head to Aiden. The swordsman mumbled a string of words akin to prayer and fully lowered his head, stretching his two hands out. An ancient, Oscar shouted, fearing the worst. If an ancient rose right now, nothing would remain. A simple walk from Okines nearly killed him and Avril. Something floated up, traveling through the center of the font of Ein. It was a beautiful flame of dozens of colors, each as vibrant as the other, even the deep black coursing inside. The fire waxed and waned in beats similar to a heartbeat. Staring at it, Oscar felt he was standing before an ancient, his knees forcibly kneeling to the passing fire. It moved swiftly and landed on Aiden's hands, not burning even a single hair. Rising to his feet, Aiden held the flame, deep reverence in his gaze, which shone multiple colors from the vibrant lights. Long ago, in a time far removed from history, the ancients warred against a terrifying enemy. Most ancients now wander the world or remain still in their homes, but others perished. Witness the first fire, the heart of Ignires, the ancient of fire, the heart of an ancient. Oscar swept into action and lashed onto the barrier, using all his might, calling up Erden and Demon once again. The ancients were powerful beings of primordial origins. To have the heart of one bore ill for anyone against the new dawn. He smashed his fist forward, the skin tearing off cleanly as his blood streaked down the barrier. It is futile. Ignires has slept here for countless years, waiting to be awoken by a Volten. The dragons sealed his presence, hiding him from our gaze. But it's all meant to be. Aiden lifted Ignires' heart. With the aid of the new dawn, we finally located it here. As an inhabitant of Talos, you dare to oppose the will of the ancients. His sharpened gaze locked onto Oscar. I don't care for any of that. Like you said, I'm not a Volten, Oscar panted, looking over his bloodied and broken left hand and his broken artificial fist. One of his blue antlers cracked off and fell. His guys could not hold on any longer. That's enough, Oscar. We will meet again. Aiden's shadow lurked up, a dark figure hiding behind him. It inflated and expanded until a dark rectangular portal stood in its place. Boren leaped across, disappearing into the portal, and Aiden turned, giving Oscar one last look as his foot passed into the shadows. It's all for Talos. Don't give me that bullcrap. Oscar bolted as the font of Ein ceased, allowing him to enter the once isolated space. He fumed and clenched his broken hands. Shame overwhelmed his thoughts. The magma lake below slowly began to refill the deep pit as the churning surface began to quiet to a still. While his mind mulled over the devastating consequences of what had been lost today, he noticed something fly toward him, a small ember of many colors. What the? It landed directly into his head, and Oscar lurched forward, his guys breaking apart. Slowly losing consciousness, he twitched, struggling to fight back the darkness swelling over his vision. Erden caught him and flew away to the others. The rest of the new dawn seemed to have retreated. The only solace he felt was to see his friends alive. Ultimately, he fell into darkness and sank into the deep recesses of his mind. Kikikik. Your memories are indeed interesting, a carefree, lively voice remarked. Who is it? Oscar found himself in a dark space that resembled his inner world. But Demon and his Exaltia core were not with him. He searched around for the source of the voice, traveling through the darkness, his feet tapping clearly onto an indiscernible surface. For countless years, I have slumbered. For countless years, I endured. Child of Talos, I am here. The voice cheered, something akin to scornful laughter echoing. Before him, a small ember, the very same that entered his forehead, appeared and floated. It swelled to a great blaze, transforming into a figure. Each finger burned a different color, and the limbs and body crackled with flowing magma that poured out from the two volcanoes on its shoulders. Flames ignited from every joint. Its head, a great flame that continuously spewed embers up to the trails of smoke, contained 3 glowing orbs that formed a triangle. Oscar recognized the strange-looking figure, recalling it on the murals inside the Palace of the Frozen Realm that depicted the ancients and the divine people of blue. Nearly speechless, he found the words and asked, "Are you Igniers?" The one and the same child. Igniers cackled, the crackling of fire filling the space. It has been too long since my demise, far too long, and I have chosen to enter you, Oscar Tur. Your life is quite interesting. The 3 orbs spiraled as the laughter continued. Why did you give yourself to Aiden? Why did you even come to me? Oscar asked, bearing his grievances. Ignier sat down and said, rubbing his fiery hand over a non-existent chin. He is a Volten, and the appearance of one to come here and fetch my heart has long been preordained. Sorry, child, but my heart has been set to follow the Volten. So why are you here? The words and actions did not match. If Igniers wished to follow the Volten, then he had no reason to enter his mind. Because I felt my old friend Maturz's touch on you. I had a wild feeling that something drastic had changed for him to influence someone uninvolved. So, I split off my mind and part of my flame from my heart. And your memories, while entertaining, were shocking. Ignier stood up and approached Oscar, standing at the same height as him. Perhaps the plan has changed. Besides, I think I'll have more fun with you than that Volten. The Ancient of Fire stretched out his hand. How about it, partners? Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 570. Ancient Beginnings. Ignier's hand, which had long fingers and flames crackling along its shape, stayed still between Oscar and the Ancient of Fire, the open palm beckoning Oscar to grasp it in a formal welcome. Magma seeped from the volcanoes on Ijinriz's shoulders. His flames swelled as his strange orbs, the Ancient's eyes, shone brighter like 3 suns. The idea of rejecting the Ancient of Fire's proposal frightened Oscar, but he slowly clenched his hands and met Ignier's gaze. Strangely calm, he asked, "You seem quite different from the other ancients." Zers and Okines appeared more like walking calamities, and Matur's had no emotion at all. I suppose. Igniers chortled and spoke in an erratic voice, sometimes low and sometimes high. I am flame. I am fire. My very nature is chaos and destruction, but also warmth and change. Passion and emotion are me. And after countless years in my perpetual purgatory, I elected to sound more human, much more fun that way. Even the ancients seem to have their limits. Igniers certainly went mad after being stuck underground in a near-death state for a long time. Oscar wondered how best to handle such a wild and chaotic personality. One wrong move and he could die or suffer greatly. They stood still for a time, seconds passing as the flames continued to burn on the outstretched hand. Oscar caught sight of Igniers tilting his flaming head slightly and knew the patience was waning. "If you say we will be partners," Oscar said, pointing at Igniers, "then you can tell me everything about the past, the plan, and what these candidates are. That's a fair way to start a partnership." Retrieving his hand, Igniers crossed his arms, the flames sizzling as magma flowed ceaselessly along the surface. "Quite greedy, aren't you?" "Not that I don't like it. Yes. The fire that burns in you, the heat that drives you." His hands clenched, erupting into violent flames. "I saw it all in your memories. How sad that I can't tell you." "Why not?" Oscar asked. "Matur's only called you a candidate, whatever that means, and said others are in consideration. That means you are not yet chosen." Go to the fallen heaven and meet him. If you are chosen, he and I will tell you everything you need to know." Ignires's hand stretched out again. "The Volten will certainly be enraged to know my mind is not within the heart. They can use it but will never be able to wield its full might without my say-so. See, I helped you in a way already." Still hesitant, Oscar paced around the dark, empty space, sticking to his side and glancing at the quiet Ijinras. The Ancient of Fire's eyes followed him back and forth, left and right, light pulsing in the orb on each second. Pondering what to say, Oscar stopped for a quick second, a pause in his stride, and mumbled to himself before asking, "What happens if I don't accept?" "Then you'll have to deal with an unwelcome guest in your mind. I won't be going anywhere. I gambled on you. Let's get you through this war and into the fallen heaven." Ijinras started to pace around, matching Oscar's strides and direction, their gazes permanently locked. "If you accept, I can show you the depths of fire, and my knowledge is yours, except for the plan you and the other ancients have in store." "What about the past?" "In the murals at the lighthouse, I saw people with blue hair and blue eyes warring against the ancients. What are they?" Oscar posed another question. For the first time in their conversation, Ignires dropped his erratic accent and spoke in a clear voice like roaring flames in the deep night. "They are the Caralumen. Their very existence is a plague on Talos. You have already encountered one. My hand yearns to burn their hearts to ash and toss their charred corpses down the tallest mountain down to the dirt." "And Gilbert is one of them, isn't he?" Oscar asked, stepping forward. He didn't know how long Ijinras might let his lips remain loose, but the anger spilled out some much-needed information. He needed to press on and gain as much insight as possible. Ignires snarled, his flames erupting into a great blaze. "If I could exert my power, I would burn the whelp before he could rise. No doubt the Caralumen have their insidious plot. You must kill him, child." "I will not do anything," Oscar stated, his heart halting from the great flames that turned the dark space into a world of fire. "You dare!" Many voices came out, endless echoes of rage striking Oscar's ears. "I will not act until I know everything, and I will not fight unless I know everyone behind me can be safe if I die," Oscar declared to the surrounding flames, an ocean of red that had swallowed him up. Fear of the Ancient of Fire might have intruded into his thoughts, but a greater fear of losing everyone from the wrath of the Caralumen or the Primaire behind Gilbert was rooted deeply in his heart. The flames waned slightly, lowering their roars to mere flickers. Laughter resounded, deep and carrying the weight of ages. Regal and booming, power raised in each verbal laugh. It soon devolved into the maniacal laughter from before, losing all of the majesty, leaving merely the leftovers of a maddened ancient, and Ignires gathered himself together from the flames. His molten feet hissed as he stepped closer to Oscar. "I can see a great partnership between us. It's a pity I cannot see the threads right now to know how great it will certainly be." "Fine. You can act as you please, and I will help." Just like that, Oscar became confused, concerned by the sudden shift. While he relished the change, a deal suddenly becoming more favorable to him was unnerving. Oscar studied the Ancient of Fire, eyes narrowed, and found he could not glean any emotions on that fiery face, which barely qualified as a face. Of course, he was no expert in reading the thoughts of primordial beings. Ignires nodded, just like that. "I respect your choice and resolve. So, will you allow me to help you?" His hand moved forward slightly. Oscar smiled and grasped the Ancient of Fire's hand, feeling no pain from the flames. Instead, a vast warmth traveled from his palm and into his chest, spreading to every inch of his being. Oscar shook once and let go. "Now what?" "Now we talk about the past as you have wished. First, let's allow the onlookers to listen in." Ignires sent out a small ember that burst out into a ring of fire that washed over the entire space. In the wake of the fire, a bright blue core hummed and shone, and Demon sat cross-legged beside Erden, the two waiting for him all along. Oscar joined the two, nodding at Demon, and wrapped his arm around Erden's neck in a brotherly tug. Demon merely gave him a cursory glance as he snapped his dead stare at Ignires, clearly not trusting the Ancient of Fire by giving him an unwelcome expression, though that might have just been his usual cold demeanor. Oscar sat down together by Erden, waiting for Ignires to share the past. The three gathered by Igniers as if he were a hearth, and the Ancient of Fire sat down. Igniers exhaled embers and said, "My memory is still clear. I will only speak of the past and nothing else related to the plan and the future." His voice droned on. "I remember the first ember that sparked on the young ground. Talos was young, still a newborn. Grass didn't grow yet, and the rains hadn't started to fall. From the ember I was born. From the first breeze came Cersi. The others came along, and we all heard Talos' voice calling to us. The ancients. Directed by its will, we carved out continents, filled the deep chasms with oceans, spread the seeds of life everywhere, and brought the changing seasons. Esther's was the most powerful and the one to whom Talos gave the mission to create the firstborns." Igniers turned to Erden. "I remember your ancestor, the Prialapos, and all other firstborns. They spread and filled every part of Talos. Truly, everything lived in harmony. We, the ancients, would dance around Talos, reveling in all that had been. However, Esther's received another instruction from Talos, one that damned all we had built. I do not place the fault on Talos. As a world, it carried deep instinct of what it had to do and acted because it needed to be done. But it was Esther's who misjudged the instructions." Igniers said, deep regret in his tone, his fire diminishing as if bowing his head in shame. "Esther's, the ancient of nature, what was she supposed to do?" Oscar asked solemnly. An inkling of the answer came to him, but he could not believe it unless Igniers confirmed it. He felt himself grow pale, shaken by the unsaid answer. Igniers stayed silent. The Ancient of Fire's eyes flared, and he said, "Humans." Talos ordered Esther's to create the human race, giving detailed instructions on the Xianxia cores and other features. From where it knew to create them and the firstborns, I do not know, but it emphasized the birth of humanity. And Esther's. She developed a mind of her own and tweaked the first humans to her liking. That was the birth of the Carolumen. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 571. The Ancient War. Igniers went silent. The eerie sound of his flames crackling in an unsettling tone dulled his ears. The longer this silence continued, the more uncomfortable Oscar felt. The dimming three orbs in the flaming head compounded that discomfort. He couldn't know for sure, but it was as if Igniers was reliving the past. A blank stare he recognized in many who recollected their past, looking at memories unseen to others. Curious that an ancient could express such a human emotion. But Igniers had proved himself somewhat quirky from his counterparts. A few minutes later, Igniers finally stirred. His three orby eyes regained their brightness, similar to how others have clarity return to their gazes. He exhaled in an unknown way since the ancients had no lungs and tapped his fiery fingers on the dark floor. Grimly, he spoke, exhaustion and regret laced in his voice. "We were all born with our purpose, and we only needed to follow it. But Esther's thought she could try something different. Since the beginning, she had always followed Talos' designs, but no longer. She rebelled." Oscar murmured, unblinking at the Ancient of Fire. Igniers shook his head. Rebellion may not be the correct word. Esther's only believed she could improve on Talos' design for humanity. So, she created the Carolumen. Humanity should have been what you are now. Adaptable, emotional, varying. To put it in your terms, she adjusted the Carolumen so they would always look as if carved by master artisans. Their hair and eyes reflected the vast expanse of the clear blue sky on the day they were first created. And their Xianxias will never be below grade 8. Never. The truth surprised Oscar. Even the famed Dragner royal family had a few offspring who displayed lower grades. Gol for even mentioned a primaire bloodline like his could never guarantee a high grade. A minuscule chance of a lower grade existed no matter how pure the bloodline was, and an equally minuscule chance of a higher grade existed in lower bloodlines like Isabella and Gol, for in the past. Always handsome and beautiful to human standards. Always at grade 8 or even higher. She didn't understand why Talos wanted humanity to have flaws and sought to improve them. Igniers slumped, resting his hands on his knees. Once more, he seemed to be out of it, going away from the conversation and delving into deep pondering. Twitching his brow, Oscar wanted to know more and almost brought his hands together to clap and grab the ancient's attention. He halted and lowered his arms, afraid of incurring Ingyr's wrath. A long sigh escaped Ingyr's non-existent mouth, parts of his flames flickering and waning to a soft fire so weak as candlelight. Talos was enraged. We felt its roar reverb from the deep caverns of the earth to the highest points of the sky. The volcanoes erupted, oceans flooded, earthquakes devastated the continents, and the storms laid waste to all. But it had already been done. So the Carolumen were allowed to exist. Since esters used much of the primordial Ein to create them, Talos needed time to regather so that true humans could be created. This tale was far too big for Oscar to stomach. He couldn't begin to imagine creation and the beginning. The very thought of trying to comprehend them led him to struggle to get a hold of himself. He took a few deep breaths. Calm slowly recovered with each big draw of air. He expected to feel better, but he only felt sicker once he tried to refocus on Ignyrs. It's a lot to take in. For one as tiny as you, it's frightening. Ignyrs consoled Oscar and continued, ignoring his pained grunts. At first there was peace. The Carolumen mostly kept to themselves, becoming masters of Ein, the first exalts of Talos. Oddly, their reproductive capabilities were somewhat weak, something Talos managed to put on them. The primordial Ein recovered many years later, and esters created humanity, following the designs perfectly. And the Carolumen hated them? Oscar asked. Yes, those faulty creations hid it well from us. In the murals, you saw them accompanying humanity and receiving worship for their guidance, acting as benign overlords. We, the ancients, believed they were no threat to the new humanity, agreeing with how they showed their care. The threads showed nothing insidious. Ignyrs smashed his fists on the floor. Magma pooled around his hands. Oscar stood up with the others and backed away. He had no idea what might happen if he touched the enraged flame of an ancient. They somehow obscured their threads, tricking us from glancing into their true nature. I can understand primaires because they become invisible to the threads, but changing and masking them, that is not what should have been. Oscar mulled on Ignyrs' words. He wondered about the other mural, the castle in the sky that rested above the suns and moon. Ignyrs seemed akin to an explosion waiting to happen, the long silences of brooding anger in between conversations never easing his worries. He sat down by the edge of the large magma pool surrounding Ignyrs, having nothing to do but wait. Red bubbles popped and hissed out steams of smoke, a strange sight in his inner world. Glancing around, he judged he was still unconscious outside, his attempts to exit failing. One of them ascended, breaking through the limits of the primaire. That news thundered storms in Oscar's mind. 4 years with GOL, for they spoke about the rumors of a realm beyond the primar, and GOL mentioned other primaires desperately seeking a path outside. Now he had confirmation. Ignyrs gave further details. Talos cannot support a power beyond primaire, so they are lifted high beyond the suns and moon, a place unknown to even us. Such a place exists? Oscar gazed up and remembered he wasn't outside. He mumbled, "That's where Evelyn went. Chasing after them is impossible." They built their palace in the place beyond and sealed the way out. They wielded far too much power. Though the ones surpassing primaires cannot re-enter Talos, they can influence through other means. Slowly, they siphoned the Ein to the degree no one else could ascend. It was too late when we realized what had happened. If they have that much power, why bother returning to Talos? What was the point of the war? They blocked off others but not themselves. They sent their primaires and other lower exalts to destroy us. They wanted the power of the ancients for themselves and the world core of Talos. Talos has a core? A very powerful core. One that, if the Carolumen obtained, all life on Talos would have been lost. We fought, but they brought strange powers from the place beyond, and with many humans on their side, we slowly lost battle after battle. Ignyrs slowly clenched his hands. Then, Talos arrived at a solution, a counter to the Carolumen, a vessel for its and our power, the ancestor of the ones you know as Voltens. Oscar wasn't too shocked. Cersi's prophecy and the strange relationship Ignyrs described placed all the pieces together. So how is Reese involved? You draw strength from the world, from Talos itself. Wherever you are, you can call upon it. That is the true nature of Reese. The Volten progenitor possessed the perfect body and blood that came from Talos. He became our weapon, the vessel for our powers, all in one. The war changed in our favor. I see now. Oscar understood everything now. It ended in a draw. Most sides became heavily injured. Right you are. The Carolumen forcibly tried to take the world core. In those final moments, Esther's, the most enraged and betrayed of us all, sacrificed her life to grant the Volten progenitor all of her power, and he fought fiercely. In the end, their battle resulted in the broken half-shot Irma. Ignayers rose. He wandered around the blue core. We lost. There is no victory in half the world being shattered. There is no victory in losing Esther's. Oscar empathized with Ignayers. He also wondered if a victory in this war could be called one after the heavy losses his home suffered. He found himself standing up and following after the Ancient of Fire. The solemn back seemed very distant. Are you planning on having another Volten become your vessel? The plan is slightly different this time. My body was shattered, and my heart and mind escaped to this remote region, hidden for eons. We knew they would be back and agreed to Maturz's idea, but I was not privy to the changes through the ages. I have to meet with Maturz in the fallen heaven. I am too weak to contact him, so, can you take me there? Ignayers turned around, facing Oscar. I'm already too involved in this affair, aren't I? Oscar chuckled. Far too involved. Not many can say they live a life like yours. Ignayers cackled. He returned to the human-like, excited facade. I am the Ancient of Fire, my partner. You will not lose out on helping me. Now, I believe it's time to allow you to wake up. You've been keeping me asleep? Oscar asked. Don't hate me for it. Enjoy the outside. Ignayers slowly faded away. The others also dissipated. His core ceased to be, and a bright light overwhelmed him. Oscar opened his eyes and said the first words that came to his mind. Some Ancient of Fire. I'm right here. Ignayers shouted from inside. Groaning, Oscar palmed his face. He was so tired that his arm trembled in place, unable to muster the strength to shout out against having another mind in his head. The thought of sharing his inner space with Demon and Ignayers. Oscar didn't even have the words for it. If anyone could share his space and wander in his mind, he wanted Avril to be in it. At least then, he could have some comfort in meeting her daily, no wait, hourly. Carolumen, the Voltens shot Irma. A war that far eclipsed the one he was fighting. All weighed on him. He felt tired again and closed his eyes, letting his mind stray away, lost in his own thoughts and dreams. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 572. Prelude to the End. Aiden wasted no time. His strides measured and exact down the polished white floor, the tiles so clean they reflected his handsome figure. Well-polished crystal lamps illuminated the path, and he followed its course, a groan escaping his usually tight lips. As Aiden approached the entrance to another room, he slowed his steps, hesitant to enter. He suspected a smug smile welcoming him inside, and the thought of it halted his feet. Clutching his swords by his sides, Aiden decided it would be best to get it over with. Inside the doorless chamber with only open entrances was a blonde-haired figure resting her head on the head of a sofa, her back in his direction. When his steps grew louder, she tilted her head further back. Her blonde hair draped over the soft cushion, sprawling down like the threads of a loom. The pair of violet eyes glimmered strongly as her lips curled upside down. Well, she said smugly. Whenever she was right or had an edge, her tendency to play around or demean others often showed itself. Aiden hated that part of her. Cersi chuckled mockingly and waved her hand while still leaning her head back. Did he meet your expectations? No, I'm sure he surpassed them. Geez, you should know by now that my eye for people is better than yours. And there we have it. Not even a second, and you're already starting. Fine, I admit it, but no one could have expected him to learn the final concept without guidance or manuals. It's still hard to believe he achieved it while watching me. A smile widened across his face. His mind tossed out Cersi's mockery and focused on the battle against Oscar, the most thrilling duel he had fought in many years. His fighting spirit ignited, and he voiced his wish, in the future, I have to fight him again. Borin and I are itching to battle. Speaking of, where is Borin? Cersi stretched her arms high and yawned, resting. That blood transmutation gave the Priolapos an edge over him. Next time, we'll fight together. Aiden coughed and clutched his heart. His sword stabbed into the ground, stopping him from falling in a disgraceful manner to his knees. The pain subsided, but a cold sweat drenched his back. He saw his paling face on the reflection in the mirror hanging on the wall. Cersi's feet stepped into his view. He looked up. She towered over his hunched and limping figure, laughter spluttering from her closed lips, a mocking glance sweeping over him. Fight Oscar? How? The pain of overdrawing the wreath still persists in you. His beast is superior to yours, and he can match your imperfect wreath with his perfect one. Geez, it annoys me when people don't know their place. Aiden retaliated. That rotten personality of yours is exactly why he will never succumb to you. What a shame. Well, even if you fix your wayward mindset, you still lose to his wife. Under her feet, cracks spread across the floor and traveled partly up the walls. The sofas and tables were tossed into the air and crashed down in a rain of clutter. Cersi's violet eyes sharpened, her hands moving slowly but containing immense iron. Aiden chilled his heart and emotions, clenching his red swords. He imagined 100 ways she could attack and adjusted his grip to counter. The air flowed into a great storm, their iron colliding between them in a thunderous stare-down. You little brats haven't grown at all. Cease your pitiful quarrel. Faust burst into the room, his superior eye pressuring Aiden and Cersi to back down. After the two quelled their hostility, Faust stomped over and kicked a collapsed table into the wall. The calm and scholarly researcher of the Voltens acted like a child throwing a tantrum. Something must have gone wrong on the other side. That damned prison rat. He dared to tear off my sweeper's limbs. Breathing heavily, Faust calmed down and turned to them. 2 versus 1, and that bastard still overwhelmed us. And he didn't even use a meld or integration. Geez, it's good you didn't kill him. My chances with Oscar would have been gone if he died. Scratching her radiant hair, Cersi made her selfish remark. She yawned and stepped away, seemingly bored, as she made her way to the half-collapsed exit. I'm satisfied to see the two of you frustrated. Now, if you excuse me, I have to contact Grenda. I wonder how her search is going. As her figure retreated away and out of sight, Aiden lowered his arms, letting himself relax. Curious, he wondered about Oscar's master. He'd been too preoccupied by Oscar and the aftermath to give a moment's thought. The sweeper was Faust's ongoing masterpiece, boosted by Oscar's blood and flesh. It grew strong at an alarming rate, becoming equal to greater martial exalts in a few years. To defeat such a creature along with Faust only meant Oscar's master was that much stronger. Both master and disciple are outlandishly powerful. Is the sweeper okay? Aiden asked out of courtesy. Frankly, he didn't care about the abomination, finding himself agreeing with Cersi about its unworthiness, a fact that he hated to admit. I recovered its limbs, but most of its body is a wreck. It'll take years to recover and enhance its power. Faust growled and smashed another chair under his foot. His glasses slipped down his nose before he readjusted it back. I need to report this to the clan head, but he's uncontactable. Why? What could have caught our clan head's attention? Aiden was surprised. A clan head moving out in the open was a serious matter. He glanced at Faust, awaiting an answer. Faust cleaned his spectacles. He caught the trail of the ones who have been causing havoc in our bases on Shadurma. He mentioned it was a personal matter. Don't worry. His son and several direct subordinates are accompanying him. A personal matter? I wonder who they are. Aiden supposed it might be a while. He left Faust alone in the wrecked room, distancing himself from the loud clattering of objects being destroyed. Boren might enjoy a visit. Aiden turned a corner and roamed toward the medical ward. Waking up, Oscar felt incredibly good. The aching in muscles and drained feeling from using quite a lot of iron were gone. He strode directly to the water basin and washed his face, letting the refreshing, cool water wipe away the drowsiness. Erden hopped out of his tossed blanket, currently in his small form, and rested on Oscar's shoulder, yawning a cute cry from his adorable mouth. It seemed Erden also enjoyed a good night's rest. He eyed Erden for a moment and rubbed its small head. "Os, are you up?" Fred barged into the room while he brushed his teeth. It reminded him of the good memories when they lived in the dorms together, bringing a smile to his face. Fred glanced around before fixating on Oscar and stepped closer. You were asleep for a long while. We're close to Dragonheart City. Get your belongings together. We'll be landing in an hour. Always so noisy in the morning. An hour? Oscar looked at the ticking clock and then out the window. In disbelief, he asked, "How long did I sleep? A full day and a half?" Fred shrugged. We stayed longer in Carthage City to help the survivors and tend to the wounded. What happened? Oscar asked. Fred explained everything that had occurred since his loss of unconsciousness. Apparently, after Aiden took Ignire's heart and disappeared through the shadow portal, all the flame elementals died, leaving nothing but clumps of magma and smoke as corpses. No new elemental spawned out of the calderas either. Everything seemed to have returned to normal except for the change in environment. Several of us were sent down to gather rare treasures and resources from the main magma chamber. The haul is tremendous. At least that's one good that came from this whole mess. Fred sat on a chair while Oscar changed into his uniform. Did we suffer any casualties on our side? Oscar asked. None. That's the strange part, Fred said, gripping his kneecaps. They fought very defensively. I didn't get the impression they wanted to kill us, buying time for that flame to appear. And since one crazy woman is very insistent on earning my favor, they must have wanted to avoid killing any of my soldiers. Oscar adjusted the medallion of his order on his black cloak. Ah, that crazy woman. Seems she doesn't know you well enough. What a waste of a pretty face. Her nature is quite twisted. Fred rose and tossed Oscar a prepared sandwich. I'm going to tell Emily. It'll be fun to see her reaction. Oscar smiled, a bit of mustard on the edge of his lip. He devoured the sandwich under Fred's pleading and relented. Having a few peaceful moments like these wasn't too bad. Through all the battles and wars, he rarely found time to relax. Oddly, it came to him after most of their defenses collapsed, leaving him and the others on their last legs. Arguing and bantering with Fred on the way to the deck, Oscar was greeted by the remnants of his Black Aegis Order. He received their bows, relieved to find them all right. He hugged Emily, rustled the small Susan's hair, patted Urine on the shoulder, and flicked Esther's creased forehead. Clasping Alec's hand in a brotherly grip, Oscar asked, "How is everything?" "Our situation is fine. But for the rest of the Empire," Alec led Oscar to the side and explained to him. "Only half of our armies made it back to Wormer." "Half? Only half?" Oscar nearly broke his whisper. "The rest are either killed or routed away. Wormer can hold them back. But we can't be certain it'll be long enough," Alec muttered. "Can I suggest we secure an escape plan for the worst-case scenario? You, out of any other, will be subject to the worst fate if you are caught." "Granted, but I decide if we have to escape," Oscar ordered. "What next?" "You should put this on." Alec passed him his helmet. "It'll be good for morale and to intimidate the protesters." "Protests?" Oscar asked. "No one is too pleased with having to relocate. Refugees spawn dissent among the people. The nobles who lost more land are now gaining influence. You are called to the imperial court with Lord Gaver and the princess." Alec whispered closely. "Don't take it lightly. For all intents and purposes, we are at the brink of civil war." Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 573. A Terrible Parade. Garantium soared across the sky, its loud rumbling mimicking the thunder. The journey had been halted for a few days since the incident near Carthage City, but now it roared its way through the last region, the final haven within Wormer. Watching from atop the fortress on the Excrucier, Oscar fiddled with the ring on his left finger. As he peered over the ledge, he frowned deeply at the mass exodus of people, so many as the blades of grass in the fields. Faint were their cries of woes and wailing of tears, but they reached him clearly, his ears picking up many voices, all exhausted, saddened, and enraged. They don't have a home anymore, Oscar thought, vivid memories of his farm burning, the house collapsing, and, most heart-wrenching of all, Uncle Carlson's death clouding his mind. A pain spread from his eyes, and he rubbed them to find tears staining his hands. He buried himself in his hands, the tears leaking between the gaps and wetting the stone floor. There was no home anymore. There was no one from his childhood anymore. He had been so preoccupied during the past few days that it only began to settle in him. A cruel truth, that his old days had been burned away. Another thunderous rumble joined Garantulam's bellow. The veil of clouds scattered into thin wisps, breaking apart as a vast fleet swept across, the mists glancing off the thick, steely hulls. In the center of the fleet was another Garantulam, identical in size and shape. The high flags identified the new fleet that came from the eastern borders. The reports mentioned that Artemis City, the 10 great pillars, had been decimated and stamped out, a most harrowing read when he glanced over the pages. Why can't the war just end? Oscar lamented in his heart. Couldn't it all be fantastic if it ended now? If only Gilbert could return in victory right now. Realizing the dangerous thoughts, he clenched hard on his furrowed brow, but he felt his strength fading and let his arms limp on the stone bench. His eyes squinted, oppressed by the blinding light of the two suns, and the cool breeze didn't compare to the chilling numbness of despair spreading under his skin. He had put up a strong front before Celestina, but even he admitted he was near his limits. After this, I should go somewhere quiet and live peacefully with Avril. Rebuilding the farm sounds nice. Oscar closed his eyes. His imagination showed him pleasant possibilities. He saw himself farming as his father had while Avril watched and helped from the sidelines with a tender smile, and how they would rest in each other's arms for a quiet night's sleep. Her deep-rooted ailments would heal with the divine essence extract, and they could have children together. He favored having a boy and a girl. Enlivened by the possible future, he rose to his feet and basked in the sunlight, no longer blinding as before. That was right. He still needed to forge a future for himself. Child, what about the fallen heaven? Will you be spending the remainder of your days on a farm? What a waste. Ignayers spoke from within, a new partner resting inside his inner space. For now, only he knew about the Ancient of Fire, since Ignayers warned him sternly not to tell anyone. The consequences of the threads shifting may attract unnecessary danger to his surroundings. Very expressive, the Ancient of Fire ranted more. I didn't split myself from my heart just to watch you tend to a farm. Exalts live for a long time. I still have around 150 years of life left. 250 years if I enter the martial Exalt realm. Can't I just have one long respite? Oscar noticed the fleets drawing closer, and a new one appeared, hailing from the western borders. The presence of these fleets together meant they were nearing Dragonheart City. Putting on his helmet, he mounted Erden, who grunted inwardly at the Ancient of Fire, unafraid to rebuke the Primordial for his words. Let Oscar do as he wishes, Erden chided. What's a few decades of peace? We can still go to fallen heaven later. The Carolymans' plans may already be in play. That Gilbert Lockwood is certainly their herald. And thousands of years ago, they sent that Evelyn whom your golem friend dearly loved. If we are too late, our plans may be at risk. Ignayers urged. Enough. Having someone else in here is quite an annoyance. Oscar, can we expel this intruder? Demon made a verbal spit. The three voices of Erden, Demon, and Ignayers tossed around into an argument, a discord of insults, shouting, and more. His head pounded in pain, reverberating the aches into his brain, and he shouted at them to stop and be quiet. Like the storm clearing up, their voices fell silent, and a relieved sigh escaped his lips. Erden and Demon together were harmful enough, but now three stubborn and insistent minds clashed in his inner space. I made a promise to go to the fallen heaven. That was our pact as partners. But you need to hold up your end and teach me to be stronger. Oscar rubbed his temples, loosening one strained vein at a time. Don't worry, once you're in your estate, I'll begin instructing you. I can show you and Erden the depths of fire, Ignayers boldly proclaimed, figuratively puffing his own chest. The Ancient of Fire had none of the otherworldly aura Oscar saw in the other ancients. He supposed that being in a near-death state for so long had deteriorated Ignayers' mind. Oscar left the council in his inner space and rode off the ledge, Erden's wings swaying as they flew over the city. After a few seconds, a dense metropolis of particularly tall spiraling towers came into sight, the nexus of activity and the heart of the brilliant Drake Empire, Dragonheart City. A massive ground army stood in clear formations around the city walls, tens of thousands of flags uplifted high on the tallest spears, bearing the mark of the dragon. The exodus of people that had stretched on for miles met its end here, separated from the ground army by a thin stretch of ground, no more than 100 feet wide. Long lines of people formed and entered the army like rivers streaming toward the Great Lake. Oscar recalled Alec mentioning that the Empire had to take slow, cautious, and necessary measures due to the rush and high volume of people to avoid any nefarious agents or spies entering the cities. There were hundreds of lines, but each took a while to check a single person. The fleets cast a dark shadow over the people and passed by from above. Instead of cheers, many people remained unresponsive and silent like corpses while others cussed out at the ships. None of them deserved it. Oscar's worry reached out to all of the people. But that was the nature of war. The bells tolled, loud gongs echoing to all corners of the fleet and Garantulum. Oscar tugged, and Erden flew over to the large terrace where important figures like his master, Aunt Rosette, Gavin, General Kraus, Charles, Robert Raven, and Celestina gathered with their personal forces. He landed softly, greeted his master, bowed to Celestina, and joined the remnants of his Black Aegis Order. "Everyone," Celestina raised her voice, her regalness in full display with her silver hair tied back, a brilliant cloak flowing from her back, and her body fully clad in her battle dress. Clicking her greaves together, she drove her rapier into the ground, her emerald eyes seeking out all their faces in a dazzling gaze, and asked solemnly, "I ask you all, who hasn't given their all to defend our home?" "None," many answered. Oscar held his voice back, wanting to listen but not partake. "Even after we have been driven to a corner, do you yield to despair and wallow in misery as the enemy comes crashing onto our gates?" Celestina tapped her armored chest, the gauntlet bashing onto the plating. "No." "Then, no matter what happens, no matter the sins we have to carry, will you follow me?" Celestina lifted her rapier and pointed at them, the sunlight gleaming from the hilt until it settled on the tip, shining like a star. "We will." A rousing cheer erupted. "What is she planning?" Oscar mumbled, trying to figure out why she asked these questions. Next to him, Alec looked horrified, his pale, wily face growing even paler. He wanted to ask but kept his mouth shut as Celestina ordered the officers and others to descend to Dragonheart City. Oscar led his Black Aegis Order and led them down to the streets of Dragonheart City. It was almost like a parade. Celestina marched from the front along the wide streets packed to the brim with people who parted to allow her through. Behind her, Oscar and the other higher-ups followed, leading their respective forces. He gazed at his master, who turned back, somehow sensing his gaze, and shook his head. Compared to the great parades he attended in the past during his rule of the Burning Valley and others in the streets of defended cities, this one was unlike any parade he had been in. The people shifted over, not sparing them much of a glance as they walked away, showing no enthusiasm for the return of the great army, even with the princess at the helm. It was a silent parade of unspoken emotions, perhaps disappointment or anger. Oscar couldn't retract his gaze, seeing the despondent faces of the masses they were supposed to protect. Onward, the silent parade marched. Their feet beat against the paved streets of the Empire's heart, but no cheers roused, and no passion arose. All were alive but not lively, like walking corpses. Celestina led them to the Imperial Palace. She told the guards to stay back and let her forces through, and they complied with a heavy expression. Climbing the steps to the entrance, Oscar finally understood her plan and shuddered to the core, the world becoming bleaker as his feet carried him forward. Barging into the entrance, Celestina stomped into the imperial court, rows of ministers, leaders, and nobles lining the wide blue carpet that led to the throne where her father sat. She unsheathed her rapier and pointed it to a group of nobles. Her words sounded clear in the imperial court, specifically built to let all words be heard. "Kill the traitors." Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 574. The final 2 years. The imperial court froze, the rows of eyes widening in his direction, particularly in Celestina's. Before the well-dressed nobles could react, their mouths either flatly shut or gaped with their lower lip hung down. Celestina flashed and leaped across, the light illuminating her footsteps. Her rapier pierced into one of the ministers, blood spewing heavily from his throat and drenching the blue uniform red. Gracefully like a butterfly, She weaved around several others, and brutally, she carved out a noble's throat. Only gargled woes, choked by blood, sounded from the noble's mouth. Oscar sensed many in the imperial court start to rust off the shock of Celestina's ambush, their eyes surging in a protective stance. But it was too late. All of the officers and their forces, except for Oscar and his master, trampled over the blue carpet, stepping on the marble floor and carrying out their massacre. Splatters of blood and bodies painted a vivid and cruel picture on the floor, like a drawing on a fresh canvas. Bodies were dragged onto the blue carpet, now scarlet red. Feeling the moist blood wetting his shoes, Oscar lowered his head slightly, wondering if this bloody scene was necessary. Celestina stood tall in the center of the site of the massacre, her emerald eyes looking more draconic, similar to the Dragner ancestors. The remaining ministers and high nobles of the imperial court had already backed away to the walls, some remaining stoic and others trembling and kneeling. Her silver hair had splotches of blood, and she didn't bother to wipe away some from her face as her hands also were drenched. "Why didn't you tell me?" Staring at Celestina, Oscar felt sad, his face deflating underneath his helmet. His strategist and informant Alec didn't know of it either, and judging from the inaction of the rest of his Black Aegis Order, no one else knew either. Everyone else participated except for his master. Her figure seemed incredibly lonely, surrounded by corpses and standing in a shallow pool of blood. Driven by a stir in his heart, he approached her and noticed she was in a strange trance, her expression blank and her eyes carrying a terrifying intent underneath those draconic pupils. Oscar stared at his clean hands and softly clenched them on his way closer to her. A large white sheet fluttered in his grip as he draped it over her shoulders, keeping silent not to disturb her. He couldn't imagine the pain she must be enduring, but this small action was the best he could do for her. "My hands have been full of blood for a long time. You should have told me, and I would have acted." Celestina perked up. Color returned to her pale, blank, and beautiful face. She turned her head slightly to face him, a meek smile thanking him. "Good." The draconic pupils remained, but they were unbelievably clear and shone with majesty, holding none of the darkness that clouded them. Oscar nodded to her and returned to his position by his Black Aegis Order. Using the white sheet, Celestina wiped the blood from her hair, face, and hands, finishing by cleaning her rapier. Stepping closer, Celestina softly lowered the rapier and placed it on the ground, bowing deeply to her father, who had not acted during the ordeal. She said in a low but clear voice, "Imperial Father, I have returned and cleansed our empire of the traitors and the dissenters. As your child, I have fulfilled my duty to our family and home." Julius was silent, his figure somber as his expression betrayed a hint of sadness, a crack in the emperor's regalness. Quickly, the emperor resumed his stoicism, cold and expressionless, but his hands trembled while clenching the arms of the throne, a movement that did not escape Oscar's sight. Truly, a father's love clashes with the responsibilities of the throne. From his small interactions with the emperor, he knew Julius loved his children dearly. Yet, a father forced the daughter to commit such a slaughter. How complicated! Oscar pitied the family shackled by the burdens of royalty. "Well done, my beloved daughter. You have proven yourself worthy to take the throne. Once my time has passed, yours will begin." Julius closed his eyes, almost as if holding back tears. Soon, they reopened, carrying the same draconic pupils and exuding a terrifying pressure. "Our legacy must not be brought down by those who change allegiances to the enemy, and not by those too weak-willed, who wallow in schemes for their own benefit." Julius raised his voice, anger laden in each word, and regarded the rest of the imperial court. "Remember this day, all of you. Some have forced my daughter's hand. Pray you won't force mine. Our home, our empire will endure, no matter what the others say, no matter what ill tidings report back to us. Answer me." "Yes, your majesty." The remnants of the imperial court bowed, knocking their heads on the ground, a few not minding the blood soaking their hair. "That is the correct attitude. Wormer may have been used, but our spirits must remain strong." Cares, the Dragner ancestor, entered the court, floating above the bloody mess. His hand stretched out from the sleeve of his gold-inscribed silver robe and waved once. The blood cleared up, and the bodies vanished, leaving a sparkling shine on the clean marble floor and a deep blue hue on the carpet. The old dragon landed near Celestina and patted her shoulder, giving an approving nod. His boisterous voice boomed out, "It is settled. Now enter the rest of you." Many famous figures stepped into the imperial court, and Oscar recognized quite a few of them. There was head captain Vostolf Rudenberg, Aunt Ward, Abraham Raven, Philip, Vice Pavilion Master John Williams, Great Elder Robert Levitt, Record Hall Director Austell Jones, Arcsmith Brumdo Firehand, Royal Artificer Helmuth Rain, Cauldron Lord Isaac Weiss, and many others, the generals and commanders. The top of the brilliant Drake Empire had all gathered here, and surprisingly, even Elder Saul arrived together with the Pavilion Master. Quite a few of the generals and elders of the pavilion stared at Draven. He recalled Aunt Rosette's retelling of how Draven put down many in the same generation. The air was stifling, heavy, non-existent pressure, not from eyne or intent, quickened his heart. He had never witnessed a gathering of powerful exalts like this one. A sense of security welled up in him. Right now, he was in the safest place in the war-torn empire. Cares laughed heartily. When has such a gathering happened in our history? The air is quite heavy from all of you here. The Dragner ancestor voiced the same thoughts Oscar had. Now then, my valiant generals and commanders, the final battle will arrive soon. Preparations must be made before Wormer falls. I know those old bastards on the other side will have prepared for it, but I can see Wormer still standing for almost 2 years. They'll attack with everything they have once it falls. Lord Dragner, if that is the case, what shall we do about the refugees and civilians? Chaos from within is a poison that must be tended to. Aunt Ward bowed. We will spread them to the 10 remaining cities, Dragonheart, and the Blue Ocean Pavilion, Cares declared. It pains me to say they will have to endure for 2 years until the results of the Primanomici are out. We will allow them to pass by the cities without resistance and draw them to the Pavilion and Dragonheart. The defenses of both are unparalleled compared to the rest of the empire. We can draw out the siege for as long as possible. Our forces will split in 2 to defend both, Remulus interjected. But that is in the future. For now, enjoy a brief rest. Tomorrow, everyone is to report in and work. Yes, everyone shouted. The war was nearing its end. Outside, Oscar mounted Erden and rode off toward the Garantulum. 6 others hovered in the sky, which was overrun by fleets of ships, so many that they dotted the horizon and the expanse above like endless flocks of birds frozen in the clouds. The entire army had gathered here. Everything here was the last remnants of a long war spanning nearly 2 decades. The final defenders. Oscar never thought it would come to this point, and seeing it now still stunned him. Erden's hooves clanked on the metal bridge, and he found the 2 he was looking for, Ren and Gloria, the 2 children he saved in Orbus. Oscar floated off and took off his helmet, smiling gently at the young ones. They didn't notice his arrival. Their attention was on the snacks on the table. Smiling, he poked them on their tiny heads, gaining their attention. "Misa!" Gloria shouted, barely able to say the word. "Mister, have you 2 been well?" Oscar rubbed their heads, ruffling their hair. Ren fumed and tried to smack away his hand. But after he couldn't, he blushed slightly and said, "There's lots of snacks to eat. Why are you here?" Oscar chuckled and picked them both up. "We won't be moving for 2 years. In that time, let's head to a better place." "A better place?" Ren tilted his head, his sister mimicking the motion. These 2 children were quite adorable. "Yes, it'll be your new home." Oscar raised them onto Erden and headed towards his estate. At the very least, he could provide for these 2 orphans. At least he could provide a warm home for them. 2 years. I pray Wormer can last as long as it can. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 575. The enemy is coming. His heart rested in peace as he basked in the bright light spilling from the open windows, their reach increasing as the 2 suns ascended toward high noon. Oscar was leisurely reading a book in the quiet library of his estate, his fingers gently flipping the smooth pages. Surrounded by shelves of books, he exhaled deeply and was engrossed in the words, engraving each penned letter to memory. He couldn't have asked for more. A grandfather clock audibly showed the passing of time, matching the time revealed by the 2 suns. Noon, almost lunchtime. His ears ignored the clock's ticking, and he smiled faintly and moved to the next page. Not in a hurry, awaiting the special alarm that would come through the doors any moment. Right on cue, the doors opened widely, and a small figure scampered, pressing her tiny shoes over the carpet. She leaped up and rolled onto his chest, smiling widely. "Dad, it's lunchtime." The little girl, Gloria, pulled on his shirt, straining to tug him up, her adorable face reddening. Her short brown hair, which stretched to her shoulders and was held by a long blue hairbow, swayed up and down as she pulled again and again. Oscar chuckled and patted her head, glad to see her so joyful after all she had experienced nearly 2 years ago. He still could not believe how much she had grown from 3 years old to 5. She pouted. "Grandpa declared said it's all ready. The moment you learned how to talk properly, you started to nag me. Tell me, what is for lunch?" Oscar poked her bulging cheeks, and she giggled, holding up her arms, a request to be held. He complied and cradled her in his arms. "You've grown bigger again, but you need to eat more. You're like a bean." "I am not a bean." Gloria squirmed in his arms, settled her chin on his shoulder, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Hoisting her higher to relax her body better, Oscar thumped her back, his hands careful not to hurt her small frame and tender skin, and headed for the dining room. Close to his ears, she spoke in a loud voice that hurt his eardrums. "Will you be leaving today again?" "No, I can rest today." For the past 2 years, he worked hard in the foundry, helping Aunt Rosette put together more sentinels and enhancing the airships with GOL4's designs. Gloria always cried and begged him not to go until she learned to stop and wait for him. Still, he always saw her face that held back tears, a look that pained him every time he left her in the estate. Gloria reacted with fanfare, cheering loudly. Rubbing her head, Oscar settled her down. "After lunch, you can play with your brother, Tevn, Self, and Iode. Everyone is coming over." Gloria perked up again, so easily excited as expected for someone her age. She leaned back, Oscar's hand preventing her from falling, and cheered, her eyes wide and dazzling in wonder. "I like the snacks they brings." "Gloria, what are you doing bothering Mr.?" Ren crossed his arms, still easily frustrated and irritated. A deep frown or pout formed on his lips, and he tapped his foot on the floor ceaselessly. He pointed at Gloria. "Get down from there." "Bleh." Gloria stuck out her tongue and refused. "Jealous, jealous, jealous." "Ha!" Ren's finger shook, and a red flush filled his cheeks as he clawed upward, trying to catch her. But Oscar's height was too much for the 7-year-old boy to overcome. Out of breath, he gasped and glared at his sister. Oscar sighed and scooped up Ren as well. Whereas the girl had become very direct and honest, the boy became the complete opposite, never able to admit his true feelings, such as wanting to be held as well. Carrying the 2 arguing siblings, Oscar groaned and entered the dining hall, where Butler declared and the maids, Arlen and Eris, greeted him. After settling the rowdy children into their seats, Oscar sat between them, noticing the significant drop in the quantity and quality of the food. The table had bowls of thin and watery potato soup, a few strands of dried meats that looked depressing on the large white plate, and a salad of only thinly sliced cabbages. Thanking the servants and chef for the food, he slowly ate his meal, sipping a spoonful of the potato soup and eating a piece of jerky before dividing the rest among the children. Declared approached, his shoulders slumped in distress, and whispered out of earshot of the children, "Forgive me, my lord. The food reserves are running out. We had to stretch it out. Did you and the others eat? Don't mind me. Just make sure there are enough for everyone else." Oscar told Declared, worried the servants may starve themselves out of their loyalty. The situation was getting worse than anticipated. The dwindling food supplies were a cause for concern, not only for his household but all of the remaining territories. Most of the farmlands had been lost in the previous incursion, and the great swell of refugees far surpassed what the remaining food sources could provide. "My lord, your guests have arrived." Arlen interrupted before Declared could speak further, leading a large group of people into his dining room. "Hello, excuse our intrusion," Serena said cheerfully, carrying her son in her arms. Tevn, the 6-year-old boy, peeked at Oscar with his blue eyes, whimpered, and snuggled into his mother's embrace, frightened like a bunny. His red hair perfectly matched Serena's. Gavin sighed and patted his boy's head, apologizing wordlessly to Oscar. "Tevn, how are you?" Gloria leaped off her chair and stomped over to Serena. "Good," Tevn said shyly, still hiding his face. "Gracious, Tevn, you're 6 years old. Uncle Oscar isn't that scary." Serena scolded and tried to pull Tevn off her, clearly holding back not to hurt her son. "Listen to your mother, Tevn. You're a Rudenberg. How can you be the future captain of the Drakiri if you're afraid of a tall man?" Gavin helped and peeled Tevn, who stretched out his arm, flailing them around to catch his mother. He placed Tevn on the floor, and Gloria jumped at the opportunity to drag her friend away to the playroom. She waved goodbye quickly and vanished with Tevn, her giggling echoing from the hallway. "He's really terrified of me," Oscar sighed. "Give him time. Tevn will soon grow as tall as his great-grandfather." "I'd be laughing if he became scared of himself." Gavin gave a hearty laughter, his body quaking from how hard he laughed. "Oh, it seems everyone is enjoying the break." A new pair entered the room, Austin Taylor and Mary Jones, his former companions from his student days who had been at the Western Front the entire time. Mary's petite figure held a small child, one struggling to escape her mother's arms, shouting excitedly to be freed. Self, the 5-year-old girl, leaped off and landed safely on her 2 feet, her brown eyes shining with glee as she followed the playful noise down the hallway. "That girl!" Mary clenched her teeth, raising a fist. "Not even a farewell or greeting. She definitely gets that part from you," she accused her husband, Austin. "She's your spitting image." "I'd say it's your fault," Austin teased back, his usually stern expression softening. "All right, everyone, let's not argue while we're guests." Serena stepped in before the two could continue their argument. "We're arguing? Let me join in." Fred whistled his entrance. Emily smacked him on the back of the head for a good scolding. Behind them, George Harper and Rachel Foster greeted everyone, a rowdy boy shouting on George's shoulder. "Hey, Ren, let's fight." Iode, the 7-year-old, grinned cheekily and used George's clothing to climb down. He had Rachel's red eyes and George's black hair. He stuck his tongue out and goaded, "Are you chicken? Balk, balk, balk. You're on." Ren ran down the hallway, presumably to find a good place to fight as they usually did. "Don't hurt each other too much. You're in trouble otherwise," Rachel shouted to their retreating backs. My, look sister, everyone else is already here." Charles barged in, the free-willed prince never letting down his reputation. "Don't be so rude, Charles. You're a martial exalt, for goodness sake." Celestina scolded her brother and greeted everyone. Behind her, Philip and Eleanor thanked Oscar and joined the group. The last time they had gathered was quite a while ago, and they had always hosted at his place since he had the largest estate, except for Celestina, but having a gathering in the Imperial Palace was not the best for them. He didn't care. He welcomed them every time, enjoying the sounds of children's laughter and chaos ringing through the usually empty estate, and relaxed in the company of his good friends. After a few seconds of ensuring the children were safe, everyone sat in the common area, occupying several couches. Since it was winter, a roaring fire crackled and released soft warmth that tingled the senses. Oscar chatted with his old friends, their conversations often reminiscing about their young days as students. He lost count of how many times they'd gone over the old days, but each time, it felt fresh and new, as if reliving it in memory never ceased to be old. Serena's face would turn red every time they discussed her previous pursuit of Oscar, and Gavin would frown, declaring that would not have happened if he were there as a student. Fred groaned whenever they brought up his wayward deal with the Wraith of Eliran Manor. He wasn't immune to the embarrassing tales of the past either. They brought up his previous love for the princess and how he tried his best to be worthy of her. For the first time, he felt glad not to have Avril here to meet his friends and hear the shameful past. The older they got, the more they fondly recalled the past, retelling every moment in great detail. When they spoke of Eric, they remembered his great moments and lifted their glasses to him above. After the 10th bottle of wine was shared, Oscar mumbled incoherently, barely able to keep his wits about him. They lunged and attacked in that moment of weakness, bombarding him with questions about his wife and their relationship. He had given them a general rundown, but they wanted details, or as Fred put it, juicy details. If I'm to tell, then everyone else too. Not you, Fred and Emily. I already know too much of you two, Oscar challenged them. That's cruel, Ois. We haven't met your wife and you've met all of ours. To make it equal, you provide more details. Fred poured him another cup. I knew all of you from the start. Oscar was suspicious of the wine. It was particularly powerful today. Erden yawned in his small form, sleeping in a corner away from the rambling mess. Come on, that's unfair. Oscar. George laughed. What do you want to know? Her hair is a nice indigo and very soft that I can't resist. I've never seen such beautiful golden eyes that look at me lovingly in every moment. Whenever I hold her in my arms, I never want to let go or get up. When she gets mad, she tugs on my ear and pouts adorably. When she smiles, I can't resist kissing her. The best is when we… Oscar twitched, wondering why he was speaking so much. Was his face hot from the wine or because of the words he said? Fred lifted the bottle and whistled. Wow, this bottle is the best. That's the most you've said personally of her. No wonder it was stronger. Oscar lifted a fist at Fred, who dodged away. You bastards. Everyone's laughter filled the room. However, a loud bell rang clear and true, drowning out their voices, a high tone that pierced through all the walls. The children started to wail, but the bell tolled again, masking their cries. In beats, it rang, alternating the sounds between it and the children's sobs. The drunken haze lifted from his eyes, and Oscar stood up first, followed by the others. He knew what the bell meant. They all did. Wormer has fallen. Celestina paled and bit her lip. Quickly, she recovered, her eyes flashing a draconic gleam as her lips flattened, the look of a warrior. Our break is cancelled. Everyone, prepare for the last battle. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 576. The Siege of Dragonheart. After the high-pitched bell ended its slow, drawn-out tolls, a ceaseless and constant ringing of a second one, rapid and loud like the clattering of a wheel on a stony road, signaled all forces to report to their stations. Oscar took deep breaths to calm himself and pounded his chest to slow his quickening heartbeat. Erden jumped from his corner, transformed into his true form mid-air, and landed before him, lowering the antler wings to give space for him to mount. He joined the last hurrah with his friends, bidding each other farewell and good fortunes for the battle. Remember what I said. If the battle seems lost, run with as many others as possible, Celestina whispered, turning away to depart. He felt certain she had no intentions of running away, her fate forever tied to the Empire. Oscar shook his head away from her sight, worried she might come back and command him to run. They had to win, he promised to himself. He wouldn't let her die in vain, but wanted her to live with great purpose as the next empress, to live past the war. Fred and Emily departed for their home to prepare their equipment for the final battle. The sounds of crying reached him from the other end of the hallway, Ren's and Gloria's. Oscar entered the playroom, toys scattered around and broken, presumably from the tantrums thrown by the others. The other children were already taken away by their parents, and in the middle of the room remained Ren and Gloria, hugging each other in tears. Even they knew what these bells meant. Scooping them up in his arms, Oscar tenderly swayed them about, slowly calming them down to faint sniffles and muffled sobs. Facing Declared and the two maids, he passed the children to their arms, one for each maid. Unsurprisingly, the two children gripped tightly onto his clothes, and after great effort, their fingers loosened enough for him to escape. Oscar patted Declared's shoulder, trusting the old butler after 2 years of good servitude, and whispered into his ears, I leave these two to you. Go down to the cellar and into the tunnels built underground. Wait for the bells of victory or defeat. If I don't return, find a safe place for yourselves and them. I will not fail you. Young master and miss will be well cared for. Please, my lord, come back safely. Declared bowed, the wrinkles deepening on his face, the old one showing deep emotion for the first time in his years of service. Good luck to you, my lord. Arlen, the lively maid, shouted. We will await your return. Eris bowed, sweat beating down her usually calm face, which began to crack and tremble. Oscar nodded and thanked the two maids. He rested his hands on the heads of the two children and said, I will be leaving now. Don't cause any trouble for old declared. Behave yourselves and wait quietly. Mr. Ren yelled out, his voice in suffering. His lips trembled as his cheeks and brow twisted. You're coming back, right? Silently, Oscar poked his forehead, a short exclaim of pain responding to his touch, and he wiped away Ren's tears. He smiled widely and hit his fist against his chest, reassuring the lad and, more importantly, himself. Of course I will. I am the hero, aren't I? Like the ones in the books. I'll defeat the big bad evil and return home. So wait, you two, Gloria. I promise I will be back. Dad, good luck, Gloria said through watery eyes, snot running down her nose. These words surely required her to muster all of her strength and will. Oscar leaned down and kissed her on her forehead. If he stayed any longer, it would be hard to leave. Forcing his legs to move, he quickly turned around, the children's wailing picking back up as they faded into the distance, carried away. Yet he could not return to comfort them. War is often a terrible affair, one that Esther's loathed greatly, but I find it to be the best. In war, the flaming resolve of humanity and beast shines the brightest. The threads formed between all coagulate into the greatest blaze. Ignires's small figure, about as tall as Oscar, appeared beside him, visible only to him. I can't deny that is in your nature, but I am more inclined to Esther's view. Oscar brushed past the Ancient of Fire. You are very much like her, but in the end you, like her, had no choice and fought fiercely like berserkers. How very similar indeed, Ignires cackled, matching Oscar's pace. Scoffing at Ignires's observation, he entered his room, a sense of familiarity growing in him after 2 years of living there. Slowly, his feet walked, loud steps approaching his table. The drawer creaked as he opened it since it hadn't been opened in nearly 2 years. Inside were his space pockets. He laid everything on the floor and rubbed his chin at the sprawl of equipment and elixirs. A few minutes later, after a quick bath, he dried himself and put on his uniform, the aqua blue contrasting well with the obsidian cloak. His hands tweaked the medallion of his order into a perfect angle, straight and forward. Taking off his ring, he stared briefly and pecked his lips at the golden diamond, carefully stowing it away in a small box and storing it in his space pocket. Avril appeared in his mind, the lovable woman he called wife. I'll survive this and create a good home for us. The shield was polished to a crystal shine, the light from the chandeliers glancing on the many surfaces of the diamonds. His hands, now gloved, lifted the helmet and placed it on his head, the darkness of the metal shrouding his vision when clarity returned in the dark visors. It wasn't the first time he had done this ritual before battle, but right now, in this very moment at the edge between complete victory or total defeat, it felt quite heavy. Oscar gripped the shield and attached it to his forearm. Are we ready to set out? Erden asked as the bells still rang. No, one more to consider. The preparations will stall them, but once they breach the barriers, the battle will come down to a single day. Oscar knelt, eyeing the line of elixirs. He took all the healing ones but paused on the others, considering what kind of battle he would fight. Resistances of earth, water, fire, lightning, and metal swirled in 5 vials. He could only take one at a time, the elixirs tending to clash if other effects were present. A certain enemy came to mind, one he had not seen for many years. He extended his hand and grabbed the Grade 3 Earthgate elixir, a deep, dull yellow glow pulsing inside the gray liquid. I'm ready for you, Orden. Outside, he was greeted by the horrified stampedes of civilians pouring into the inner sections of Dragonheart City, millions of steps clattering on the cracked pavements. Mothers carried their crying children tightly while crying themselves. Fathers hugged them tighter and protected them from being pushed away. The old, the frail, and the sick crawled their way, dragging their feet along the stone roads. From high above, Oscar saw it all and frowned. There were too many, far too many to protect properly. Reaching his post near the Imperial Palace, he floated down to his black Aegis order, still 30 strong. He patted the frightened Susan's hair, always feeling like a brother to her. Her grip on her staff loosened as she nodded, taking deep breaths exactly how he taught her. Another group strode forward, their uniforms that of the Abyss prison, his master's prison guards, the sadists who loved their prisoners' pain. I greet the warden's disciple. I am Rox, and my master has stationed everyone of Night Exalt realm and below under your command. Rox knelt, his plated armor clanging on the floor, followed by the others. Where is my master? Oscar asked. The warden is in the Blue Ocean Pavilion. We were quickly teleported through the short portals at his command. Use us as you deem fit. Our lives are yours to throw away. His devotion and fearlessness stunned Oscar. 50 of you, that's good enough. Alec, can you factor them into our ranks? Oscar faced Alec. The wily Alec smirked naturally. Leave it to me, Commander. Oscar. Gavir landed nearby, his golden armor quite catching under the sunlight. His Drakiri forces gathered behind him. Orders from above. You and I are to guard the gates to the Imperial Palace with my grandfather and Director Austell Jones. The others are positioned at other key locations. A deep groan rumbled from above, 2 others joining in the bellow of creaking metal. 3 Garantulums floated above, excrusiers in their centers and surrounded by vast fleets, pointed outward like 3 arrows loosened in 3 directions. Once they all found their positions, silence befell the entire city, the roads empty of all life, a scene never seen in the Empire's history. Oscar floated up, peering over the horizon. Up above, the Dragner ancestor, Caers Van Holt Dragner, stood firm, his proud and powerful figure becoming a beacon for all to look at. Sparks ignited in the faraway sky, the earth quaked, and pillars of inferno flames rose. Storms blotted out the sun and covered the blue sky as lightning rained down in thunderous booms, all aimed at an unknown target, but Oscar and everyone else knew who was coming. A few hours later, many shapes dotted the stormy sky. Narrowing his eyes, he saw a great fleet approaching from all directions. Smoke and flames covered some of the ships as they fell apart and crashed to the ground. At least the preparations they toiled endlessly to set up had done some damage. Not bad, Caers. You pulled out all of your forces to the pavilion and Dragonheart. Someone spoke, her voice enthralling many like a siren, soft, direct, and pleasing to the ears. Above the barrier, a woman dressed in imperial red robes floated down from the storms. Her face held deep wrinkles, but anyone could tell she was a devastating beauty in the past, shadows of her former beauty still gracing her countenance, as a pair of orange eyes matched the aged white hair. 2 eagle-like wings, sculpted from white jade, extended from her shoulders. Veselen. It has been many years since that time in Ashen Grove. Caers grumbled. The old woman's identity became clear. The old ancestor of the Scarlet Griffin Empire, Veselen Eden Griffreen. It can't be a gathering of rulers of Farsky without the rest of us. Another voice called out from the storm. His booming voice trembled the earth. It's a pity we can't fight. I would have relished in tearing you apart. Caers, a second added on. Winds swirled around his figure. One wore loose black robes. The shirt was cut down from the collar to reveal a set of bulging muscles on the chest and stomach. He had white hair and brown eyes. His tall height matched Caers, and he gave a hearty smile. The old ancestor of the Black Tortoise Empire, Radon Siegfried Tortun. The last one wore teal robes and a hood and mask to cover all but his teal eyes. Winds scattered away from his presence as gusts flew away every second. His thin, stick-like frame only further the insidious danger Oscar felt within the old ancestor of the Emerald Hydra Empire, Orokon Galeus Hydrax. Radon, Orokon, and Veselen. You 3 must have paid quite a price to invoke your ancestral powers to destroy Wormer. Like Wormer, the other 3 empires also had their special means drawn from the beasts from which their empires took their namesake. The only force that could have taken down Rymir would have been those 3. What's the point if we lose? Though it is strange. The Primanomachy should be over by now. I wonder where your precious grade 9 boy is. I haven't heard any news, Orokon said. Enough prattling, Orokon. We have to end this before a glimmer of hope is rekindled. Veselen chided. Indeed, Radon bellowed. Let's have the biggest battle this war has ever seen. Are you prepared, Caers? Come, we will show you that our empire still stands to the last. Caers raised his arm, and all of Dragonheart City erupted into chanting. their war cries reaching the farthest ships in the enemy fleet. "All forces, fight to the death," Oscar shouted. "Black Aegis Order. The last battle has begun." Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 577. The city is breached. Countless explosions swept their fiery bursts on Dragonheart City. The sounds of cannons ceaselessly boomed, ear-shocking noises, the kind Oscar had never heard before. He had never been in the center of this many ships firing at once. Distortions rippled on the transparent barrier, the light refracting into multiple colors carried in expanding waves. The attacks were blocked, but the heat from the savage fires traveled through, grass drying and dying, stone cracking and crumbling, and the moats sizzling and dissipating into smoke. Unbothered, Oscar continued to observe the outside, and his eyes widened underneath his helmet, shaken by rows of golems floating among the enemy ships and exalts. Ordinary golems for sieges, assault, and devastation floated around as well, but Oscar clenched his hands, seams of his gloves tearing from how strongly he gripped. He scrutinized the special golems again, daring not to believe it. However, reality sunk in, and he growled, "Those bastards. Who the hell is the traitor?" Sentinels, GOL-4's specially crafted golems that were a cut above others in combat and adaptability, marched alongside the enemy. The thick armor covering them from head to toe and the broad shapes of their bulky frame, appearing like paladins depicted in books, exuded a dangerous awe. GOL-4 had always mentioned the inspiration came from looking at a fully clad warrior in the folk stories, demonstrating valor, strength, and honor. Now, his creations were stolen and used against Oscar. "Who is it?" He stomped on the ground, caving in part of the central road, alarming the ones around him. The idea of a traitor troubled him so greatly that he trembled. The only ones who were privy to the blueprints were a few top people like Aunt Rosette, and she directed the creation of the golems, having the fabricators create the parts but never letting them be privy to the whole. Aunt Rosette could not be the traitor, but it left a few candidates, and he didn't want to believe any of them would commit such a heinous act. He realized mulling over it wasn't productive and scoffed at the enemy's foolishness. If they wished to play, then he would destroy their chances. Quickly, he ordered Alec to go to the communications center in the Imperial Palace, telling him to establish a voice and Ein connection to everywhere around Dragonheart City and link to the Blue Ocean Pavilion, also presumably under attack by sentinels. A few minutes later, Alec returned with a large white orb that buzzed a strange, constant sound akin to bees flying near the ear. Giving the orb to Oscar, he said, "The enemy has locked down the space, so the portals are shut down. But the officers managed to create a link. It will work for 10 seconds, and your voice and Ein will be projected to both here and the pavilion." Oscar poured his Ein to activate the orb, and it shone brightly, many voices calling out from within. 10 seconds. That was enough. Angered by the mysterious traitor, he spoke coldly. "I don't know who you are, but traitors deserve a fate worse than death." His words echoed everywhere, catching the attention of everyone who looked around for the source. "But you made a crucial mistake stealing those blueprints. Sentinels, destroy the enemy ships around you." Like a passing breeze, his Ein wafted in all directions. The sentinels, receiving the voice command and identifying Ein, lifted their mechanical heads. Before the enemy, who were still confused, could react, the sentinels raised their hands and fired blasts of Ein onto the enemy ships, several crashing to the floor already. When GOL-4 taught him about the formations for the cores, he also adjusted it so Oscar's voice and Ein would trigger the master control. In hindsight, it was a stroke of genius. The sentinels, though small in number, tore apart ship after ship. Their engraved thinking process and adaptation helped them to maneuver to the more important enemy ships, which were still destroyable by their means. The enemy ships could not fire since other ships were close by. Even while their armor was dented and their mechanical limbs broken, they defied the false creators and fought for their mission. Piece by piece, the sentinels fell, their ruined metal bodies cast down from the sky, but they were not alone as many ships fell by their side. "Yua!" his allies cheered. Even though the sentinels had fallen, they took down around a tenth of the enemy ships, including a few key vorpalaires. However, the enemy was undeterred. They rallied themselves back into formations and moved toward the barrier. The remaining vorpalaires began to drill into the barrier, and the garantulums and surrounding ships aimed their guns at the increasing cracks, firing at the protruding tips of the vorpalaires, a back-and-forth game to prevent others from entering. The other enemy ships fired while the Exalts flew together with Erkinal Fives, the special structures that adapted to barriers and acted as a tunnel for invaders to enter. To arms! Hold this place, no matter the cost, Gavir shouted, his spear pointing at the approaching Erkinals. Rather than spread their forces all over the city, they formed a strong defensive line around the imperial palace. My friends, my soldiers, never let them take a single step forward. For our home and families, fight until you can't move. Use your teeth to tear out their throats, Oscar shouted. The Erkinal Fives reached the barrier and quickly formed the gaps for enemy Exalts to enter the city freely. Changing targets, garantulums and the other ships divided their targets, firing at every gap formed by the Erkinal Fives. The constant firing slowed the enemy's advance. Still, as more gaps formed and their fleet had to split their attention, enemy Exalts slipped inside, weaving through the constant cannon fire, slowly but everywhere, gathering to mount an offense. Ranged spells. Fire! Oscar shouted. Behind him, countless ranged spells arced across the air and onto the enemy. He raised his shield and charged at the incoming wave. Never falter! Julius Evergrant Dragner, clad in silver armor, dragons opening their maws on his shoulder and helmet, roused his forces. The enemy gathered like a swarm of flies, and battles broke out everywhere. He calmed himself and jumped into the air, facing his three opponents. Welcome to my home, my fellow emperors. It's been a while, Emperor Dragner. I wish we could have visited in better circumstances. The Emperor of the Scarlet Griffin Empire, Jess Gideon Griffreen, clad in scarlet armor, griffins perching on his shoulders, gripped his spear. This battle involves the fate of our homes. There is no better circumstance than to meet in the heat of this moment. The Emperor of the Black Tortoise Empire, Ekelin Bolof Tortun, taller than the rest and clad in black armor, turtle shells covering his joints, wielded his twin shields, resembling the two halves of a turtle shell. Let the city run red with the blood of its fallen master. You're facing the three of us, Julius, the final man, the Emperor of the Emerald Hydra Empire, Sreeson Stromiel Hydrakes, clad in emerald armor, snakes coiling around the limbs, raised his flexible blade, the metal wiggling around, flimsy like a piece of paper. It'll be my honor to host you all here, but you won't be leaving. Ein poured out of Julius, light enveloping his very being. A dragon's roar echoed from his body. He lifted his axe and swung once, a powerful burst of light parting the air and devastating everything in its path. Here, I am far more powerful, thanks to the dragon's blessing. You have no chance. That's why we're fighting you 3 against 1. An impressive final measure set up by your ancestors. The power flowing in you is coming from the Imperial Palace. Isn't it? We can keep you occupied until the palace is destroyed, Ekelin sneered. Julius smirked, laughing inside his helmet. You underestimate my people. They won't let you win. Maya clawed pierced into the barrier, lashing her whip at the incoming projectiles. She flew straight ahead and spotted Oscar near the Imperial Palace gates. Anger drew up in her heart and escaped as flames from her lips. Ignoring the others, she tried to dive, but a flash of light passed an inch away from her face. Who? Maya halted and stared at the newcomer. It's me. Nice to meet you again, Lady Claude. Charles, the arrogant and playful prince, faced her. Grinding her teeth, Maya cursed out, I have no time for a brat like you. Get out of my way. That's rude. We're of the same generation. While I prefer bigger fish to fry, you'll do for now. Charles glared at her, the golden eyes shrinking to a draconic stare, vast amounts of hostility and pressure crawling on her skin. His Amphiptera anime manifested and melded into his dual blade, transforming into 2 draconic wings for blades. Don't think you can hide behind your family again. Fine, I'll kill you first. Maya melded her snake anima into her whip. Oscar's life would be left for later. Oscar tore apart an enemy Exalt and crushed the head of another. He assessed the situation and they were doing well so far. The constant firing of the fleet into the holes in the barrier lessened the burden, so their chances of holding remained high. Oscar readied to fight more. Then he felt a powerful presence approaching from above. Oscar, a large behemoth of a man, landed on the street, kicking up a mess of rubble. Clad in armor from head to toe, he stomped to the surface, carrying a large hammer in his right hand. Orden, I knew it would be you. Oscar stomped his feet toward Orden. The ground trembled as he neared Orden. He gripped his shield, sensing a dangerous and unsettling feeling from his adversary. This time, you'll be dead, Orden declared, raising his hammer. Try, but my life is not yours to take. Oscar bolted ahead. Both he and Orden let out a roar. Shield bashed against hammer. The ground split in two between them, and they unleashed their might, growling at each other, helmet gazing into helmet. This time, he would not let his enemy escape again, nor did Orden seem to want to leave. Finally, their long rivalry would come to a close here. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 578, Orden's Sacrifice. Arranged on the tall walls and fortified towers of the Imperial Palace, hundreds of cannons rotated and pointed outward in all directions, the three sections of its shaft rotating as a humming ramped up. Within the gun's muzzle, a fiery glow intensified, akin to the flames stoking in a furnace, and rounds of powerful blasts fired. Several flew at the encroaching enemy, and most shot at the location of the opening created by the Urkinal Fives. Bright beams of light from the Garantulums, the fleets, and the cannons mounted on the Imperial Palace flashed like lightning across the shadow cast on the city by the stormy clouds. One by one, enemy Exalts endured countless explosions, slipping past to enter Dragonheart City. Several powerful spells tore through the hulls of ally ships, and a tower of the Imperial Palace collapsed, rubble clattering down in a tide of stone as it toppled on its side. It landed to the right of Oscar, a cloud of dust and dirt instantly forming, but on the left, a ship crashed, the metallic hull groaning until it split apart, and a rush of flame exploded. Everything was swept away, the flames and the dirt, by the force of Oscar's shield bashing against Orden's hammer, and smoldering piles of wreckage remained. Orden, Oscar shouted, forming scarlet blades of golden edges that blinked sunlight in their quick path to stab into Orden. Oddly, Orden's hammer was more powerful than before, and the giant stomped his foot, swiveling his hammer to repel all of Oscar's blades, scarlet fragments clattering on the ground before melting into small droplets of molten lava. It was strange. The meld ability gave his adversary a powerful multiplication, and it was much more powerful than before, multiplying the force of his blows by a factor of 50. But it didn't explain the inexplicable weight that trembled from his shield to the soles of his feet. What have you done? Oscar wondered. Orden swooped in from above, releasing a ray of dense flames so hot that it burned white. Surprisingly, the iron-infused fire split off after meeting the head of the hammer, the flames engulfing the ground around Orden and scorching the stone bricks into charred wastes. Orden himself was unharmed, his feet standing on perfectly fine ground. In a boisterous roar, a shockwave of 50 multiplied seismic power parted Erden's flames in twine. Erden cut off the flames and dodged to the side as a seismic quake imploded the air where he once stood. Oscar was stunned, eyes fixated on the energy rippling from Orden's hammer and widened in horror. Couldn't be, but it was. The familiar feeling from Orden's tall figure, the violent intent spilling from every fiber of his being, matched the ones he had fought many times. Clenching his shield and artificial hand, Oscar shouted, "Iron, have you met the new dawn?" Orden said nothing as his shoulders quaked up and down, an erratic rush of breaths spluttering underneath the helmet. Raising his hammer, he roared and rushed, his very stomp erecting earthen ramparts, locking Oscar in place as an immense gravity pushed on his body. Oscar grunted as his feet caved into the weak, charred road. He needed to get out, but Orden arrived from above and threw a stone, a black gem that terrified Oscar. A loud crack reached his ears, and the black gem shattered apart. Not this again. Oscar stomped a good amount of iron into his legs and dashed away, breaking through as many layers of earth as possible. But the expanding vortex caught him. Oscar resisted and struggled but decided not to waste too much of his iron and allowed the darkness to engulf him. The next moment, he found himself in a flat world of seemingly endless plains of slate. The prison realm, Oscar murmured. He had once been dragged into this place when he first met Cersi and fought her. Turning to Orden, who stood far away, Oscar felt varying emotions in his heart and voiced them. I once thought of you as an honorable warrior. Perhaps we could have been good friends in another life. But to ally with the new dawn is beneath you. That is not up to you to decide. Orden coughed and seemed to be choking. He removed his helmet and knelt, blood gurgling out of his mouth. His gasps were nothing compared to the extremely loud and rapid heartbeats that filled the quiet realm. Grasping his chest, Orden stared at Oscar, the broad face overtaken by hate as he growled. I should have killed you long ago. I let you live in Ashen Grove, and I have paid the price for that with losing the divine essence and losing my men to your hands. And I lost many in this war. Uncle Carlson, most of his Black Aegis Order members, and his parents. He recalled all he had lost. Sometimes, I wish I never took that damned divine essence. I wish I could have destroyed that thing. That's true. Orden coughed out more blood. It should never have existed. The costs we both suffered were too much. But, he rose to his feet and stuck his hammer out at Oscar. I lost everything. All that's left now is vengeance. Even if you wanted revenge, I would never have sunk so low as you did. Look at you. You used the Reese core a few times and already suffered a lot. Was it worth it for a few exchanges? Oscar asked. His artificial arm clacked his joints, brushing off the bits of earth stuck on it. Elder Saul couldn't complete the grade 5 elixir, delaying it for more years, citing the unstable nature of the divine essence extract to be very troublesome. So the recovery of his arm would have to wait. The Reese core is indeed powerful. I can understand why you are strong. Orden shed off his armor, revealing 3 blood-red orbs lodged into his chest. From his experience, Oscar knew one Reese core allowed others to use Reese and iron for an extended time that ignored the heart's condition, but 3 at once would certainly have the opposite effect. The power would be too much for one person to bear. I came here looking to die, Oscar. If I can take you with me and repay the debt from my past crimes, I don't care. Farewell, Oscar. The hammer anima integrated into Orden's body. Thick stone blocks clamped and embedded into his skin, and he stomped out, clad in armor created from heads of hammers, his entire being now containing the force of multiplication. Orden pulled out a vial of viscous, black liquid and drank it without an ounce of hesitation. His aggravated shouts howled over the lands, and a chaotic Ein spread out, the ground riddled by cracks. Oscar avoided the devastation of the land by taking to the sky. What was that vial? He couldn't shake off the unsettling dread that dripped ice-cold onto his heart. When the dust settled down, he saw a strange monster where Orden should have been. It was twice as tall, the shoulders broader than a doorway. The entire body was still clad in the integration armor, but Oscar shivered when it turned its head up to face him. The eyes had turned to a clear brown, and the skin became craggly and gray, made entirely of stone. A long crack formed across the stone head and split wide open, the jagged edges resembling rows of sharp teeth. A fearsome roar spread earthquakes along the ground, caving in vast portions of the slate plains. Terrified, Oscar created his duality body, and he, demon, and Erden combined their attacks. Scarlet gold blades whistled through the air, and motes of scarlet gold breakers, orbs of red and gold, dropped below and flared into massive bursts of sharp gold fragments and engulfing flames. A dense gravity field forced the spells to the ground before reaching Orden. The few that did make it through bounced off his armor, unable to withstand the seismic force from merely touching it. Oscar activated the guise, melded his anima into Erden, and shared the guise with Demon. The 3 dove straight down, pairs of antlers adorning their heads. Ended all in one strike, Oscar shouted, fusing his scarlet gold drill into Erden. Demon supplemented more power by adding his drills into the collective whole. Using the final concept of iron, the lines, Oscar poured out his will and fused their attacks into a singular line, the most powerful of their combination. Orden bellowed out and swung his hammer, a spinning rock covering the head as crackles of gravity and iron quaked along its surface, a yellowish hue on the cracks. Oscar had never felt such a heavy attack in his life, certainly not from one of his peers. The 50 multiplied of seismic force, gravitational push, and kinetic core, created by iron and overflowing with elemental power, met his strike. It all fell silent, their war cries inaudible, and the world vanished from his vision briefly. At the epicenter of their clash, nothing existed, only them. Then, it all rushed back, the booming sounds of immensely powerful iron fighting, the view of the ground underneath caving in as they fell into a large chasm, and the roars of their exertion. Landing in an underground chamber exposed by the crushing power of their exchange, Oscar gritted his teeth, pouring in more power. Passing Orden, he halted himself, carving 2 grooves into the ground. He turned and saw Orden's body split in half, relieved to see it was over as the 2 halves plopped to the floor. Sweat beaded down his forehead, and he wiped it to find it was unbelievably cold. It's over, light showered from above. Oscar floated up, wanting to find a way out of this world. First, he needed to escape to the surface. A faint crunch perked his ears, and he swept his gaze downward, trembling as the 2 halves of Orden's transformed body fused back together, and the glaring brown eyes stared back. It resembled Quinn's ash body. But how? Realization struck him like lightning in a storm. That vial of black liquid was the culprit. Orden had undergone elementification. Oscar heard the monster, formerly known as Orden, let out a deep roar, an inhuman bellow that sounded like the groaning of the earth. Staring at the monster, he felt enraged and shouted, "You cast aside everything." Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 579. The Earth's Rage. Orden had abandoned it all. He threw away his honor, something Oscar once respected. He sided with the new dawn and became a tool, a puppet of their deranged experiments. But above all, he cast aside his humanity. Inside the deep chasm, the light illuminating a circle in the dark underground, Oscar stared at the former man standing under his shadow, the haunting monster that remained as Orden departed, presumably dead. Farewell, Oscar. He finally understood what Orden meant. Surely, the human known as Orden no longer existed in the transformed monster. The brown, hostile gaze directed at him showed the singular drive remaining inside the monster, the purpose for which it existed: to kill Oscar. Flying to the surface, he created some distance away, but the ground rumbled under his feet, and Orden's large stone hand, clad in stone hammers, enlarged to match his size and clenched shut, almost catching him. Orden's groan grew louder, and he burst out of the slate, retracting the arm, which had extended 100 feet. It rested at his normal length. Strangely, cracks formed on its surface, but they recovered quickly. Fast regeneration, extension of limbs, and made entirely of an element. It matched Quinn's capabilities. Oscar leaped off Erden, nodding to both him and Demon as they split off in different directions, forming a triangle around Orden. The monster looked around, eyeing each of them before raising a large bellow, the earthen maw opening to fire spikes of earth, all containing iron and a fearsome seismic force. "I can't see through the beast's eidolon. He truly has lost all of his humanity," Oscar observed inside the distorted world of the Prince-Dict. A dark shadow veiled Orden's figure, unmoving before his piercing gaze, forever shrouding its movements and eyeing to Oscar. Transforming his antlers into flaming, sapphire shields, Erden blocked the powerful spikes and ran into a trampling charge. Oscar and Demon used the line to form powerful shields of crystallized flames and joined the rush. Oscar raised his hand, a golden cage encasing Orden, and Demon's crystallized chains of searing flames coiled around the behemoth, the links rattling as red, glowing burns hissed on the stone body. He could not allow Orden a moment to retaliate. Following Orden's burst of strength, the chains and cage crumbled into powder as the integration granted Orden the multiplication factor on all parts of his being. Erden came at the most opportune moment, bashing the antlers transformed into shields into Orden, knocking the monster back. Oscar lunged for the legs while Demon aimed for the head. Like a wheel, Orden spun around, and Erden smashed down onto him with his hooves, the ground recoiling him back up, letting Oscar and Demon cut in from below, normal, flaming shattering waves peeling away more and more of the stone. Where is the core? Oscar scanned the rubble of Orden's body, trying to identify the core that controlled him. Quinn's weakness was the core inside his ashen body, which Avril stuck a solution. Destroying it would destroy Orden. However, the longer he searched, he found nothing, not even the 3 Reese cores seemingly vanishing. Before Oscar could continue his relentless assault, Orden's pieces rotated like kinetic cores. They rammed themselves into him and the other 2, the 50 multiplied shockwaves and iron-empowered spells racking pain throughout his bones. Oscar skidded down the slate plains and coughed out dirt. Orden didn't have that much power when they clashed initially. Staring at the sheer iron overflowing from his foe, he realized it had increased significantly since the start of this battle. Was he growing stronger the longer they fought? Oscar spit out a mix of blood and dirt, stumbling on his feet. His horror grew at the sight of Orden's body reforming together and the hammer swinging his way. His shield raised high, crystallized flames coating the diamond sheen. Clad in indestructible gold, formed by the line, his body was flung away, skipping along the ground like a rock on water. Pieces by piece, skip by skip, the gold chipped off until he came to a stop, halted by Demon and Erden. He had diverted much of the power away by going along with the flow of the strike, but his body still cried out in agony from the immense pain striking every inch of his flesh and bone. It hurt a lot. Oscar rose to his feet, blood dripping down from his head, and his vision blurred. Orden roared again, pounding his hammer on the ground wildly. Spikes of earth protruded from the ground, the terrain quickly shifting into a land of spikes. The wave neared Oscar, and Demon and Erden destroyed many spikes, letting none touch Oscar. The iron surged again from Orden, more powerful than before. The monster was gaining more strength. What a beast! He's still a greater knight Exalt, but Quinn pales in comparison to him. Oscar groaned, the pain still reverberating in him. He instantly recovered even from the attacks that melted him. Erden lifted his hooves, a force dragging the fur down. The gravity around him is slowing us down. The core isn't there either. The only way to defeat him may be to destroy his body all at once. Leave not a scrap of him behind to reform. Demon fired several scarlet gold blades. Some stabbed into Orden, melting the areas into bubbling molten lava that flowed down the earthen body, but they were choked out by devouring earth and became pieces of obsidian that shattered apart. Oscar had an idea, and the others received his thoughts instantly. He said to them in their mental connection, "Buy me all the time you can get." Demon and Erden set out, coordinating their movements. They flowed like streams of water, gracefully avoiding Orden's strikes. Whenever one would be struck, they were saved by the other, and in attacks they interchanged their blows, focused on staggering and tripping Orden. Oscar focused an immense amount of iron into his hands, forming an orb. Counter-impact. He approached Orden and spread the space that rendered Ulrich null. The iron expelling from Orden's strikes continually dissipated and was absorbed into the zone of counter-impact. The heavy blows became slightly lighter, the gravity pressuring them lightened up, and the iron-empowered spells devolved to ordinary levels. Though the Reese was cut off to Oscar, Demon, and Orden still had his integration powers, they could buy all the needed time. Orden, a mindless monster, kept fueling the iron without a thought. The iron collected nicely in great droves. Oscar pulled back, focusing on reining the iron from imploding his zone. Too much and he might suffer the backlash. Orden roared, and the iron stopped flowing, a shocking action that unnerved Oscar. The cursed monster still held some instincts despite its apparently immortal body and mindless carnage, somehow understanding not to use iron anymore. No matter, Oscar didn't fret since he had collected enough. "Now!" Oscar shouted. Demon and Erden used spell after spell, bombarding Orden while chains of flames and cages of gold kept forming to halt him in place. Oscar jumped up, reaching above Orden. All of the iron from the zone condensed into his palm, loud screeching of tumultuous power striking his ears, and he winced once from the power threatening to break his bones, a crack splitting off one of the plating on his artificial arm. He unleashed the counter-impact and Orden vanished instantly, only a deep crater hundreds of feet wide, remaining a bottomless hole gaping in the center. Was it over? Oscar fell on the edge of the crater. Demon and Erden came to his side. They stared intently at the deep hole, unable to see Orden. Oh, what a specimen he was! Faust wiped his glasses and put them on. He reviewed the notes from the experiment that took 8 years to complete. A warm smile curled from his lips as he gazed fondly at the results in the paper. His natural physique was a wonder to behold. The blood provided several answers to my questions. But as a deal, I let him go to complete his revenge against Oscar. If Cersi hears about your actions, she will be enraged. Be careful not to trip on yourself, Aiden stated indifferently from the side. Then that's Oscar's fate. An immortal body of earth, ever-growing vis, iron, that integration, and the sheer adaptability engraved in his fighting spirit. Oscar has no chance, and the time limit will not be his friend. He will die before Orden reaches his limits. Faust smiled. I wish I could observe what's going on in there. I should have placed a recording spell on him. It's a shame they become uncontrollable and die out soon after. They would be the perfect soldiers if done right. It was too much to hope for. Iron shook the world itself, and Oscar stood up, heightening his senses to feel for Orden's approach. He flew above and avoided another ambush from below. It was a large boulder, spinning to a blur and emanating iron. Several more erupted from the slate, and some more and even more until they dotted a large area of the sky. Like meteors, they fell with tremendous speed, aimed at Oscar and the others. He created several scarlet gold maws, 2 on his arms and 2 on demons. They chomped down and crunched on the meteors, leaking drools of lava that turned a portion of the slate ground into a molten lake. Erden enlarged to 100 feet long and stomped on the meteors, kicking them away as they crumbled apart. His hooves cracked, and the sapphire armor on his legs shattered apart. Oscar gritted his teeth and punched the last few meteors since his spells could not handle them anymore. Another roar greeted them. Orden appeared between them, transformed even more. 3 stone faces rested on his head, each one looking in a different direction, covering all angles. 3 pairs of arms extended from its body, matching the direction of the face it correlated with. Each pair of arms gripped a mighty hammer, one being Orden's armament, while the other 2 were created from stone. They swung, the gravity dragging Oscar and the others down, and bashed into them. Shaken by the ringing in his head, the seismic shockwaves carrying deadly pulses of gravity pushing against his strength, Oscar grunted and shouted, driving his feet into the dirt. He could not withstand the might of Orden's strike, nor could the other 2, as they flew uncontrollably in separate directions. The monster beat its hammers on the ground and roared triumphantly. Everyone, are you still there? One of his blue antlers cracked and shattered apart. Blood rushed up his throat and poured onto the ground, muddying the dirt. Oscar heaved and gasped for air, clenching his ribs and forcing the fractures back into place, a groan of pain escaping his lips. Orden's power was too much for him to handle, and he knew there was no escaping him as his guys would certainly run out first. I'm still alive. One of my wings is broken, Erden replied. The duality body is stronger thanks to the use of the line, but I'm near my limits. Demon coughed, his voice still indifferent despite the daunting predicament. How can we beat him? Oscar closed his eyes, seeing Orden approach. Child, your flames have grown stronger, strong enough for some of your fires to burn past his defenses. But it's not enough. Ignire spoke from within. Unlike before, he sounded quite calm and clear, contrary to the wild nature he exhibited normally. There is one option that remains. Which is? Oscar asked. I will share my primordial flame with you. It is the essence of fire. Use it to defeat the beast. Act 3 Empires Stand Chapter 580. A flaming heart, new form. Scarlet gold rods sparked from Oscar's feet, and he escaped from Orden's extending arm that whipped out and overturned the slate dirt. The gravity field made it quite hard to escape faster. Having no option, he decided to hear out the Ancient of Fire but was still skeptical. I do not possess Volten blood. Isn't the point for a perfect Reese user of Volten blood to be capable of holding in the power of the Ancients? In normal circumstances, yes, but you are a perfect Reese user, and the blood transmutation between you and Prialapos gives you a body that carries a part of the firstborns. I'll be frank, it's dangerous, my child. You can handle it to some degree, but using it for a prolonged time might kill you instead, Ignires explained. Killed by earth or killed by the fires of an ancient. I guess I have no choice. What do I need to do? Oscar grouped up with Erden and Demon, the earth attacking them as pillars rose and toppled onto them, chased by Orden's three-faced and six-armed figure. Still, even after all the time that had passed, the iron around Orden grew larger, blazing around him. The only power that could match him now would be Ignier's inside him. "Allow me into your Xianxia core," Ignier's urged. Speechless, Oscar fumbled on trying to say a word, his mouth gaping wide. The most dangerous action one could take to self-harm oneself was to open their core to any outside force, especially an invasive one. Ignier's urgings grew louder. "Quickly, or else you will die, and I will be forced to return to Talos, certainly to the hands of the Voltens." Oscar breathed in, his Ein awakened, gathering and recovering as much Ein as possible during the onslaught of Orden's brutal earthen spells. Erden supplemented more Ein while Demon directed their movements, carrying the two away. He had the feeling that the outcome of allowing Ignier's into his core might cause severe consequences. His closed eyes revealed all of what had already been lost and the people who were waiting for him to come back, and he firmly came to a decision. He could not allow himself to die. All right, he relaxed his core and lowered the natural defenses that barred intrusive forces from entering. Inside the inner world, flaming like the two suns, Ignier's stepped closer and reached out his hand, fingers of different flames resting on the core's surface. The Ancient of Fire turned into a stream of fire, pouring into Oscar's blue Exaltia core until every bit of ember was absorbed. He felt the moment Ignier's entered his elemental spark, the metallic diamond engulfing in blazing bright flames. A warmth started in his chest, small and comforting, but Oscar braced himself, knowing the agony that accompanied times like these, similar to eating a petal of the divine essence or dipping into the pools of ascension. It erupted into volcanic heat, which burned inside like he had swallowed pure magma. The heat traveled to all corners of his body, burning through his organs, veins, flesh, bones, nerves, and skin. His scream overwhelmed Orden's roar, and flames spread from his feet, web-like patterns of magma flowing on the slate ground. Oscar looked inside his inner world, stunned by the half-blue and half-red core. The heat and energy cycled everywhere, riding along his blood, seeping into his very being, and red embers flaked from his blue shroud of guise. Breathing out smoke, Oscar rose to his feet, his body incredibly light despite the gravity constantly bearing down on him. Red flames outlined his blue shroud of guise. Vast amounts of Ein swirled inside him. How could anyone ever contain this sort of power? It rippled from him as waves of dry heat. Stepping forward, the ground underneath melted, fiery footprints gathering into a river of magma. His one blue antler protruded from his head, but a red flaming horn protruded from where the broken antler once did. He admired the red flames around him, his heart thumping loudly. It was only a fraction of Ignier's fire, but it took everything he had to keep it under control. He believed with a casual swipe of his hand, he could turn a mountain into a volcano. Exhaling slowly, he opened his eyes and stared at Orden. His rage was gone, his anxiety disappeared, and the helplessness became hope. Strangely, he felt calm, as if nothing mattered to him. Fear seemed to have melted away. With my left hand, I carry the shield, and with my right, I bring forth flames. Oscar gripped in the air, a scarlet spear of dense red fire extending from his hand. The primordial flame refused to fuse with his gold. The line only allowed a single element. Was it pride? Perhaps his metal was considered too low quality for the flame to accept. Whatever the reason, it didn't matter. Oscar threw the spear, its speed causing it to appear like a flash of red. Orden lacked any reaction, not even bringing up defenses as the flaming spear stabbed into him and kept flying out to the other side. A huge hole gaped open, ashes floating away until they, too, were consumed into nothingness. The primordial flames didn't melt or set on fire. They consumed until nothing existed. The hole regenerated as dirt writhed around to patch it up. It seemed it would take more to kill Orden. Oscar spread the primordial flames to Erden and Demon through their shared connection. Demon's guise also had a flaming red horn paired with one blue antler and red fires outlining the blue shroud. Erden's meld form showed no significant changes, but the presence differed from before. "Child, this state won't last long. You need to hurry up and defeat him," or else you'll be burned alive, Igniers warned. Then, a cackle echoed in his mind. What a sight! I never imagined to see this again. I remember when the Volten did this. To relive that moment is nice. Nice to hear you so lively once again. Now let's end this. Oscar flew up. A flame ignited on his chest, right where his heart rested. Orden, for the first time, backed away, a slight flash of fear cracking across the stony face. Calmly, Oscar said, his voice clear and soothing. At last, I get a human expression from you. Scarlet blades sliced on Orden, his hammers whacking away everything they hit, but the flames chipped away at him, reducing parts of his body into mere puffs of heat. Boulders bolted at them, spinning with increasing speed. Spikes protruded from Orden's body and flew out in all directions. Taking advantage of the opening, Orden swung his hammer down on each of them, the iron fogging to the highest it had ever been, appearing like a towering pillar of fire. Spikes, boulders, and hammer, the power of earthquakes and gravity. It's a shame, Orden. You sacrificed everything, but once you forsake yourself, it will never end well. Oscar raised a scarlet wall, and everything that touched it melted. Orden stopped his hammers an inch before the walls, but the shockwaves of his attack, multiplied by 50, exploded in all its power. The flames peeled away, creating an opening, and Orden's hammers plunged through. Behind the destroyed barrier of fire, Oscar took a stance, his right fist lowered and clenched by his waist, and the left fist raised to his face. Primordial flames fueled his Inferno Fist spell that condensed the flames onto his hands. The lines solidified them into scarlet gloves, similar to gauntlets. His flaming heart thumped and then burst out, flames streaming away and pouring into his scarlet fists. It's over, Orden. I'm unsure if you're in there, but know that I hope you can find happiness in the next life. Orden's hammer slightly touched Oscar's forehead, and he absorbed all of it, the iron from the strike flowing into his fist. He released his fist, a direct straight right. Demon did the same, and Erden dragged the arm with him, flying above as dense fire erupted from his antlers, showering Orden in primordial flames. The ground turned into a molten landscape. Oscar suspected Orden could escape if there was earth underneath, so he transformed the environment. Oscar punched with all his might. The iron omnireus of primordial flame, condensed to the line, pierced into Orden and clashed with Demon's iron omnireus, the two lines colliding. Orden's body was first split in half, then quarters, then eighths and sixteenths. A rumbling akin to a volcano's eruption trembled the entire world, and the lines imploded, a single shockwave expanding slowly but engulfing all of Orden in it. The winds flowed toward the epicenter of the shockwave and were unleashed into violent gales, hurricanes of heated air. In the aftermath, Orden was gone, not a speck of dust of his being left behind. Feeling the effects of Orden's last strike, which he allowed to touch him, Oscar was helpless as the remaining force expelled him. The ground received his back, his lungs expelling all the air as pained gasps, choking exhales of agony. His guys broke apart, and Igniers separated from his core, but he tumbled and rolled great distances until he stopped. My body can't last anymore, Demon said. I will retreat into you. He felt the duality end and saw Demon reappear in his inner world. Oscar, I can barely move, but we did it. It's over. Erden coughed. Thank you, Igniers. Oscar inhaled to recover the air that was rushed out of his lungs. Thanks to his training over the past few years, he managed to achieve barely moving after the guys ended, a remarkable improvement from playing dead. That was scary. Any further, and you would have burned to death, Igniers exclaimed. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, but don't scream. My ears are pounding, Oscar wheezed. His eyes widened at the snarl that came from nowhere. Lifting his shaky head, he cursed and couldn't believe it. A stick-like figure climbed out of the lake of magma. It lacked an arm, and the other limbs seemed made from charred pebbles, barely a thumb's width thick. Slightly larger rocks formed the basic spine to its neck, where a larger rock, its head, around the size of a fist, struggled to remain upright. Car, said. For some reason, it did not regenerate. Perhaps it was also at its limits. Oscar. Orden reached out his pebbly hand. Enough, Orden. That's enough. Oscar dug his nails into the slate and groaned, raising a knee and lifting himself to stand with his arms supporting him like a trunk. It's time to put you to rest and end this. He raised his fists into a stance and waited for Orden to approach for one final exchange. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 581. A bloody trail. Oscar wasn't in the best state. His arms barely held themselves up, enough to cover his face and have his elbows tucked in by his sides. He could not move forward, his legs trembling to the soles of his feet, slightly shaking the dirt underneath. Checking his core, he grimaced at the dull state of his Xianxia, completely wrung out of Ein, and using Ein Awaken would require a sliver of Ein to recover. He required ample time for his core to return to a state of being able to absorb Ein, but that was time he did not have. Orden stepped closer, dragging the feet of pebbles that resembled a chicken's feet across the small yet wide distance between them. Oscar checked the status of his wounds. At least his body wasn't completely ruined. The effects of Orden's spells lessened by the Earthgate elixir he drank earlier, a prudent and wise choice that allowed him to endure until now. Still, extending this fight or taking any more injuries would worsen his condition. Oscar, a whisper sounded from the mouthless stone figure. The lonely figure, barely held together by pebbles, finally arrived before him, within an arm's reach. Oscar didn't respond. He focused every ounce of his attention on Orden's movements. A slight breeze fluttered over, nearly knocking Oscar back to the ground. He tensed his numb toes and clenched his cold palms, breathing heavily. Just resisting a small wind was a challenge. Orden fared no better and swayed to the wind, his pebbles clanking and pittering on each other. Oscar's eyes gleamed clearly, meeting Orden's stone face. Though there were no eyes, he could tell Orden was looking right at him. Oscar, the pebbly fingers clenched hard, a clump of gravel 3 inches wide, and swung at Oscar. It was slow but glowed from the last remaining Ein Oscar sensed inside Orden, the other rock arm falling apart into pebbles that landed softly on the slate. That's an impressive technique, Oscar. You have a good talent for Reese to create a technique like that. What? You want to call it Reese Puppet? That's a terrible name. Let's call it Ray Stand, a mix of Reese and Stand, and it sounds like resistance. A familiar face of gray eyes and ashen white hair came to mind, and a deep memory from years ago echoed in his thoughts. Adam once praised him for creating this technique, which he never had a chance to use since his battles often ended after he had expended all of his power. Take this, Orden. His feet shuffled, taking in a tiny amount of Reese, the most his movements could generate. His torn muscles shifted, and he endured through beads of sweat overflowing from his head. The Reese flowed, a burst on his left foot to lift it slightly and step in, a burst on his hip to turn, a burst on his shoulder to swing his arm, a burst on his elbow to lock in and aim, and a burst on his wrist to line up. He created the Ray Stand technique in the Burning Valley after realizing he always fought too hard, leaving nothing for the aftermath. The smallest amount of Reese held the greatest impact if used properly. He realized that after sparring with Adam, who had incredible control over Reese. With Reese, he controlled his movements like a puppeteer, and his own body was the puppet. His fist targeted beyond Orden's fist, a full counter against a straight punch. His knuckles, containing the last of the Reese, cracked against the oddly soft, smooth stone head. He gave one final shout, putting his entire body weight into it by tripping himself forward. The stone head began to cave in from his fist, which drove deeper into the rock, and his bare knuckles protruded out the other side. Orden's entire body collapsed into a pitiful sprawl of pebbles, and the stone head broke apart, falling to the ground. Orden's voice still came out, but a sigh resounded, deep and exhausted. Good fight, you two. At least you returned to your former self at the end. Oscar saw the world start to ascend, the horizon of the earth rising as the sky pulled away, and he realized he was falling, staring at the gray slate. Orden caught him, his one wing preventing him from planting his head on the dirt. Smiling, he asked, "What took you so long?" "I just recovered enough to move." "Is it over?" Orden asked. Underneath, his hooves were all shattered, a pulsing mess of flesh and blood where they used to be. One of his antler wings was bent and crooked, like a broken branch hanging onto the tree by a thread. "It's over. He's dead." Oscar grunted, leaning on Orden for support. His shaky fingers dug into the space pocket, rummaging around, creases of irritation forming on his brow as he couldn't properly grasp the elixirs he needed. Finally, he pulled out 2 vials of healing elixir, biting down on the corks to pop them open. After drinking one and feeding another Erden, Oscar shivered from the cold, refreshing waves of healing soothing his muscles, wounds, and bones. The pebbles that used to be Orden's body shook, and a faint Ein pulsed. The air split apart before him, a wide corridor through space forming. It was his way back to Dragonheart City. He had no proof, but he knew it to be true. Oscar had fought for a while against Orden and wondered what happened outside. Nodding to Erden, he limped to the portal and stepped inside. Instantly, the scene changed, and the thick smell of blood scrunched his nose. What happened? He stammered. Half of the Imperial Palace had collapsed, all the towers had fallen, and nearly every part of the city rested in a pile of its own rubble. The large dust clouds covered everything else at ground level, but looking down, Oscar made a terrified, incoherent noise, his heart stilled, his ears pale and cold. His ankles rested deep in a pool of blood. "Fred? Emily?" Oscar's hoarse voice called out, but he choked on dust, making his shouts into whimpers. Walking through the blood pools, some splashing on his pants, he wheezed out more names: Susan, Urin, Esther, Alec. "Where is everyone? Gavin?" The foul stench of death stopped his nose and Erden's nose from tracking anyone's scent. He wandered up the path to the destroyed Imperial Palace and noticed a body garbed in a black cloak with a golden aegis on the back. One of his men. Supported by Erden, Oscar neared the body and knelt, not minding the blood soaking his legs. It did not compare to the horrifying reality before him. Placing his hands over the cheeks of the chestnut-haired woman, Oscar shook her gently, trying to rouse her, but her eyes were already closed in eternal slumber. He called out her name, "Susan." Her hands grasped the staff he crafted for her. Judging from the wounds, she was impaled by a spear from the front, and her throat was slashed. Holding back the tears, Oscar patted the girl's head, took off her identity token, and left, eyes trembling and terrified. A few feet ahead were Urin and Esther, husband and wife, dead in each other's embrace. He called out their names and tried to wake them to no avail. Only apologies came out of his mouth before he gave them a final farewell and took their tokens. Oscar limped ahead and found more bodies of his Black Aegis Order members and some Drakiri, the golden armor dyed red. After checking each one and taking their tokens, he stopped by another body, one leaning against a stone wall, his arms resting to the sides while his chest had a hole that no longer bled. He knelt and lifted the head to see. The fox-like face and wily features of Alec, his former cellmate and strategist, greeted him. The eyes had dulled since a long while ago, and the face was paler than before, cold as ice. "Alec, I'm sorry." From the prison to this, Oscar noticed the wrecked bodies of sentinels near the stairs around this section of the road. They no longer functioned, the blue glass eyes emitting no glow. Their torn metallic bodies rested on the pavement, surrounded by the corpses of many enemies. While he fought against Orden, the others outside fought a worse battle, overwhelmed by numbers. Now that his head became slightly clearer, he listened closely and frowned. There was no sound of cannons or ships or fighting. What happened? Oscar took Alec's token and looked around the dust. Most of his hearing was muffled, still ringing from the devastation of Orden's attacks. Disorientated, he leaned on Erden and vomited, gasping for air. Where was everyone else? What happened to Celestina, Charles, Gavin, his master, everyone? "Emily? Fred?" Oscar called out and continued his path down the blood-soaked road, dragging himself up the stairs where blood trickled down in nauseating gentle streams. He put more power into his lungs and shouted, "Fred! Emily!" Everyone else was dead, but those two were unaccounted for. He held hope that they were still alive and trekked closer to the ruined Imperial Palace. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 582. Victory? "Fred! Emily!" Oscar shouted, his voice hoarse and shrill. "Where are you?" No one replied. A pile of rubble cluttered down, and he only found more fallen Black Aegis Order members. He paid his respects to each one, taking away their tokens. He sought to find them in this bloody hellscape, but his heart sank, fearing the worst, with no replies and no other sounds to be heard through his dull ears. Each new body only cast him deeper into despair. How could the others have survived with so much death around him? Fred, Emily, Oscar coughed, resting his head on Erden, who walked silently beside him. Sometimes, he found very mutilated bodies that could not be identified by appearance. Oscar gritted his teeth, grimacing as he seized their tokens, half relieved that it wasn't Fred and Emily and half devastated that someone under his command had died. The losses now stood at 28 dead, almost all of his Black Aegis order. Mindlessly, he wandered further ahead, the cloth of his pants sticking to his skin, glued by blood. His legs felt heavier from how much of the precious lifeblood soaked them. "Os," someone called out, and his ears perked up. Only one person in the entire world of Talos called him that. It was Fred. He was alive. Oscar sighed in relief. A weight lifted from his heart. He whipped his head around and turned to the source, elated to see Fred. But a cloud of dust obscured his friend from sight. But he knew it came from that direction. Excited, he splashed across the pool of blood, a smile gracing his lips after all the horrors and losses he had suffered. Fred called out his nickname again, and it spurred him faster, ignoring the agony his body internally screamed out against. Fred, Emily. Oscar saw two faint shadows. He knew from his heart that they were Fred and Emily, but his heart sank deeper than before, and he plopped to his knees, incoherently letting out heart-wrenching sobs, reaching out his hands as he walked on his knees. Tears leaked from his eyes, rolling down his cheeks and dripping to the blood below. Why, he repeated to himself. His wide eyes saw Fred and Emily. Resting on Fred's lap, Emily breathed weakly like a sandy bagpipe, sometimes splurting out blood. Her orange eyes, somehow remaining clear, glanced at Oscar, and a slight grin rose, seemingly glad to see him now. Oscar rested his hand on Emily's forehead, unintentionally smearing the blood of the fallen on her. He moved his gaze downward and sobbed, shaking his head. Her entire lower body was missing, a strung trail of organs leading somewhere else in the dust. It was too late for her. Victory, 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 victory. A shout came from above, but Oscar barely heard it, not even acknowledging it, all of his attention resting on Fred and Emily. Her grievous wounds led only to death. There was no helping her. There was no stopping death. Fred lowered his head and held Emily higher, kissing her. The orange gaze met the green stare. Fred hugged her to his chest and said soothingly, "Emily, we had our differences. You and I always argued, and there were moments when we abandoned each other and failed each other. But I never stopped loving you." His hand caressed her cheek, and she smiled, tears falling from her closing eyes. Her life visibly faded before their eyes, and before the last flickers faded away, Fred thanked her. "Emily, thank you for giving me a future. Thank you for everything. You made my life worth living." Emily went limp, her head leaning back like a puppet that had its strings cut. Her chest no longer heaved up and down. Fred laid her back on his lap, resting his head on the stone wall behind him. Oscar was speechless. Emily was dead. The lively girl he met who had an attitude but cared the most for her companions, his friend for many years, was dead. "We have victory, victory." A faint shout came again. "Fred." Oscar turned to Fred and noticed the gaping holes in his friend's stomach, an arm and two legs missing, and an absurd amount of blood painting the stone wall red. Reaching out, he held Fred's shoulders and choked on his tears, failing to muster the words to speak. He couldn't speak. His voice left him. Why now, of all times, did his voice have to abandon him? He turned to Erden and remembered another way to communicate. "Fred, what happened?" Oscar spoke through Erden's lips. "Emily, she's dead. I'm glad to see you alive, Os. I'm happy one of us is still alive." Fred laughed, his eyes not betraying the delight he expressed, gleaming like green stars. "It's good, as long as you're still alive. The enemy has fled. All forces have retreated. We have held the city. The city is secure." The shout said to rising cheers and applause. "Fred, what happened?" Oscar asked again. "When Orden..." Fred gasped, struggling to breathe. "When Orden took you." We fought. Gavir took over as leader, and we mounted our defense against the enemy. They came in small numbers, but the longer we fought, the more they swarmed us. One by one, we retreated deeper toward the imperial palace. His body quivered, his rushed breathing unable to calm, but he still spoke. The barriers went down, and hell broke loose. Fred, don't talk anymore. I can save you, Oscar said. His mute body rummaged in the space pocket until he found another healing elixir. He placed it before Fred's lips and titled the vial to feed him. However, the wounds did not heal. Unable to accept it, he wanted to try again, but Fred stopped his arm. You can't die, Fred. I won't let you. Can't heal these wounds, OS. Can't heal what is already dead. Fred coughed, his eyes fading between dim and bright, dull and clear. Certainly, he was wavering between life and death, closing his touch on reality. He clasped Oscar's shoulder, a cold palm that showed no vitality, no flame of life burning in him. You already saved me, you and Emily, being your friend and brother. It has been my honor and pleasure. Don't speak like that. Don't speak like that. Oscar hugged his brother. We were supposed to retire. You and Emily were supposed to meet Avril. Come on. You said you'd reveal all of my embarrassing past to her. He shook Fred, trying desperately to ignite a will to live, but only Fred's blood covered him. Instead of a warmth rising, a chill delved deeper. The weakening heartbeats that thumped softly against his chest sounded like death's footsteps marching to claim his friend. He refused to let death take Fred and hugged him tighter. Gilbert has won the Primanomachy. The war is over. The war is over. Glory to the Empire, the sky shouted. I'm sorry, Ois, I can't accompany you any longer. Emily is already calling out to me. She calls me to join her. Fred bumped his forehead against Oscar's. My leader, my friend, my brother, live on for us. Live on and live happily enough for all of us. I will be watching you from beyond. Or if there is a next life, I hope to meet you again. Fred pulled back, his green eyes welling up with tears that ran down his scarred face. The light escaped his pupils, and they started to dilate. His body fell forward back into Oscar's arms. The Primaire of the Bloodlands have decreed this war to be our victory. They cannot continue the war. Fred, Oscar shook him. Fred didn't respond. The cold, desolate feeling of a corpse rested in his arms. I'm Frederick Klein. The memories flowed endlessly. He met Fred for the first time during the enrollment trial. They became dorm mates and good friends. They teamed up with Emily, hunted the night raptor, and ran into trouble afterward. He helped Fred overcome his past and freed him from the Alire Manor. Fred was his friend, his brother. From Ashen Grove to now, they fought together and saved each other. The memories became too much for him to bear, and he cried. Oscar cried, all of his sadness spilling out in his heart-wrenching sobs. Farsky continent is ours. To the glorious heroes who fought bravely in the war, we are victorious. The triumphant cheers in the skies drowned out his painful cry, which reached no one but himself. Light spread, breaking the storms, a clear blue expanse greeting the victors, and everyone shouted out their victory. Yet only a lone whale remained in the scarlet wastes drenched in blood and clouded in dust, no one reaching out to him. Did they not care? Did they not see the blood crying out from the wreckage below? Today he lost everything. He could only cry out until his throat finally gave in, and blood trailed down his cheeks from his eyes. There was no victory for him. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 583. The Interim Empress. Surrounded by piles of paper and stacks of scrolls, Celestina worked tirelessly at her desk, sometimes stamping her seal on a document for approval or writing in a blank section to append to the statements and send it back for review. A faint sigh escaped her lips as she couldn't help but turn to the collapsed window, a section of the wall missing, which provided a larger view of the outside. But the scenery she used to enjoy since her birth was gone, replaced by the ruins of her capital. The dust had settled, and the storms cleared, but it only revealed the horrifying truth of the countless lives that were lost. Standing near the gap in her wall, Celestina couldn't tear her sight away from the red wastelands, where several teams carried corpses and wrapped them up in cloth before resting them on clean grounds. She bit her lips, her hand unconsciously clenched on the edge of the broken wall, cracks riddling the white stone. It had been a week now, and yet, the search teams kept finding more and more bodies, the varying grotesque conditions of many making her and everyone else feel sick to the core. A trail of discovered and wrapped corpses lined the clean streets, many taken away to be buried in their homes, but more replaced them. Empress, if you don't loosen your grip, the entire wall might collapse. A deep, clear voice that rippled with power arrived. Gavr, garbed in his draconic, golden armor, greeted her, his appearance having seen better days. His blue eyes drooped from exhaustion, the blonde hair unruly and frazzled at the ends, and another scar joined the other on his face, crossing each other, one through the bridge of his nose and the other extending past his right eye down to his left cheek. Gavr bowed and said, "The current count stands at 60% of our forces dead, 20% alive, and the rest unaccounted for." Losing the strength in her legs, Celestina collapsed to the floor, crushing parts of the floor under her knees. Assuming those unaccounted for were still buried in the wreckages of Dragonheart and the pavilion, then in this one battle she lost 80% of their standing forces, a devastating fact. Millions lost. They won. However, it didn't feel like a victory, at least not to her. Lifting her hands, she held back the reflex to gag, as she could only see blood covering them. "Empress, you must lead us. You cannot falter here." Gavr bowed deeper, loyalty and pain in his trembling words. "We are still here. We have to create the future." The look he gave her. She glanced at the missing left arm. Gavr had sacrificed much as well, losing most of his Drakiri. As the leader, she could not fall into despair while the others raised their hopes. Rising to her feet, Celestina checked her knees, noticing the small beads of blood trickling down her legs and the small splotches of red on her floor. Gavr moved to wipe it and give her a handkerchief, but she rejected it and sat down, ordering him to leave the floor as it was, the bright red splotch constantly in her sight. "Other than our losses, how are the wounded?" Celestina asked. The previous report mentioned that almost half had critical wounds that crippled their Exalt powers forever and that many others, like Gavr, suffered severe injuries like missing limbs. Among them was her father, who was bedridden and unconscious for the whole week after the end. The throne fell to her as she took up the mantle of temporary empress. The more she thought about her father, the more the fear of him dying surfaced in her mind. Apparently, Gavr knew her thoughts and answered, "The emperor is still unable to wake. His body has recovered to a stable condition. There is no danger of him dying, but the healers can't tell if he'll ever wake up." "That's a relief in a way." "How about the others?" Celestina asked. "Still the same. The more critical ones are still being tended to." Gavr frowned, the stoic Drakiri unable to hold his expression before his master. She understood why. Vostolf Rudenberg, Gavr's grandfather, was one of the wounded, wavering between life and death. Sitting up straighter, she exhaled deeply, trying to calm herself, unwilling to break down while she held the reins of the empire. Gavr continued on with more ill news. "The reports say many fertile lands have been burned down, and the cities we sent small forces out to reclaim have been experiencing trouble by the neighboring beasts, and that renegade bandits, presumably remnants of the enemy armies that didn't depart the continent, are preventing us from taking supplies from the newly acquired lands. The complete ownership of the divine essence will draw wanderers to our lands. Hire them with some promises of high-quality resources and use them to stamp out the beasts and open up the supply routes against these bandits. Our focus should be on the farmlands. Our people will starve soon enough. Jail the criminals who took advantage of the sieges and betrayed our people. Force them into labor." Celestina worried that the deteriorating state of the people in the throes of hunger would destroy the empire. Often, she read that victors rarely considered the aftermath and paid heavy prices in the future. She needed to see her empire through this calamity from within before the people could tear each other apart. About the food situation, Gilbert said that the Primaire of the Bloodlands will send fresh supplies to help our crisis. Gavr clenched his fist, a small action that caught her eye. He seemed to realize she noticed and apologized. "Forgive me. I should not react like that about our esteemed hero." "Hero? A hero?" Celestina coldly snorted, her anger overtaking her. She crushed her table, scattering the documents and scrolls all over the room. Gavin reacted fast and sealed off the gaps in the room with his eye, not letting a single paper be lost. She sighed and leaned her head on her chair, glaring at the ceiling. I'm just as mad as you are. No, I'm enraged. That piece of... She cursed out, ruining the dignity of an empress, lashing out on the table, crushing it under her foot. A marriage? A marriage? That... Her curses filled the room, and even Gavin shuddered from her outburst. But she didn't care. The Primanomicy ended a month before Wormer fell, and even the enemy surely felt the pressure on their shoulders that they couldn't destroy the defenses in time. But Gilbert never showed up until a week ago, after all the blood had been split. Initially, the consensus was that Gilbert failed or died in the Primanomicy, and the Primaire had no reason to report that to them. But when she learned the real reason, she never felt so much anger that she wanted nothing more than to tear him piece by piece. The selfish prick took his time to enjoy his wedding to the holy daughter of the Primaire of the Bloodlands after the end of the Primanomicy, which he won. If he rushed back after the Primanomicy, the siege wouldn't have happened. The streets wouldn't be red with blood and buried with countless bodies. My father wouldn't be stuck in a bed. Your grandfather would be here, and Oscar wouldn't have lost everything. Celestina shouted to the top of her lungs, a soundproof barrier stopping her words from escaping to any unruly ears. She recalled managing to escape from the so-called victory cheers and walking down the pathway of blood. Oscar was there, hugging Fred's corpse as a wail filled the lonely street. A week ago, she couldn't call out to him. She wanted to reach out to and console him, but her lips failed her, her mind unable to form the words that would soothe him. Seeing the broken, bloodied Oscar, who cried like a newborn child, Celestina wished to move her feet, but they also refused to move. No matter what she tried, she realized she could do nothing to comfort him, remaining mute and still. When Oscar's bloody tears finally ran dry, and his throat ceased its wails, he stood up and walked away with Erden, not even looking back at her. That lonely back and the deep sadness emanating from him halted her steps again. Did she even know how to begin to comfort him from this? That was her mistake. Back then, she should have done anything, even a simple hug, to pull him from that despair. But he slipped away from her grasp, nowhere to be found. Celestina panted and palmed her face. Have you found him? Gavin shook his head. I am sorry, Empress. Our manpower is already so stretched out that we can't commit a large task force to locate him. But I will say that he is the most admirable person I have encountered. Little wonder my wife used to be crazily in love with him. He joked and said confidently, he will rise again. He lost everything, Gavin. He lost his parents, his uncle, his troops, and his best friends. I can't imagine what he is experiencing. Celestina slowly stacked up the papers on the floor, needing to replace the table later. Please find him and bring him here. Remind him that he still needs to find his wife. She might be the only one who can help him now. But until then, we'll keep him safe and care for him in her stead. As you wish. Gavin helped her with the papers. Someone knocked on the door, and an attendant entered, bowing as he said, Empress, Lord Lockwood wishes to speak to you. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 584. Where Oscar went to. Where is Dad? The young Gloria asked in Declerde's arms. She whipped her head around, lowering her head in disappointment each time. Declerde wanted to soothe her by patting her back, the same way his master, the great hero, did. But the young miss grumbled louder, pounding her small fists onto his shoulders. She screamed out, Dad, where, Dad? Where is he? Ran asked. He promised. Young master, the Lord is currently outside. I promise he will come back. Let's be patient and wait here. Declerde felt a headache coming. After the devastation of the siege, the estate was reduced to rubble, and they were freed by sweeping exalts. Due to their status, they were granted a place in the imperial palace to rest, but his master never came back. The other soldiers refused to answer his questions, leaving him worried the worst had happened. Whatever happens, I will take care of you both. Arlen and Eris are making breakfast. Shall we eat for now? We'll leave a plate for the Lord in case he comes back. Declerde sighed in relief when the children assented. He couldn't help but wonder where his master had disappeared off to. A small breeze swayed his unkempt hair, prickling over his forehead and neck, but Oscar remained still like a statue, unable to rouse himself even to move to tidy his hair. For a whole week he sat here and waited. The ground was sinking underneath his knees, a gray, blackish soil clinging to his ragged, bloodied pants. His hands, clenched tightly, sometimes had bits of dried blood flaking off. What was he waiting for? Oscar stayed motionless as his gaze never moved from charred, crumbled ruins where a few intact blackened wood beams rested in a clutter. His home. Sitting in the scorched fields, Oscar finally lifted his hands after a whole week, noticing the heavy amount of dried blood painted on his palms, fingers, and arms, the blood of Fred, Emily, and everyone else he lost. The thick scent of their blood mixed with the acrid fumes of his burned-down farm was what he breathed in for the past week. Yet only now did he realize it. But he could not find the strength nor the will to react or feel discomfort. His heart had run cold, and his senses had dulled. He rested his arms limply to his sides, his hands dipping into the ashes. "Oscar, my brother," Erden was beside him and whispered worryingly. "I remember when I first brought Fred and Emily here. My parents were so happy for me. My mom cooked a feast for us, and my dad, just joked around, making us laugh," Oscar said, coughing out dirt. "When we slept tightly in that one house, the flames flickering on the hearth, I felt happy. I can't remember their faces. I can't remember what my mom looked like. I can't remember how my dad smiled. What did they look like? Why can't I see them? I see everything except their faces." He could see the simple table where his mom's cheese stew was set out in the middle, the one bed tucked in the corner where they all slept, the small bookcase that his dad asked the carpenter to craft to store the small number of books they got him, and the farm itself. His parents became obscure and veiled behind a fog when he tried to remember them, their faces unclear. The entire continent warred. He tried everything, struggled, and fought to protect, save, and secure to the utmost of his abilities. However, in the end, he lost everything. What did he accomplish? Nothing. Only loss and a fading memory of the lost. He began to understand why Joel never stopped sharing the stories of his past, spending entire nights by the fires to talk about one of the escapades with one or more of his wives. It was the only way to remember, or the pain and the passing of time would eventually push them away to be forgotten. Forget them if you want. Simply move on. Death is death. You're still alive. I won't let you push yourself to die because you've given up. Inside him, demons in different words failed to unnerve him as usual. If you want to give up, hand over control to me and stay back. I will fight on for us. Don't force me to oust you in the inner world. Demon, I will tear you apart, Erden growled. And if Oscar decides to give up, stop training and quit fighting, he'll be an easy mark. And that will lead to your death, beast. Demon retorted coldly. If the past is impeding you, cut it off. You, Erden shouted. It is an unfortunate truth of our world, of all worlds, that death takes, never gives. And time is a cruel master that stands indifferently above us all. Igniers interjected, a few snarls thrown at something or someone. I have fought in the greatest war, but never once did I look at the tragedy of the ones who battled for us. Now I see. It is quite sad to experience, but do not lose that fire in you, child. The flame within you, that beacon of your resolve and hopes, carries the embers you inherited from the ones that have passed on. Useless, there is nothing to inherit. Fred and Emily have died, leaving nothing. Accept it or not, I do not care. Demon spat out. Instead of moping around in your tears, go out and become stronger, so this will never happen again. I used to be an emotionless being who did not take a second glance at the bodies of my followers. I have lived through the ages. With confidence, I can say you lack true strength. Your words have no heat, not a speck of embers to your purpose. Merely a cold mind that can never blaze beyond. You will bring only ruin if you take control. Igniers rebuked Demon, and the two argued within his mind. Oscar had enough. Raising his voice to the outside world, "Shut up, shut up. That's not the greeting I expected," an elderly and calm voice responded. Before him, Elder Saul flickered into sight and smiled warmly, flashing his gums with little teeth. His old wrinkles had deepened, forcing the eyes to droop lower. Elder Saul, Oscar didn't move, not reacting to the elder's presence. What good would Elder Saul's words do now when he already lost so much? Here, some fruit. Boy, I thought you might be hungry. Took me a while to find you. Elder Saul floated down and sat on the ground, not minding the burnt soil on his robes. He held out a colorful fruit to Oscar, the same kind he sometimes gave, a better gift than the nasty biscuits that Oscar seldom enjoyed with the good elder. Sighing, he forced it into Oscar's hands. Eat. You've been here all week, haven't you? Don't worry about the farm. I can regrow it for you, and you can spend the rest of your days here if you want. Oscar bit into the fruit, a sweet concoction of varying flavors bursting on his tongue. Somehow, the taste brought tears to his eyes as he remembered the moments when Elder Saul came to him randomly to uplift him by giving advice or listening to his worries. Those long-ago days in the pavilion when he was a simple outer hall disciple. The fruit was quickly devoured down to the core. The tears kept falling as his body quivered from the flickering emotion that soon overflowed. Like a dam being broken, it all came out, and he shouted out his grievances. Why did Fred and Emily have to die? How could he fail to protect his men? Uncle Carlson didn't deserve the death he suffered. His parents should never have died. Oscar cried out for hours about everything that happened during the war, about the losses, the new dawn, the sacrifices. His throat became hoarse again, and he couldn't wipe away the tears with his bloodied hands. Elder Saul listened to him in silence and raised his hand, placing it over Oscar's head. After all these years, you're still the caring lad I knew you to be. To be so lively and shout so angrily means you're still full of heart. Never lose that, boy. The heart is the most important. He jabbed his thumb into his frail chest underneath the robes. You haven't lost everything. You still got your master, me, your friends who survived, and your wife. There's still so much to live for. So don't be so arrogant to think the world is over. You idiot. Now eat a biscuit. Your biscuits are terrible. Not even rats will eat them. Oscar felt warmth surging from his heart, and a faint smile curled from his lips. He wiped off the blood from his hands and took the biscuit. It was incredibly dry, like sand in his mouth. An hour later, after rounds of talking with Elder Saul, who ranted about the battle at the pavilion, the two suns reached their highest peak, showering the elder and Oscar in a warm, soothing light. The old elder chuckled, his white robe dirtier than ever from soot and dirt. Oscar felt slightly better from the long time Elder Saul conversed with him, taking his mind off the losses. Oscar, I have a confession to make. Elder Saul rubbed his chin. He crunched on a dry biscuit. A confession? Oscar asked. Elder Saul said, I killed Fred and Emily. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 585. Elder Saul's Truth. I killed Fred and Emily. Unable to believe what he heard, Oscar blinked and rubbed his ears before chuckling and waving off the bad joke. Enough of your bad jokes, Elder Saul. Sometimes they are too distasteful. Please don't make remarks like that. He wanted to keep laughing it off, but the unmoving look from Elder Saul diminished his laughs until they died down. Beads of sweat ran down his back. Elder Saul's eyes fixated on him in eerie silence. Oscar, run! Erden shouted. They both sensed the danger and tried to run. Adamantium chains bound their legs and hooves. Erden wanted to fly, but the chains bound him to the ground, and Oscar felt a hand clasped onto his throat. It all happened so fast. Oscar writhed around as Elder Saul's hand was tightly clenched on his neck. He tried to rouse his Ein to no avail, and his limbs became heavier as they fell, not responding to his will. That fruit was poisoned. Don't worry, it's merely a paralyzing toxin. It won't kill you. Elder Saul smiled warmly. It looked horrifying to Oscar, who compared that smile to the current actions. Why? Oscar choked out. Ah, Oscar, my dear boy, you are magnificent. I killed Fred and Emily, yes, but not me directly. That was my subordinates' work. They mixed well into the armies of the 3 empires and slaughtered your men. Everyone under you, all dead, thanks to me. Elder Saul still spoke in a sleepy tone, as if the terrible words had no bearing on him. Oscar stammered, but the hand clenched harder, forcing his words down. He was only allowed to keep listening. But it was perfect, especially the timing. You defeated Orden, whom Faust poured much of his efforts into, and arrived just in time to talk to Fred and witness him and Emily dying. I don't think the magnitude would have been better if you arrived too late. Elder Saul thanked him, Disgusting. He never wished to be thanked for that. Your new dawn, Oscar wheezed out. You got me. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Saul Dominic, the leader of the New Dawn. Incredible, isn't it? For your hated enemy to have been your closest neighborly grandfather. His words chilled Oscar's ears. At first, he refused to believe it. He remembered the stern yet kind gardener, the one who backed horrible biscuits, often selfish yet charitable to him. A cold hand patted his head, all the warmth gone from his body, and Elder Saul never spoke without losing a beat. I enjoyed watching you tangle with Cersi, that laughable girl. I enjoyed seeing your antics in my old labs. How entertaining. By the way, I also killed your parents. What? Tears flowed down his cheeks. The last few words came out so casually, but the gravity behind them sunk his shoulders deeper. Those were his parents, yet Elder Saul mentioned them as if swatting a fly. At that time, I didn't know if you were alive or not, but just in case, I killed them. Slight bits of poison in their food. They died so easily. Mortals are so frail. Elder Saul seemed to be complaining. Now, why did I do it? Matures mentioned the existence of threads to you, did he not? I trained for years and found a way to see them slightly. I created a thread between you and me by forming a relationship. At the highest emotional bond, the thread becomes ironclad, unbreakable. Your core is filled with despair, all because of me, all directed at me. Now, the thread between us has reached its peak. For what? Why? Oscar stammered through his tears, losing the will to struggle. You'll see. You'll live to see it. Elder Saul smiled warmly and patted him on the shoulder like an elder giving his approval. Every action sickened Oscar. Thank you, boy. Thanks to you, I know of Sevon, Adam, and that interesting elemental, Quinn. Kais should be heading toward them. And I know of your wife. I promise you, they will all die. Oscar's thoughts ceased. Darkness clouded his vision. He wanted to scream. He wanted to move. The tears never ceased. Where did it all go wrong? He asked himself and found no answer. Because of him, Fred and Emily died. Because of him, his men died. Because of him, his parents died. And now, everyone else in his life might die. He couldn't find the strength to resist. Before long, the faces of everyone else he lost faded away. What did Fred look like? What did Emily look like? It all became obscured in his memories. Slowly, Avril and the others started to fade. Not completely, but slowly. Endless despair ached his heart and infected his mind. Help me, he wailed inwardly. Someone warn them. His wrinkled hand still tightly grasped Oscar's neck, and the adamantium chains still bound the Prialapos, leaving him helpless to watch. Elder Saul brought the boy closer and gazed into those onyx pupils as they trembled, darkening into the eyes of those without purpose, without hope, yet a spark flickered deep inside. Satisfied, he smiled, delighted at Oscar's current state. As expected of you, boy, the deep despair I have brought into your heart and core can only be at its strongest when the faintest light remains for that despair to strike deeper. Sighing, Elder Saul remembered the various others he tried, smacking his lips while grumbling to Oscar as he reached his other hand out. I spent hundreds of years collecting and preparing for my ascension. Boy, some completely lost themselves and had to be tossed away. Their cores never formed the thread I needed. Others were so brainwashed, too blinded by my gifts and support, that they wanted to offer themselves to me. Useless ingrates. His fingers jabbed onto Oscar's chest, over where the Exaltia rested. He could see a faint thread linking him to Oscar and confirmed it was saturated with the highest despair, the best of all the other attempts. His years of waiting finally ended. Finally, he could harvest the seeds he planted long ago. Seeing a hair drop from his head, the ugly grayish-white disgusting him, he spat out, "Look at my wrinkles. Time has not been so favorable to me. All those years, I wasted on useless prospects, but I did manage to gather 99 of varying quality. You are the 100th and the most precious one. I can use yours to complete my formation, and my future as a primaire will be secured." Oscar, the little deer roared. Elder Saul's fingers drove into Oscar's chest, fresh blood spilling from the 5 points his fingers stabbed into. Calm down, Erden. Elder Saul smiled, mashing the gums around his mouth. It'll only hurt for a moment, and he won't be dead, at least for now. His body needs to be taken fresh to Kais. Yours too. His excitement tremored through his aching spine. His fingers dug deeper into the boy, who gurgled from his lungs being squeezed. Just a little more and he could extract it, the central core, to complete it all. Suddenly, a hand grasped his wrist. Shocked, Elder Saul removed his gaze from the bloody chest to his arm. He was speechless. Oscar somehow moved an arm against the paralyzing poison. The undeniable proof existed in the boy's hand gripping his wrist, trying to dig their nails into his skin. He lived for hundreds of years, but this display shook him. Narrowing his old eyes, he glimpsed into the thread, which still held infinite despair. That only confused him further. In this much despair, Oscar shouldn't be able to move. Old bastard, a chilling voice came from above, and a second glance at the boy revealed a pair of indifferent eyes gazing at him. Who was this person? He knew it wasn't Oscar. Calming himself, Elder Saul reassessed the current occurrences. Oscar, or whoever that was, resisted his poison, but his strength was still inhibited, and even if he could move, it was impossible to escape his King Exalt powers. And the thread still had the despair. I don't know who you are, but it's useless. His fingers touched the Xianxia inside Oscar, a smooth orb overflowing with despair and sadness, all linked to him. His victory was certain. An immense heat rose, and he felt a burning sensation on his fingers. Yelping, he slightly retreated, his hands still inside Oscar's chest but not grasping the hot core. He exhaled sharply, sensing the skin on his fingers was burnt. Impossible! You're just a knight Exalt. His eyes widened, the droopy skin stretching out to expose his malicious yet stunned gaze. An image of a fiery figure imposed itself in his mind. 3 orbs rested in a triangular formation in its flaming head. Volcanoes rested on its shoulders, and its long fingers contained flames of all colors. He recognized this awe-inspiring creature immediately. The Ancient of Fire, Ignires. How did Oscar have Ignires inside him? It doesn't matter. You're too far from your prime. You can't stop me from taking his core even if you are an ancient. Elder Saul rebuked the ancient's attempts to stall him and firmly grasped the core, enduring the searing flames. He chuckled in groans and attempted to pull it out, but it shattered into thousands of pieces. His hand clenched on nothing inside the empty cavity. Iron surged from Oscar's body, reaching, and the ground cracked underneath, caving in from the pressure of the immense iron. Elder Saul had never experienced being surprised this many times in a single day. The rapid overflow of iron, the breaking of the core, and the distortion around Oscar signified only one action. Removing his hand that was charred black and covered in red blood, Elder Saul clenched his few teeth. You little brat, you're forcibly attempting to advance. We'll never give in to you. We will struggle until the very end. That has been our life. Erden shouted as a river of tears streamed down his face. The advancement to the martial Exalt required a large amount of elemental elixirs to help the Exalt regather the shattered pieces of his core until it was reformed. But Oscar was not at the stage to feel the lull of the next realm. Elder Saul regathered his breathing and thought about his next steps. If Oscar fails, then the core will be lost forever. I can't allow that, but the chances of him succeeding are low without the necessary elixirs. Damnable brat! Elder Saul reached into his greater space pocket and pulled out several grade 3 elixirs that emanated a metallic iron. He chose to gamble on Oscar's success. The boy showed miracles many times. Perhaps this time would not be any different. Controlling the vials, he gathered the elixirs into a floating orb of liquid and doused Oscar's entire body in it. He felt he had no years left to create another perfect despair. The other prospects were still too inexperienced compared to Oscar. It didn't bother him. He only needed to wait and see. Who is it? Elder Saul felt a strong presence lingering in the air, and his senses sharpened, the prince-stick beaming through his gaze. Out of nowhere, a hand appeared by Erden and Oscar, breaking through the chains and hoisting them into another area far in the distance. He found out the identity of the mysterious newcomer. Only one person had the space element in this continent. Is that you, Warden of the Abyss Prison? Before him, the air distorted, and Draven, garbed in his black robes and clad in the black helmet, stepped a few feet away, pure anger and hostility spilling from the ominous figure. The Ein rippled chaotically around him as the Kraken anima manifested itself. Heavy, rushed breathing exited the helmet, sounding more like the growling of a beast. Surprisingly, the warden's presence was more profound than before, the majestic Ein of a king Exalt rippling everywhere. I wondered where you had gone for the week after the war. Congratulations on becoming a king Exalt. Elder Saul spoke his pleasantries, unfazed by Draven's presence and hostility. He sighed, tired from all the affairs today. Just leave. You've secured the future of your father's pavilion by being the next king Exalt. I don't care about any of that. Oscar is my disciple. Draven stood between him and the boy. As his master, even if I have to give my life, I will protect him. By killing you, what makes you believe a fledgling like you can defeat me? Just a mere monocrown king Exalt. Elder Saul roused his Ein, overwhelming Draven's paltry, kingly Ein. Then prove it. I'm waiting. The damned warden mocked him, taking up a tight stance. Elder Saul chuckled. Fine. Perhaps Oscar's despair will be that much more when he sees your corpse. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 586. King Exalts gather. When Draven heard his disciple had disappeared, he decided to enter seclusion and advance to the King Exalt realm using the imperial jewel gifted to him by Oscar. He hoped to become strong enough to protect Oscar and drag him away from the site of the tragedy. But what was this? He succeeded in rising beyond the martial Exalt and knew where Oscar would be, his disciple's thoughts clear to him. The events unfolding were not what he expected. Staring down the bastard who betrayed his disciple, Draven gripped his hands and unleashed all of his iron, entering the guise. His chest beat rapidly, the drawbacks of using Reese without the perfect body already threatening to tear him apart from the inside. He didn't care. Faint memories of a girl stabbed into a tree surfaced in his mind, followed by the images of Oscar being nearly killed by Saul. Rage walked by his side every day, but today, in this moment, he hadn't been this angered in a long time. His Kraken anima let out a low wail, the clouds vanishing as if swallowed whole by an invisible force. It leaped into his body and integrated. Draven sealed the meld, integration, and guise for many years since using them would cost his life. But now it no longer mattered. Keeping Oscar alive was his highest priority. In his hands, his two weapons, the twin chakrams, transformed into their meld form, resembling a black tentacle coiled around itself in a circle as sharp fangs protruded and outlined it. He was clad in black armor of obsidian sheen formed from the limbs of the Kraken. Large fangs protruded from his shoulders, his elbows, his knees, and even his heels. His helmet transformed into a miniature Kraken head, a gaping maw of clenched razor-sharp teeth extending over the dome of his head, and 16 eyes rolled around, looking in all directions as the largest one. The pale, dull eye rested in the center of his face. You've come to die. You'll die from the backlash even if I don't do anything. How truly futile, Warden. Elder Saul seemed uninterested and stepped back. Oscar, if you're in there, listen to me. If not, Erden, listen for him, Draven said, feeling his innards screaming at him to stop. A maddened roar echoed in his ears from within, demanding to be unleashed. After a moment of silence, he continued, You are a magnificent disciple. I am glad to have been your master. Now watch closely. I will show you how a king Exalt fights. Draven pulled out several teal Aetherstones from his space pocket and teleported them to specific points in his surroundings. Stomping his feet, he sent a flow of Ein to link up the Aetherstones and invoke a formation utilizing the Aetherstones' purifying qualities. Ein seeped into the stones and then streamed toward Draven, continuously adding pure Ein to increase his powers, vanishing and reappearing right above Elder Saul. He swerved his body and slashed his twin chakrams onto the old man. Elder Saul's face hardened, and his arms raised up as a thick adamantium shield blocked Draven's blow. Draven learned about the final concept of iron from Oscar but failed to comprehend it. His disciple truly was a genius of Reese, born from the efforts of endless trials. Though his powers lacked the line, they made up for it in sheer brutality. The ground caved in several hundred feet, and Elder Saul's shield cracked in several places but remained intact. Impressive. With your mastery of Reese and the Aetherstone formation adding to your strength, you're comparable to a bicrown king Exalt. But your movements are too simple, Elder Saul lectured, his eyes containing stars. You can keep moving with the invisible re-steps, but at the end, you teleport using spatial steps. Adamantium chains burst from Elder Saul's eye and rushed toward him, the chains and links rattling and screeching an ear-piercing noise. Throwing his chakrams, they clanged against the chains, unable to slice through them despite the empowerment of space. The gap inside the chakrams darkened, and multiple black-armored tentacles burst from them, holding down most of the chains. As the chains neared, he swapped spaces, flickering to an open spot. Again, so obvious. You need to exercise proper control of your powers, young man. Elder Saul blurred, reaching him instantly. A large adamantium palm slammed on him, the oppressive pressure of a higher king Exalt imposing onto anything in the area, squashing the ground further. Draven raised his hand, his bones creaking from the immense presence bearing down on him. 8 black-armored tentacles extended from his back and coiled around his fist. He punched straight ahead, the space collapsing between the palm and him. The 8 coiling tentacles cracked and shattered into pieces one by one, the destructive force reaching his gauntlets, exposing a bare fist until his integration rearmored it. The adamantium palm retreated, a discernible hole in the center. The mountain in the back also had a circular chunk of it gone, as if it vanished into thin air. Not losing the chance, Draven lunged in, teleporting himself all around Elder Saul. His hands manipulated the chakrams through space and disappeared from his wrists, constantly seeking Elder Saul's back. The Elder's arrogance was his only chance for a surprise attack. Draven sent forth a wave of spatial cubes that floated around, devouring anything that passed through him. Keeping Elder Saul busy with his chakrams, he dove down from above, lifting his leg high, coiled in his 8-fold technique. His attack's wave of spatial wrens left the ground into a deep chasm with smooth walls. Still, Draven could not break through Elder Saul's defenses. Gigantic adamantium pillars layered below his kick and were cracked all over from the spatial destruction, yet intact against the devouring force. Some parts that touched the spatial cubes slowly began to crack more, tiny fragments being torn asunder. Unrelenting, Draven prepared for another strike. Enough of this. I grow tired of your useless efforts. Elder Saul's voice echoed from within the adamantium. A long adamantium blade, 50 feet wide and 100 feet long, stabbed upward. Draven flickered away in time as the sword swept through his previous location. However, Elder Saul waited for him right where he teleported. The old man clasped his hands together, and 2 adamantium walls sped at astonishing speeds to slam into each other. Draven found himself stuck, the walls containing a sealing pressure that prevented him from moving away. One of his ribs cracked. He didn't feel any pain anymore, but it prevented him from exerting all of his strength. The maw on his head opened wide and roared, creating a space isolation barrier around him, the adamantium screeching against the roaring space. All of the tentacles encompassing his armor unfurled and lashed out at the walls, each carrying an omnireus. Your body is already a wreck. You extended your life by committing a grave offense to your former beloved. Even Faust was shocked to learn you put her heart into you. He desperately wishes to know how 2 hearts could exist in a single body. His words droned on, igniting Draven's anger as he recalled the blasphemous act he had committed. His beloved Tasha's body was preserved, and he wanted her heart to beat again. Shut up, Draven said coldly, struggling against the walls. The 2 hearts have addled your mind, turning you into a crazed lunatic, but even more so because you live every day knowing your dead lover's heart beats in you. Truly a deranged maniac. The insidious words drove into him like daggers into his 2 hearts. Draven shouted, pouring more iron into his spells. The tentacles were forced back until they balled around him, slowly tightening. His spatial barrier collapsed into shards of transparent distortions that flickered out of existence. He was on his last ropes, clinging onto his last resistance. Futile. The walls of Asgard are not something you can brush off. Elder Saul clenched his hands together, and the walls slowly broke through Draven's spatial barrier. The walls slammed together, and Elder Saul lifted a brow and then sighed. I thought we had a deal that you would not interfere with me. After all the help I had given you, this is how you betrayed me. Draven coughed, blood seeping through his helmet. Someone had saved him before the walls could crush him to a pulp. A familiar arm held him by the neck, and he turned to confirm his suspicions. A bald man with gentle green eyes floated above the chasm. It was his adoptive father and master, Remulus Grant. The deep frown on that aging face made him seem older. Scoffing, Draven said, "Why are you here?" "That is my question, young man. Why are you here?" "Remulus?" Elder Saul also frowned. "You are a peak bycrown king Exalt. I can understand your adopted son, but for you to risk everything for him is quite out of character for you. You've already abandoned him once before, so why now?" "Saul, I did have my suspicions when you first came here, but after many years, I accepted you as one of our own. We had good discussions and shared tea. Using my powers of time, I heard everything you said to Oscar. I wonder how many students I've failed in the past as they fell for your schemes." Remulus's frown deepened. "I have to kill you." Elder Saul chuckled and blurred out of sight. The air ruptured into booming thunderclaps before the winds rushed back, resounding across the sky with great gales. The old schemer looked at the newcomer and said, "Surprise attacks are not your forte, old Dragner. Tell me, are you willing to risk your empire as well?" "Stop with that high and mighty tone. If there's such a stir in my empire, then I have to intervene." Cares, the Dragner ancestor, brushed off the dirt from his shoulders, garbed in a simple short-sleeved shirt and long pants. He chomped the pipe off his mouth and spat out the end. "If what Remulus told me is right, then you're responsible for the countless deaths from those beast tides. The souls of my people won't be satisfied until you die." "How foolish. What's dead is dead, Cares. You should cling to what remains," Elder Saul said. "Are you certain, Remulus?" "I failed once a long time ago." Remulus looked at Draven with sad eyes and turned back to Elder Saul, hardening his expression. "This time, I won't let my son down. You dare hurt my son and my grand disciple, you irredeemable trash." He shouted in uncharacteristic rage, veins popping along his bald head. He called out, "Son, father." Draven freed himself from Remulus's grasp and clutched his chest, feeling Tasha's heart and his about to burst. "Can you still fight?" Remulus smiled, not the gentle one everyone knew, but the maniacal smile of a battle-hungry warrior. Of course, Draven chuckled and brandished his chakrams. Where else did he learn of his love for battle? His father never changed. 3 King Exalts. "This is one delicious feast." Elder Saul's eye rose, and he said, "Integration, Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 587. Saul's irritation. Floating above the deep, bottomless chasm, Saul lifted his saggy cheeks into a small grin as a crown manifested above his head. The base was made from silver iron, flowing eternally around itself and resembling a halo. Above it, 3 silver spikes stuck out, also made from his silver iron but crystallized into a solid form, the sign of his realm and power, the Tricrown King Exalt. A slight groove rested in each spike, marking the crown incomplete since they waited for gems to be embedded in them. "It's been a while. When was the last time I fought?" He grew excited at the possibility of gaining 3 new King Exalt corpses. In response to his rising iron and the manifestation of his crown, the other 3 King Exalt's crowns materialized, a natural and autonomous response based on instinct. Glancing at the black, green, and gold crowns of 1 and 2 spikes, the same imperfection in their missing gems, Saul manifested his anima for the first time in years, and the world trembled as his golden iron formed into a golden spider, clad in a metal carapace. The golden spider anima skittered along the air and leaped into him. A loud clanging echoed deep into the chasm from the golden plates shifting on his body. A spider's body grew from his lower body, and his legs disappeared, replaced by 8 creaking spider legs, a dangerous glint of sunlight shining from the sharp ends and limbs. Saul drew a long bow, the meld changing it into one that contained 8 curved shafts, identical to spider legs, and in the center a maw of fangs opened. His hand pulled on the string, knocking a giant adamantium sword created by his spell, which stretched out and thinned to the width of an arrow but longer than a spear. Saul eyed the others, having watched them enter their integration during his own. He loosened his grip and parted the air itself into tumultuous tempests, the arrow bolting toward Draven, the weakest of the three. Unsurprisingly, the warden ate the space around him and teleported to another location. An easy prediction. Saul already saw through it in his prinstinct and curved the arrow using the metal string attached to its end. It flashed across to the warden's new location, already a hair's length away from piercing the forehead. However, his target disappeared again, returning to his former location. The element of time. Incredible as always, Saul cut the metal string off and let the arrow fall into a faraway forest, rumbling in a soft landing that toppled hundreds of trees and erupted the earth into massive landslides. He admired the power of time that Remulus showed, recalling Draven passed to his previous position a second ago, dodging his fast arrow. The sounds of clocks ticking reached him. The pavilion master wielded a staff that held a large clock at its end, the hands ticking exactly to the passing of time, and his figure resembled a humanoid green golem with 5 clocks embedded in its eyes, chest, shoulder, and forehead. Time wielders were said to have a clock anima, no matter who it was. Saul wanted to observe the mysteries of the time element longer, but a dragon's roar bellowed from above. Prepared for the ambush, he fired another quick arrow. This one condensed from the adamantium prison spell and sent it soaring up at Cares. Oddly, his arrow slowed, and in the blink of an eye, Cares appeared before him and swung a broadsword with a dragon's maw as its hilt, gleaming in golden fury. My movements are slowed. It was a small drop but impactful enough that he had to raise his bow and block the broadsword. Cares' tricks were an open book to him, who gathered all the information on the key figures of the Farsky continent. Saul lifted one of his 8 legs, rotated it to point upward, and blocked the attack from a duplicate Cares. His metal leg creaked, groaning under the pressure of the famed duality. The dragon roared, and light burst from the 2 broadswords. White filled his vision, but he could still see clearly inside the world of the prinstinct, witnessing all of their actions and positions. He slashed his other limbs at Cares and the duality. A trace of desire crept in him, wanting to learn the famed spell, but Saul could wait. Once he retrieved Oscar, he would hypnotize the boy to teach him the spell. Again, his attacks slashed through the empty air as Cares and the duality repositioned a few paces. The warden joined in, each of his blows heavier than the last. This combination, Saul realized he failed to catch even a strand of their hair. Dodging another chakram that came from the void, he felt his body stagger, returning to its location half a second ago, allowing the chakram to slice into his face. A bellowing kraken's maw gnawed on his metallic skin as black armored tentacles lashed their sharp fangs, whipping onto him. That damn time element even affected him. Though his superior Ein resisted the full effects, they fought while compensating for that delay. Unbothered, Saul calmly tore apart the tentacles, his golden legs slicing through them like the lowly tendrils they were. Interesting. He smiled and loosened a volley of arrows, several forming the walls of Asgard perfectly between each King Exalt, locking them in place while the other spell arrows neared their targets. 2 hands appeared by his shoulders, slashing down the kraken chakrams. The insolent brat still attacked so brazenly. Irritated by Draven's actions, Saul knocked another arrow and aimed for Draven directly, piercing him in the shoulder. The sword spell came out of the arrow, severing the arm. However, everything changed. Remulus, Draven, Cares, and his duality stood firmly across the chasm. The same scene from a minute ago. The warden's arm was back to normal, attached to the shoulder as if the previous attack never happened. Saul gazed at Remulus, admiring the powers of time again. He found himself in disbelief yet in awe of the power of the lesser King Exalt. Remulus, you are splendid. I envy the power you carry. It is a shame you lack the vision I do. Enough prattling, Saul. Cares roared, crossing his broadsword with his clone. A shower of light beamed from their joined blades as a dragon's roar resounded. Saul felt his limbs weaken slightly and fired several arrows, splitting apart the light. Cares rushed in with Draven, continuing their relentless assault. It's strange. Saul blocked and countered, even swinging his bow at close encounters. Their attacks mixed the fluidity of time with the erraticness of space, along with the pressure from Cares. Draven's spatial spells varied their attacks, allowing them to advance from any direction and tricking him at times with weapons coming from nowhere, forcing awkward defenses from him. The spatial spells also helped them avoid danger from his retaliations. However, the most bothersome was Remulus's time spells, speeding up their attacks while slowing down his own, recalling them from being killed while blinking them forward for the killing stroke. Sweeping his gaze across the three, Saul endured their strikes, his mastery of Prinstict helping him to avoid even the slightest injury. Still, their efforts were admirable. Kers's meld allowed his blade to induce the dragon's pressure on whatever it slashed, lowering their reactions and reducing the resistance. But the integration released the dragon's pressure all around him and intensified as the fight prolonged. Saul felt a slight numbness increasing in his limbs. The young warden's meld condensed the kraken into the chakrams, and the integration contained the kraken's might in Draven. At first, it seemed so simple, but simple was enough. The brutality behind these vis, or iron as the boy loved to proclaim, blows containing the destructive force of space forced even Saul to lose his balance. And the speed of the kraken's tendrils from the concentrated form was nothing to scoff at. Glaring at Remulus, Saul considered him the most dangerous and first to kill. Remulus's meld, the clock staff, allowed him to recall everyone he wished for to a certain point in time he marked. That was what saved the warden and his arm. The stopped hands on the clock staff and one of the clocks on Remulus's mechanical figure revealed the truth of his powers. It seemed Remulus could use the life-saving recall 4 more times. But it doesn't explain how they're attacking and defending so well. Saul spun around, his sharp legs slicing apart their cohesion as he fired arrows in all directions, mostly targeting Remulus to disrupt his concentration. However, the king Exalts easily rebounded, moving to ideal positions to defend and counter, and the onslaught of space, time, and light battered on his carapace. It didn't hurt, but it confused Saul. They seemed to move perfectly, not a single step wasted. Without any communication or a simple glance, they fended Saul off and combined their spells to devastating effects, supporting each other. The warden's punch, coiled by black-armored tentacles, drove itself into the metal carapace of his spider body, denting it slightly. Gnashing his few teeth, Saul pondered the mystery. A gleam of enlightenment glinted from his eyes, a look of shock replacing the previous calm, and he said, "Resonance? Between the three of you." Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 588. Overwhelming King Exalts. His arms felt slightly numb from enduring Draven's heavy, destructive blows, the fast and overbearing light of Kers, and the nauseating shiftiness of Remulus's time spells. As a powerful double strike of Kers and his clone drove itself into Saul's side, he felt no pain but was forced to sway, his shock amplifying at a collapsing swirl of spatial void nearing his head and reaching the tip of his nose. Their timing, the use of their Ein in rotation as if they were one being, and the uncanny way they moved to the perfect spots to complement each other were signs of resonance. Is that even possible for these three? Saul tried to stab 4 of his legs to destroy the approaching collapsing void, but a time spell moved them back, and his entire body was engulfed in the violent winds of devouring space. His golden carapace suffered countless scratches, a minor inconvenience. He fired several arrows, shattering the surrounding void and forcing Kers and Draven back. Tugging on metal strings, he controlled his arrows to give chase and exploded them into countless adamantium needles. Remulus's time spells slowed the needles, retracting them backward while Draven and Kers scattered them away. Sensing their response, Saul erected dozens of adamantium shields through his arrows and sent the ramparts crashing toward them. Draven roared and expanded into a large kraken, his tendrils coiling around the ramparts and tossing it back to Saul. Canceling his spell, he placed 100 arrows on his bow, stretching the string to the fullest extent. His 100 arrows, strung together by metallic webs, screeched and spewed sparks as they fused into a single long arrow, the world itself trembling from the tremendous Ein contained within. The sound of its flight came after its release, a moment of complete silence until the arrow traveled halfway, and the thunderous roar of its destructive wake finally resounded. Draven, Kers, and Remulus all trembled, not from fear, as Saul could see from their defiant stances, but from the land and sky themselves quaking from his arrow. It had locked onto them and forced them to face it head-on. He watched curiously. His arrow was his final test to confirm his suspicions. The 3 King Exalts merged their Eints, not in the shoddy way some do to resist the strain of powerful Ein and environments, but a purer fusion as if they had become one entity. Draven's tentacles coiled around the arrow, and he punched out. Cares and his clone formed the two wings of a dragon, brilliant radiance showering the dark chasm in its light, and sliced onto the arrow. Remulus answered by stopping the time on the arrow, beads of sweat filling the deep lines along his brow. The air sucked into the epicenter of the clash, and all fell silent before a single glint sparked and erupted into a bright light, deafening everything in a single high-pitched sound that even Saul felt his ears ring in confusion. He clenched his bow and stared intently at the three king exalts who had survived his killing blow. With this, he had confirmed it. They were indeed using resonance. It was unbelievable for that to occur, but the truth was before him. How have you three achieved resonance? It's hard enough even for a pair to achieve that state. Saul frowned. The resonance was a unique state between people who wholeheartedly trusted each other. Their thoughts, actions, Ein, and instincts would all align, almost like a single individual. In a single moment, the ones under resonance understood all they needed to know to uplift each other. It sounded simple, but he knew from various experiments to achieve the same phenomenon that its difficulty surpassed many. Even when he captured a loving couple and forced them to undergo horrific trials, they never entered resonance. 2 was surprising enough, but shockingly, the three king exalts entered resonance. Today, he experienced so many surprises that his lips curled up in delight, delighted that he could still encounter the unknown and new in this old age. Saul asked again, I am very curious. Resonance is rare since only those in martial exalt and above can enter it, and even so, the utmost trust is needed. The three of you don't appear to have that same level of trust, especially you and your son. Cares roared in laughter. The resonance? Ah, that's why I feel so many intrusive thoughts churning in my skull. He swung his broadsword around, clearly using Ein Awaken to recover some Ein. Saul scoffed and turned to Remulus for an answer, expecting an answer from the good theorist he understood him to be. Remulus chuckled and spat in his direction. A clear insult. It's simple. All three of us are willing to die today. And most importantly, we all owe Oscar. It's a welcome surprise. But how could we not enter resonance when death is before us? And we all are fighting for the same person. That simple? Saul rubbed his chin, shaking the loose skin as he recalled trying similar experiments. That's quite vague. It didn't work when they had to protect their child or immediate family. They all died, failing to protect themselves and their families. You are utterly deranged. I can't believe I ever let someone like you into my pavilion. Remulus's gaze grew colder as he gripped his staff to the point it trembled uncontrollably. Enough talk. Draven's imposing figure was before him, swinging his chakrams empowered by his shattering waves. Saul deflected the violent strikes from any direction and angle, Draven's hands constantly reaching into spatial voids to attack anywhere. The two chakrams halted to his sides and unleashed the kraken, hungry tendrils reaching out and binding his skittering legs. The discomforting dragon's roar intensified again, weighing on his entire body with tremendous force that would squash a weak exalt. A giant bright blade parted the clouds and fell from the blue sky, shining brighter than the two suns, a piercing light that forced his eyes closed. Still, he could see them. Draven soared from below, concentrating everything into two fists as four black-armored tentacles coiled around each. Cares and his clone pushed the gigantic blade from above. A powerful Ein stopped his movements, and he resisted, breaking the bindings of time, but it was persistent. Turning to Remulus and peering through his closed eyes, he saw the remaining 4 clocks had stopped. They were pining everything into this one strike, placing all of their powers. Futile, Saul shouted. Metallic webs spun from his legs, weaving into balls. The battle was entertaining, but now he had enough fun. From the 8 orbs of webs came 8 spells, his integration allowing him to condense and use spells from all legs. Inside the legs were adamantium spheres. A magnetic force spun the adamantium spheres, a low humming that turned into a distorted groan calling out each rotation. The magnetism curved away the brilliant draconic blade, repelled the iron fists of Draven, and even tore off the shackles of time itself. The pulsating sounds of its intensifying power went into a loud rumble as a wave of magnetic force rippled all over. The spheres burst apart, and the 3 king exalts were flung away. Saul pulled out an arrow and fired at Cares, who had grievous wounds all over his body like a torn doll. The Dragner ancestor's clone, created from duality, managed to rebound his attack before dissipating, veering it off course. Instead of the head he wished to take, his arrow took away the arm, and Cares groaned in pain, clutching the bloody arm as he fell to the ground, unmoving. Canceling his integration and meld, Saul stepped on the grass. His one attack had forced them all onto a new area of the land. Near a boulder, his old friend, Remulus, leaned his battered body against the stone, holding his knee, which was missing its leg. Deep chasms of time swelled on Remulus's face. As his weak gasps reached Saul through the silent forest, he seemed to have gotten older by centuries, visibly thinning while his skin sagged. Saul approached him, stopped, and sighed. "That's enough, young man." Saul turned around and saw Draven standing shakingly, blood dripping from his shattered form, streaming down the black robes and muddying the dirt. Somehow the helmet remained intact, hiding the face. Meeting his gaze, Saul said, "You've fought well. The element of space is truly a marvelous wonder, just like the element of time. It's a pity. I would have lost to you even without Reese if you were a Tri-Crown King Exalt. It's not over." Draven's breathing grew more erratic, wheezing behind his helmet. "It is. I can hear your pounding heart from here. There is nothing more you can do. You're over your limits." Saul stepped back as the young warden stomped his right foot forward. Draven trembled and splurted out volumes of blood that seeped from his helmet. Saul pitied him as he fell to the ground, motionless. "What a fool you are, and what a sad life you've lived. But there is cause for celebration. Your body will fuel Kaisa's research and aid in bringing about a new beginning for humanity." "Deluded bastard." Remulus's voice was very low. "My old friend, why do many lack the vision?" Saul crouched before Remulus, knowing his friend was in no danger of dying. "We had many discussions in the past. I enjoyed those long talks about what is possible. I admired your theories. I wish we could have done this together." Saul rose to his feet and dusted off his robes, not a drop of blood on them. His eyes dropped slowly and settled back to normal. His hand reached out, gathering Ein inside its palm, ready to obliterate his friend from existence. Remulus mumbled something. Saul lowered his hand and asked, "Some last words?" "Very well. What do you have to say, my old friend?" I, Remulus said faintly. "Speak clearly. I wish to remember your last words fondly." Saul leaned in, wanting to hear the last words of a king exalt. "I'm disappointed." Remulus's words sank Saul's heart, and he trembled, fearful of the solemn intent behind that sentence. Shackles of radiant light bound him, and he turned his head, facing Draven, who was an inch away. Remulus smirked a bloody smile. "Fool." Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 589. Draven's Resolve. A few minutes earlier. "It won't be easy. Saul is a peak Tri-Crown King Exalt near the cusp of entering the Primaire Realm. The 3 of us together won't be a match for him." His father, Remulus, spoke through the resonance, sharing their thoughts instantly. Sweeping his spatial domain onto the other 2, Draven teleported them to safety, away from Saul's powerful arrows, which spun and bolted toward them again. Remulus waved his hand, Ein distorting their area, and backtracked their position to where they once were. "He's using quite a lot of Ein in invoking many spells at once, but we'll be the ones to die first." "And what does the great strategist of the pavilion have in mind?" Cares said, swinging his broadsword. He cleared a path to Saul and dove straight in, grinning fiercely, his joy at the battle clear to all through the resonance. He flashed across Saul's spidery figure, light increasing his speed as time and space blinked him everywhere. "We have to be defeated, but not severely enough. There is only one way to remove him." Remulus turned to Draven. Meeting his father's gaze, Draven knew that someone had to be the bait and that one had to sacrifice himself for the killing blow. He saw Oscar in the distance, protected by a barrier of space and time from the aftershocks of the battle. A smile crept up his lips. As long as his disciple survived and this enemy could never haunt him again, then it was worth it. "I'll do it," Draven volunteered. Back to the present. In midair, Draven focused a tremendous amount of iron into his fist. His integration could not be recalled, and his chakrams were useless here. Toward the wide-eyed betrayer, he felt only the desire to destroy. The iron condensed, honed to the thinnest layer on his fist, and wielded the endless devouring of space. His fist's path became a vacuum, devoid of all, carving a trail of shattered space, which shrieked endlessly. Saul could escape, but they had prepared for that. Kers's light formed a large formation in the ground, strengthening the chains and creating more bindings. His father poured immense iron to catch Saul in a time prison, halting him as the area around him no longer witnessed the passing of seconds. Draven stomped his right foot down, a tremor of agony coursing through his organs and veins. Growling, he drove his fist closer to Saul's head. "Futile!" Saul shouted, his eyes bloodshot from exertion as veins writhed on his face. His overwhelming iron broke the chains of light, their shattered links clattering to the ground before dispersing into faint motes, slowly forcing a split second to pass. His hand was raised high enough in that split second, and an adamantium shield blocked Draven's way. The iron surged higher, attempting to regain more control, but Remulus used up all of the iron within him, intensifying the time prison. Undeterred, Draven's fist hit the adamantium shield, his ears assaulted by the sound of the world heaving under the weight of their power. His iron flowed freely and exploded, and his knuckles cracked the shield's surface, a few fragments screeching as they fell off. Roaring, Draven drove his fist deeper, the cracks spreading to all corners until he broke through, striking with a vengeful blow onto Saul's hand. Inside the time prison, Draven could move, thanks to his father's masterful control, and Saul had only the option to face him forward. An adamantium sword protruded, only the tip extending an inch from Saul's palm, but it contained a devastating amount of iron. Instantly, the blade's tip stabbed into his knuckles, blood not flowing due to the halted time. Draven gritted his teeth and put all of his weight and power behind his fist. Sharp winds of metal fragments and slicing spatial remnants burst from the epicenter of their clash, untamed and chaotic. Many of them cut into Draven while pitter-pattering on Saul's body, only tearing at his robes. A part of it cut into his helmet, and a piece of it fell off his head, but he didn't care, his focus entirely on Saul, glaring hatefully at the elder. He didn't know why that hand was burned to a charred black, but it was an opportunity of a lifetime, a weakness that created an opening. His father had noticed it earlier and had Kers concentrate a good amount of bindings to contain the healthy hand. Draven had to admit it. His father was one amazing strategist and tactician, reading everything up to this point. Not wishing to fall behind and ruin the one chance from meticulous planning, he soldiered forward, his fist splitting in two from swallowing the blade's tip. His bare knuckles touched Saul's charred palm, and all the spatial destruction concentrated within began to burst out in a great omnireus. A single heart thumped rapidly inside his chest since the other one ceased. It was Tasha's heart, still beating inside him as if she was right beside him, fighting to support him. "Hello. Tasha is here. Who are you?" A woman introduced herself by proclaiming her arrival. Her long eyelashes batted lightly as the wind blew her long brown hair around, freely flowing as they pleased. He met her gaze and beheld a pair of bright blue eyes, the kind that he could say surpassed the oceans and the sky. Her slight freckles only added to her adorableness. He finally remembered what she looked like, the most beautiful person in the world. Draven pushed Saul's hand back an inch. An anxious light flashed across the vile man's eyes. You're the Draven? Then why are you here? And what's with that helmet?" Her laughter echoed clearly in his mind. He had forgotten how it sounded for the longest time. Was his nearing death allowing him to remember now? Whatever the reason, Draven loved to hear her laugh, the delightful sound soothing every inch of his body and soul. Pieces fell off his helmet, revealing more of his face that he kept hidden for so long. "Want to eat? I have a full table of amazing dishes here." "What? You want me to teach you how to cook?" "I can. But are you a grade 8? I thought all of you were uptight." "I was wrong. Here, my very own cookbook." That was right. All his generation's grade 8 Xianxia Exalts focused entirely on their training. That was right. She was the one who taught him how to cook. He spent many days struggling to cook a simple stew while she giggled and taught him patiently. His fist pushed the palm back another inch. Saul's hand formed an unnatural shape, the fingers broken and the bones protruding from the skin. Is it delicious? His voice and hers overlapped. It's delicious. His younger voice and Oscar's overlapped. Right? Oscar enjoyed your food just as much as I did. At least I found someone else who could appreciate that. Draven chuckled, disappointed at himself for not teaching his disciple how to cook. He had cooked every feast and enjoyed seeing someone else delight in it. His sense of taste left him a long time ago. He thought he would never be free of the madness, knowing his lover's heart rested in him as his mind degraded over the decades. But someone else came along. Master, I did it. Oscar smiled from the pit, hoisting his shovel high. Despite being covered in dirt and dressed in rags, his disciple cheered at the progress he made. At first, he trained him on a whim, but the grade 4 stuck out to him, the same grade as Tasha's. The circumstances that brought Oscar to him reminded him of Tasha's death. Perhaps that was why he bothered to train him. Let's fight. The boy became rather eager to get revenge on him for the torturous training. Master, I'm back. I brought some tea. The cheeky brat got himself in more trouble and returned with a horrible gift of substandard tea from the common area. Master, is this how you do it? His first swing of the hammer. I will return from Ashen Grove. Please take care, master. Oscar bowed and departed. If only he knew the boy would be gone for 20 years, he would have stopped him. Please wake up. I'm back. Then he returned to him, stronger and happier than before, having encountered many enemies. Draven bared his teeth, angered by the despair that crushed his once lively disciple, the despair that this old bastard put on him. His fist crushed the charred hand into ashes and bashed ahead to Saul's face. He heard everything that Saul said from his father's words. Oscar should have had a good life with his wife and friends after the war, protected by him until the end. If it weren't for him, this old bastard, then Oscar's friends would still be alive. Whose fault was it? It was all because of him. You dare hurt my disciple, Draven shouted, ramming his fist into Saul's face. He expected resistance, and indeed it came. Saul's body was encased in adamantium. Using the last of his strength, Draven tore apart the shell, turning its shattered remains into a fine powder that soon became nothing after space rendered them into the void. His fist finally made contact with Saul, tapping him on the cheek, all the iron and strength used up in the long trek, which happened in a mere second. Forcing his head forward against Draven's weak and bloodied fist, Saul smirked, exposing his few teeth. You used everything, poured out your soul, to barely splatter blood on my face. I do admit it is admirable your fist reached me, but he glanced at the other two, who barely clung to life, still maintaining the prison and bindings. You have no more moves to play. Now die. Draven felt something stabbing into his chest. A cursory glance showed it was Saul's arm, and the gnarled hand grasped his remaining heart, Tasha's heart. Grabbing the arm, he coughed out blood, refusing to let this bastard crush his beloved's heart. His voice, short of breath from the pressure emanating from the hand in his heart, gasped out, You, what now? Saul raised an eyebrow. You fool. Draven smirked in the same manner his father loved to do when catching one in a trap during a game or battle. The last bit of his iron burst, and he reached into the void, his other hand appearing right before Saul's nose. A small round pill entered Saul's mouth from a flick, melting instantly. The old man's face twisted from anger. He crushed Draven's heart, spitting out profusely, seemingly wanting to expel what he ate. Collapsing to the ground, Draven sat on his knees, blood gushing from the hole in his chest. His vision became hazy, a darkness lingering on the edges of his sight and growing by the second. He glanced at Cares and nodded, thanking him silently for the aid. He stuck his gaze on his father and master, smiling faintly, remembering when he was saved from the wreckage of the airship and carried out of the flames, which had burned his head to a mess. Lastly, he stared in Oscar's direction, seeing the young disciple still in the middle of his advancement. Draven laughed and lowered his head, facing the red grass. He mumbled to Oscar, What did you see? He knew one day his disciple would overcome the tragedies of this war, and today he hoped Oscar would remember seeing his master's last great display of resistance and carry that same spirit onward. Forgive me, Rosette and Maggie. You've wasted years waiting for me. It simply wasn't meant to be. Draven felt cold. Yet, a great warmth began to sprout in his heartless chest, and he smiled widely. Tasha, I can finally see you now. I made a great disciple. You would have liked him. I thought my life was nothing but regrets and mistakes. I failed to protect you. I failed many others. But to meet and train Oscar, I have no regrets anymore. My life, he recalled the countless moments training Oscar, was not so bad after all. The last light of his life faded from his eyes, and the world turned to darkness as he wandered into death. Draven died on his knees, still smiling to the utmost. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 590, Forceful Ascension. Poison? Is that the finale to your grand strategy? Remulus. Saul revolved his core and surged iron into every vein and organ inside him, but found nothing poisonous threatening him. His blood was clean, and nothing corrupted his core. He couldn't underestimate Remulus and quickly pulled out a vial of grade 5 devidrate elixir, slightly aggrieved at using a precious antidote. A precious elixir like this one required a decade to create, utilizing hundreds of ingredients, and he had to use it here because of these three. He poured out the elixir's contents, drinking it in a single gulp, but a dreadful unease congested his chest caused by the impertinent smile on Remulus's face. What are you smiling at? Saul looked over his body again, seeing no changes. Was he not poisoned after all? Then what was Remulus's goal in sacrificing his son? Far off in the distance, at the side, the Dragner ancestor breathed heavily, losing control of his Ein, and the chains of light had been destroyed. Remulus no longer possessed any Ein, and Draven was dead. Where was the threat now? You lack vision, Remulus snarked back at Saul with his own words, the unsettling smile widening as his old eyes curled down in a menacing look of glee. Everything we did to breach past your defenses. You mocked my son by praising him for his fist reaching your cheek, which confirmed you had no more in defense past that. From the very start, we knew a chance of defeating you never existed. Remulus's droned-out speech was too tiring to listen to. Suddenly, Saul felt a heat welling in his chest and clutched it, nearly digging his nails into his skin. His core was on fire, rotating rapidly. Thunderous claps resounded in his mind, and steam rose from his body. As sweat beaded down his forehead, Saul hissed out in a restrained voice, What the hell did you do to me? My Ein, it's increasing. A sharp laughter added to the acute pain in his head. Remulus could not stop laughing daringly like an ant snarking at a human's foot, but tears streamed down the sides of his head, flowing endlessly as the laughs contained immense sorrow and unrestrained joy. He cackled, You lack vision, Saul. Why do many believe the only way to defeat an enemy is by putting them down? Find the right enemy and the perfect timing, and uplift them to their death. My son gave his life to give you a boon, an extract of the divine essence. You. Saul understood immediately. A bright light shone from the pores of his skin, enveloping him in a holy radiance. The ground caved in under him as if unworthy of touching his feet. He desperately tried to eject the influx of Ein, but most of it already entered his core since he revolved his core to check for poison and absorb the antidote. Roaring, Saul gripped his head and gazed widely at Remulus, his hate turning his vision red. You were at the utmost peak of Tricrown King Exalt, right? You could attempt to advance any time by taking in a sliver of Ein. The pavilion master kept his huge grin, the most hateful look, and explained, The real reason you delayed giving Oscar a grade 5 elixir to heal his missing arm is that you had to be especially meticulous in each step. One mishap of accidentally absorbing the extract of divine essence you were using, and you would have been forced to ascend. Try it now, Saul. Try to become a primaire. His smile widened further, mocking Saul. But I wonder, can you become a primaire when everything has gone out of your control? You're a careful and meticulous but stupidly prideful man. The slightest divergence from your expected result should be a dagger to your heart. You failed to take Oscar's core. You failed to kill all of us. And you failed to find the perfect time to ascend, forced to undergo it here. Your plan is ruined, your mind is in chaos, and your heart is shaken. What are the chances you will succeed? Remulus! Saul shouted, reaching out his one arm toward Remulus, angered to a violent red flush. A pillar of light descended from the sky and encircled him, basking him in its radiance. Shockingly, his hand could not break past the shimmering light, an inch away from Remulus, one damned inch. Saul never felt so enraged, duped by a couple of gnats. Calming himself, he retreated to the center of the circle of light and said coldly, "Once I ascend to the primary realm, I will enjoy what I'm going to do to your homes. Your legacy will be lost forever if you ascend." This one was the only way out of the thousands of strategies I considered. Prepare, Saul, for the baptism has begun. Remulus knocked his head on the boulder in roaring laughter. The weakling couldn't resist getting one last word in. Saul raised his gaze upward, peering at the gaping hole where the light spilled forth. The sky howled, a single cry that shook the world more powerfully than the four King Exalts fighting. A pressure surpassing even the few primaires he saw from afar wandered down to him. All his life he trained for this moment, but not for this timing. For hundreds of years he laid the groundwork, but the most important piece was gone, and his arm was destroyed. He could not let Remulus win. Come then, let me experience the baptism. I will become a primaire. Saul crashed into the crater, his legs stiffening to remain upright. His eyes remained fixed on the source of the light, recalling the information about the primaire baptism. Stomping on the ground, he slowly rose. Inch by inch, foot by foot, he moved, rising straight through the light. He grimaced, enduring a crushing einforcing that battered his figure like an unforgiving storm in the ocean. His few remaining teeth cracked apart and flew out of his mouth. Becoming a primaire would fix them, so he pushed onward, groaning in agony. The first trial tested the body cruelly. Not a single spell was allowed during the entire primaire baptism, relying solely on the capabilities of the person's natural state. Saul felt his skin peeling. The warm blood became icy cold as they seeped from the fresh wounds. The key to passing the first trial of the primaire baptism was to withstand this until he reached a third of the way. The fresh wound from his missing arm burst, clouds of blood splattering down. A piercing cry left his mouth. Saul hadn't felt this pain in a long time, not since the days he ran around in his youth. Clenching the gaping wound on his shoulder, he inhaled deeply and burst farther up, the intensity of the first trial skinning his skin in many places, crushing his legs, and caving in a portion of his head. Suddenly, the pain ceased. He made it a third of the way to the second trial. This is the second trial. Saul clenched his head, resisting the strange single tone, a note one could say came from a piano. Before his eyes spanned a tide of light, a strangely comforting light that washed over his injuries and began to numb his mind, the note sounding more pleasing by the minute. He roared in rejection. After all of today's events, he was disgusted that his subconscious wanted to rest, lulled by the second trial. The second trial differed for many, but it always uniquely assaulted the mind. He needed to keep himself awake. Suddenly, he found himself standing in a field overlooking the ocean. Power rippled and distorted the air around him, and his mouth spoke in 1,000 voices, carrying the might of Talos. That was right. He had become a primaire. No, he scowled and tore the world asunder, breaking free and seeing the light of the baptism. Blood flowed like tears from his eyes, one of them shut tight, crushed to a pulp from almost succumbing to the trial. You think you can deceive me? I am the one who deceives. He soared higher and entered the third trial, a faint drop of sweat beating down his cheek. The final and third trial of the primaire baptism attacked the heart and core, the deadliest and most difficult of all the trials. Through one eye, Saul saw the gap in the sky, the place he had to reach, and kicked off his broken legs. Thunder boomed, and the light surged with crackles of lightning. Saul reached into his space pocket, and the sky roared, unwilling to allow him to use any weapons or items. But once he took out 99 orbs strung together by a string, the sky quieted down, letting the thunder take its place. After many experiments and research, he discovered the potential of a strong thread filled with a single emotion. Ever since he found out at a young age, he began preparing for his primaire baptism, confident in reaching the Tri-Crown King Exalt. Rotating the 99 cores he removed from people he had formed a thread with, deceived and put into deep despair, Saul strung them into a circular formation around him. The first lightning struck down, and 10 cores along the outer rim burst apart, the weaker ones that didn't have a deep enough despair. Ha 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 ha, he laughed. There was no pain. His preparations were enough. A second lightning struck, flashing across and reducing 10 more cores into dust. As he traveled further up, the cores began to be destroyed in smaller numbers since the ones closer to him contained a deeper despair and, thus, a stronger connection. But his cores were limited, and the lightning never ceased. The last few cores exploded, leaving Saul alone to contend against the third trial. Peering around, he knew he was 3/4 of the way through the trial, excited to be so close to the end. Lightning struck him, and a searing heat erupted from his core. He let out a shrill cry, blood gushing from his fresh wounds. Gritting his teeth, Saul continued up. The lightning relentlessly struck like merciless hammers from the heavens. He cursed and shouted in agony each time. Why did he have to endure this pain? If only he had Oscar's core, the perfect despair. Judging from how the lightning intensified over the distance traveled and the number of cores destroyed based on the depth of the emotion, if he added Oscar's core, he could have made it 5/6 of the way without the pain. How unusual. You're like an open book, Saul. Wondering how it would have been different if you had Oscar's core. Remulus's voice reached him from outside. He turned to see his old friend lifted into the air by Cares, who was missing an arm. Remulus sighed, "That is why the pain is worse for you. A stalwart heart will lessen the pain. But you, who hid behind your schemes to cover up your weakness, have the weakest heart of all." Saul wanted to retort, but another lightning hit him. His leg exploded off his waist, and his one remaining eye popped, leaking blood and fluid. The lightning was too painful. He heard a crack coming from within. His spotless core had a clear lightning-shaped crack on its surface. Inside, he howled because his throat had been burned. Bastards! If it wasn't for Oscar and the Ancient of Fire, if it wasn't for you all resisting me, if it weren't for any of you, this would be nothing to me. My plan was perfect. Idiot, I can practically hear what you're thinking. You have no one to blame but yourself. If you had any heart, then you would fight on through this trial without complaints. You said you planted the seeds for your ascension, but you've only prepared your own downfall. Remulus scolded him like a child. Now, face the consequences of your depravity. Saul gave an incoherent shout as he stretched out his hand, so close to the gap, an inch away. The sky quaked as the lightning gathered into one, the most powerful he faced. Not even a crackle or a spark escaped its divine form as it sped down to his stretched out hand. Remulus's words echoed in his ears. The memories of Oscar and everyone he deceived poured out in his mind, and doubt sprouted from his heart. Was he wrong? Was his path wrong? Even if he lost his methods, why did he struggle with the third trial? Saul flinched and realized his mistake, shouting and pleading for mercy as the lightning tore into his core and heart. The doubt in himself, in his decisions, opened the doors for the lightning to engulf him. His core shattered into pieces and Saul fell. The light dissipated, and he dropped to the crater, covered in a light coat of dirt. Saul lifted his mangled arm, the bones showing in the torn parts of his hand. He grasped out, unable to clench the closing gap in the sky or the radiant light as the last bit of light waned over his body before departing. An inch. I was only an inch away, Saul murmured, his throat quivering from the slightest words passing by. A different burst of iron exploded from far away, and a newcomer arrived, watching him from above, a man with onyx eyes and hair, cold darkness swirling from his gaze. Saul moved his lips, trying to adjust to speak louder. Oscar landed in the crater and approached, each step counting down to the arrival of his death. Saul gasped and found his voice. Boy! Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 591. The Prologue of the End. He's a lower martial Exalt now. Supported by Cares's remaining arm, Remulus stepped closer to the crater where Saul fell after a failed primaire baptism. His legs barely responded to his will, but he pushed himself, treading one light step at a time, wobbling as if walking on sticks. Remulus had to oversee this last moment. As Oscar's grandmaster and Saul's false old friend, he had to bear witness to the conclusion of the unfortunate fate between the two. That was his duty. In the center of the crater, Saul looked miserable. His entire body burnt to a crispy char from the severe lightning of the baptism, and his lips barely moved, and when they did, weak gasps like the sounds of a sandy bagpipe wheezed out. He found it quite a fitting fate that Saul would become reduced to this broken form after all the years of the twisted experiments Oscar told him about. But it didn't relieve Remulus's heart. He stared coldly at Saul and then up to the sky, wondering where the justice was for his son and Oscar, for the countless many who died at Saul's hands. Oscar slowly walked down the slope, his stride slow and eerily calm. A faint chill ran down Remulus's spine as he stared deeply at his grand disciple's back. He expected an outburst of anger or an emotional response to this moment. But nothing. There was absolutely nothing to feel from the child. Not the slightest spark of life. If he didn't know better, he could say he was watching a corpse walk back to another. A confusing and chilling scene. Oscar reached Saul. Their gazes met, and Saul shuddered, able to see even with both eyes gone. What did Saul see? Remulus gulped at how Saul reacted. Oscar lifted Saul, the agonizing cries from the old elder rising to his ears, and pushed him to a slope, and the two met at eye level. Saul's breathing grew weaker as his head twitched around. Oscar raised a hand and clenched tightly. Remulus could only see his back as the fist drove itself into Saul's head, punching a gaping hold in the charred, weak flesh. But it wasn't over, not at all. Oscar pulled out his hand, covered in a mess of blood, brain matter, and charred skin. He punched again, then again, and again. Not a sound came from Remulus or Cares as they watched in silent horror. Saul's head split and broke further, but Oscar never stopped, his fist reverberating into the earth and collapsing a part of the crater. Half buried in the dirt, he still kept punching, driving his fist repeatedly, burying Saul deeper into the earth until all that remained of the once proud Tri-Crown King Exalt was a mere splotch of red and bits of flesh. Remulus, I think he's broken, Cares said. We've failed him. Every one of us has failed him. Deep regret struck Remulus like a cruel dagger into his chest. Oscar dug into the dirt and uncovered a purple greater space pocket, Saul's personal inventory. He stashed it away in his bloodied clothes and walked up to the intact part of the crater. His gaze never met Remulus's or Cares. He stepped past them and knelt before Draven's sitting corpse, silent for a few minutes. A smile had been permanently stretched across Draven's face, which had suffered grievous burns and wounds in the past. Gently, Oscar's hands closed Draven's dull, black eyes and rested the body to lay comfortably on the grass. He took the chakrams and Draven's greater space pocket. Remulus stepped forward to say something, but Oscar mounted Erden, who also rose to the lower martial Exalt realm. Without turning back, Oscar said in a voice that lost all vitality and emotion, I'm never returning. Erden flew off in a burst of speed, already a diminishing spot in the distance. Remulus knelt on the ground, short of breath. He didn't stop Oscar from leaving. He and Cares had expended all of their Ein, leaving them incapable of stopping anyone. Did he want to stop Oscar? No, Remulus thought. He had no right to stop Oscar, not after all of his mistakes. It seemed he would never be Primaire even if he could become a Tri-Crown King Exalt because of the regret nailed to his heart. A fitting punishment for a terrible elder like himself. It should have been me. Remulus crawled over to Draven's body. He patted the head of the one he called son. If you were still alive, you would have been able to help him. But all that remains is this old elder who can't help anyone. Cares. I don't deserve to be pavilion master anymore. John can take over now. That's your decision. What will you do now? Cares stood up, clutching his shoulder where an arm was supposed to be. I will go into seclusion and wait. I still have a good amount of years in me. The time will arrive when I am needed. And when it comes, I will be ready to make up for everything. Remulus gathered the little strength he recovered and carried his son in his frail arms. Tears escaped his control, spilling onto his son's face. I will ensure your sacrifice was not in vain. The cry of the King Exalt reverbed into the world, a mournful wail that spread across the forests, its trees slightly bowing in the encroaching sadness. Ancestor! Upon his return to the imperial palace, Cares smiled and sighed in relief as a loving embrace wrapped around him. He rubbed the bed of silver hair and scolded teasingly. The empress shouldn't run like a child and cry like a baby. But it's good to see you, Celestina. Your arm? Why is your arm? Celestina's voice trembled. She traced her hand over the shoulder, grasping the gap where the arm should have been. Poor girl. Cares hugged her and chuckled, glad his family was safe and lively enough to be so worried. He feared Saul had planned the worst for everyone. The battle taxed him greatly, forcing him to slump and lean on his descendant for support. She quickly carried him to an intact room and placed him on the comfortable couch. Wanting to spend more time with her, he asked, "How is being the empress?" Celestina stopped her hands, which were brewing tea, a steam rising from the pot, hiding parts of her weary face. Exhausting. The number of duties I must perform far surpass my duties as princess. Cares bellowed in laughter, coughing from the sharp pain that sprung up from within. He had exerted himself and faced a terrifying foe. Gulping down large mouthfuls of air, Cares felt the pain easing and his body relaxing. Celestina wiped his sweaty brow, a very filial descendant, one he was very proud of. Smiling, he sat up on the bench and accepted her tea, the smell loosening his tense brow, the aroma welling up a numbing calmness. Your father said the same word. Blood doesn't lie. Father never had to handle the aftermath of a war and the new vast lands we acquired, Celestina said softly. She bandaged up the bloody shoulder. Not enjoying her depressed look, he pinched her cheek. Her reaction came quick as she scowled and abruptly tightened the bandages, forcing him to choke from the sharp pain. A Dragner should be like that, proud like a dragon. Your father would smack you for thinking too deeply about his condition. Cares admired the carefully woven bandages and remembered Oscar's depravity as he desecrated Saul's corpse and left without a word. He lowered his head, ashamed that he couldn't stop any of it. In a rough, low voice, he said, "Never let yourself be dragged into that sinking quagmire. It nearly swallowed your father when your mother passed, and it consumed someone dear to us all. I understand. Wait, who are you talking about?" Celestina grabbed him by the shoulders and shook slightly. A frightful realization flashed over her emerald eyes, and Cares knew he had slipped up. She asked, "Did you find Oscar? Where is he?" Cares remained silent. She shouted, unbecoming of her status, "Where is he?" "Gone, he's gone. And he's never coming back." Cares caught her as she slumped to the couch. His proud descendant clutched her head in distress. He sighed, knowing hearing what happened would pain her, but she had a right to know. "I'll tell you everything that I saw." Inside one of the New Dawn bases, Cersi kicked down the metal door, smashing the wall with her bloodied gauntlets. She shouted, "Aiden, the New Dawn leader is dead. See me now." The moment she heard the news, she led a slaughter in the current base. A trail of corpses strung along before her feet. Sliding down the river of blood, she shouted again and found Aiden silently watching the heart of fire he snatched years ago. Knocking on the wall didn't get his attention, so she screamed into his ear, "Aiden, stop disturbing me. Why do I feel you're getting more unhinged?" Aiden sheathed his sword and carried the heart of fire. "The Ancient of Fire is not here, so I cannot commune with the flame. Is that why you didn't tell me the leader went after Oscar?" Cersi glared at Aiden, surging her vis into the pseudo-guise. She had been kept in the dark about all of this. Oscar was hers, not anyone else's. For all her life, she never felt the certain premonition from anyone else other than Oscar, the assurance that the Volten savior would come from their union. Now, her plans nearly went awry because the leader tried to kill him. "You knew? Didn't you, Aiden? Calm down. On the bright side for you, Oscar is still alive. I did know. But if you did, what could you have done to stop it? Instead of taking your anger out on me, look for Oscar. Apparently, he's left the Far Sky continent." Aiden answered, "I don't need to worry about him. Right now, I want you to leave this place with me." Cersi grabbed Aiden's collar, his face still calm and stoic. "Oh, why? You've even massacred everyone here." Aiden looked behind her, his pupils reflecting the path of her carnage. "The leader is dead. What will the executives and branch heads think if we spread the news? Some of them are not the loyal type. The infighting will be amazing." Cersi smirked, excited to the point she saw her arm shivering. You and I will form our group, the return of the true Vultans, not the false believers who follow Kais and Faust. I already have some loyal members gathered. You'll join me, right, Aiden? What if I want to kill Oscar? Aiden asked. Then, I'll kill you right now, Cersi said coldly, clenching her fist as the blood rose into torrential waves that surrounded him. While I crave a battle, it is not with you. Your proposal is interesting. I do wish to fight Kais and Faust. Fine, I agree, but I won't listen to every one of your outlandish orders. Aiden showed no fear before her power. Perfect. Cirrus smiled widely, delighted to have another on her side. She let him go and hummed as the bloody waves carried her away. She raised her gaze to the moon and wondered where Oscar was. A month later, Cares stood in the large courtyard of the newly rebuilt palace. He tapped his foot nervously on the paved stone, worried about the arrival of the delegation sent from the Primal Council. The war was won, and all had been settled by the Primaire of the Bloodlands, meaning there was no reason for the delegation to come. Yet they were on the way. Cares frowned, trying to figure out the reason. Celestina, you should go inside. Leave it to this old man. Cares turned to his descendant. She needed more time before being able to keep a straight face before representatives of the Primal Council. A single slip implicating them of anything. Ancestor, Celestina seemed to want to stay. No, they are far different from you and me. Go back in, and if that bastard, Gilbert, dares to ask for your hand in marriage again, let me know and I will set him straight. Cares learned about Gilbert's proposal soon after she cried after hearing his retelling of Saul's betrayal and Oscar's tragedy. In a rage, he destroyed half of the imperial palace, ruining the progress made by his good people. Cares would never allow her to marry such an ungrateful twat who delayed his return. Seething, he breathed heavily, knowing the Primaire of the Bloodlands was also behind it. Who else could delay the information about the results of the Primanomicy? He went to the Baleriac Mountains for some reason. I'm fine for now. Celestina turned around and left. No doubt, he wanted us to be severely weakened to take hundreds of more years to catch up to him. He can't act directly due to the laws of the Primal Council, but his craftiness knows no bounds. But even worse is Gilbert, who could have easily departed by himself but chose to stay behind without care for his home. Cares imagined the oceans of blood spilled and the countless corpses buried in the dirt. He clenched his fist. He heard a faint ringing noise growing louder from above. A small airship, domed and circular in shape, landed in the courtyard, rumbling hums blaring from its engines. Cares bowed and said, I greet the Primal Council. Members of the Primal Council didn't come, but the people inside the ship represented their interests. The ship opened, a ramp extending from the door, and two individuals stepped out. Rise, old Dragner ancestor. It has been a while since I last laid eyes on you. An old man with a blindfold over his head and a hunched back, reaching half of Cares's height, tapped his walking stick in rhythm on the stone. Get it? Eyes? He laughed in a weird, shrill manner. Old Julius, it has been a long time. Do you remember the baby you once met? I named him after you. Cares rose and hugged the old man. At least the Primal Council sent someone he knew. How are you not dead? Simple. Just do nothing. Be a turtle for many years and extend your own life. Old Julius sat on the stone floor. There was nothing to fear from him, but one look at the other, and Cares shuddered, death standing before him. Old Julius patted Cares and said to the other, Step back. You're too frightening up close, you dunce. Garbed in an executioner's mask and a ragged gray robe, the figure stepped back, but the soulless eyes still peered into Cares. No doubt this stranger was a Tri-Crown King Exalt and a very young one as well. Thankfully, Celestina was not here. Her mind might have shattered from staring too long at him. Am I in trouble? Cares asked. No. Old Julius jabbed his walking stick each time. The Primal Council only has a few questions to ask you. In particular, they noticed that your empire used some interesting contraptions. You know those interesting golems and that giant ship made from many ships. Who made them? And do you have the plans? And why is the Primal Council so interested in toys? Cares kept a cool face, not betraying a hint of unnecessary emotion, staying amicable to old Julius. They wanted Oscar, or at least the many blueprints he possessed. The council wonders if perhaps a little knowledge has made a resurgence. Ashengrove is the old home of the Divine Stone clan, a history you probably don't know about. They believed nothing of their legacy survived. Until now, old Julius stuck his walking stick into the pavement, a heavy pressure emanating from the blindfolded man. Did you find something they missed? I do know of the Divine Stone clan. Oscar told me years ago. To think their name still lingers after thousands of years. These old bastards. Don't make it worse for that boy. Since the Primal Council had a hint, Cares boldly responded, I don't know what you're talking about. In fallen heaven, Matures remained motionless on his broken throne, with red light flickering from his visor. Reaching out his hand, he grabbed the empty air, which distorted into countless threads, voices whispering into his mind and emotions battering against his steely hull. In a forceful tug, the threads mixed and changed. It's too early. It's too early for the Primal Council or the Caroleman to find you. I have deceived the thread so they can't trace you. But come quickly. Come to the fallen heaven and find me. You are the most suitable candidate. His red eyes dimmed into darkness. A breeze flew over, but a single swing of his hand dispersed the rowdy winds. Demon sat on the small deck of a personal airship, one he stole from a group of bandits. He roasted a slab of meat and devoured it whole. There was no taste, but the body demanded sustenance. Erden stared into the night, resting on the ship's tip, his antler wings sprawled down, lacking vitality. Demon neared him and scoffed. You're going to sit and mope? Oscar, is he really? Erden's voice whimpered. Demon placed his hand over his chest, where the core rested. Inside the inner world, he glanced at the identical figure who lay down, hugging his knees with eyes that seemed emptier than his own. There was no will to fight anymore, only a hopelessness of waiting for death to claim him. He's broken. Perhaps he will never break free from this state, but we have work to do. Revenge and survive. They will never stop hunting us, Erden growled. Then fight with me. We hate each other. But Oscar is what we all fought for. Use me and let me use you. We'll slaughter every single one of them, Demon proclaimed. Well said. At long last, in the void of your thoughts, I see the flame of passion. Ignires praised. Yes, let vengeance be the flame that drives you. I must get to fallen heaven and have some heavy words to insult Matures. Then, give me your power. I have always fought so we could survive. But this will not go unpunished. Even if we die, Demon gripped his fists, feeling anger for the first time in his existence. He looked at the broken, lifeless Oscar in the inner world and promised to appease him with a mountain of corpses, even if the entire world had to die with him. Let the rivers run red in the blood of our enemies. Let the sky fall asunder to my rage. Nothing will stop us. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 592. The White Swordsman. Flanked by two of his guards, Edmund walked, ascending the long flight of stairs that spiraled up the height of his great tower. Nearing the top, he waved his guards to stand by, preferring the quietness of his soothing pastime. While he didn't need the guards since his powers far outstripped theirs, he hated dealing with unnecessary intrusions. The guards bowed and stepped aside as the door opened, not the slightest creak coming from the hinges. It seemed the execution of the previous laborer motivated the others to perform their work to his standards. Edmund smiled, satisfied by the results of his discipline, and stepped inside, the door closing shut behind him without even a squeak. His eyes shone with longing, and his skin shivered from the concentration of Ein inside his private chamber, a pleasurable sensation washing over him. As a martial Exalt, he felt a strong connection to the pool of shimmering water. Chunks of ice floated on the surface, deep white and expelling cold steam. The waters shone as if the moon itself rested underneath it, a luminescent glow engraved in every ripple and wave. For several years, he enjoyed the effects of the pool of elemental Ein. His efforts and payments were well worth it to purchase the icy shard and build a formation to compound its power into the wellspring it became now. Garbed in his robes, he bathed in the chilling pool, circulating his core to absorb the elemental Ein. Delight flushed his uplifted cheeks. Given a few more years, his powers would finally reach the middle martial Exalt realm. Even more time and he might enter the greater martial Exalt realm. My path to King Exalt is in my grasp. I only require the imperial jewel now. The world is still too dangerous for me to venture out. It's good that my base is far away from the others. He recalled the fear that froze his heart colder than the bath he was in when he heard the leader of New Dawn had perished. Luckily, his post was far from the others, and his men were loyal to him, his disciplining and punishments training them to be his dogs. Sinking into the pool, he frowned, worried about when the New Dawn civil war would reach him. It's only a matter of time. I need to accumulate my power. Edmund entered a trance, resting like a boulder, feeling the ebbs and flows of the icy Ain as they swirled around him. A sound pierced inside and landed in his ears. He opened his eyes and knit his brows, rubbing his bald head. Perhaps he had heard wrong, or the storm outside was picking up. Refocusing, he tried to enter the trance again, meditating in earnest. Shortly after, another sound entered his chamber, a muffled shout. "You fools! What is going on outside?" Edmund bellowed in rage, bursting from the icy pools, splattering the precious droplets of icy Ain onto his clean floor. He inhaled and sharpened his gaze, knowing this smell well, the stench of blood and death. Someone was here. Was it a member of one of the New Dawn factions? Two screams resounded behind the door before they were cut off, instantly silenced as if someone had cut their throats. Those voices belonged to his guards, who were two peak Greater Knight Exalts. "I am Edmund, branch head of this outpost. Have you come to test me to join you? Or are you here to kill me?" He barked out, shredding his robes to reveal his scarred body of steely sinew, power gathered in each throbbing muscle. Wearing nothing but shorts, he stomped closer to the door, brandishing his favored weapon, a pair of sickles. Fast strokes carved several cuts into the door and wall. The entire section collapsed, but the figure behind was unharmed from his quick sickles. The bodies of his two guards, which had been intact earlier, split apart into bloody chunks. Useless trash. They couldn't even signal an enemy attack properly. Edmund spat in their direction and peered forward at the unharmed intruder, beads of cold sweat mingling with the lingering droplets of his bath. He spun the sickles around his hands, wary of the stranger. The thick blood stench was nearly enough to choke out the air from his lungs. Not even the icy air inside could hide the ungodly stink of presumably countless kills. Yet he spotted no drop of blood on the man. The stranger's armor, worn and rusted, covered by a gray tabard, had damages from past battles but not any recent ones from what he could tell. The stranger had made it here without a scratch, a feat he thought impossible, considering he only felt the powers of the lower martial Exalt. A large pelt of a great stag draped down like a cloak, its neck wrapped around like a scarf as the head rested on his right shoulder. The antlers stuck out like an unusual pauldron. A gray hood covered his head, and underneath was a paladin's helmet, smooth and flat at the top, covering past his chin, leaving only a pair of cold, dark, dreadful eyes, the kind Edmund thought was unnatural, unfit to be on a human. He nearly lost himself in that abyss of a gaze and shouted, rousing himself from the pressure, noticing his knees quivering. Afraid. He was afraid. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Who are you? What happened to the others?" "Dead. They're all dead." As the most chilling, emotionless voice spoke, the stranger swung his arm, and what he threw sent shivers down Edmund's spine. 100 heads, clumped together by strings, rolled slowly on the icy floor, stopping at his feet. None of them seemed to be in anguish, only a few expressing the pain they felt at the last moment but not having the time to contort their faces to reflect the horrifying realization of death. All of them had been quickly killed, too fast for their minds and bodies to catch up. Fuming, Edmund growled, pointing a sickle at the stranger, his arms bulging with veins pushed out by his fury. "Do you understand the consequences of your little incursion? The New Dawn will never forget this. A New Dawn that lies fractured in ceaseless violence against each other? No one will help you here." The stranger spoke truly, the fact hitting Edmund like a brick. "Who are you?" Edmund asked again. "Are you also a New Dawn member? You seem to know much about us. How tiresome. If you're trying to buy time for your outside forces to converge, it's futile." The stranger threw out another 50 heads. One was a familiar face, his right-hand man, another lower martial Exalt. While his subordinate was weaker than him, he couldn't have died so easily without any fluctuations reaching him. The stranger clenched the hilt of his sheathed blade, the clear sound of sharp metal ringing in the large chamber. The sword was incredibly white, clean as the purest snow. Light gleamed from the base, traveling along the edge until it glinted at the sharp tip. It was a long blade, longer than a claymore, with two sharp protrusions, parrying hooks, near the guard. The stranger held it solemnly, his two armored hands gripping it in a lowered stance, facing him directly. Everyone here is dead, except for you. Your life is the last one I'll take. Edmund laughed. The chamber quaked from his rising eye, a vicious gleam replacing the fear that once occupied his mind. He had laid low for many years after the leader's death, keeping the routes locked down to avoid any intruders so he could swoop in at the last moment to take control of the organization. But his careful years of planning and trained men were brought down by this bastard. The eye from the stranger revealed him to be a grade 6 Xianxia, nothing to be afraid of. The others were too weak or had been caught by surprise, as noted by the idiotic faces on the bodiless heads. You're nothing but an inferior being. Tell me what you know, and I'll make it quick. Edmund gathered his confidence, surging his might as a peak lower martial Exalt. His sickle anima melded into his sickles, turning them into double-bladed sickles, a sickle on each end of the handle, for in total. Their steel had been replaced by a frosty ice that spewed cold air. The Reese core inside his chest pounded, tinging his body a slight red, a sprawl of veins wriggling and accenting themselves against his skin. The stranger stayed still. A blue flame flared and coated his white blade, but unable to shroud the color. A strange sight of a blue flame with a white core. Edmund smiled fiercely and banged his sickles together, summoning an avalanche behind him that split apart into tendrils with sharp ice at its ends. Roaring, he charged ahead, unafraid since his powers of ice and snow lessened the burning fires around the stranger. Die! He shouted. The stranger suddenly changed stances, his blue-burning white sword already pointed at the end of a sideways slash, as if it all happened in a split second that he failed to perceive. Rain fell and hissed into hot steam on the floor. Where did the rain come from? He wanted to look up, but he found himself peering lower by the second, glancing straight at the stranger's feet, having to blink upward to catch his face. He hit something hard, and his vision rolled around until he saw a headless body kneeling on the floor. Is that my body? He stammered out. He wanted to scream out but found no air in his lungs to support the words forming on his lips. There were no lungs at all. He realized the hot rain was his spell melting instantly before the stranger's attack. When did he attack? The questions rumbled like thunder in his thoughts, dragging on as death drew near. His mouth gaped wide open, everlasting shock frozen on his face as the upper half of his chamber slid off, letting the snowstorm overflow into the exposed chamber. That one strike destroyed my spells, cut off my head, and cut my tower cleanly? Impossible, my powers are enhanced by this, so how? Is he a Volten? Edmund shouted in agony, the burning pain in his neck torturing his brain. How unlucky was he? Only a few key executives knew of this location. How did the stranger know? His endless questions and regrets tortured him until the soothing numbness of death lulled him to close his eyes to eternal darkness. Demon walked to the pool and reached out his hand. In a forceful pull, his Ein dislodged the ice shard, a powerful elemental Ein threatening to freeze his hand. He scoffed and covered it in flames, sealing it in an encasement of solid fire. From above, Erden soared and dove down, carrying a sleeping woman on his back, a prisoner he freed from the dungeons below. How was it? Erden asked. Weak, far too weak. I expected more from a place Saul singled out in his maps. Demon sheathed his sword. From Saul's greater space pocket, he found notes on the New Dawn's activities and many maps of their various bases, the perfect tools for his revenge. Following that, for several years, he culled down as many New Dawn members as possible while avoiding the stronger bases marked by the presence of powerful martial exalts. This place turned out to be a bust. This place is where Okinza's presence is strongest. While he wanders the world, he must sometimes rest here. Ignires interjected. They must be observing him and scavenging for the scraps of his excess power. He's quite erratic, never finding a permanent place to rest. This location must be his recent one for the past 30 years. He's not here now. Would you like to talk to him? Erden gathered all the cores from the headless bodies and munched on them, sending a wave of Ein to Demon. Hell no, I hate the bastard. Ignires flared. Enough, we've spent enough time here. Let's return and see how the others have accomplished their tasks. Demon mounted Erden and rode off. He sent a single slash onto the tower, disintegrating it in fire until nothing remained, the ashes buried under the downpour of snow. That was another New Dawn remnant destroyed, another step toward vengeance. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 593, Collectors. Deep into the afternoon, overwhelming sunlight beamed and poured out onto the mansion as the two suns, surrounded by a host of clouds, rose unfettered and reached their utmost peak. Only a peaceful venture could complement a beautiful, hot day. Perhaps eating some cold, sweet desserts under the shade, while resting on a cool, smooth boulder and listening to the soft breezes whispering in his ears was the best idea. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Oren laughed weakly at the people surrounding him, their hateful, bloodshot gazes seeming to want to tear him apart. Get lost. I have no intention of paying your ridiculous fee. Rather than the soft breeze he hoped for, an enraged roar burst into his ears, ringing across his head. Oren sweated more from the rising pressure of a lower martial exalt than the radiant suns. Gripping his arms together, he exhaled in large volumes, trying to calm his nerves and regain control of his pounding chest. He glanced at the figure standing before him, opposing the enraged martial exalt, and smirked widely. His sworn older brother, Marcus, the first of them all, crossed his arms and sighed heavily, clearly annoyed. I haven't spoken a word yet, and you brought out your entire clan to greet me. Then you spout your rejections without hearing me out. This is a mighty poor showing of yourself, leader of the Falk clan. Garbed in a white suit and a white coat that reached his feet, Marcus tied his long blonde hair behind his head, letting a single ponytail flow to his waist. Marcus is so cool. Oren cheered silently in his thoughts, careful not to further antagonize the Falk members already gnashing their teeth at his sworn brother's words. He looked around and balled his hands into fists under his overly long and wide sleeves, eager to see properly this time. Many times, he witnessed the same scenario unfold where they rejected his good brother's proposal, and it all ended in the exact same way, being beaten to an utter pulp and forced to comply. There is no reason to hear your words. News travels fast. My old friends and allies all warned me of how they lost to you and other intruders. The Falks are a free clan. We will never submit. The Falk leader, an elderly man, shouted. Looking at him, Oren could only describe his features as old. He was short, bald, and leaning on a walking stick. His eyes were a dull gray, with little life left in them, and a long white beard grew down to the ground. Admirably, he still chose defiance against his brother, Marcus, but it was an unwise decision. Negotiating is always a horrid task. I wonder why he wants to grant them a choice. Very well, leader of the Falk clan. Marcus took off his white coat, tossing it to Oren, revealing a small black dagger fastened on his belt. He folded the coat neatly and held it as Marcus walked slowly, each step silencing the rowdy Falks. They paled the more his sworn brother strode, a simple menacing stroll. Stopping, Marcus turned to Oren and warned, "Close your eyes, Oren. You're not ready to witness this battle." "That's what you said earlier as well." Oren stomped on the courtyard cobblestone. "You're only 16 years old, and it won't do your training any good to watch. The aftermath will strike your mindset, harming your talents. Remember what the Lord advised. Now close your eyes." Marcus glanced at him, the almond-shaped blue eyes offering no compromise, only accepting his dutiful agreement. Remembering the Lord's words, Oren nodded, grumbling about the unfairness, and shut his eyes. Everyone cared for him, a fact he was glad to know and receive every day, but a part of him churned in anger at his special disposition that warranted their care. "If I win, you Falks must pay the tribute of 500,000 gold every month. Not a single coin less. If you fail to meet the payment for a month, I'll crush your clan and place another on your empty seat. A more obedient one, Marcus threatened, his voice clear in the darkness. It's only 500,000 gold. A simple task for a clan of your stature and resources. Arrogant fool. The likes of you will never bring down our Falk clan's hundreds of years of history. The Falk leader raised his voice, pride laced in his words. Confused, Orin wondered if those hundreds of years were worth boasting about when their clan leader was simply a weak and old lower martial Exalt with a grade 4 Xianxia. According to what he learned, the Falks was a fallen clan from another land, driven away by their declining bloodline until settling here, where they plateaued at giving birth to lower-end Xianxias. Wasn't it arrogance to believe that once glorious history still mattered in the decaying present? Shaking his head, he wanted to open his eyes so badly. In the darkness, he could still hear the sounds of battle. The Falk leader's rushed breaths blew louder than the great gales he passed through on an airship. The strained gasps and shouts mingled with their clash's powerful thunderous noises. Still, his sworn brother never made a sound, ever stoic and calm, and after a heavy sound of a powerful blow, the elder crashed to the floor. Ultimately, the Falk leader shouted for his clan to fight together, and their collective war cries scared him to jump. However, their brave shouts quickly diminished into pained groans and coughs. Countless sounds of bones being broken, cracked to a pulp, and the clattering of a body hitting stone resounded in the courtyard. Marcus spoke once more. Orin, open your eyes. Following his sworn brother's command, Orin greeted the light sweeping across his pupils as the world resumed in his sight. He peered around, mouth gaping in awe. Several people had been lodged into the floor, half their bodies buried in the stone. A good amount leaned against the mansion walls, craters of cracks spreading from their backs. As he thought, no one could hope to defeat his sworn brother. Marcus had the Falk leader under his foot, the weak elder gasping and struggling for air, but his power could not free him. Now, do you yield? Or should I massacre your clan right now? Marcus slowly put more force into his foot, and the Falk leader gargled on the blood rising from his throat. The Falk leader nodded, crying, I will pay the monthly fee. Please spare my clan. As long as you keep paying the tribute, your clan will be free to do as they please. Now pay up. Marcus held out a hand. The Falk leader waved a servant over and ordered them to gather the gold. A silence imposing on the ruined courtyard while they waited for the servant to return. Some of the Falks started to recover and moved to help the others, but none dared to stare at him or Marcus. Patiently, they waited, and the servant finally returned, carrying a large bag. Orin received the sack and counted the coins inside. Every single coin was accounted for. He stowed it away in his space pocket and leaped toward his sworn brother, who grabbed the collar of his shirt and soared into the air. Below, the aggrieved and helpless looks of the Falks bid him farewell, a scene he knew too often from the other territories. Orin sipped from a bottle, enjoying the refreshing, cold water, and passed the rest to Marcus. How was the fight? Utterly useless. The Falk leader overestimated his abilities. Marcus scoffed. There's not a single good fight in this land. I wonder why our Lord wished for us to settle here. Why don't you ask him when he returns? You're the first, after all. Orin chuckled, earning a flick to his forehead, forcing a pained yelp to erupt from his lungs. Rubbing his red forehead, Orin complained the entire way back, his brown eyes gleaming in delight at the ruins beneath them. It was a terrible wasteland of broken homes and junk, like rusted airships from many years ago, dotting the shoreline. However, this was where everyone was, so it was home. Marcus and Orin, so the two of you have returned. How did it go in the remaining 5 territories? A tall, lanky man greeted them whimsically as if a slight breeze might drown out his words, a shrub of curly green hair resembling a bush resting on his head. His neck was as long as a swan's, and his arms and legs reached unbelievable lengths. His face was narrow with a flat nose, almost like a fish's. A pair of black fish-like eyes locked onto them. Brother Santen, is everyone here? Orin leaped off Marcus's hold, ignoring the exclaims of worry, and landed in Santen's arms, still a few feet away as he was held at arm's length. Santen, the third of them all, laughed strangely, a series of rapid chortling clicks forcing Orin to hold his hands to his ears, unnerved by the power in the laughter. All of them have paid their tributes. We only need to wait for his return to report the good news. Marcus untied his blonde hair, freeing them to the breeze. Oh, then you're in luck. The Lord returned several hours ago and is waiting for all of us inside. Santen let out that unsettling laughter again. Ah, really? We need to run inside. Orin rushed ahead, smiling from ear to ear, excited to see the Lord again. Inside the small ruined house, everyone had gathered in the small living room, sitting on the dusty floor with not even a table to lean on. He halted and bowed to the man pouring out gold coins from the pile of sacks in the corner, his back facing the entrance. The powerful figure who rescued him from the dark prisons of that horrid lab had his hood down, showing the paladin's helmet. A stag's head rested on his shoulder, the antlers extending outward in an intimidating stance. "Greetings, Lord Draven," Orin shouted and knocked his head on the floor. "Oh, you're back. Then make your report." Lord Draven turned around and rested his white sword on the floor. "Have you accomplished what I sent you all to do in my absence?" Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 594. A new faction. Lord Draven, the young boy spoke fervently. Draven, in honor of Oscar's master, who gave his life to protect him, Demon chose to take up his name, Draven. He wondered if the name might rouse Oscar from the abyss his mind was currently in, a dark place he tried to unravel by connecting to Oscar's thoughts. However, even Demon, cold and unfeeling, was disturbed by the endless pit of darkness, his mind almost lost and swallowed by it. After several attempts, he stopped trying to link into Oscar's mind and focused on revenge. Demon tossed the sack back into the large pile, the clinking of coins cascading from top to bottom, an immense wealth known from the continuous sounds alone. As Demon turned, everyone in the dirty, small room bowed their heads together and greeted him as Lord, not minding the dirt from the ground touching their foreheads. At least they showed their loyalty well. From a casual wave of his hand, his followers sat comfortably but all focused on him, waiting for him to speak. "I said to make your report, Orin. Or have you gone deaf?" Demon asked, knocking his fist on the shabby floor, the wood creaking from the simple taps. The young boy fumbled on his words, unable to form a coherent sentence, and Marcus responded in his place. "I'm sure the others have given you good news, my lord. I have collected the tribute from the last 10 factions." Marcus flashed his blue eyes at Orin, a wordless order, and the boy produced 10 sacks of gold coins from his space pocket. Receiving the 10 sacks, Demon threw them aside and nodded to Santen, who unfolded a large map, his arms long enough to flatten it out without him moving from his seat. The map showed a continent shaped like a crescent moon, divided into northern and southern parts by a tall mountain in the center, a vast land called the Lunate Continent. In the large gulf was an island known as Old Eye, the location of this old house, where miscreants and the unfavorable of society lived, the perfect place for him to hide. Demon controlled a brush with his eye and crossed out 10 more small regions, the entire continent now riddled by these marks. "In the end, all 40 regions have submitted to us, my lord." Eve, a woman covered in bandages and garbed in a simple blue robe, spoke in a raspy voice, her words coming out in low whispers. Her blue eyes glinted in delight. 40 regions, 500,000 gold coins every month from each. Every year will net us a total of 240 million gold coins. Good. Demon noticed a snail crawling in the corner and let it be. "I don't understand it, lordy." Crag, a rough-spoken man with burly muscles and strange patterned tattoos covering every part of his skin, bellowed out. Yawning loudly, he leaned on the wall, crossing his hands behind his head like a makeshift pillow. His rough, reddish hair overflowed to cover his back, like the spiky fur of a wolf on the prowl, his menacing look matching the wildness he exuded. In a grating tone, he complained, "Why do we have to stay here to look over these weaklings? I want to tear apart as many new dawns as possible. Don't behave so rudely before our lord, Crag. Watch your manners." Marcus chastised him like a belligerent child. Crag stood up, his laughter a mix of chuckles and growls, and cracked his fingers as they clenched into fists. Marcus tidied his white suit and stared down the wild Crag, a fighting spirit rising from their figures and clashing in their gazes. They were about to punch each other when a loud clap thundered from Santen. As smoke hissed from his clasped hands, Santen said lazily, his words droning on like a fading dream, yes, yes, yes. One should mind their manners, including fighting in front of our Lord, when we should be quiet and listening. Isn't that right, the first? His wide fish-like stare fixated on Marcus, who pulled away and sat down. The eyes then shifted to Crag. The fourth, sit down, and maybe our Lord will explain. Crag gave a wide grin in response and plopped on his rear, shaking the foundations of the broken home. A bunch of rowdy children you are, Demon said, glancing at each person, and each one stiffened as if frozen by his glare. I freed you all from the new dawn while seeking vengeance against them. I offered you a choice to return to your normal life or come with me. Since you've all steeled yourself to follow me, shut up and do what I say. Understand? He leaked out a part of his eye, filled with his anger, the first and only emotion that erupted from his cold existence. Everyone shuddered and knocked their heads on the floor again, including the belligerent Crag, a mix of fear and awe plastered on their faces. They stayed down for a long moment, looking at each other over the dusty floor. Demon realized enough time had passed and waved his hand, signaling them to rise and sit. What does an organization need? Demon asked, picking up a book from the side and dusting it off. Oddly, some thought in him needed to keep the books clean. Perhaps a part of Oscar still lingered somewhere in that bottomless swamp of brokenness, which gave him hope for Oscar's recovery in the future. Hearing no response, Demon answered for himself. A faction or organization can have men, weapons, a base, and connections. But what fuels that? He reached into a sack and tossed a gold coin, letting it clatter on the map. It's money. With money, we can get men we can throw away. With money, we can purchase weapons and other necessities. With money, we can set the foundation for our revenge. Excuse me, my lord, but can't we do mercenary work and sell the treasures we find? Sorry. A soft voice quivered, clearly frightened yet bravely offering an alternative. Restel nervously tapped her fingers on the floor, hanging her head low, curly black hair covering her face. She always apologized at the end of her words, a trait Demon found quite bothersome. She seemed to realize his thoughts and stammered out, sorry. Stop apologizing every damn time, Demon said coldly. Sore dash. Restel clamped her mouth shut before she could finish speaking another apology, realizing her mistake. Regarding your question, we can do mercenary work, but stable income is important. Accumulating safe wealth month by month is how all major factions operate. Empires and kingdoms impose taxes. Sects and other factions earn tribute. By having a foundation, they can set out to sell their services without an issue. Demon explained. 240 million gold per year is a great start. Well done to you all. Thank you, my lord, everyone said in unison. Orin raised his hand and asked, my lord, who is that woman in the corner? His hand pointed to the sleeping woman in the corner. Her white hair sprawled over the floor while her body was wrapped in thick blankets. She's the seventh. Her condition is similar to yours, Eve. Since she's decided to join us, teach her our rules, Marcus. Without waiting for Marcus to reply, Demon stepped out of the room and into the junkyard of ships and wrecked homes, spotting a few curious gazes wandering toward him, which quickly pulled out, the sounds of scampering feet cluttering on the rusted metal and rotten wood. The useless wastes of old eye wouldn't dare to confront him. He floated toward the shoreline, entering one of the fallen airships, the inside exposed for the lunar beams to trickle past the beams and fill the interior. On the side of the hull was a curiously large hole that revealed the horizon where the ocean met the stars. Oscar would have admired this scenery and remarked it as beautiful, but he was not here to do so. Clicking his tongue, Demon waited as the soft waves brushed on the sand, the picture of serenity. A great bellow called out from under the intensified waves that lost their former peaceful swaying and became unruly. A great tsunami collapsed on the beach, the water entering the ship and rising to Demon's ankles. In his meld form, Erden surfaced from the starry ocean, his metal antler wings stretched below the waters. Grunting, Erden lifted a great beast, fishing it out with his wings. It was an ocean Exalt beast, a powerful lower martial Exalt. Demon unsheathed his white sword and slashed into the beast, digging out its core. Starting a fire, he roasted the beast. He didn't feel hungry but understood his body's needs and demands. Removing his helmet, he sliced off a cooked portion of the beast and munched on the tasteless morsel. Erden leaped down and tore off a chunk with his teeth, chewing eagerly. He couldn't taste or feel the uplift from eating, so he just moved his teeth up and down. Ignires. He finished his meal and called out to the Ancient of Fire. I felt you stir slightly earlier. What did you sense? Ah, it's nothing certain. My mind might be tricking me, but we'll see if it's real or not. Ignires answered vaguely, cackling to himself. It's nothing that will harm you, so he says. Erden scoffed. As a firstborn, you should trust me. Ignires shouted, his shoulders erupting black ash. I'm also unique thanks to my blood transmutation. I don't follow anyone's words without a great deal of doubt. Erden devoured the rest of the meat, licking his lips in satisfaction. Are we leaving to attack another New Dawn base? No, we have work to do here. Tomorrow we set out to Aeon Peak. There's business to handle in the city. Demons stored the bones and other harvested materials like organs and blood in his space pocket. Seeing Erden's disappointment, he stated, we must establish ourselves. Revenge can take however long we need. Martial Exalts live for 250 years longer. That's enough time. No matter how long it takes, we will avenge Oscar. For that, we need a foundation. Just follow me. There's much work to be done. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 595. Cassidy Auction. A foundation was the key to success. Survival required a firm footing to stand on. The only way to ensure his survival and successful revenge on the New Dawn was to have that foundation. Like the roots of the forest beneath him, he needed firm ground to set his roots so he could try for vengeance as many times as he needed. Soaring across the forest, he followed a large river that divided the great land in two, a murky stretch of water that shrouded its inhabitants in darkness. Indeed, like the New Dawn, he needed to fall into obscurity and pounce with all of his gathered might at the opportune moments. Glancing around the vast forest and glimpsing the mountainous horizon of snowy peaks, Demon felt something was amiss, a strange intuition that heightened his wariness, further amplified by Ignire's stirring earlier. He pulled out a map of the lunate continent, not the one Santen laid out but one of Saul's personal maps. It had been preserved in pristine condition except for the creases of its folds. The oddity was in the lack of notes or marks on the map. All the other maps he found in Saul's greater space pocket detailed the locations of New Dawn bases and notes on personnel. Utilizing that information, he hunted down the weaker bases, freeing the people following him now. However, the lunate continent and the other continents around it were unique. Demon tried every method, believing a hidden message existed. But after exhausting all of his methods, he could only conclude that the New Dawn, which had bases or at least an outpost on every other continent, never spread their influence into this region. Why did Saul, the cautious and meticulous Exalt, back away? The lunate continent, in particular, was especially weak, a region far worse than his home, the Far Sky continent. No middle martial Exalts lived here, and the clans and factions that occupied and split the control of the continent were of lesser blood that never produced high-grade Exalcias, doomed to rely on the chance of a mutation. A single noble family with a greater martial Exalt could control the land with an iron fist, yet none did because the conditions were far better on the other continents. It was the perfect place for him to place his roots and the best place for Saul to exploit. So why did he not do it? My lord, we're nearing Aeon Peak. Shall we descend? Interjecting, Marcus suggested from the side, scanning their surroundings with a blue gaze. With a swift wave of his hand, he crushed a group of bandits who lived near the forest's borders, greedy and idiotic souls who preyed on travelers. His hand had carved its shape into the earth. The trees flattened before his might, and the bandits were naught but splotches of reddened mud. He killed very quickly and mercilessly, a trait Demon approved of. Descending to the newly reshaped land, Demon walked toward the greatest mountain in the distance. Flat, grassless plains surrounded the mountain as it stood alone, separated from the rest of its shorter kind. Its peak reached and pierced into the sky. Clouds rumbled thunderous booms and churned, shrouding the upper half of the mountain, the rumors saying that even martial Exalts could die traveling up its peak. At its base, a city shaped like a ring circled the great mountain, the towers and palaces barely reaching a fifth of its height. "Marcus, enter first." "I can't be seen with you," Demon ordered, sitting under the cover of the tree and resting in the shade. To keep track of time, he turned over an hourglass, the sand beginning its descent to the bottom in slow tricklings. Marcus bowed and waltzed toward the city, his white suit catching the eyes of the onlookers journeying to the same destination. Many steered away from him, some even scampering, clearly afraid. The rumors of the strange ones who subdued the entire continent must have reached their ears. "I remember this particular mountain. It hasn't changed in the slightest." Igniers laughed. The Ancient of Fire's orb eyes flared from within. "My old friend, Tectones, the Ancient of Earth, accidentally fell. The mountain sprouted up from his hand. Oh, that's why there's that strange gulf. The big oaf sank part of the continent. What a clumsy idiot. That seems rather reckless." Erden expressed his disapproval, his small form hiding in Demon's cloak. "For sure, but those were when the world was young, before life even began. We ran freely. Nowadays, I believe he's sleeping deep in the crust of Talos. I would like to meet him one day, but matures comes first." "That hard-headed bastard better explain everything," Igniers said, turning silent. The boy deserved a better outcome. Demon ignored the conversation, meditating silently. In truth, he agreed with Igniers' disdain for matures. The Ancient of Metal clearly had an idea of Saul since he once considered him a candidate and knew about everything through the threads, a fact that fed into the only emotion he felt. Clenching his fists in anger, he watched the sand flow in a soft stream, pitter-pattering on the growing mound in the hourglass. It had a calming effect on him, bringing him back to his emotionless state. Emotions are quite inconvenient, but Demon still felt a heat in his chest, a boiling sensation that might never be quenched until he could confront matures. All of the sand finished and rested on the bottom of the hourglass. The day was short, and he needed to make the most of the remaining time. He strode across the grassless plains in which only rock and dirt scrunched under his feet. Everyone avoided him, their fears paled their cheeks, and none dared to move alongside him, staying far back. "Halt! Any entrance must." The guards, clad in simple uniforms and helmets, a far cry from the guards of Convicia City, approached. Their captain, an old woman in the Greater Night Exalt realm, halted, sweat covering her brow as her speech stopped short. One by one, each of them plopped to their knees. She bowed, uncaring of her long hair touching the dirt, and stammered out, "Welcome, Great One. It may be rude, but we ask for your mercy. May we get some identification? If it is that you seek, then here." Demon tossed over a fabricator's badge, not Oscar's, but a new one he obtained through some backdoor means. On its metal surface was engraved the name Draven. The captain received the badge and nodded in confirmation, ordering her guards to clear the way while apologizing for the delay. Stopping before the trembling captain, who winced as his tall figure cast a large shadow over her, Demon asked, "Where's the most prominent auction house here?" "If it's luxury and reputation, then the Cassidy auction is the most prominent and respected. They host monthly auctions, but at the end of every season, they have a grand event where great treasures are auctioned off." The captain spoke quickly, leaving no word out, her hands still clenched and shaking uncontrollably. She didn't dare to meet his gaze, so he scoffed and entered past the gate without a word. "Why are we going to an auction?" Igniers whispered. "Auctions are so pointless. Just go in and grab what you need." Demon ignored the Ancient of Fire's inquiry and roamed into the large crowd, many avoiding him, but sharp gazes focused on him, mere gnats flying around his face. The city was a strange structure. Squarish buildings of uniform shape and sizes, assembled like blocks, lining the streets. Another large wall circled the mountain, separating it from the city. Great platforms extended out from the city walls. Stairs led to their top, where gardens rested in tranquility as buildings stood before the mass roaming crowd. Everyone avoided him. Children screamed and rushed away as adults backed off slowly, keeping an eye out for his movements. Good. He hated pushing into others. Walking through the parted crowd, he found the route to the Cassidy auction and ascended the steps to one of the larger platforms. A great mansion shone brightly from the sunlight reflected off its golden pillars and sparkling crystal stairs. On its gate was the symbol of a white feather curling into a spiral, every strand of the feather intricately outlined. There was no auction today, so few people crowded nearby. Stomping on the crystal steps, which wailed in high screeches, Demon reached the entrance and told the nervous attendant, "Let me speak with the owner. I have some business to bring them." "And naturally, sir, I will inform the owner. Please come in, and we will accommodate your needs." The attendant gulped. "I only need your owner to speak to me. Other than that, I have no use for your hospitality." Demon peered past the entrance, the guards shrinking back, unable to muster a single defiance against his glare. The attendant bowed multiple times and rushed inside before returning a few minutes later, saying the owner would meet with him and apologizing for making him wait. Nodding, Demon followed the attendant inside the gilded halls of the Cassidy auction, the floor shining like the sunlight while the roof sparkled like the stars in the night sky. Led into a private room, Demon sat on the armchair, his hands clenching the ends of the armrests. The attendant poured out a cup of high-quality wine, but Demon could not smell the scent that intoxicated the attendant, who stared longingly at the cup. Did they hope to appease him with good wine? How useless! The door brushed open, and a woman in a white dress strode into the room, her white heels clicking on the floor. Was she beautiful? Demon had not a clue. He compared her features to the others Oscar considered beautiful and concluded she was by the standards. Her curly black hair was tied into a large bun behind her head, and her mature black eyes shone brightly on her narrow face. At least her strength was not bad in the lower martial Exalt realm, and an air of confidence emanated from her, perhaps from her years of being the owner or being one of the more powerful Exalts in this continent. "I greet the special guest. I am Charlotte Cassidy, the owner of the Cassidy auction. Please forgive my rudeness in being late." Charlotte bowed, maintaining a casual smile. She was better than her workers in hiding her emotions, making her a useful person for him. She lifted her dress slightly and sat on her chair, crossing her legs. Was wearing the revealing dress a part of her plan to charm him? "I have an item for your auction at the end of the summer. But first, what is the split?" Demon already knew the split between the auction and the person was 70:30, but he wondered if Charlotte would want to offer him a better deal. "For this special guest, I, Charlotte, guarantee a 95:5 split." Charlotte didn't disappoint, but the degree of the shift toward his favor was intriguing. "Is there a condition for this split?" Demon asked, knowing the cunning of those who worked in business. She wanted something from him. "Initially, I wished to have an 85:15 split, but I raised it hoping you could help me. If you listen to my request and fulfill it, it will be 95:5. Reject it, and I will still accommodate you to 85:15, Charlotte explained. Her words and pleasing tone were carefully structured so that many would express their agreement instantly, her appearance a clear factor in obtaining their consent. But Demon scoffed inwardly, unmoved by her antics. "And what is your request?" Demon entertained her. "Please kill someone for me." Cassidy's eyes grew cold. Act 4. Fallen Heaven Chapter 596. Drawing in Prey. For a few minutes, the room was silent as Demon observed Charlotte's icy gaze, which contained a deep hatred and a hint of unwillingness, the kind that reminded him of everyone who had died by his merciless hands. It seemed she had a story to tell. Burdens slowly drowned her like a thick, endless swamp, and she thought of him as the ticket out. While uninterested in her personal affairs, he considered the wealth of information from what ailed the owner of the most prominent auction in the city. There could be a potential advantage to be had here. "Continue," Demon said indifferently. "My great-grandniece is young and still maturing. However, she is entangled with the young scion of our rivals, the Reed cartel. They run various trading routes, and their auction has gained fame and popularity in recent years, threatening our position as the best." Charlotte's gaze grew colder, the windows closed, yet a chilly gale wailed in the room. Her speech became more rushed. "I am not opposed to my relative finding a lover, but it can't be that miscreant. No matter what I tried to tell her, she's completely entrapped by the bastard. Get to the point. You're testing my patience." He was tired of listening to her rants. "This is a trap by them. They want to draw my great-grandniece over to their side and slowly poison their way into my family. The Reed cartel has two lower martial exalts. One is their current leader, and the other is an old ancestor in seclusion. Please kill at least one of them, and I will grant you the 95:5 split. Charlotte pleaded, parts of her curly black hair disheveled from her outburst. She showed him two pictures of the martial exalts and explained where they lived. Rejected, Demon stated, flatly refusing to get involved. He retrieved a grade 4 supreme healing elixir, one he found in Draven's greater space pocket, and slammed it on the table. Charlotte widened her eyes, staring at the vial, her previous grimace at his rejection nowhere to be seen. The fiery gaze gave credence to how poor the entire lunate continent was. Rarely any grade 4 plants or ores existed in this land, forcing the many factions to bid strongly for any that entered their borders or pay copious amounts to travel and procure them. 85:15 split, nothing less. I'll see you after the seasonal auction to get my cut. Demon stood and walked toward the exit, not wanting to give her a chance to try negotiating against him. Please wait. Charlotte bowed to her knees and held out a badge with the white feather spiral, the symbol of Cassidy. You may have rejected my request, but that doesn't mean our relationship should be cut off. Please accept this honorary badge. Interesting. This lady placed a tracking spell on it. It's intertwined deeply into the badge. Can dupe many others, but not my eyes. How refreshing. Her fire is an insatiable beast. Ignires chortled from within. Is that so? Demon turned and neared Charlotte, her body trembling as his feet drew closer, each step reverberating to her shoulders. Should he kill her now? Since the woman dared to plant a tracking spell on him, she had already set herself as an enemy to eliminate. Killing her would take a short moment, but he stopped himself from lifting a finger in hostility. An inspiration sprouted in his mind, flashing across his dark pupils. He raised his hand not to kill her as he accepted the badge, her pale, sweat-ridden face relaxing after the badge left her palm. May we have a promising future as partners. Charlotte smiled charmingly and bowed deeply. Demon ignored her and exited the Cassidy auction, searching his surroundings to ensure no one was following him. Even if there was a tracker on him, he couldn't rule out other means of tracking him. This woman seemed to have a deeper plan in mind. An orange haze blurred the once radiant blue sky as the two suns slowly dipped into the horizon. Oscar would have enjoyed any of the sights. Halting his steps, he wondered why his thoughts went to Oscar often. At least I know you're not the cold bastard I thought you were, Erden whispered from underneath his cloak. Shut up. I do sometimes wonder what I am, but now is neither the time nor place to figure that out. Demon wandered the maze-like streets, turning 5 corners while tracking Marcus. It led him into an unsavory part of the city, where the streets carried the stench of sewage, the roads were not well paved, and groups of people were resting on the walls in rags, the slums. Took him a few minutes, but he arrived at Marcus's location. Multiple craters caved in the already crooked streets, a mess of rubble and blood resting on the floor. Many corpses sprawled over the alleyway, around 50 total, all having a gap in their chests caused by a single blow. Stomping on the corpses, Demon acted as if they never existed, his feet squishing the bones and flesh into the rock. He slipped through the slanted door that fell sideways and trampled over more corpses until he found Marcus in the room at the other end. Are you done, Marcus? Demon sighed and sat on a chair that creaked loudly, catching Marcus's attention. My lord, Marcus had been choking 2 people. He quickly snapped their necks and threw their bodies aside before rushing toward him and bowing in subservience. Despite the carnage outside and inside, there was not a drop of blood on his white suit. Marcus untied his blonde hair and dipped his head lower. I have subjugated every criminal organization in the city, killing off the members with strong ties to other factions. All in all, there are around 10 groups now. Have them continue their activities and give their earnings to us. 100,000 gold per month seems reasonable for their ilk. Demon calculated the earnings. A year from this city would net him 12 million gold, good enough for 1 more grade 4 elixir. He took out the Cassidy badge and tossed it like a coin on his thumb, pondering her motives. Pointing at one of the bodies, he said, "Preserve that one. I have a use for his corpse." "Are we not leaving immediately?" Marcus asked, spraying a solution on the corpse, which was at the peak of night. Exalt. "Worried about your lover?" Demon had noticed Marcus and Eve sharing the same looks Oscar and Avril would give each other, the tiresome glances of tender love. He said nothing because Oscar had become far more powerful when it related to Avril, a strength that could be used properly under his guidance. "I said before when I took you all in, if anyone wishes to stop and live a different life, they are welcome to leave. I would not dare to dishonor the oath I made before you. Though you rejected the cup, I still partook in a lone vow, as did she." Marcus went back to kneeling. "If we are not leaving, what are you planning, my lord?" "A better prophet. We'll stay here for the night. Once dawn breaks, I suspect a few idiots will make their move." Demon rested in a corner and closed his eyes in meditation, Erden silently eating cores under his cloak to feed Ein directly to his core. A martial Exalt needed a steady supply of the Ein related to their element. Still, beasts required no such restriction, simply devouring others' cores and resting in the natural world, which was enough to fuel their progress. Luckily, his blood transmutation with Erden made up for the lack of suitable metal Ein. "Once I've taken control of this continent, I should be able to purchase enough elemental elixirs to create a font of metal Ein." Marcus remained watch over the entrance, acting as the gatekeeper to prevent anyone from disturbing him. The night was quiet, and Demon approached Oscar once again, flanked by Igniers and Erden. He patted his host's shoulder and shook softly, failing to rouse the man, those blank eyes still lifeless with no hope flickering. Night after night they tried but failed. "Shouldn't we try contacting Avril? She might be the only one who can help," Erden suggested, nudging Oscar's soul with his nose. "And if she dies before his eyes? Right now she's safe. She's waiting in Convicia City for him. But if she dies, then what's the point? Bring him back only to drop him in the furthest pit? Once we complete our revenge, and when no one else will target him and her, we can return to her. Until then, I will not allow it." Demon knew Avril was the only one, but another severe loss might bring Oscar to death, and he could not permit that. His goal had always been to survive. If Oscar died, then they all would perish. "His flames are dead. Not even an ember of will remain." Igniers lamented in low wails, scattering flames everywhere. Fire poured from his hands and enveloped Oscar, but he shook his fiery head. "You would have him remain in this destitute state? Until our enemies are no more." Demon ended the conversation and resumed training. The next morning, Demon surged his iron, forming an outline of a human figure. In a forceful grasp, he condensed the iron in the line and created a human, starting from the bones to the veins and muscles to the skin and the armor and clothes. It was an exact replica of himself, brought to existence by the duality. Wary of the tracking spell on the badge, he placed it in a space pocket with some idle treasures he didn't care for and placed it in the clone's body. Erden took control of the clone and set out for the southern gate. "Marcus, some will surely know about your arrival to this city. Are you prepared?" Demon changed into regular clothes, a brown tunic, and loose pants, wearing a mask over his face. "I am. I will not disappoint you," Marcus answered. They set out for the northern gate, Marcus exiting first and Demon waiting idly for 30 minutes before following after him. A few minutes later, he stopped by a tree and found Marcus staring down 3 lower martial exalts. On Erden's side, Demon saw 2 lower martial exalts, the ones depicted in Charlotte's picture, facing his duality clone. Keeping himself hidden from Marcus's enemy, he switched with Erden, controlling the duality clone. "Why is the Reed cartel looking for me? I'm curious," Demon stated and clenched his fists, raising them into a stance. "Who is looking to die first?" Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 597. A play. "I can't figure it out," Oren screamed out, his brown eyes bloodshot and his brown hair untidy as if he had just woken up. He squirmed around in his corner of the room, shaking the wall slightly, which forced him to stop, afraid of toppling the entire house. Papers sprawled all over his side, surrounding him. They depicted many formations, some circular, some squarish, but all quite complicated and draining on his mind. Scratching his head, he plopped onto the pages and groaned, cursing at the problem. What is it, Oren? Complaining to yourself isn't healthy, Santen said from outside, stretching his long limbs in strange flexible positions near the open entrance. He bent his long neck back until he stared with the fish-like stare upside down, an unsettling gaze to many but full of care to Oren. You're only 16. It's normal for you to be so angsty. Lord Draven told me to figure out the best way to improve his Eliran breaker, but it's too complicated. Who the hell crams hundreds of layers into a single formation and implants it in an eye? Oren tapped his head, feeling the deep creases that formed on his youthful brow. My head is burning from even reading them. If our Lord decided to give this task to you, then it means he knows you can accomplish it. Santon's words trailed on like a low echo. The third certainly was the most relaxed of all of them. Oren just grunted at his comment. Out of all of them, he was the only one who understood the intricacies of the formations he received, well aware the others had strengths in other areas. But it compounded the pressure on his shoulders. He was the sixth and the weakest, possessing superiority only in the mind and knowledge. He sighed heavily. What would he give to be able to fight like Marcus and Lord Draven? Santon's large hand covered his head, his fingers reaching the back of his neck, and rubbed in a rough yet oddly comforting caress. He seemed to know Oren's thoughts and gave a slight smile full of confidence and warmth. Each of us has our uniqueness. You have a rare gift that our Lord values greatly. Despite all the knowledge stored in your head, you lack the confidence to utilize them. Take your time. No one is rushing you. It's as Santen says, take it slowly and learn. Oren, you are an indispensable part of our group. Don't burden yourself by believing you're weak. A raspy voice comforted him. Eve arrived, carrying a basket of fish she got from the nearby shore. Wrapped in bandages, she avoided walking to prevent them from breaking. To move, the strange second floated to her destinations. Oren was sure she must have been a great beauty in the past, judging from the pair of captivating blue eyes that peeked out from the bandages. It was a shame the new dawn had captured her and turned her into her current state. Eve, are you all right? Don't overdo it, Santen asked worryingly, taking the basket from her. It's a nice morning. Oren, why don't you take a break and enjoy the breeze? Eve coughed, her hoarse, kind words compelling Oren to agree and sit down with her and Santen, who started to cook the fish. She looked around, a hint of worry flashing across her beautiful eyes. Is Marcus still away with our Lord? They should have finished their business, no? Besides Lordy, why would anyone give a hoot about the first? Crag stomped over, knocking down an old, lopsided airship, a beastly look fitting for the wild aura surrounding him. Like a lion's mane, his long hair went prickly as his eyes surged out. He smiled, flashing his canines, and tossed a boar by Santon's feet, the dirt knocking into the fish that was being grilled, ruining them. Santen twitched briefly before a calmness forcefully mellowed out the slight vein that threatened to pop. Sorry, Crag can be impulsive. Sorry, Restel stammered out, her collar held by Crag's hand as if she were a bag. Dangling from his hand with her feet unable to touch the ground. She bowed several times, the shaggy black hair whipping around but still covering her face. Oren felt it was a shame he couldn't see her face, always a mystery since they met. Crag growled but didn't retaliate against her, keeping her steady in his grip. Is the new one still asleep? Crag peered inside and scoffed at the seventh, still sleeping in the bundle of blankets. He sat right next to Oren, the thick odor of blood scrunching his young stomach. Restel coughed and accepted a cup of water from Eve, drinking it underneath her lengthy hair. Crag slapped Oren's shoulder, a painful yelp resounding in response. If it weren't for Lordy ordering me not to force you, I would have trained you. All skin and bones. Bah! Rubbing his aching shoulder, Oren felt a wash of iron enter and relax his nerves, a hot breath escaping as his head cooled to a refreshing chill. Came from the spot Crag had hit. Did he have to mask his kindness with harsh actions? Oren couldn't stop chuckling, imagining Crag's inner thoughts in the voice of a worrisome older brother. Perhaps a break was what he needed. It's as Crag said, there's no need to worry. Santen slowly roasted the boar in the fire, a few crackles spewing embers as the melting fat dripped onto the red flames. Gulping his saliva, Oren listened to Santen as he said, we don't need to worry about our Lord, and Marcus will never let himself fall. The Reed cartel. It's not a coincidence they're targeting me, Demon mumbled to himself, taking over control of the duality clone. He clenched and unclenched his hands and shifted the fake muscles, getting used to the body. 2 lower martial exalts ambushed him above the ravines of the southern borders, a graveyard of bones inhabited by screeching vultures. He spoke louder to them, withholding his ein and pressure to avoid frightening them away. Why is the esteemed Reed cartel targeting me? To not be rude to our esteemed guest. It's because we received word of an unknown martial exalt visiting the Cassidy auction. The older one replied in a tired tone, his large gray mustache quivering from his lips moving. The skin on his face sagged as if it were melting, and many folds creased along his bald head. I am Edward Reed, the previous leader of the Reed cartel. It's an honor to meet you, and I am Dallin Reed, the current leader. Forgive us for this offense, but we want to discuss business. Dallin, a more youthful version of the old one beside him, bowed elegantly, his mustache still back, and only a few wrinkles adorned his broad features. He tidied his suit and cleared his throat. Last night, the matriarch of the Cassidys came to our doors and offered us a deal. In exchange for your head, she will wed her descendant to my grandson and give us some of her connections to procure goods. Quite a generous deal. I wonder what I had done to incur such rage from her. Demon fiddled with the badge in his pocket. His location had been leaked to them by Charlotte. Ignire stirred, sending a heated message that reached him, saying that someone was watching from afar. It was a well-hidden presence, but not enough to hide from the flaming eyes of the Ancient of Fire. For the past 10 years after the tragedy, he often relied on Ignire's acute senses to avoid danger. But I come to you with an offer of my own. Together, we can destroy the Cassidy auction and execute the harlot who tried to use us. My grandson can still have his prize, and we can take everything, Dallin said. And what do I get? Demon asked. I offer you 1/3 of the Cassidy wealth. We can induct you as an honorary family member if you wish to sell your services. A portion of our profits will go to you. Resources will be within your reach. You only need to ask. Dallin opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. That's quite an offer. But Demon's gaze flickered to the old man, Edward, who hadn't said anything the entire time. Their deal sounded favorable, granting him good benefits. Still, he distrusted how long that offered hand would last. Would he be called a criminal after the death of the Cassidys? He thought of a better scenario and pretended to be brazen, the epitome of stupidity. I got a better deal from her. If I kill you, I get to marry Charlotte and get half of your wealth. Can you match that? I suppose there's nothing else to be done. Now, Dallin shouted. Edward snapped his fingers, and the ground trembled, ein shining in patterns on the ravine, somehow disjointed yet connected in a shimmering formation. Demon had little experience in formations, barely facing them in the war because they were mostly used for the defenses of cities. The rare few with talent in using formations in battle also faced each other exclusively. However, individuals like Gol, Thor, and Orin were a rarity. It's weak. Orin can think of a better formation. Demon scoffed in the second as the light spilled from above, enveloping him completely. Anyone caught in it would have been burnt or suffered severe injuries if caught off guard. To make a show, Demon punched out, parting the light with a searing flame that melted part of the ravine, undoing the formation. He pretended to be injured, forcing his calm lungs to breathe heavily. Edward and Dallin leaped in, melding their animus into their weapons, a scorpion into a blade and an axe in an axe. Like a pair of twins, they coordinated their attacks well, constantly looking for his blind spot. The scorpion blade curled and extended out, piercing his stomach, and blood spewed out. Clutching his wound in fake distress, Demon shouted and slammed his fists into their weapons, careful not to kill them but not wound them severely as well. Blown away, they showed shock in their pale faces as they mustered their eints together in a frightening blow of lightning and wind, a hurricane of electrical storms. Poison, Demon noticed the bits of electricity crackling in the blood, an insidious poison that turned the blood into a black pulp. The poison didn't affect his duality clone, but he needed to keep pretending and fight on. Gathering a vortex of flames, he released them into many swirling tendrils as if a strange 20-fingered hand of fire stretched out behind him. The ground turned scarlet, smoke hissing from the glowing ravine, and the sky churned in a storm of fierce gales and splitting lightning. Grabbing the shifty scorpion blade that attacked from behind, Demon expelled flames, erupting the fire onto Edward, who protected himself underneath a cloak of chirping lightning. The lightning rebounded onto Demon, who coated himself in a layer of flame. The two elements roared, trying to overwhelm the other, but Dahlan stepped in fast and chopped off Demon's arm. "Bastard, I'll take you with me." Demon pretended to be angered and burst into flames that expanded outward in all directions, catching the two reeds in its explosion. All that remained was a charred body that fell to the floor. Demon watched the two approach cautiously, eyeing his space pocket. He cancelled his duality and returned to his body in the northern region. They should be celebrating the gains in the space pocket. With the body unrecognizable and burned, they won't suspect a thing. Demon wondered if his plan would bear fruit. He wounded them slightly to make it more believable, but not enough for Charlotte to move against them. Above the forest, 3 lower martial exalts, weary and ragged, stared at the bloodied figure. Marcus, fear but also glee spilling from their gazes as they puffed their chests in pride. "Funny, how funny." Marcus retied his bloody blonde hair, wiped the blood from his face, and clacked his teeth together in a sharp click, audible to even him from afar. His once elegant and stoic tongue loosened to a more primal speech. "It's been a while since I felt this trashy." "Good, good. You've all signed your contracts with death, you bastards." A small black stub protruded from his forehead, extending into a full horn. His dagger was unsheathed. "Let's have some fun." Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 598. Desperate Deal. One of the lower martial exalts vanished in a bright light, reappearing in the distance. His bow knocked to the fullest as an immense eye gathered in the twisted radiant arrow, a solar gleam glancing the arrowhead. In the smallest instant after release, it reached Marcus, showering everything it passed along its path in a blinding light, not a shrub or grass to be found in the pure radiance. A draconic roar erupted from Marcus. The curved horn protruding from the side of his forehead flared with an unruly eye, like a flame out of control. He reached out his hand, now closely resembling a dragon's claw, and blocked the arrow, a metallic screech filling the air as sparks flew out. The arrow wailed, still caught in Marcus's claw. He clenched down, the shattered remains of the arrow flickering out of existence before they could reach the ground. He roared again, the earth trembling uncontrollably. The others could not react in time, his movements too quick for them to catch. He soared across and, in a single swipe of his claw, trampled the bowsman to the dirt. Still, their experience wasn't too bad. The bowsman fired several more arrows of great sharpness, sticking out from Marcus's body like the spines of a porcupine. They shone brightly, and an explosion swallowed Marcus. The other 2 martial exalts leaped in the opening created by their ally. The earth erupted and bound Marcus's feet, turning into quicksand. Dark spears rained on him like icicles, the few that stuck starting to corrode, spreading a dark color on several places on his body. Before he could move, chains of light shot up from underneath and coiled around him, binding his movements. The suction of the quicksand, the corrosion on his legs, and the tugging of the chains forced him down as if they wanted him to kneel. A powerful arrow, far more potent than the one Marcus blocked earlier, tore up the ground, aiming to split him in half from below. One raised his broadsword, long and wide, darkness coursing in its edge and spewing out as black mist. The other swung his mace, the world pulling toward it as rocks and stone bashed their forms into it and joined in its mass. Marcus's knee nearly touched the ground, and his half-draconic form twisted more, the second horn protruding from his forehead. His face now fully scaly and bearing a mouthful of fangs. The sheer weight of his eye pushed back the arrow, and it imploded, tossing the land upside down. Freed from his chains and the quicksand, Marcus dove straight for the exposed archer, snarling. His claw, twice the size it was before, drove into the chest and pierced the heart, his scales acting as sharp blades that expanded out and shredded the body into a bloody rain. He wasn't done. He kicked off the air and caught the darkness Exalt, who hid in the shadows, the corrosion no longer affecting his hardened scales. Viciously, he dismembered the man, splitting him in half by tearing the mouth apart. The last Exalt screamed, retreating quickly, leaving his mace, a precious grade 4 armament, behind. Demon unsheathed his white sword and cut him apart in the moment of weakness, flames bursting from the clean cuts and leaving nothing except the head. He put the blade away and walked closer to the rampaging Marcus. "For how much longer will you lose yourself?" Marcus roared and charged, a monster replacing the loyal human. A draconic wing sprouted from his back. If his transformation reached completion, then it would be too troublesome to retrieve him from that state. A claw swiped, driving itself into Demon's side, but he blocked with his arm wrapped in pseudoguise. What a heavy blow. Few could block that attack without remaining unscathed. After a swift kick to Marcus's chest, he punched down on his forehead, toppling him over. Erden leaped out and assumed his true form, exhibiting the full pressure of a mythical beast. Marcus growled and snarled, but Demon held him down, clenching his hand tightly on the scaly neck. Erden roared and overpowered the beastly blood flowing in Marcus. When the blood withdrew, the blood haze lifting from Marcus's eyes, Ignires swept up the black dagger, reforming a thread between it and Marcus before sheathing it. The fangs retracted into human teeth, the horns hid back in the forehead as the skin healed, and the scales squirmed and returned underneath the skin. Marcus groaned, clarity filling the wild pupils. "My lord!" Marcus coughed out blood. "Get up, get up!" Demon lifted Marcus to his feet. He collected the corpses and space pockets, always welcoming an influx of wealth. "We camp elsewhere tonight. Tomorrow we return to the city." "Yes, my lord." Marcus bowed and glanced over his body in shame, his white suit in tatters. He put on a fresh new suit and set up a camp 100 miles away from the remains of the battle. Nearby the campfire, he bowed deeply to Demon. "Forgive me for losing control. I almost ruined your plans. Controlling the beast in you is not an easy feat, but it is disappointing that you haven't learned the slightest bit of control." Demon didn't care for Marcus's apologies, wanting only the results. So far, the results were not what he wanted. "Learn control. I will not be there to stop you every time." Perhaps it was the effects of the battles between martial exalts, but not a single chatter filled the night. No crickets came out to sing their songs. The winds withdrew from the city and its surroundings, and the animals huddled together, not daring to sound a peep. It was a silent night, fit for the ending of a battle, meaning no one came looking for more trouble. Marcus meditated, sweat-faced before the fires. At least he worked hard. Deeper into the night, Demon leaned against the tree, resting his arms on the protruding roots. He tried waking Oscar once again, and once again Oscar never moved. In the morning, Demon strode down the streets in different clothing, the people not avoiding him this time. He slipped past the clamoring crowds that went on their day as usual. After a few minutes, he reached the Cassidy auction and barged in, kicking down the door and expelling his eye to knock out the guards in attendance. Reaching Charlotte's office, changing his garb into his armored figure instantly, he cut down the entrance, facing the shocked Charlotte, her eyes widening in realization as her hands raised in pleading. He cut off her left hand since she was right-handed and burned the fallen hand into ashes. Blood splattered out and covered various documents now signed in her blood. Charlotte groaned, her expression contorting in pain, and stopped the bleeding on his arm. Demon brought a chair over and sat, tapping his fingers on the armrest. He wanted to see what she would say to escape this predicament. "I failed. You've outsmarted me." Charlotte winced a half-smile, still holding the wound on her arm. "Was that a fake I saw?" "A fake. You were too greedy. Such is the nature of your kind." Demon drove his sword into the floor, letting it stick out threateningly. "You wanted me to kill the two of them, or at least injure one severely for you and your other backer to finish off the job." He swung his sword again, stopping right before the neck of another, someone who had remained hidden the entire time, an old man with white, aged hair and black eyes. "This old one was watching the battle, weren't you? Was it your job to step in and ambush one of them while framing me as your ally if I accepted their deal?" "Mercy, please." The old man gave in. The white sword scalded on his neck, but he showed no signs of moving. "That depends on the condition and the deal." You must have paid the Reed cartel well to have them try to kill me. What was your offer? Demon asked, his voice growing colder, and the two shivered. It was what they told you. I expected them to either attack you or try to bring you in. I placed contingencies for both. In the end, I lost. Your fake was quite convincing, and the spoils they got from your space pocket cast out any doubts. Charlotte bit her lip and bowed, slamming her head on the table. The old man wanted to say something, but Demon pushed his sword deeper, burning the flowing blood. Charlotte cried and pleaded, "Please, I signed a contract with them. If you can defeat them and tear up that contract, I will do anything." Anything? Whenever people say anything, they don't mean it. If I asked for your entire business, you wouldn't agree. I don't care for your anything. Bring me your terms. Let me see what the Cassidy leader can offer in her desperation. Indeed, that was the entire reason he rejected the Reed cartel's deal. Rather than agree on assumed equal footing, he preferred to get the upper hand by forcing their desperation. A deal on the threat of death was also undesirable, a loose exchange that would only bring more trouble. But a deal based on relying on him and only him out of despair was the best. Charlotte stood up and kneeled before Demon. I offer you all of the Reed cartel's wealth, 10% from the revenue of all auctions, a 95:5 split on your items, and 10% profits from the trading routes we'll obtain from the Reed cartel. What makes you believe I can overturn the entire Reed cartel? I am a lower martial exalt like them. I have built a good eye for appraising not just goods but also people after many years. The Reed cartel is an upstart compared to my family's long history. When I saw you, I felt not even 4 lower martial exalts of this continent could stand up to you. I wouldn't know about the monsters from other continents, but I know the ones in this land. Charlotte laughed bitterly. I thought my eyes were failing me in my old age after seeing your fake die, but now I know they're still in their prime. It is a good offer. Fine. I accept. Draw up a contract. At his command, Charlotte wrote up a contract and already signed in ink, blood, and Ein, the 3 defining factors for a contract between exalts. Demon read the contract, wary of any traps, but surprisingly, all the factors were favorable to him. He signed it and departed with a few words. The Reed cartel will be no more. Thank you. What do I call you, my lord? Charlotte asked. My name is Draven. Demon left without looking back. Outside the Cassidy auction and in one of the empty houses in the slums, Demon met with Marcus, who had been instructing the gangs. Let's go. Back home, my lord? Marcus asked. No, there's some good business to handle here. Demon had Marcus hide under a hood and led him to the Reed cartel, which owned an entire district. Slicing the gate and guards apart, he walked calmly, flames spreading from each step. Where's your leader? Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 599. Extermination. Raising his arms, Demon stepped slowly onward, and the fires burst from his feet, driven by his command to spread along the borders of the Reed district. The rising walls of flame and smoke converged over top and dyed the sky red, hiding the 2 suns behind the roaring fire. His powers as a lower martial exalt had grown, and under the guidance of Ignires, his collection of mastered spells swelled. Inside the flaming prison, many exclaimed and wailed, pointing at him and Marcus, fear and apprehension overwhelming them as they scurried away like rats in a flood. Shall I silence them? Marcus whispered. Stay back and don't interfere. Your movements may betray your identity. Demon jumped high and raised his white sword above his head, a heated blue glinting from the sharp edge. Instantly, he reached the center of the rabble and plunged his sword into the ground. A spiral of blue flames started from where the metal met the earth. At first, it sliced everything in its path, and all became wreathed in a blue fire a second later, reduced to white ashes, nothing left to suggest they existed. Buildings, people, and even the streets became a white desert of ash, an occasional ember of blue sparks spewing from a few mounds. What an utter disappointment. None survived the baptism of fire, even though Demon weakened his blow slightly. They could have been useful if any showed the potential to block or withstand his flame with an intact body. With Marcus following behind while collecting the space pockets and intact armaments, Demon continued across the desert of his making, dragging his sword along the ashes. How great would Oscar feel to see all of New Dawn buried in a similar desert? A graveyard of all of his enemies, and those who dared to harm him might be the best appeasement to the rage burning within. As he walked closer to the intact center region of the district, the flame prison closed in, following him step by step, always a few feet behind him. Upon reaching the buildings bordering the desert, the hot fires vaporized the blockish structures, burning them to their foundations. Seeing more rats scampering nearby, demons sliced sideways, bisecting them into a fiery farewell. He had nothing against them, no anger or hatred, but they were in his way. Two loud drums echoed in his mind. His heart thumped twice in quick succession, two soft beats, yet they sounded clearly in his ears. Demon slowed his steps before stopping completely, staring at his trembling hands. It wasn't him who was trembling. It wasn't him whose heart sank and quickened from the burning massacre of innocents. He could not believe it and withdrew into the inner world, scrutinizing the lifeless Oscar with a critical eye. The trembling and the heartbeats could not have been an illusion. Are these your lingering attachments to your beliefs? You've never actively sought to kill for your gains, only doing so when they became a threat to you. Is a part of you still in there, rejecting what I'm doing to these people? Demon brushed past Ignires and crouched before Oscar. If you want me to stop, then wake up. Wake up and scold me like you usually do. Wake up and argue back against my methods. My lord, is there something wrong? Marcus asked. No, let's continue. Demon slashed again, killing a few more and feeling the clear rejection from deep within. At last, there was a glimmer of hope that Oscar might awaken. Then, let their innocent blood be the stimulus that spurred his awakening. He rushed in and slaughtered more, uncaring of their pleas for mercy because their lives were what he desired. Covered in their blood, which hissed and smoked on his clothes, Demon stepped into the inner wall, a white landscape of smoldering ashes surrounding it. Who dares attack my Reed cartel? A familiar, aged voice roared in great anger, lightning churning and crackling against the flame prison. Edward Reed, one of his ambushers yesterday, appeared in a flash of light, his face reddening as he hovered and turned his gaze over the burning hell. Beside him, the current leader of the Reed cartel, Dallin Reed, swung his axe, and a savage burst of wind howled and rammed into the flame prison where one of the lightning arches coiled. Their eyes widened at the unharmed flame prison. Where is my space pocket? While he had used it as bait, it was still his items inside. Floating eye to eye and a distance away, Demon clenched his other hand on the handle, wielding his sword with two hands. You? Dallin seemed shaken. How are you alive? Lightning hammered down without warning, a silent use of Ein that escaped even Demon's prinstict. So many fakes and the fields of electricity swamped the distorted world, making it harder to see through the intentions. The old Exalt showed his experience in battle. It struck the desert, turning half into a glass, long trails of the crystallized ash patterned like a spiderweb. Demon lowered his sword, the blue fires swallowing the electrifying sparks. You fool! Now is not the time for questions. Kill him. Maintain your distance. Edward zipped in erratic movements, a thundering trail under his feet. The wrinkled old man was fast but not on par with Demon's speed. Demon gave chase, enduring the thrown lightning bolts that bent at unnatural angles by deflecting them all with a single stroke of his sword. Dallin seemed to have regained his calm and attacked from afar, heaving his axe high. A single cleave downward split the other half of the desert in twine, a great chasm where the ashes flowed down like a waterfall. Demon shattered the powerful wind in a single burning slash and sighed while fighting the two, who performed good coordination, countering his attacks. Holding back the use of meld, the line, and the metal element was quite restricting. Ignires had told him that the primordial flames refused to work with a lesser metal, and he wanted to rein in using metal unless necessary. It made this short battle last a little longer, giving these weaklings hope. For several minutes, he cut apart several tornadoes and kicked away lightning spears, his flames unable to catch them. Having enough, he caught up to the old man and slashed toward his head, concentrating the flames into his blade. Edward flashed a fearless smile, raising his blade to strike back at Demon, a scorpion's tail curving from the blade's tip, a blow of mutual destruction. The elder showed potential, but it was too late to reach another deal. Demon raised his right hand and gripped the scorpion's tail, and Edward's face fell. Perhaps he expected a different result, but an artificial arm endured the poisonous lightning from the stinger well. Demon's sword cut into the elder's neck, charring the skin and flesh along its path and burning the blood into black smoke. Edward's body caught aflame and joined the ashes of his dead cartel. At the same time, a powerful axe neared his back, but Marcus stepped in and blocked the blow, faint scales covering his hands. The sword crossed over and parted Dalin's wind barrier, burning the air around him as his screams joined the roaring flames. The winds fanned the fires well as they engulfed Dalin. "I accept any punishment for my intrusion." Marcus lowered his head, clearly not apologetic for interfering. "Collect their space pockets and search for their vaults. According to the deal, everything is ours." Demon swiped his sword, casting out the flakes of ashes, and sheathed it. "The other forces will be curious, so make it fast." Marcus swept through the main headquarters of the Reed cartel, looting every nook and cranny of the wealth. He found the contract Charlotte had signed, and Demon tore it apart, letting none of its existence remain. It was a good haul of vast resources for apprentice, elite, and knight exalts. Demon picked up the sword Edward used, and his own blade emanated a fierce rejection, wanting to pry that out of his hands. Grade 4 armaments were incredibly selfish, not wanting to share an owner with another except in the rare cases of twin weapons. Marcus presented the rest of the haul, a gathering of goods for common folk and non-exalts, which could be sold to Charlotte for a sizable profit. Demon lowered the flame prison and hid in the desert, avoiding the mass of exalts flying over to investigate. Following the city map, he reached the sewers and traveled along a route to one of the gang headquarters in the slums. "Do you recognize the identity of the 3 who attacked you?" Demon asked. "Yes, they were the leaders of the Firebear gang, the Druff clan, and the Tavane pavilion." "Shall I punish them?" Marcus listed off the names. "Make an example of them. Kill their next in command and let the 3rd take the leadership roles." Demon felt another stirring and gripped his hands. "Gift them the heads as a reminder of their failure." "Go now." Marcus departed at the end of his sentence, delaying not a moment longer to carry out his orders. A good, loyal tool. He had one more task to fulfill here. Reaching the Cassidy auction in disguise, he stepped inside and was immediately greeted by Charlotte personally. She led him into her office, where the elder watched him carefully in a corner, a cautious gleam in those aged pupils. Charlotte knelt and apologized for the elder's rude stare, but Demon didn't care and said, "The Reed cartel is now gone. Their routes and customers are yours." "Thank you, Lord Draven. May I invite you to a celebratory feast in your honor?" Charlotte never lifted her head, her hand still trembling while clenching her handless wrist. "No, just remember our deal, and if you ever cross me, your family and precious business will be naught but ashes under my feet." Demon leaned forward, garnering a few quick shivers from Charlotte. "I need the information network you operate. Give me detailed reports on all the families and factions of the Lunate continent, from the head to the lowliest descendants. I will have them before you without fail." Charlotte's sweat dripped onto the carpet, clearly seen in the velvet fabric. A few minutes later, Demon received a comprehensive stack of documents and books. Indeed, the Cassidy auction was a prudent power. Stepping out of the building, he reflected on the gains from this visit. The destruction of a potential trouble, the fortunes of a trading cartel, the contract between him and the Cassidys, and the subjugation of the city's underworld. The continent was his now. "Before you leave, can you climb Aeon Peak? I believe there is something quite interesting there." Ignires rushed him. "Yes, can feel it." Demon stared at the mountain, its slopes slowly hiding underneath the storms. It towered over the city, moving its shadow to the rotation of the 2 suns. Erden growled from underneath, wishing to climb as well. The 2 were so insistent, acting like children wanting a toy. He turned around and went toward the other side of the city, the side that faced Aeon Peak. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 600. Tectones, Ancient of Earth. The air was thin and rife with a weighty iron that felt like heavy chains pulling him down, his clothes constricting like a second layer of tight skin on his body, and his armor becoming weights on the shackles. Did Aeon Peak desire for him to lay himself bare? To hide nothing from the storms, the winds, and the earth itself? Demon put away his grade 4 sword armament into his space pocket to test his theory, and the pressure lessened in response. Erden also jumped out, groaning as his limbs extended and head enlarged to the creaking of the growing antlers, forcibly brought into his true form. Seems the mountain detests people who have something to hide. Are you certain something is up there? Demon said as he removed his helmet, deer pelt, armor, and even his upper shirt, letting his bare skin soak in the mountain air. His pace quickened, spurred by the lightened burdens. But doubt remained. Aeon Peak was known to all inhabitants of the lunate continent, standing as a beacon and symbol of their land. Surely, whatever could have been found would have been found. And from the records he gathered, it had nothing noteworthy like the rest of the land. But Igniers was certain, and seeing how no one noticed the Ancient of Fire resting underneath the brilliant Drake Empire, Demon was inclined to follow his lead. The climb was not even halfway done. Aeon Peak refused to let him fly, stripping him of his flight to force him to wander and climb on his 2 bare feet, which sank deep into the dirt and gravel caked with mud. He heaved his lungs, drawing in air, barely enough to sustain him, and stomped ahead, unimpressed by the mountain's antics. Lightning flashed, blinding him, and thunder boomed, deafening all sounds from his ears. A large object hit him on the shoulder, heavy and cold. Luckily, he preemptively used Adamus rays and clad his body in Edgerisklad. The object, now seen as hail from his recovering sight, breaking apart into chunks scattered in the winds. Ein and spells were an option, but the records of past endeavors revealed the storm and mountain being more unforgiving on the rude climbers. No matter, his reese and transformed body were hardy enough to weather the storm. Stones rolled down the mountainside. Pebbles clattered to larger stones, starting a tide of rock and dirt. More hail pounded from above as his legs sank into the rising landslide. Demon had no concept of fear, and this pathetic trial by nature didn't strike any in him. Holding firm, he gathered an immense amount of reese into his artificial hand and unleashed it, parting the tumbling rocks, shattering the hail, and stalling the violent winds. He strode upward, slow and steady, calm to his core. He finally reached the black clouds that channeled lightning on their surface. The shattering wave failed to push the clouds away as they closed the gap before he could react. Pushing onward, he plunged his body into the clouds, receiving a shower of lightning that threatened to burn off his skin. Having no sweat to wipe off since it evaporated from the immense heat, Demon scoffed at the lightning that felt more like a hot bath. The ends of his pants flaked off as the smell of burning rubber filled the air. After a few minutes of walking and bathing in pure lightning, Demon peeked his head out, bright sunlight seeping into his eyelids and welcoming him in. There was no beast or even a blade of grass on the desolate mountain. Passing through, he wandered to the peak where a sight Oscar would describe as magnificent stretched along the horizon. The entire lunate continent revealed itself, one tip of the crescent land directly opposite the other and linking in widening widths to this mountain. Right down the middle, he saw Old Eye Island in the Gulf. Reese isn't required to enter the peak. Anyone can climb as long as they can endure the injuries. Demon tried to put on his helmet, but the pressure intensified. It seemed the rules still applied. Other than that, the peak offered nothing else. A simple desolate area. Igniers, what's so interesting about this place? Erden, do you sense anything? Nothing. It's just a plain mountain. Erden yawned, resting on a boulder. Foolish children, Igniers manifested, walking around like a clown. I sensed the presence of Volten lineage here. They must have come here before. But how could they ever know a secret exists here without the means to find and enter? The Ancient of Fire spread his flames over the peak, turning the gray stone scarlet. Erden hopped off and growled as his white fur was burned slightly. The peak trembled, and the stones shifted, the center of the peak rotating like a lock being turned. He was sinking. No, the ground underneath him was sinking, descending into the mountain, now revealed to be hollow. The light from the gap at the top dimmed, cut off by another rock that sealed the entrance from anyone else to wander into. Slowly, the stone delved deeper and landed, thudding softly on the ground. Crystals of all colors brightened the hollow world inside the mountain, almost making it seem unreal. That damned Tectones. Always hiding his actions in the strangest ways. I should have known. In the past, he pretended to sleep for hundreds of years, allowing Okinza's waters to drown him. Then he woke up, and out came a whole continent. Igniers cackled, spraying embers from his volcanoes that matched the rhythm of his laughter. The blasted Okines was infuriated to lose a whole section of the ocean so easily. Was it your flames it was waiting for? Did Tectones want you here? Demon stepped off the stone and landed on the ground. The soft dirt under his feet was the feeling of fertile land. But what was the point of having this ground where nothing could grow? No, I believe anyone who possesses a primordial element can enter. To have one means you're a Volten or a special case like you where I chose to follow you. Either way, it's a person an ancient would want to talk to. Igniers cleared his non-existent throat and shouted, Tectones, answer my call. What's the point of this place? The ground quaked. It trembled and shook so fast that particles of dirt seemed to float above the surface. Demon leaped back to the platform, wary of his surroundings, leaving his back to Erden. A large stone rose from the fertile soil and turned around, revealing a face in the stone. For golden gems gleamed brightly in the dark, darting independently in all directions, and a crack formed along the lower half, resembling the mechanical mouths of golems. You, here, good. The stone spat out some pebbles. An involuntary shudder halted Demon. An instinctual response from his body that screamed out the being before him was beyond comprehension. Tectones, good to see you, old friend. I've been sleeping for eons, and none of you or the others ever came to wake me up, Ignier said, his voice shrill near the end. You, strange. Why? Tectones asked. Why indeed? So much more fun. You understand, don't you? Igniers laughed, sitting down by the rock. Fun, prank, fun. Tectones laughed in the most flat, lifeless laughter. His gold gems rotated to Demon. Recognize, matures, confused. He says he recognizes you from Maturs's message. But he's confused about why you're so important. Igniers clapped his hands together and exclaimed, Tectones, can you relay my words to Maturs and his to me? No, stopped. Tectones shook his stone head. He's asleep? What? Are you kidding me? Igniers flared up, flames spreading from his figure. Tectones groaned and buried Igniers in a shower of dirt, smoke smoldering from the mound. Weird, Maturs, weird. Maturs is acting weird, you say? Well, who isn't? Igniers complained loudly. The Voltens have joined with a horrible ally. Maturs changed the plan and involved this poor child. And you're all doing nothing. Mountain, good. Him. Tectones opened his mouth wide, revealing a glowing teal stone that resembled an Aetherstone. Take, worthy, leave. He says the mountain is your fortune. That is a piece of his primordial earth, similar to my heart of fire. Take it if you're worthy or leave. Igniers translated. What good is that to me? I can take it away from Volten's hands. But where is the clear benefit? It was strange, very strange. Out of all the places he could have wandered to and set up his base, it happened to be where Tectones could be contacted and where a piece of primordial earth rested. Fishy failed to describe the events. It was beyond suspicion and into certainty. An invisible hand loomed over him, and he felt his anger rising, cursing at the indifferent controller. Who put you up to this? Me. Take, Tectones stated. It's his decision alone. No one else knows about this place, not even Maturs. Out of all of us, Tectones is the most secretive. Maturs may have created the plan, but Tectones can twist it. This is his contingency, so take it, Igniers advised, backing away to clear a path to the primordial earth. Take, worthy, leave. Tectones's gem eyes focused. Demon didn't move, still pondering. Should he take it or not?